Chapter 1. Version 2.0 of the system. The God Emperor's powers at the start. In the eastern region, within the quaint confines of a nameless mountain, lies a small courtyard of the Xiaoyao sect. The courtyard is adorned with a pavilion and several towering trees, accompanied by the gentle rustle of flowers and foliage, mingled with the distant barks of dogs. System, I am here to sign in. In the courtyard, an elder with an ethereal demeanor gazed fervently at the sky, his voice bursting forth with excitement. 100 years. A full century. Do you know how I have spent this 100 years? Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in for a century. You have attained the cultivation of the great emperor. Will you accept it? Upon hearing the system's notification within his mind, the elder was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. His name was Lin Dong, a fellow inhabitant of Blue Star, who had traversed into this realm a century ago. He vividly recalled the events of 100 years prior when, after a joyful day at work, he was struck by a truck while crossing the street, leading to his untimely demise. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in this world, inhabiting the body of a child, an orphan, who was rescued and taken as a disciple by the wandering Xiaoyao Taoist. From the Taoist, he learned that this vast continent was known as Tianwu, a land teeming with myriad races, where the strong reigned supreme, capable of defying the heavens and plucking the sun and moon from the sky, causing mountains and rivers to tremble with their mere gestures. The Tianwu continent was divided into 5 regions, and Lin Dong resided in the eastern region, specifically in Qingzhou. Initially, Lin Dong felt exhilarated, believing he had joined a prestigious sect, only to discover that the Xiaoyao sect was in decline, with the Taoist being its sole member. To his dismay, during the talent assessment, he found himself devoid of any cultivation aptitude, while others traversed into fantastical realms with systems at their side, or as the progeny of great emperors or saintly heirs. Lin Dong was left with nothing, merely an orphan. Picked up by the wandering Taoist, just as despair began to set in, the system emerged. However, this inferior system required 100 years of sign-in to attain the cultivation of a great emperor. With no other choice, he embarked on the path of signing in. Yet, Lin Dong was soon reminded that, despite being in a world of cultivation, the lifespan of an ordinary person remained a century. This brought to mind the Tai Chi and Ba Duan Jin he had studied during his university days, which were the culmination of thousands of years of Chinese heritage and their survival. Through the ages spoke to their profound mystery. Thus, he, alongside the Xiaoyao Taoist, began practicing Ba Duan Jin and Tai Chi in this foreign realm. Now, at the age of 103, today marked the completion of 100 years of sign-in. In a moment of contemplation, he returned to the present. Claim. Lin Dong declared without hesitation. As he spoke, an immense aura erupted from him, surging forth like a rocket, as his cultivation experienced a series of breakthroughs. Boom, 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 from the first level of Qi refinement, to the first level of the sovereign realm, and then to the first level of the saint realm. His cultivation continued to ascend until it finally stabilized at the great emperor level. This breakthrough did not alarm anyone, as the system had concealed the phenomena and aura accompanying his ascension. In that moment, Lin Dong transformed from a white-haired elder back into a youthful middle-aged man, his countenance striking and his garments billowing in the wind. With exhilaration, Lin Dong laughed heartily towards the heavens. Ha! A century has passed. I have finally persevered. Suddenly, in his excitement, Lin Dong let out a belch. Within mere seconds, another sound echoed, this time emanating from Lin Dong himself. He was horrified to discover that his cultivation seemed to be plummeting. Gradually, his powers diminished back to that of a mere mortal, and even his youthful appearance and hair reverted to their previous aged state. What the hell? System, what is going on? Show yourself. Ding. System error. Ding. The system has crashed and is detaching from the host. Detachment successful. Lin Dong. What on earth? He merely let out a belch, and his cultivation vanished? System, you treacherous contraption. You promised me the cultivation of a great emperor in my youth. I waited a century, only to be left with nothing. Lin Dong received no response from the system. As if it had never existed, despair settled in. Lin Dong's pupils dulled, and he felt utterly drained. He was exhausted. The elation he had just felt now gave way to profound sorrow. Despite having practiced Ba Duan Jin and Tai Chi, revered disciplines for self-cultivation and serenity, he could not endure such a devastating blow.
Why treat him so cruelly? Grant him hope only to deliver a crushing blow at the final moment. Leaving him in despair, with a sense of defeat, he sank to the ground. At that moment, an elder with an ethereal air approached from afar. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, even younger than Lin Dong, with eyes filled with compassion. This was none other than Lin Dong's master, the Xiaoyao Taoist. Indeed, the Taoist had arrived earlier, observing from the shadows, witnessing the entire scene unfold. To the Taoist, Lin Dong stood there, his expression a tumultuous sea of emotions, alternating between laughter and despair, conversing with himself in a manner that seemed maddening. Perhaps this child has developed dementia. Alas, his disciple had aged. Mortals could only live for a century, while Lin Dong had surpassed that threshold. After a moment of hesitation, the Taoist noticed Lin Dong seated on the ground. Approaching silently, the Taoist supported Lin Dong to prevent him from collapsing, his heart heavy as he gazed upon his disciple, who appeared older than himself. Disciple, are you all right? He felt a profound ache for his disciple, fearful that he might experience the sorrow of losing a child to old age, and witnessing Lin Dong in such a state left him helpless and deeply pained. Lin Dong lifted his gaze to meet the Xiaoyao Taoists, shaking his head and forcing a faint smile. Master, I am fine. At that moment, he yearned for a quiet place to sip some wine and conclude his theatrical life. Just then, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind, but this time, the tone was more personable. Ding. System version 2.0 has been successfully bound. Ding. The esteemed member of Huaxia, thank you for your patience. This 2.0 version system will serve you. The sudden emergence of the system's voice startled Lin Dong. He tentatively inquired, System? Is it truly you? Ding. I am here. Ding. This is a brand new system. The previous one that served the host was deemed unfit and has been recalled to headquarters for disassembly. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly overwhelmed with joy. Well done. As he regained his composure, Lin Dong recalled the mention of the 2.0 version and wondered what differences it might hold. He promptly asked, System, what functionalities does this 2.0 version possess? You won't make me sign in for another 100 years, will you? And what of the compensation for my previous century of sign-in? He certainly did not wish to undergo another 100 years of signing in. How many centuries does one have in a lifetime? Moreover, he was on the verge of giving up. Ding. As the esteemed member of Huaxia, the previous system's errors have caused you dissatisfaction, and thus, you shall be compensated with rewards worth billions. Ding. The system has been upgraded to version 2.0, designed for the host to forge the most formidable power across the myriad realms. Each apprentice taken in expands the influence and yields generous rewards. Lin Dong was filled with excitement. A compensation reward of 1 billion-fold? What realm does that signify? No need for sign-ins, and accepting disciples is not as simple as it seems. The Emperor realm was the highest he was aware of. 1 billion-fold compensation would render Lin Dong invincible in this world, wouldn't it? Fortunately, he was relieved not to have to sign in anymore. After a century of futile attempts, who could endure such disappointment? The prospect of establishing the foremost power across the heavens piqued Lin Dong's interest. The supreme force of the myriad realms? Tremble, heavens! The Xiaoyao sect is here. Yet, he did not intend to create a new sect. He had heard his master express a wish for the Xiaoyao sect to endure beyond their time. In that regard, Lin Dong felt powerless. Now armed with formidable strength, he would naturally assume the position of sect leader. He aimed to revive the Xiaoyao sect in the eyes of the world, leading it to unprecedented heights. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering 1 billion-fold critical hit and receiving 1 billion-fold compensation reward, achieving the Divine Emperor realm. Will you claim it? Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a novice gift pack. Will you open it? Claim it. Open it. Lin Dong declared without hesitation. After a brief wait, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely, no unexpected events would occur this time. Note: the narrative primarily unfolds from the perspectives of subordinates and disciples, with the protagonist operating from behind the scenes. Proceed with caution. The realms of cultivation in the celestial martial arts: body refinement, chi condensation, spirit sea, king, emperor, venerable, sage, great sage, sage king, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Chapter 2. The supreme power of the heavens, the sacred rank merely fit for menial tasks. Beep. Cultivation is being dispensed. Beep. The novice gift pack has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 sect facility card, 3 bronze level summoning cards, 1 realm enhancement card, and 1 extreme freedom technique book. The system is quite considerate, even providing explanations for these rewards. Sect facility card grants a complete set of basic sect facilities upon use. Bronze level summoning card can randomly summon a formidable emperor level powerhouse. Realm enhancement card allows the user to elevate their cultivation by 1 major realm. Note: There is no possibility of the user's cultivation being feigned. Extreme Freedom Technique, an exclusive cultivation method of the Freedom Sect, where one path transforms into myriad paths, and all paths converge into one, capable of reaching the pinnacle of the extreme path. Note: suitable for practitioners of all attributes. It is a formless, growth-oriented technique. Before Lin Dong could examine the other rewards and their descriptions, a surge of breakthrough energy erupted from within him. Boom! Lin Dong, previously an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation, instantaneously ascended to the king realm. The faint aura that leaked out sent the nearby Taoist of freedom flying 100 meters away, crashing into the ground in a most undignified manner. Witnessing this scene, the shadows in Lin Dong's heart dissipated, and he couldn't help but smile, enveloping his master in a gentle protective aura. He then seated himself cross-legged, and in the next moment, his aura swelled once more, surging effortlessly from the king realm to the divine emperor realm, with not a trace of energy leaking out. This was intentional on Lin Dong's part. He wished to avoid harming the surrounding flora. Simultaneously, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming torrent of information surge into his mind like a tempest. This knowledge was equally invaluable, encompassing the intricacies of cultivation and combat techniques pertinent to these realms. The system simultaneously imparted this information to Lin Dong, allowing him to assimilate it instantaneously, ensuring he possessed not only power but also wisdom. After a brief moment, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes, instinctively clenching his fists, murmuring to himself, "Is this the divine emperor realm?" At this moment, Lin Dong had reverted to a youthful visage, but unlike before, his flowing white hair had not turned black. It had transformed into a resplendent silver, bestowing him with an entirely altered aura. He appeared even more strikingly handsome, his eyes deep as the abyss, clad in black. His garments billowing, silver hair dancing as if he were a celestial being, devoid of any detectable aura, resembling an ordinary mortal. How handsome is he? Dear distinguished gentlemen, simply take out a mirror, and you shall see for yourselves. Lin Dong gradually rose, his pupils reflecting countless stars. He emanated a subtle sense of consciousness, and in an instant, the entirety of Qingzhou was surveyed by him. In his eyes, the myriad beings were but ants. With a casual wave towards the starry void, countless lifeless stars shattered and reformed. Is this the sensation of strength? He found himself entranced by this feeling, reminiscing about his former self, frail and powerless, unable to even control his own life. Lin Dong couldn't help but reflect. Truly, heaven does not completely forsake humanity. The ups and downs of life are indeed profound. At this moment, he vowed to seize control of his own life, asserting that no one could take his existence away, not even the heavens themselves. Just then, a voice, filled with trepidation and frailty, echoed in Lin Dong's ears, disrupting his thoughts. "Disciple, is that you? Are you well?" The carefree Taoist stood not far away, leaning on his cane while supporting his frail back. He gazed at Lin Dong with a sense of unease, recalling how Lin Dong had just begun to smile foolishly, intending to carry him back to his room, only to be flung 100 meters away. The aura emanating from Lin Dong felt utterly unfamiliar, and he appeared significantly rejuvenated. A wave of concern washed over him, leaving him to wonder if Lin Dong was still his beloved disciple. Could it be that he had become possessed by some ancient entity? Lin Dong found the scene somewhat amusing and replied with a gentle smile, "Of course. I am your cherished disciple, more genuine than gold itself." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "In truth, your disciple is an unparalleled powerhouse." The carefree Taoist's heart trembled upon hearing this. He had witnessed everything that had transpired with Lin Dong, and while it was difficult to believe, the undeniable transformation before him confirmed its veracity. A sense of joy filled his heart, relieved that Lin Dong had escaped death, yet an inexplicable sorrow surfaced within him. Tearfully, he exclaimed, "Good, good, good. No matter what kind of powerhouse you have become, as long as you are well, I shall rest easy." He had heard tales of certain powerful beings who chose to delve into the mundane world for higher breakthroughs, and he presumed his disciple had followed a similar path. Just as Lin Dong was about to speak, the system's notification once again resonated in his mind. Ding! To establish the foremost force across the realms. Recruiting disciples is undoubtedly essential. Ding! System task issued. Recruit a disciple. Completion will yield substantial rewards. Ding! The disciple recruited for the future foremost force across the realms must possess exceptional talent. Those below the divine tier cannot become disciples. However, due to the low level of this realm, the standards may be lowered. Those below the low-grade holy tier cannot become disciples. Recruitment standards. Low-grade holy tier may become outer disciples. Middle-grade holy tier may become outer disciples. Upper-grade holy tier may become inner disciples. Peak holy tier may become core disciples. And those above the divine tier may be accepted as direct disciples. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, Were the recruitment criteria truly so stringent? In light of his current cultivation, unifying the heavenly martial continent was hardly a challenge, let alone conquering the star domains. Nevertheless, to become the supreme force among myriad realms, the sect must indeed have disciples. He was well aware of the conditions in this world. The low grade, middle grade, upper grade, and peak grade holy tier corresponded to the realms of Saint, Great Saint, Saint King, and Quasi-Emperor respectively. Those possessing such qualifications would, barring unforeseen circumstances, undoubtedly ascend to become formidable beings of their respective realms. To comprehend the situation in Qingzhou, one must acknowledge that its strength and spiritual energy are among the weakest in the eastern region, leaving one to ponder the number of prodigies that may exist there. The most formidable faction in Qingzhou is the Qingxin Sacred Land. Yet its strongest member is merely a great sage. Such a sage-level aptitude means that the ancestors of the Sacred Land would rise from their coffins to recruit such a genius as a disciple, potentially allowing them to ascend as a holy son of the Sacred Land. In contrast, within his own Xiaoyao sect, he is relegated to the status of a mere servant disciple. It is indeed a challenging time to take on an apprentice. While Lin Dong mused over these thoughts, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. A genius disciple with divine-level aptitude is approaching. Please, host, proceed promptly to recruit them as your personal disciple. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. Fortune seemed to smile upon him as a divine-level talent had appeared. It was as if he had just drifted into slumber, only to be presented with a pillow, and now he had the chance to acquire a personal disciple who could potentially evolve into a formidable emperor-level powerhouse. Although Lin Dong considered divine-level aptitude to be rather average, such talent on this continent could indeed be deemed a rarity amidst billions. He couldn't help but chuckle, suspecting that this individual might be a child of fortune. According to the usual narrative, they were likely being pursued. Nevertheless, he resolved to investigate first, otherwise, he might arrive too late to save them. As he turned to inform his master, he realized that his master was nowhere to be found. Where has my master gone? He pondered. He decided to proceed with the recruitment first and would relay the circumstances to his master afterward. He also intended to pass on the extreme Dao Xiaoyao technique to his master, ensuring that they would both strive towards the pinnacle of martial arts. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from the Xiaoyao sect. At the foot of the mountain, a dashing young man clad in white, wielding a sword, was being relentlessly pursued by two malevolent figures. One of these specters spoke ominously. Hee. Yi Changsheng, someone has placed a bounty on your life in my blood fiend pavilion. You might as well surrender. It is futile to flee to the ends of the earth, for my blood fiend pavilion will find you. The other specter impatiently retorted, Old Ghost Luo. Why waste words on a dead man? The young man in white was desperately shifting his position, evading the attacks from behind. His complexion was grim, blood trickling from his mouth as he muttered in frustration, Who is it that seeks my demise? Do not grant me the opportunity to survive, for if I do, I shall ensure you find no resting place. Before long, his pallor worsened, and he coughed up more blood, his white garments stained crimson, and his sword hand began to tremble, his speed diminishing. Yi Changsheng felt a wave of despair. If this continued, he would surely be caught. The consequences of being cornered were all too clear. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he desperately sought a means to preserve his life. Chapter 3. Recruiting Disciples. The chaotic sword body, the terrifying tower of time and space. Yi Changsheng pondered deeply, realizing that he could see no viable way to save himself. Unless an extraordinary powerhouse were to appear out of thin air, recognizing his impressive aptitude and taking him as a disciple while intervening to rescue him. But how could such a scenario be plausible? Even the storytellers would not dare to utter such a possibility. Ultimately, he resorted to the most desperate of measures. In the next moment, his demeanor shifted to one of fearless resignation, contemplating, so be it. If death is inevitable, I might as well fight for a chance. Perhaps I could even take someone down with me. With this thought, he immediately halted his steps, turned to the two ghostly figures behind him, and inquired, Since I am on the brink of death, may I know who sent you to kill me? One of the spectral figures impatiently retorted, Those who are about to die need not know so much. Just as he surged forward, closing the distance to 100 meters from Yi Changsheng, ready to strike him down, the figure known as Old Ghost Luo stepped forward to intercept him. Old Ghost Luo cautioned, Li Old Ghost, do not be hasty. Be wary of this cunning lad. Li Old Ghost scoffed, visibly displeased. What are you afraid of? Old Ghost Luo, you truly value your life. Though he grumbled, he refrained from charging ahead alone and instead silently moved to block Yi Changsheng's escape route. Old Ghost Luo addressed Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng, you must understand the rules of our Blood Slaughter Pavilion. You should contemplate how best to meet your end. The Blood Slaughter Pavilion, the most enigmatic assassin organization of the Tianwu continent, has existed for countless ages, with branches in every region and state. As long as one possesses wealth, they can order the death of anyone. If the target remains unharmed, it is merely a matter of insufficient funds, requiring additional payment. It is said that once, a quasi-emperor in the divine realm scoffed at the professionalism of the blood slaughter pavilion, arrogantly proclaiming that within 3 days, they would not be able to take his life. The following day, the only remnant found in the quasi-emperor's courtyard was a headless corpse, the severed head displayed at the entrance of the blood slaughter pavilion. This incident sent shockwaves through the realms, instilling fear in countless factions and sects. And no one dared to question the pavilion again. Realizing he could glean nothing further, Yi Changsheng prepared to engage in a final struggle against the two. However, at that moment, a man suddenly appeared beside him. This man was strikingly handsome, with flowing silver hair, resembling an ethereal being descending at his side. This individual was Lin Dong. Where did this fellow come from? Old Ghost Luo furrowed his brow. He had not sensed how this person materialized, nor did he emit any discernible aura. The man's sudden appearance unsettled him, a feeling born from years of experience as an assassin. The old ghost, noticing this, barked. In our blood slaughter pavilion, any meddlesome onlookers wishing to avoid death should step aside. Lin Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, unwavering in his indifference toward the two, his profound gaze fixed on Yi Changsheng as he spoke calmly. Young man, I perceive a remarkable potential within you. Your innate talent is extraordinary, and your future is boundless. This place is also at the foot of my Xianyao sect, indicating a fateful connection between you and us. Would you be willing to join my Xianyao sect and become one of our disciples? Such an extraordinary display of power. Could it be that this individual is indeed an unparalleled master? Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Even actors would not dare to portray such a scene. Truly, a formidable figure has emerged, seeking to take him as a disciple. He then recalled Lin Dong's words. Exceptional talent? Is that truly the case? My ancestor has stated that he possesses little aptitude, destined to remain at most at the kingly realm throughout his life. Could this person be a fraud? Yet, he did not seem like one. Suddenly, Yi Changsheng's eyes sparkled with realization as he mused. Could this individual's arrival be the opportunity my mother spoke of? With this thought, he felt compelled to seize the moment, and with great excitement, he declared, Esteemed senior, I wish to become your disciple. At that moment, the malicious Luo Laogui glared fiercely at Lin Dong, saying, Kid, I advise you to refrain from meddling. This is a matter of our blood slaughter pavilion. Lin Dong turned his gaze, and with a mere glance, he effortlessly subdued both Luo Laogui and Li Laogui, pinning them to the ground, immobile. The two, filled with terror, lay on the ground, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual astonishment. They had encountered a formidable adversary. Who was this unparalleled master that had emerged? Both silently prayed that Lin Dong would spare them for the sake of the blood slaughter pavilion. Lin Dong coldly remarked, When our sect speaks, do you think you have the right to interject? He then turned back to Yi Changsheng, smiling gently. You may handle these two, and once you are finished, return with me to the sect. Pleased with the ease of acquiring this disciple, Lin Dong felt a sense of satisfaction, holding high hopes for the young man. Awakened from his astonishment by Lin Dong's voice, Yi Changsheng nodded, understanding that the two would divulge nothing of value. Keeping them alive served no purpose. He stepped forward, drawing his sword, and with a swift motion, severed the heads of the two. Yi Changsheng turned and respectfully bowed to Lin Dong, saying, I pay my respects, master. Indeed, let us depart. Follow me back to the sect. With that, Lin Dong began to walk ahead, while Yi Changsheng swiftly followed in his wake. In Qingshan City, there stood an unassuming tea house, which was, in fact, the renowned blood slaughter pavilion's branch. In a secret chamber, an elderly man sat in a chair, facing a middle-aged man. The elder gazed at the shattered soul tokens before him, his expression dark and brooding, as if he might explode at any moment, while the middle-aged man remained silent. This elder was none other than the head of the Qingshan branch, the blood shadow old ghost. After a moment, the elder suppressed his fury. Had the mission failed? They could not even eliminate a mere ghost. The middle-aged man lowered his head, too afraid to respond. The elder continued with rising anger. What use are you to us? How can we maintain the dignity of the blood slaughter pavilion? How shall we account to the Yi family? Speak. You received benefits, yet in the end, you could not even eliminate a useless foe. You have truly brought disgrace upon the blood slaughter pavilion. The middle-aged man raised his head and slowly spoke. Master, I believe this matter does not concern our blood slaughter pavilion, but rather stems from erroneous intelligence provided by the Yi family. Oh, pray tell. If you cannot elucidate this matter, you may join them below. The elder raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the man's assertion. The middle-aged man continued. According to the intelligence from the Yi family, Yi Changsheng is at the 8th level of the condensation realm and is currently alone. The two individuals dispatched by me are elite assassins from our branch, both at the 9th level of the condensation realm. Given their combined capabilities, they could easily eliminate not only a practitioner at the 9th level, but even one at the Spirit Sea realm, let alone Yi Changsheng, who is merely at the 8th level of the condensation realm. From this information, there are only two possibilities. Either the Yi family's intelligence is flawed, or someone intervened along the way. I firmly believe in the former. Yi Changsheng must have concealed his true cultivation level, leading the Yi family to mistakenly assess him as being at the condensation realm, thereby providing us with incorrect information. This blunder from the Yi family has caused significant losses for our blood slaughter pavilion. Why exclude the second possibility? It is because I believe no one would risk offending our blood slaughter pavilion for the sake of a stranger. The failure of this mission is entirely attributable to the Yi family's oversight, and they need not provide any explanation. Moreover, due to this intelligence error, they must compensate our blood slaughter pavilion with a substantial amount of resources. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel quite clever for having deduced it. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes brightened, and he regarded the middle-aged man with a hint of approval. Very well. The Yi family's blunder has inflicted severe losses upon our blood slaughter pavilion. They must compensate us tenfold. This task is entrusted to you. Yes, master. Enough. You may leave. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully accepted a disciple. Task rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received a bronze-level summoning card. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired a sect facility, the Time-Space Tower. Time-Space Tower. Each level within the tower has a different flow of time. The first level has a flow rate 100 times that of the outside world, the second level 200 times. The time-space is boundless and rich in spiritual energy, allowing one to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth, principles, and the great path. It can transport individuals into different chambers for cultivation. Note: cultivating within this facility allows one to benefit from the accelerated flow of time, while bone age and lifespan will remain consistent with the outside world, neither increasing nor decreasing exponentially. What is a bronze-level summoning card? The Time-Space Tower is a remarkable treasure, a veritable artifact of divine intervention. Lin Dong walked ahead, perusing the rewards for accepting a disciple. Previously, he had been preoccupied with a breakthrough and had not taken the time to review the descriptions and prior rewards. Thus, he was unaware of the summoning card's purpose. After examining it, he felt a thrill. A bronze-level summoning card for the Emperor Realm? This is indeed impressive. And these Emperor Realm figures are merely the guardians of the sect. It seems the subsequent summons will likely exceed even that caliber. With these formidable Emperor-level warriors, one can confidently traverse the Tianwu continent, no longer needing to intervene in every matter. Thus, he could simply enjoy tea and bask in the sun as a distinguished figure. How splendid! Before long, Lin Dong and his companion found themselves within the courtyard of the Xiaoyao sect. Yi Changsheng surveyed the seemingly ordinary courtyard, devoid of any sect-like grandeur, and found it eerily empty, save for a lone dog. He could hardly believe this was the sect he had joined, the Xiaoyao sect. Suddenly, a black dog resembling a Siberian husky emerged from the courtyard, barking at Yi Changsheng. This little black dog had been discovered by Lin Dong at the entrance of the courtyard, which he had subsequently adopted to provide himself with some companionship. Whether in times of leisure or in moments of idleness, a stroll with the dog was always a pleasant endeavor. Lin Dong addressed the black dog, approaching it to gently pat its head. "Hey buddy, this is not a stranger, so refrain from barking." The dog, obedient and affectionate, allowed Lin Dong to stroke its head and nuzzled against his leg. "All right, my friend, go play for now. We'll take you out later," Lin Dong instructed. And the dog happily scampered off to entertain itself. Suddenly, Yi Changsheng pondered a possibility. Could the Xiaoyao sect be a hidden sect? To quell his curiosity, he quietly inquired, "Master, are we the only two in the sect? What about the elders? The sect has yet to emerge into the world, so naturally, the others have not yet awakened. In time, they will gradually return," Lin Dong replied with an air of nonchalance. This statement stemmed from his contemplation. The system would bestow numerous summoning cards upon him, allowing him to summon countless powerful beings in the future, thereby averting unnecessary complications. Yi Changsheng nodded inwardly, recognizing the hallmark of a hidden power. Observing the young man, Lin Dong could not help but chuckle, wondering if he felt he had narrowly escaped a pitfall, comforting himself in the process. Lin Dong continued, "Since our sect has officially accepted you as a disciple, it seems that the Xiaoyao sect has indeed begun its emergence into the world, and thus, it is time for an upgrade." With a thought, he connected with the system, requesting a sect construction card and ensuring that the quaint courtyard remained intact. Chapter 4. Rebuilding the Xiaoyao sect, summoning 4 Emperor Guardians, Beep. The host has successfully utilized the sect construction card. The transformation is underway. With a grand gesture, Lin Dong summoned forth the essence of the Tao. as towering peaks rose majestically from the ground, palatial towers reaching into the clouds. Simultaneously, the courtyard beneath their feet ascended, positioned behind the most magnificent palace. Those ancient and grandiose structures, such as the Scripture Pavilion and the Alchemy Hall, emerged, accompanied by a premium spiritual vein stretching for tens of thousands of miles, with spiritual energy wafting in the air. Ultimately, a protective formation enveloped the entire sect, shrouding it in mist, akin to a celestial sanctuary. Yi Changsheng was utterly astounded by the spectacle, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Master, what extraordinary powers you possess. Is this truly the authentic visage of our Xiaoyao sect? Absolutely astonishing. Indeed, as expected of the legendary hidden sect, he was quite astute to have joined the Xiaoyao sect, seizing this invaluable opportunity. Otherwise, he would not even possess the qualification to witness this scene. Lin Dong stood nearby, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed down upon the entire sect. From the vantage point of his courtyard, which was situated at the highest point of the sect, he could behold the entirety of the establishment. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Dong slowly began to speak. Disciple, you are, in fact, the Chaos Sword Body. It is merely that you have yet to encounter the catalyst capable of awakening your profound potential. Upon first laying eyes on Yi Changsheng, Lin Dong had utilized the system panel to examine the young man's attributes. To his astonishment, he discovered that Yi Changsheng was indeed the Chaos Sword Body. Yet, Lin Dong remained unfazed. After all, he possessed the support of the system. Yi Changsheng momentarily froze, overwhelmed with joy. Could it be that he was the Chaos Sword Body? He had never anticipated possessing such an extraordinary constitution. Truly, he was the destined child, having encountered a powerful hidden master who took him as a disciple. With such fortune, would his path of cultivation not be smooth sailing henceforth? He had heard tales of the Chaos Sword Body, reputed to be the foremost among the 3,000 physical forms. It was said that the Chaos Sword Body required the infusion of chaotic energy for activation, yet the Tianwu continent was devoid of such energy. Did that mean he was rendered useless? Contemplating this, a hint of disappointment washed over him, just as he had learned of his formidable constitution. The harsh reality dampened his spirits. But master, he inquired, isn't the activation of the Chaos Sword Body dependent on chaotic energy? And since there is none in the Tianwu continent, how can it be awakened? Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he seemed to grasp a revelation, staring intently at Lin Dong. If master had spoken, then surely he possessed a solution. Lin Dong smiled gently and nodded. Naturally, since I can perceive your constitution, I can also awaken it for you. Previously, Lin Dong had inquired about chaotic energy from the system, which responded that such energy resided within the time-space tower. With a thought, Lin Dong commanded the system. Aside from the Realm Enhancement card, utilize all rewards. He summoned the time-space tower and also employed the remaining summoning cards. Ding. The time-space tower has manifested. Ding. The host has successfully used 4 bronze summoning cards. Summoning in progress. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 4 sect guardians. Strength. Pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Characters are being engraved. Successful engraving. Tang Fei Wang, Tang Fei Jia, Tang Fei Rong, Tang Fei Yao, en route. At this moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The great Tao resonating. A resounding explosion echoed through the skies as a small tower descended from the heavens, landing steadily upon the ground. It swiftly expanded, soaring into the clouds, its height seemingly limitless. Having witnessed the earlier spectacle, Yi Changsheng exhibited a more composed demeanor this time, feigning calmness as he turned to Lin Dong and asked, Master, what manner of tower is this? Lin Dong smiled faintly and said, This is the Tower of Time and Space, a place that accelerates cultivation. It is filled with chaotic energy that can awaken your physique. Now, let me activate your constitution. To accelerate cultivation, and with chaotic energy inside, how terrifying. This is something I, Yi Changsheng, have only heard of in legends. Such a privilege to accelerate cultivation is typically reserved for hidden sects and supreme powers, and even then, only for certain powerful individuals and the prodigies of those sections. As for chaotic energy, a miraculous substance that has long since vanished, I never imagined that our Xiaoyao sect would possess such a treasure. Does this mean our sect's legacy is incredibly ancient? How formidable. Perhaps only a hidden sect like ours has such profound heritage. The thought filled him with immense pride. Before Yi Changsheng could express his astonishment, an unexpected event occurred. At that moment, 4 terrifying auras emerged from the void. The instant they appeared, Lin Dong immediately shielded the entire sect. In a flash, Yi Changsheng was so frightened that his back became damp, murmuring in terror, What kind of formidable beings are these? Their presence is simply overwhelming. Lin Dong stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, gazing slowly at the 4 figures approaching. Do not be afraid. They are all our people. He reassured Yi Changsheng. Our people? Have the powerful of our Xiaoyao sect returned? Their auras are truly formidable. I wonder what cultivation levels these seniors possess. Meanwhile, countless sects were stirred, prompting strong individuals from various realms to pay attention. Many powerful beings emerged from their secluded meditation, turning their gaze toward Qingzhou. Could these four auras belong to emperors? How could four supreme presences appear simultaneously? Is it possible that a great emperor has descended upon our eastern region to engage in battle? Or could it be that four emperors have emerged in our eastern region at once? That seems impossible. In an instant, the auras vanished, replaced by unfamiliar energies. Could it be that an ancient emperor has awakened in our eastern region? Some speculated. Is a great era about to dawn? Could it be that our eastern region is on the verge of reviving the glory of ancient times? In an instant, the various sects were abuzz with activity, hastily dispatching scouts toward Qingzhou to ascertain the situation, hoping that none of their reckless disciples would provoke these powerful beings, lest the consequences be dire. From the void emerged four figures, all men. Three of them were dressed similarly and bore a resemblance to one another, likely brothers. One man wore a white robe. Though his appearance was rather ordinary, his small, darting eyes surveyed the surroundings, giving him a somewhat lecherous air. At that moment, the four men paused simultaneously, kneeling on one knee in the direction of Lin Dong, and spoke in unison. We, the guardians of Xiaoyao sect, Tang Fei Wang, pay our respects to the sect master. Tang Fei, pay our respects to the sect master. Tang Fei Rong, pay our respects to the sect master. Outer sect elder, Duan Luda, pays his respects to the sect master. The three young masters of the Tang family? Lin Dong was taken aback upon hearing the names of the three individuals. However, he maintained his composure and nodded slowly, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Very well, the sect shall be entrusted to your guardianship from now on. On the other side, Yi Changsheng was equally astonished. The presence of this individual, far more terrifying than his own ancestor, was merely a guardian of the sect? What on earth was happening in this world? The events of the day left him utterly flabbergasted. The terror he experienced today, far surpassing anything he had encountered in his lifetime. At that moment, the four figures in the void exchanged glances, silently greeting one another. Suddenly, one of them pointed at Duan Liuda and exclaimed, "Who are you? Where has my fourth brother gone?" Indeed, the four were brothers from the same sect, all summoned simultaneously. To their surprise, their fourth brother was nowhere to be found upon their arrival. The man in white pointed to himself, saying, "Me? I am Duan Liuda, an outer sect elder. What's the matter? I came here in response to the summons, just like you." He warned, "You guardians better not cause any trouble." Lin Dong was momentarily stunned. That was why things felt off. An unexpected sixth brother had mixed in. System, is there a malfunction again? What is happening? Chapter 5. It turns out even dogs can get dizzy from heights. Ding. System summon error. Tang Fei Yao is on his way. This Duan Liuda is a supreme powerhouse, serving as compensation for the host. A supreme powerhouse refers to those who have previously entered the realm of the emperor but have inexplicably fallen to the quasi-emperor level. Their demonstrated strength is terrifying, and while they may not rival an emperor, they are nonetheless invincible beneath that tier, hence they are called supreme. Ding. System summon of Tang Fei Yao successful. He has manifested. Goodness, this system has made another error, but it appears to be quite considerate. Lin Dong found this system amusing, far more entertaining than the previous one he had encountered. Observing the four individuals poised to clash, he spoke nonchalantly. "Enough of the commotion. All of you can leave now. Tang Fei Yao will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, the group immediately ceased their ruckus and bowed respectfully to Lin Dong. "Yes, sect master." Just as they were about to depart, a towering figure emerged from the void, exuding no discernible aura. This individual stood around 2.5 meters tall, possessing a robust and amiable appearance, with muscles to match. This was none other than Tang Fei Yao, who had arrived a moment too late. He turned to Lin Dong and proclaimed loudly, "Tang Fei Yao pays his respects to the sect master." Lin Dong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Very well, you may go now." This young man was quite sensible, arriving in such a low-key manner, unlike the others who seemed eager for the world to know of their presence. "Yes, sect master." Tang Fei Yao turned to his three brothers and enveloped them in a hearty embrace. "Fourth brother, why did you arrive so late?" "Big brother, second brother, third brother. I encountered a few delays on the way." The four brothers chatted jovially as they made their way down together. The figure of Lu De moved stealthily, glancing around before heading eastward. Lin Dong turned to his companion Yi Changsheng and spoke, "I can now activate your physique. Are you prepared?" Yi Changsheng replied with excitement, "Master, please proceed." "I am ready." Lin Dong nodded slightly, gestured with his hand, and then extended a finger to touch Yi Changsheng's forehead. Instantly, a wisp of chaotic energy flowed from Lin Dong's fingertip into Yi Changsheng's brow, unleashing a surge of chaotic aura from within him. "Sit cross-legged and truly feel your own breath." Guide that wisp of chaotic energy to traverse every part of your body, and your physique will be fully activated. By the way, this is the exclusive technique of our Xiaoyao sect. Once your physique is activated, you shall practice with it. A radiant light then entered Yi Changsheng's mind. Nodding in understanding, Yi Changsheng promptly sat cross-legged, calming his mind to slowly guide the wisp of chaotic energy. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, Lin Dong transported Yi Changsheng into the time-space tower. Activating this chaos sword body should take some time. However, with this time-space tower, the process will be expedited. Consequently, the future disciples will cultivate with great vigor, requiring less time, thereby accelerating their development. While Lin Dong pondered, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! System task issued. Recruit the second disciple for the sect. The Qingxian Sacred Lands Disciple Recruitment Conference will be held in 3 days, where a genius with divine tier aptitude will emerge in Qingxian City. Please prepare to recruit this individual. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback upon reading the system's task information. Just after welcoming one disciple, another is presented, and a genius with divine tier aptitude at that. When did Qingzhou become home to so many prodigies? With a few days remaining, there was no rush. He planned to take Yi Changsheng along, allowing him to broaden his horizons and refrain from being overly startled. Suddenly, a series of barks interrupted Lin Dong's thoughts. It seemed rather vulgar. Even his dog seemed to agree. The recently departed Tang, Fei Wang returned, holding a person and a dog in each hand. The human was unconscious, while the dog, upon seeing Lin Dong, drooled excitedly and barked. Tang Fei Wang set the pair down and respectfully said to Lin Dong, "Sect leader, this person and dog were trapped at the foot of the mountain. Sensing your aura on them, I took the liberty of bringing them back." The dog, having been set down, collapsed onto the ground and immediately began to vomit. Clearly, it was somewhat dizzy and fearful of heights. Lin Dong, witnessing this scene, placed one hand on his forehead and patted the dog's shoulder, saying, "Indeed, this is our sect's master and pet. You did well. I have high hopes for you." The person and dog were none other than the carefree Taoist and Erha. Lin Dong had not released his divine sense and was unaware of their escape, failing to protect them beforehand. Fortunately, they were unharmed. Tang Fei Wang was somewhat taken aback, bowing his head as he said, "Thank you, sect master. This is what I ought to do. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Having spoken, he respectfully performed a bow and departed, casting one last glance at the serene figure of the Xian Yao Dao Ren lying on the ground. The master of the sect. Was he not the venerable ancestor? Yet, why did he seem so feeble? Could it be that he had sealed his own cultivation and had yet to regain his strength? Never mind, he thought. He would instruct his brothers to treat this man with the utmost respect in the future. Lin Dong nodded. "Yes, you may go now. I shall take charge of them." With a grand gesture, he summoned a stream of spiritual energy that split into two, entering the bodies of a man and a dog. Instantly, the dog was rejuvenated, springing to its feet and affectionately rubbing against Lin Dong's leg, its eyes brimming with tears, as if it were a wronged child finally returning home, lamenting the grievances it had endured. Before long, the Xian Yao Dao Ren stirred from his slumber. He sat up in excitement, first checking his body for any harm, glancing around with a lingering sense of unease. Upon spotting Lin Dong, he exclaimed, "Disciple, what has transpired?" "I stepped out to procure some wine and nearly did not return, wandering aimlessly all the while. I thought I would never see you again." Originally, he believed Lin Dong would depart, going down the mountain alone to indulge in some solitary drinking, and that he would encounter the dog on his way back. Lin Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that it was precisely during his master's descent that he had employed the sect's facilities to confine him outside. With that thought, he decided to change the subject. He stepped forward, maintaining a calm demeanor, and waved his hand toward the scene below, saying, "Fear not, master. Behold, I have rebuilt our Xianyao sect. Under my stewardship, it shall flourish and prosper." The Xian Yao Dao Ren was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. He quickly rose to his feet and followed Lin Dong's gaze downward. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was struck with awe, his eyes glistening, lips trembling. Standing speechless for an extended moment, despite the multitude of words swirling within him, he could only muster the repeated exclamations, "Good, good, good. Indeed, I did not misjudge you." He had anticipated that once Lin Dong regained his cultivation, he would abandon him. In his mind, he believed that the powerful were devoid of sentiment. Yet, to his astonishment, his disciple had not forsaken him, but had instead aided in the restoration of the Xian Yao sect, fulfilling a long-held wish. A good disciple, truly filial. You have brought great honor to your master. Chapter 6. The Sacred Land accepts disciples, all sides stirring observing his master's emotional state. Lin Dong felt a stir within his own heart. Yet, being a man, he was at a loss as to how to comfort another man. In this world, He had no kin, save for the Xian Yao Dao Run, his sole master, though they shared no blood relation. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. From childhood to adulthood, the carefree Taoist raised him single-handedly, regarding him as his own child. In Lin Dong's heart, he was akin to a biological father. Lin Dong had no reason to abandon him. He had previously resolved to rebuild the carefree sect, allowing his master to cultivate alongside him, ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts and indulging in all the world's splendors. Suddenly, Lin Dong recalled something and smiled gently, saying, "Master, I have just taken in an excellent disciple for you." Upon hearing this, the carefree Taoist was overjoyed and stepped forward to grasp Lin Dong's arm, exclaiming, "Where is he? Hurry, bring him to me." He had anticipated some changes in Lin Dong, as they say that the strong are often indifferent and unfeeling. Yet, he felt that Lin Dong remained as he had always been, without any reservation. This also signified that the carefree sect would have a successor, and in that moment, the carefree Taoist felt as if he had regained decades of youth. Lin Dong pointed towards the Tower of Time and Space, chuckling, "Your disciple has gone to cultivate within the tower." He paused, then continued, "Oh, by the way, your disciple's cultivation level surpasses yours. When he sees that his grandmaster's level is so low, won't you feel embarrassed?" In truth, Yi Changxing's cultivation level was not particularly high, merely at the qi condensation stage, while the carefree Taoist was still at the qi refinement stage, indeed lower than that of Yi Changxing. The carefree Taoist puffed out his cheeks and glared, saying, "You little rascal, you've grown quite bold, even daring to jest with your master." This lad had indeed achieved something. He must ensure to extract some valuable insights from him. Rubbing his hands together, he urged, "Quickly, my good disciple, provide me with some invincible techniques. And that skill for concealing one's cultivation. Do not hold back. In your childhood, your master provided you with countless treasures, even foregoing them himself. He insisted on acquiring the concealment technique first. Otherwise, how could the esteemed ancestor feel pride when his own disciple surpassed him?" He had heard that such techniques allowed one to cultivate like a hidden powerhouse. Lin Dong chuckled. "All right, as my revered master, you shall certainly receive your share. This is our carefree sect's exclusive technique." With a snap of his fingers, a beam of light shot into the carefree Taoist's forehead. Closing his eyes, the carefree Taoist attentively absorbed the information. Moments later, he opened his eyes, astonished as he gazed at Lin Dong. "Disciple, can this technique be cultivated by someone of my caliber?" He pondered the phrase. One transforms into myriad paths converge into one, reaching the pinnacle of the ultimate way. Although he did not fully comprehend its meaning, he sensed its extraordinary nature. After reviewing the technique, he compared it with the previous ones he had practiced, deeming those earlier methods utterly worthless. Lin Dong replied with a light laugh, "Of course it can. The cultivation techniques of our carefree sect do not rely on innate talent. They can even enhance one's aptitude, allowing even a dog to cultivate." At that moment, a nearby husky took offense, barking loudly. Lin Dong quipped, "What, do you wish to cultivate too?" Saying this, he also provided the husky with a copy. Upon receiving this information, the husky abruptly stiffened, its forelegs kicking out as it collapsed onto the ground. The husky exclaimed, "Thank you." The immortal Taoist, startled, hurriedly approached to check if the husky was still breathing. Anxiously, he turned to Lin Dong and inquired, "Is it alive? Is the husky all right?" Lin Dong reassured him, "It's perfectly fine. It simply lacks the mental capacity to process such a vast amount of information all at once and fainted." The immortal Taoist sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. By the way, what about the technique for concealing one's cultivation?" He nearly forgot this matter. Lin Dong chuckled, rubbing his forehead. "Master, I currently do not possess such a technique, but I have a method that can significantly enhance your cultivation in a short time." He had not realized before that his master was so concerned about appearances. He had just inquired with the system whether there were any techniques in the scripture pavilion, only to receive the answer that he needed to complete a task and accept the second disciple of the sect before the techniques in the scripture pavilion would be fully accessible. The immortal Taoist's interest was piqued. "What is this marvelous method? Please, share it with me." Lin Dong replied, "Master, I shall take you to a place for cultivation. All you need to do is focus on your training there, and you will soon surpass your disciple. As for the location, you need not concern yourself. Simply concentrate on your cultivation." Before the immortal Taoist could respond, Lin Dong waved his hand, sending him to the second level of the time-space tower. Lin Dong believed that even if he attempted to explain the time-space tower to his master, the latter would struggle to comprehend it. It would be better to wait until the scripture pavilion opened and then allow him to catch up on his knowledge. Thus, he sent him to cultivate in the time-space tower, akin to Yi Changsheng's experience. However, unlike Yi Changsheng, who was on the first level, the immortal Taoist was on the second level, with their respective flow rates differing by 100-fold. It wouldn't be long before the immortal Taoist-esque cultivation surpassed that of Yi Chongqing. Lin Dong stood at the spot, stretching leisurely. Ah, finally. There's nothing left to attend to. Now, I can return to sip tea and bask in the sun. That is the good life. On the same day, a piece of news spread from the Qingxian sacred land. After the news emerged from the Qingxian sacred land, it swiftly swept across the entirety of Qingzhou. The long-silent Qingzhou erupted into excitement. Countless prodigies from all corners of Qingzhou flocked towards Qingxian city. Hey, hey, hey. It is said that the Qingxian Sacred Land's Disciple Recruitment Conference is about to commence. What? The Qingxian Sacred Land is finally accepting disciples again? Did you just find out? I heard that 3 days from now, at the foot of the Qingxian Sacred Land in Qingxian City. Hurry, Brother Wang. We must reach Qingxian City soon. It's quite far, and if we delay, we'll miss it. It's been 6 years, 6 long years. Do you know how I've spent these 6 years? I've finally waited long enough. After failing last time, this time I will surely succeed. I must strive to enter the Qingxian Sacred Land as a servant disciple. Tung you possess the demeanor of a champion. I hope you can break through and enter the Sacred Land this time. Brother, I have journeyed to Qingxian City, so I kindly ask you to look after my sister-in-law at home. Su Kuan, there is no need for you to attend the Disciple Recruitment Conference this time. As an elder from the Sacred Land wishes to take you as a disciple, numerous sects, forces, rogue cultivators, and families from across Qingzhou have dispatched their talented individuals to Qingxian City, all in pursuit of joining the Sacred Land. Even becoming a mere servant disciple would benefit the entire family. As the saying goes, when one ascends to greatness, even the chickens and dogs rise alongside them. Chapter 7. The Divine Physique of Youth and the Mysterious Maiden. Meanwhile, in the lava valley of Qingzhou, a mysterious and perilous magma gorge has emerged, the origins of which are unknown. It is said to erupt with molten lava from time to time, claiming the lives of those who dare to approach. A youth clad in black robes sits cross-legged atop the rolling magma, his brow furrowed in evident distress. Beads of perspiration, akin to grains of rice, dot his refined visage as he clenches his teeth, emitting low growls of agony. Roar, roar, roar. The endless magma beneath him visibly diminishes. Is the youth absorbing the essence of the magma for cultivation? How terrifying. Beside him stands an elderly man, his hair a striking white, swaying slightly. With a look of satisfaction, he observes the youth. Yinner, hold on. The essence of the blue lotus earth fire is a rare find, and you are on the verge of complete fusion. Do not let your efforts go to waste. Your boundless divine fire physique must undergo rebirth through flames to awaken fully. Your future is limitless. The youth grits his teeth, steadfastly persevering, as he focuses intently on communicating with the foreign fire, attempting to merge with it. In his heart, he roars, I, Luo Yan, will succeed. Wait for me, Lung Yanran. I will show everyone that you are unworthy of me. Moments later, as the magma recedes, the youth's aura surges, reaching the threshold of a semi-king realm before gradually stabilizing. Master, I have succeeded. The youth opens his eyes, their brilliance shining as he joyfully congratulates the elder. Indeed, Yinner, splendid. The divine physique combined with the blue lotus earth fire can fully unleash your potential. The elder nods in satisfaction, feeling both pleased and comforted by his disciple. Master, once I have achieved mastery, I shall surely first reshape your body. Luo Yin chuckles lightly, his gaze firm as he observes the elder's flickering form. Good. To have such a disciple is a fulfillment of my life, the elder replies, tears of joy streaming down his face. In truth, the elder is merely a remnant soul, and the bracelet in Luo Yan's possession serves as the dwelling for his lingering spirit. He should not have perished, having wandered the eastern region for many years, only to discover such a talented individual as Luo Yan, whose physique perfectly aligns with the cultivation methods of the Medicine King's Valley. At this moment, Luo Yan inquires, Master, where shall we go next? The old man pondered for a moment, his expression icy as he commanded, let us proceed to Qingshan City. Master, what purpose do we have there? Came the inquiry. First, we shall reclaim some interest. Outside Qingxian City, an ancient flying vessel streaked across the sky, racing towards the horizon. At the bow of the venerable ship stood 2 exquisitely beautiful young women. The girl clad in green, with lively and intelligent eyes akin to autumn waters, curiously gazed around. The other, adorned in a white skirt, showcased her graceful figure, her flowing hair cascading down to her waist, and a serene, elegant smile gracing her stunning visage. Saintess, the girl in green began, only to be interrupted by the white-clad woman. With a delicate lift of her hand, the white-clad girl said, Xiao Yan, how many times must I remind you? When we are outside, do not address me as Saintess, you may call me sister or miss. Oh, Miss Saint. Why have we come to Dongyu Qingzhou? Shouldn't we head directly to the divine realm to broaden our horizons? The white-clad woman contemplated briefly before responding. As we pass through Qingxian City, it coincides with the recruitment of disciples by the Qingxian Holy Land, which should attract numerous talented individuals. In a few days, we shall ascend the mountain to observe the prodigies of this eastern domain. The girl in green appeared puzzled, her bright eyes filled with confusion as she questioned, Miss, what exceptional talents could possibly emerge from Qingzhou? The spiritual energy here is so sparse, and treasures of heaven and earth are scarce. How can one cultivate unparalleled genius? Even a casual stay in our northern region surpasses this place. With a composed demeanor, the white-clad woman explained, one must not underestimate the talents from various locales. The continent is replete with prodigies. Countless powerful beings have risen from humble beginnings to reach the pinnacle of the continent, looking down upon all living beings. After a brief pause, she continued, take, for instance, the Empress of Fragrance from the Eastern Domain. Should we have the fortune to witness her unparalleled grace during our visit, it would indeed be a worthwhile journey. Very well, since you say so, miss, I shall heed your directions, the girl acquiesced. Now, let us find a place to settle. At the Xianyao sect, in the rear courtyard, Lin Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the sect. The vast grounds were devoid of vitality. It was time to recruit some disciples. Lin Dong murmured to himself. 2 strands of divine consciousness were dispatched as he resolved to send out 2 guards to recruit disciples for the sect. His criteria were clear, those with at least saint-level aptitude, great determination, and admirable character. Master, a voice called out, pulling Lin Dong from his reverie. He turned to see Yi Changxing approaching from outside the courtyard. The newcomer, Yi Changxing, had just emerged from the Tower of Time and Space, feeling as though he were floating amidst the clouds. Indeed, splendid. The chaotic sword body has been perfectly assimilated, Lin Dong observed at a glance, recognizing Yi Changxing's state. Thanks to your intervention, Master. Otherwise, with my abilities, I might never have activated the sword body in this lifetime. Yi Changxing scratched his head, involuntarily flattering his master. Master, I find myself at an impasse. No matter how I absorb spiritual energy, I cannot break through. I have come to seek your guidance. Through his recent cultivation, he had reached the threshold of a half-step king realm. He felt an abundance of power within him, yet he remained stuck, unable to transcend. Oh, you have reached the half-step king realm, Lin Dong remarked with a faint smile. He then proceeded to elucidate the methods of cultivation for the king realm. To ascend to the king realm is no simple feat. Relying solely on the absorption of spiritual energy will likely yield no breakthroughs in this lifetime. Below the king realm, one cultivates with spiritual energy, while the king realm requires an understanding of the world's spiritual essence, enabling one to soar through the skies. It is essential to comprehend the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, as spiritual energy serves merely as an aid to cultivation. To grasp the essence of the cosmos, one must relax both body and mind, communicating with the spiritual energy through one's own insights. Understanding the essence cannot be rushed, if one cannot break through. At this juncture, Lin Dong paused, for a surge of kingly aura erupted from Yi Changxing's being. Master, I have broken through to the king realm, Yi Changxing exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lin Dong's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, the chaos sword body draws close to the cosmic path. How effortlessly you have broken through to the king realm. I never anticipated this boy would achieve such a feat without any regard for my dignity. It is all due to your masterful teachings, Yi Changxing replied, his excitement palpable as he radiated the aura of a king. How extraordinary. In such a short span, I have advanced 2 significant realms. The journey of cultivation stretches far ahead. Do not let pride take root, Lin Dong replied with a serene smile, refraining from disclosing his own accomplishments. Rest assured, Master, Yi Changxing said, bowing deeply. I shall continue my cultivation. With that, he made his way towards the Tower of Time and Space. Go on, Lin Dong waved him off. Observing Yi Changxing hasten away, Lin Dong chuckled softly. Cultivation? Why bother? I have never cultivated in this lifetime. Chapter 8. The City of Wutan, Luoyan. And the extermination of the Blood Fiends Division in the blink of an eye, 2.5 days had passed. Qingshan City, located adjacent to Qingxian City, appeared somewhat desolate as Lin Dong strolled along the sparsely populated streets with Yi Changxing, accompanied by Duan Liuda and Tang Feiyao. In stark contrast to the bustling Qingxian City, Qingshan City seemed eerily quiet. There are hardly any people here. They must all be over in Qingxian City enjoying the festivities, Yi Changxing remarked, recalling his previous visit, during which he had been relentlessly pursued by the Blood Fiends Division. Master, why have we come to Qingshan City? I thought you intended to take me to Qingxian City for the spectacle, Yi Changxing inquired further. We are indeed heading to Qingxian City, but we are merely passing through Qingshan City to attend to a matter and to eradicate some unsavory pests, Lin Dong replied. Yi Changxing was perplexed, but he decided not to dwell on it. After all, following his master was the right course of action. He had been diligently cultivating within the tower when Lin Dong had pulled him out. Very well, master. Suddenly, they paused in their tracks, both gazing ahead. At that moment, from a nearby tea house, a powerful aura emanated, belonging to a formidable king realm expert, followed by a multitude of energies soaring into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Dong sensed the commotion, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the purpose of his visit to Qingshan City, accompanying an elder, who also happened to be a child of destiny. Intriguing. Let us go take a look, he said, even opening the system panel to check. Luoyan, young master of the Luo family from Wutan City, physique, endless divine fire body. Gu Chun, master of the divine realm Apothecary Valley, cultivation, Saint King realm. Status, fragment of remnant soul. Meanwhile, within the tea house, moments prior, a seemingly inconspicuous corner housed a cloaked youth, a heavy sword resting on his back. He sipped tea, occasionally glancing out the window. Yenner, prepare for action. I have surveyed the area with my divine sense. There is but one king realm expert here. The rest pose no threat. An ancient voice resonated in the boy's mind. Indeed, this was Luoyan. Their objective was none other than the Blood Slaughter Branch Pavilion in Qingshan City. He had learned from his master that his predecessor's demise was closely linked to the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. This venture to Qingshan City was to reclaim a measure of interest, eradicate the branch, seize some resources, and test the extent of his current strength. Very well, master, let us make them repay their dues. The Blood Slaughter Pavilion had dared to strike against his master. They deserved annihilation. In Luoyan's heart, it was his master who granted him a second chance at life. And the Blood Slaughter Pavilion had already been marked for destruction. His gaze turned cold as he crushed the teacup in his hand, and in an instant, he erupted with fury. You scoundrels of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, I have come to collect my interest. Those who do not wish to perish, step aside. As he spoke, flames coalesced in his hands, and fireballs were hurled forth, transforming the entire tea house into a sea of flames. Countless individuals fled in panic, with those unable to react or lacking in strength being reduced to ashes. Ah, what kind of fire is this? Quick, someone save me. I don't want to die. Damn it. Why does this person resort to such violence? In an instant, the aura of a king realm expert locked onto Luoyan, and numerous energies surged toward him with lethal intent. Luoyan swiftly drew the heavy sword from his back, swinging it at those charging towards him. A half-step king? Who dares to cause a ruckus in my Blood Slaughter Pavilion branch? An emaciated elder burst forth from below, gazing at Luoyan with eyes that seemed to regard him as a mere corpse. The elderly figure before them was none other than the Blood Shadow Elder. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils dilated in alarm. Before him stood Luoyan, like an invincible deity of slaughter, drenched in the blood of his foes. With each swing of his sword, he claimed the lives of several assassins from the Bloodshed Pavilion, and even those on the cusp of becoming kings could not withstand a single strike from him. Remarkably, not a drop of blood upon him was his own. It all belonged to those of the Bloodshed Pavilion. Die, you wretched scoundrels. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Luoyan shouted with fervor as he relentlessly swung his blade. This cannot continue. If he keeps this up, my associates will be completely annihilated. The Blood Shadow Elder observed his subordinates falling one by one, unable to contain his fury any longer. If he were to be blamed by those above him, he knew he would face a grim fate. He was merely an individual who had climbed the ranks through connections. Such a debacle would leave him without protection. With this thought in mind, he charged towards Luoyan with lightning speed, almost instantaneously appearing behind him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Luoyan raised his heavy sword, swiftly turning to parry. What is this? The elder can no longer contain himself. The Blood Shadow Elder unleashed a flurry of ruthless strikes, each aimed at vital points. Young man, you are playing with fire. Have you considered the consequences of attacking my Bloodshed Pavilion? Luoyan, undeterred, engaged in combat with the elder. Ha ha, I revel in slaying the scum of your pavilion. Spare me the words. Today, it will either be your demise or mine. The two clashed fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Unbeknownst to them, several figures began to materialize in the surrounding void. Moments later, the Blood Shadow Elder found himself at a disadvantage, losing his right hand to Luoyan's blade. How can this boy be so formidable? Although I am a king through sheer resourcefulness, I should not be unable to defeat even a semi-king. This is absurd. In desperation, the Blood Shadow Elder activated his blood escape technique, shattering a jade pendant in his grasp. Instantly, he transformed into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing into the distance. Where he had shattered the pendant, a swirling mass of blood mist appeared in the sky. Quickly, Yenner, we must flee. This is a distress signal from the Bloodshed Pavilion. Powerful beings from the pavilion will be here shortly. The anxious voice of Gu Chen echoed in Luoyan's mind. Master, Are we truly leaving just like this? Luo Yin hesitated, his hand pausing mid-swing, reluctant to retreat. Depart at once, or it will be too late. With no further hesitation, Luo Yin turned to flee. At that moment, an imposing aura of a 6th-level king materialized, as a figure blocked Luo Yan's path. Jie, who dares to destroy my bloodshed pavilion's branch? The newcomer was a young man, his pallid face clad in blood-red robes, his frame gaunt as though drained of life. What should we do, master? A 6th-level king. Luo Yin gazed at the man before him, feeling a sense of trepidation. Alas, this time it was my oversight. I never anticipated that there would be other formidable figures from the blood slaughter pavilion nearby. Disciple, relax your body and allow your master to lead you out of this predicament. Master, no. My decision is resolute. At that moment, a young man moved, preparing to charge at Luo Yin. If you come, then do not depart. He is a killer from the Qingxian branch of the blood slaughter pavilion, known as the Void Ghost King. He had been executing a mission near Qingshan City and rushed over upon seeing the signal. Little did he expect that an insignificant ant would dare to provoke their blood slaughter pavilion. Suddenly, a flash of sword light emerged from the void, slicing toward the Void Ghost King. The blade struck true, and the unprepared Void Ghost King felt a sharp pain as blood spurted forth, revealing glimpses of his chest bone. A holy sword? Who dares to ambush me? The others were taken aback. How could it be that other strong individuals were lurking in the void? When had they arrived? Managing to evade their divine sense detection and conceal themselves in the emptiness? Master. Luo Yin stood frozen, hesitant to act, repeatedly calling out to his master in his mind, yet receiving no response. Who were they, and why did they choose to intervene on my behalf? Even my master is reluctant to respond. The Void Ghost King stood in the void, clutching his chest. The previous strike had been too swift. He had barely managed to evade a fatal wound thanks to his killer instincts. He felt a terrifying force within him, continuously assailing his injury, preventing it from healing and worsening his condition. He conjured a massive hand of spiritual energy and struck forward. Damn it, who are you? Show yourself. 3 figures slowly emerged, as if stepping forth from the river of time. With each step, the void resonated with a low hum, seemingly unable to withstand their oppressive presence. At the forefront stood a striking young man with silver hair, his eyes deep as the abyss, exuding an aura of both enchantment and menace. Beside him was a handsome man clad in white, wielding a long sword, his icy gaze fixed upon the Void Ghost King. Behind them lingered a scruffy man in a white robe, his small eyes darting around, surveying the surroundings. These 3 were none other than Lin Dong and his companions. The massive hand of spiritual energy dissipated before reaching Lin Dong and his allies. The Void Ghost King, startled, gazed at Lin Dong and his companions, his expression shifting between darkness and light, pondering inwardly. Curse it, what kind of powerful beings are these? What formidable force has the Qingxian branch provoked? Truly, I should have checked the omens before venturing out. I have struck a hard obstacle. He discerned that the 2 young men in front held higher statuses. For the man in white wielded a holy sword, a weapon not typically possessed by ordinary factions. Such a divine weapon was something even sages might not possess. It was evident that he belonged to a prominent family. The man behind resembled a bodyguard, standing protectively in their shadow. Upon reflecting on this, he slightly bowed to Lin Dong and the 2 others, saying, "Gentlemen, this is a matter of the blood slaughter pavilion. I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening, lest you bring calamity upon your own family." The trio disregarded the words of the Void Ghost King, looking down upon everything with an air of superiority. Lin Dong waved his hand, dispersing the blood mist that enveloped the sky. He wished to avoid the incessant disturbances of flies intruding upon their affairs. Beside him, Yi Changsheng glanced at Lin Dong, his eyes bearing a hint of inquiry. "Master." Lin Dong smiled faintly, understanding the intent behind Yi Changsheng's gaze. "Go ahead. Everything shall be handled by your master. With the strength of my carefree sect, we harbor no fear of any worldly forces. Let me witness how your prowess has developed since your breakthrough into the King realm." Previously, the Blood Slaughter Pavilion had pursued Yi Changsheng. Although he had already dispatched those 2 assassins, the enmity had been established, and this matter could not simply be left unresolved. Yi Changsheng needed to uncover the identity of those who sought his life. With his master's approval, he felt reassured to proceed. As he spoke, Yi Changsheng transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly charging towards the void old ghost. Luo Yin watched in astonishment. How could such a young powerhouse emerge from nowhere? Seemingly of similar age, yet capable of contending against a 6th-tier king with 1st-tier king strength and maintaining a firm advantage? He found it hard to believe that there existed someone in the Eastern domain even more gifted than himself. At that moment, the void beside Lin Dong stirred. Tang Feiyao emerged, dragging an old man with him. He first bowed to Lin Dong, then unceremoniously tossed the old man to the ground. Master, I have brought back this old ghost, and he is still alive. Though alive, he is quite on the verge of demise. This old man was none other than the blood shadow old ghost. As he fled, Lin Dong had instructed Tang Feiyao to retrieve him, which explained the presence of only Lin Dong and his two companions. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Very well, let us treat him properly once Chongqing returns, and then we shall inquire further. Ensure he is well taken care of. The blood shadow old ghost slowly opened his eyes, his pupils quivering as if witnessing something beyond belief. His mouth quivered incessantly, inwardly lamenting, Yi Chongqing, how could he possibly be this strong, even overpowering the void old ghost? His expression turned ashen, and he cursed the Yi family in his heart. Damn it, the cursed Yi family. If they seek death, that is their choice. But why drag us into their misfortune? Why not properly nurture their own genius instead of sending him to assassinate others? Moments later, the battle on Yi Chongqing's side concluded. The Void Ghost King lay defeated at his feet. With his first-tier king cultivation, combined with the Chaos Sword body and the Sacred Sword, he felt confident that even stronger opponents would fall before him. Yi Chongqing sheathed his sword and approached Lin Dong with a smile. Master, did your disciple bring you shame? Lin Dong replied with a light smile. You did adequately, I suppose. However, should you struggle against such mediocre opponents, you ought to refrain from proclaiming yourself a disciple of my carefree sect. Everything unfolded as Lin Dong had anticipated. Although Yi Chongqing was merely at the first level of the king realm, his recently awakened chaotic sword body was renowned as the foremost among the 3,000 body techniques. Although Yi Chongqing had yet to fully master it, he could still unleash considerable power. Most notably, the chaotic energy emanating from the chaotic sword body possessed an unparalleled lethality. For an ordinary individual, being struck by the chaotic sword energy was nearly insurmountable, often resulting in death or severe incapacitation. Behind them, Duan Liuda coughed and said, Ahem. Young man, how does the sword feel in your hands? Yi Chongqing responded with a smile, It's quite suitable. I owe my success this time to Elder Duan's sword. Duan Liuda proudly lifted his head and added, Indeed, I treat such sacred weapons as mere refuse to be discarded in my storage ring. I will procure a few imperial weapons for you to utilize. This sacred weapon is rather underwhelming. Yi Chongqing inquired, Procure what? Duan Liuda replied, Cough, nothing. You must have misheard. Was Duan Liuda the sort to engage in petty thievery? He merely wished for those treasures to see the light of day once more. Lin Dong, amused by Duan Liuda's demeanor, remarked, All right, let us focus on the matter at hand. Duan Liuda advanced and delivered a kick to the blood shadow old ghost, who was feigning death on the ground, causing him to yelp and roll over several times. Enough, old ghost. Stop pretending. Speak. Who commissioned you to assassinate Yi Chongqing? A chill emanated from Yi Chongqing, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the blood shadow old ghost, who lay sprawled on the ground with an expression of indifference, akin to a dead pig unbothered by boiling water. He retorted, In my blood fiend pavilion, we have rules. We do not divulge any employer's information. Lin Dong smiled slightly, signaling Duan Liuda to showcase his skills. Old Liuda, these two old ghosts are in your hands now. Use any means necessary to extract the truth from him. As for why not to probe their souls, for those of their caliber, soul probing was indeed the simplest method. However, Lin Dong preferred to infuse some enjoyment into the process, believing that life's true essence lay in the experience rather than merely the outcome. Duan Liuda grinned lewdly, instantly comprehending Lin Dong's intent. Hee. Rest assured, Sect Master, this task is well within my expertise. I guarantee a satisfactory resolution. He seized both individuals and departed. For what was about to transpire might taint the Sect Master's eyes. The Void Ghost King, bewildered, shouted, I truly do not know. I was merely passing by. Meanwhile, the blood shadow old ghost wore a disdainful expression. They had undergone professional training after all. Well then, since this matter has been resolved, let us move on to another issue. Lin Dong continued, his gaze gradually shifting to the figure of Luo Yin, who stood nearby. Chapter 10. Core disciple Luo Yin receives generous rewards. Yi Chongqing observed the unfolding scene with growing confusion, unable to fathom Lin Dong's intentions. Indeed, they had been here all along. It was merely Lin Dong who had prevented them from exiting, thus they remained confined. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yin was taken aback. Could it finally be his turn? He hastily bowed to the group, expressing his gratitude with a hint of reverence. I am profoundly thankful for your timely intervention, esteemed seniors. I am at a loss for how to repay you. May I inquire which sect you hail from? I shall certainly pay a visit in the future. He had just heard mention of the Celestial Freedom Sect. Could they be its formidable practitioners? However, what kind of force was this sect, and where was it located? He had never heard of it before. Surely, it was not a hidden sect of recluses? Lin Dong chuckled lightly and continued, There is no need for a formal visit. If you wish to express your gratitude, The time is now. Please, esteemed seniors, speak plainly. In that case, let us dispense with any pretense. Our descent from the mountain was solely for you. Would you be willing to join our celestial freedom sect? Upon hearing this, Yi Changxing finally grasped Lin Dong's intentions. Was he seeking to acquire an additional junior disciple? He could only hope this individual would not be ungrateful should he refuse the master's invitation. He would have to face the consequences. From Lin Dong, he had learned that he was currently the first disciple of the Celestial Freedom Sect. Also known as the eldest brother, Luo Yin was momentarily dumbfounded. For my sake? Esteemed senior, you cannot be jesting. Rest assured, I am not. Luo Yin hesitated, standing in silence for an extended period, appearing to contemplate seriously. Master, please come forth and rescue your disciple, he silently implored. What was he to do? Lin Dong had just saved his life. Logically, he should agree immediately. Yet, his master had not responded, leaving him uncertain. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Yin awkwardly spoke. Esteemed senior, I am already bound to a sect. I beg for your forgiveness, or perhaps you might suggest an alternative that I could accept. As if sensing Luo Yan's apprehension, Lin Dong replied, that is of no consequence. Did you not come here with the intention of joining the Azure Mystic Holy Land? The Azure Mystic Holy Land is such a trivial matter. A single member from our Celestial Freedom Sect could effortlessly annihilate it. Why not join us instead? Luo Yin was taken aback. What kind of power was bold enough to utter such domineering words? At that moment, Lin Dong's voice rang out once more. Or do you wish to return to consult with your master, Guqin, before making a decision? Indeed. How did you know I wish to confer with my master? Luo Yin exclaimed, astonished. This is uncanny. But then he realized, wait, how does he know my master? Luo Yin stepped back in shock. Hearing this, the spirit of Guqin within the bracelet was equally astounded. He was a being of the Saint King realm, albeit reduced to a mere remnant of his soul. Only another entity of the Saint King realm could discern his presence. He had never disclosed his identity to anyone, so he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the other party could perceive him. When had such a powerful individual emerged in the eastern region? Could it be a hidden master? Since the other party is already aware of his existence, it would be better to reveal himself directly. With this thought in mind, Guqin emerged from the bracelet and smiled at Luo Yin. Luo Yin was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, Master, how did you come out? Guqin waved his hand, signaling him not to panic. With Lin Dong having intervened to save them, there was no need to harm them. If he intended to act, he would have done so earlier. He then bowed slightly to Lin Dong and said, I am Guqin, honored to meet you. Lin Dong nodded slightly, replying, I thought you would not dare to show yourself. How about this? You and your disciple join my Xiaoyao sect, and I will make an exception to appoint you as an elder of the Alchemy Hall. Who knows, if I am in a good mood one day, I may even assist you in reconstructing your body ahead of time. Buy one, get one free. Take in a disciple and receive an elder as well. As the master of the Medicine King Valley, your alchemical skills should be commendable. When the number of disciples increases, we will naturally require countless elixirs. So it would be prudent to secure an alchemist now, ensuring we will not lack for medicinal resources. We strive to grant the disciples of Xiaoyao sect the freedom of elixirs. Both Guqin and Luo Yin were taken aback by the mention of reconstructing his body, a long-held aspiration for both of them. Meanwhile, Yi Changxing, who had been displeased, quelled his discontent upon considering that Luo Yin might soon be his junior disciple. He then remarked, Hey, kid, what are you hesitating for? Look at me. I broke through from the condensation realm to the monarch realm in just 2 days after entering the sect. Luo Yin, feeling somewhat swayed, cast an inquiring glance at his master. Guqin smiled gently, saying, Yinner, the decision is yours to make. I will always be by your side, following your heart. Senior, I am willing to join the Xiaoyao sect, but I have one condition. I ask that you expedite the reconstruction of my master's body. He understood that his disciple valued loyalty and had always wished to restore his body, but such matters could not be rushed. He was not particularly fearful of Lin Dong deceiving them. Even if the other party was a Saint King, he would not allow them to have an easy time. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong chuckled lightly and nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, since he is an elder of my Xiaoyao sect, his affairs are now my responsibility. From this day forth, Luo Yin will be a core disciple of Xiaoyao sect, and Guqin will serve as an elder of the Alchemy Hall. Obey the sect master's orders. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple. Task rewards have been distributed. Please check. Beep. Congratulations, host, on receiving an elder of the sect. Rewards have been distributed. Please check. Beep. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the reward. Invincible Sword Body. Beep. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. 1 Realm Advancement Card. Beep. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the reward. Nirvana Ascension Dragon Pool Facility for the sect. It has been manifested. Beep. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the reward. War God Tower facility for the sect. It has been manifested. The invincible sword body, unmatched across the realms. Invincible in defense, invincible in offense, simply invincible. The God of War Tower, within it lies a world of its own, filled with projections of countless unparalleled prodigies. Upon entry, one will be matched with invincible powerhouses of their own realm. Defeating them yields rewards. And one may also challenge those of higher realms to enhance their disciple strength. The Nirvana Ascending Dragon Pool, a pool of water cultivated from numerous heavenly materials and treasures, infused with the essence of true dragon blood and phoenix blood, as well as divine transformation water. It can be used to refine the disciples' physical bodies, enhance their constitution, and facilitate rebirth through nirvana, applicable to anyone, regardless of realm, adapting to the user's physical condition. It is inexhaustible and will automatically refill after use. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, Sect Identity Token. Congratulations on completing the task. All resources of the sect are now available. Access to the Divine Weapon Tomb. The realm of 10,000 medicines, the sect's secret realm, and the sect's divine veins has been granted. Note, this has been manifested. Lin Dong gazed at the array of task rewards and descriptions, feeling a surge of excitement within. He planned to utilize these rewards upon returning to the sect and to observe any changes therein. At that moment, Duan Leota returned, dragging the blood shadow old ghost, and unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground. Sectmaster, this fellow has confessed. The blood shadow old ghost lay motionless on the ground, his gaze vacant, eyes devoid of life, as if he had just endured a harrowing experience. Meanwhile, the Void Ghost King was nowhere to be seen, suggesting he had yet to be captured. Chapter 11. Terrifying Sect Facilities, Astonishing the Master and Disciple Duo. What did he say? Lin Dong nodded slightly and turned to Duan Leota. As the blood shadow old ghost caught sight of Lin Dong, a glimmer of light flickered in his dull eyes. I beg you to kill me. I have revealed everything. Just in my life. He scrambled to his feet, pleading with tears streaming down his face. Tang Feiao looked on in astonishment at the blood shadow old ghost, pondering silently. Is this how one yields? Could this be the sect master's approach to confrontation? First, treat them well, and they quickly become friends, after which nothing remains unspoken. Truly, the sect master possesses a magnanimous heart, treating even enemies with such kindness. Unlike me, who merely sends foes to meet their ancestors. Who says adversaries must engage in violence? Sometimes, a sincere conversation can forge friendships. Lin Dong, you certainly have a vivid imagination. Lin Dong paused, casting a surprised glance at Duan Leota. He was bewildered as to what the latter had done to transform such a fearsome assassin into this state in such a short time. Duan Leota felt somewhat flattered. About to speak, but hesitated upon seeing Yi Changshan. It's all right, go ahead. Yes, sect master. This old ghost claims he was hired by the Yi family of Qingxian City to hunt down Changshan, though he seems unaware of the specifics. After speaking, he observed Yi Changxing's expression, which was one of disbelief, as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. He murmured in disbelief, impossible, how can this be? He could scarcely fathom that those pursuing him were from the Yi family. Who could it be? Had a traitor emerged from within the Yi family? Why were they intent on his demise? Feeling a sense of helplessness, he turned to Lin Dong. Master, I wish to return home briefly to investigate this matter. Until this issue is resolved, I cannot focus on my cultivation. Lin Dong replied, very well, let us go together. It has been quite some time since I have visited the cities of this world. He continued, shall the two of you accompany us? Or will you return to the sect first? Lin Dong glanced at Luo Yin and his companion. With a wave of his hand, two white tokens appeared, soaring towards them. These are your identity tokens, take them. The two caught the tokens, their eyes filled with curiosity as they examined them. The front of the tokens bore a sword, intricately inscribed with the characters for the Xiaoyao sect, while the back indicated their status as elder and core disciple. Lin Dong's voice resonated once more. By attuning your consciousness to these tokens, you will gain access to information about the sect and cultivation knowledge. They can transmit your location back to the sect instantaneously and allow for the use of a protective barrier twice a month, capable of withstanding attacks from those at the emperor level and below. With that, Luo Yin and Gu Chun vanished in an instant. Master, they have returned to the sect without issue. I have instructed them to familiarize themselves with the sect and to train diligently. All resources are available to them. Yi Changxing rubbed his hands together, looking eagerly at Lin Dong. Master, what about my token? Having heard about the various functions of the identity tokens, he felt that as the esteemed senior brother, he certainly deserved one as well. Lin Dong waved his hand, and 3 tokens flew forth, one for each of them. The trio accepted their tokens, but before they could fully absorb the moment, Lin Dong's voice interrupted. All right, let us attend to the important matters first. In the transmission hall of the Xiaoyao sect, Luo Yin inadvertently triggered the teleportation command, transported by the identity token to the reception point of the Xiaoyao sect. Wow, Master! The spiritual energy here is so rich. Upon his arrival, Luo Yin was immediately enveloped by the dense aura of spiritual energy. Is this truly our Xiaoyao sect? Have we been teleported back? Indeed, Yinner, Guqin confirmed. According to the token's information, this should be the reception point of our Xiaoyao sect. Gu Chan emerged from his bracelet, surveying the surroundings with keen eyes, sensing a distinct quality to the spiritual energy. I never anticipated the spiritual energy here to be so abundant. It must be several times stronger than that of the divine realm. Come, Master. Let us venture outside to explore. As they stepped outside, they were momentarily taken aback. Before them lay a scene of ethereal beauty, with spiritual energy swirling like mist. Countless peaks rising majestically, and palatial structures appearing and disappearing amidst the mountains. Master, I can't be mistaken, can I? Luo Yin turned in confusion, noticing Gu Qin's silence. Master? Gu Qin stood in a trance, gazing at the meandering river beneath the mountain peak. Could it be? Surely, I have not erred. This is the essence of divinity. This river is a divine vein. My heavens! Initially, Gu Qin had approached his decision to join the Xiaoyao sect with a sense of skepticism, but upon witnessing this divine vein, he felt an exhilarating surge within. With such a divine vein, not only could he aspire to reclaim his former glory, but even ascend to the legendary realm seemed within reach. He had presumed the Xiaoyao sect to be merely a reclusive order, but it was evidently a divine sect. Master, what is the essence of divinity? Luo Yin inquired, puzzled. Without turning his gaze, Gu Qin fixed his eyes on the sect's divine vein and responded. The essence of divinity is a superior form of spiritual energy. It is said that those who attain the realm above the emperor cultivate this essence, which is rumored to emanate from an unknown territory beyond the Tianwu continent. Those who have harnessed the essence of divinity possess strength that far surpasses those who have not. The realm of the gods is so named because of the presence of this divine essence, albeit it is exceedingly rare, with even fewer instances found in the other 4 domains. Once, the Tianwu continent was abundant in this divine essence, but alas, it suffered greatly during the calamity of ancient times. At this moment, Gu Qin's gaze grew complex as he spoke. Master, what calamity transpired in ancient times? Luo Yin asked, bewildered. The invasion of the celestial demons. However, this is merely knowledge gleaned from ancient texts. The deeper secrets elude my understanding, Gu Qin continued. In the Tianwu continent, only those who have reached the quasi-emperor rank possess the qualification to vie for the scarce divine essence within the realm. Even I, in my youth, have only heard tales of it, but never possessed it. To transcend beyond the emperor realm necessitates a substantial amount of divine essence. Unfortunately, the divine essence of the Tianwu continent is insufficient to support breakthroughs to higher realms, resulting in its strongest practitioners remaining at the emperor level. Yinner, with your innate talent, I firmly believe that training in such a sect will enable you to reach heights beyond the emperor realm in the future. Above the emperor? How terrifying. Master, does this mean we have stumbled upon great fortune? Luo Yin exclaimed, astonished. Not merely fortune, Yinner, we have struck a veritable jackpot. To join such a divine sect, with divine essence so abundant it flows like a river, surely even the most unworthy could ascend to the emperor rank. We must cling tightly to this opportunity. Remember to work diligently and not bring shame to your master. Yes, master. Suddenly. Wait, could that tower be an artifact? And this, my heavens. Disciple, come here and support me. My legs have gone weak. Master, but you possess only a soul. How can your legs go weak? The two were like country folk entering a city, utterly astonished by the myriad of facilities within the Xiaoyao sect. Chapter 12. The change in the Yi family and the journey to the sacred land Qingzhou. Qingxian City tearing through the void, they arrived in an instant. At this moment, Qingxian City was bustling with an overwhelming crowd. Lin Dong, Yi Changsheng, and Tang Feiyao traversed the bustling streets. As for Duan Liuda, he had returned to deal with the remnants of the Blood Fiend Pavilion. Lin Dong retracted his consciousness, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He had witnessed everything that transpired between Luo Yin and his companion within the sect. To his surprise, the rewards for taking on disciples were exceedingly generous. The sect's facilities were now nearly complete. Even he, currently at the level of a divine emperor, could cultivate within the sect, albeit with minimal effects. The only element lacking in the sect was disciples, prompting him to devise a more efficient method, as the current pace of recruiting was far too slow. Here we are. Master, that is my home, Yi Changxing announced, pointing towards a grand mansion ahead. They soon arrived at the entrance of the Yi residence. The two guards stationed at the gate exchanged glances, their expressions shifting upon recognizing Yi Changxing. Young master, they chorused, quickly regaining their composure. Lin Dong keenly observed this exchange, his brow furrowing slightly. Yi Changxing nodded, preparing to enter. Ah, I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be our esteemed young master Yi returning. A voice laced with mockery emanated from within the gates. Moments later, several figures emerged, led by a young man accompanied by several guards. The derisive words belonged to this very leader. Let us proceed, master. There is no need to pay them any mind, Yi Changxing urged, suppressing his displeasure as he intended to usher Lin Dong and the others inside. Stop. Do you truly believe you are still the young master of the Yi family? The young man's voice rang out once more, laced with a hint of malice. Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback. Seize him, the young man commanded before Yi Changxing could react. Yes, second young master. The guards responded in unison, swiftly drawing their swords and encircling Lin Dong and the others. The young man stood aside, a sinister grin on his face, his gaze filled with resentment as he thought to himself, a stray dog, yet you dare to return. Go meet your deceased parents. Lin Dong and his companions did not intervene. They merely stood by, silently observing the unfolding drama, recognizing it as a private matter within Yi Changxing's family that warranted no interference. Yi Changxing's expression turned to one of shock. Even he, despite his naivety, began to grasp the situation. An ominous premonition crept into his heart. The young man was Yi Kunlong, the second son of his uncle, who had previously followed him like a shadow. How could these guards dare to act against him without fear of reprisal from his father? What had transpired in the Yi family during his month-long absence? The only plausible explanation was that a significant upheaval had occurred. Otherwise, the Yi family would not have dared dispatch individuals to hunt Yi Changxing down. He had already probed the entire Yi family with his divine sense, finding not a trace of his father's presence, nor that of his mother, who had also mysteriously vanished. This left him with an unsettling feeling in his heart, fearing that his parents might have met with misfortune. His only desire was to ascertain the safety of both his mother and father, to unravel the truth. He could only seek answers from Yi Kunlong. With this thought, his eyes turned cold. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and struck, executing both actions in an instant, cleaving several guards in twain. Yi Kunlong's smile froze in disbelief. How could this be possible? To slay multiple guardians at the spirit sea level with a single stroke was inconceivable. Now it's your turn. Tell me what has transpired in the Yi family during this time, and I shall grant you a swift end. After executing his actions, Yi Changxing fixed his icy gaze upon Yi Kunlong. Yi Kunlong staggered back, frightened by the chill in Yi Changxing's eyes, and feigned composure, sneering, Yi Changxing, do you think you are still the young master you once were? You wish to know what happened? Very well, I shall enlighten you. Ha ha. My father is now the head of the Yi family, while your father is likely unaware of his own demise. Speak, what has happened to my father? Yi Changxing's eyes turned frigid, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. Yi Kunlong felt a surge of panic. He had intended to further provoke Yi Changxing, but upon witnessing the lethal glint in his eyes, he felt an icy dread coursing through him, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Unsure if Yi Changxing would strike him, he realized he was no match for him now. Don't be reckless. My brother is a disciple of a saintly elder. If my father learns that you dared to lay a hand on me, he will not let you off easily. With a swift motion, Yi Changxing's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, and he swiftly severed Yi Kunlong's right arm. Ah, how dare you! Yi Kunlong's anguished scream echoed. It seems you still fail to grasp the situation. Yi Changxing's hand returned to the sword's hilt, poised to draw again. Stop, please. Brother Changxing, I was wrong. I will tell you everything you wish to know. With a decisive stroke, Yi Changxing cleaved off a leg, causing Yi Kunlong to lose his balance and collapse, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Please, don't kill me. Fear enveloped him, prompting him to plead for mercy. I shall repeat myself. Tell me everything that has transpired in the Yi family during this time. Brother Changxing, I am your cousin. Please spare my life. I will divulge all. During Yi Changxing's absence from home, the family had undergone significant changes. Firstly, Yi Qinglong had caught the attention of a saintly elder due to his royal physique and was taken as a disciple, with a future that promised boundless potential. Then his second uncle, who is also Yi Kunlong's father, rebelled and engaged in a fierce battle with his father, seizing the position of the family head. Now, his parents are missing, and their fate appears grim. As these thoughts crossed Yi Changxing's mind, a chill surged within him. With a swift stroke of his sword, he extinguished Yi Kunlong's life, a means to vent his pent-up fury. In his final moments, Yi Kunlong's eyes bore a look of disbelief, unable to fathom that Yi Changxing truly dared to kill him. Meanwhile, the ancestor of their family observed this scene in silence. Yi Changxing felt a pang of disappointment as he glanced deeper into the estate, acutely aware that the family ancestor was watching, yet remained inactive. He stood there, lost in thought. What are you standing there for? Lin Dong's voice broke through his reverie. Suddenly, Yi Changxing's gaze brightened. Indeed, there was still the sect to consider. Previously, he might have hesitated due to the sacred land, but now he had joined the Xiaoyao sect. Master, you once mentioned that the Qingxian sacred land could be easily destroyed. Is that true? Yi Changxing scratched his head and inquired of Lin Dong, recalling his master's earlier statement. Of course, that kind of existence can be effortlessly eradicated. Lin Dong chuckled in response. Master, I wish to visit the Qingxian sacred land. Yi Changxing scratched his head. With his current strength, he could ensure his safety and sought to inquire about his uncle and parents' whereabouts. At this moment, his uncle and cousin, Yi Qinglong, were within the sacred land, enjoying its protection. In the days leading up to the disciple recruitment conference, the sacred land was hosting an exchange event for the forces of Qingzhou and the Yi family. Being a second-tier family in Qingzhou, naturally qualified to participate. Seeing Yi Changxing's demeanor, Lin Dong understood his thoughts well. I too wish to visit the Qingxian sacred land. I shall accompany you. Lin Dong nodded, fully aware of Yi Changxing's intentions. Coincidentally, he also wished to explore the sacred land to see if there were any prodigies. Changxing, when you are out in the world, remember not to tarnish the reputation of our Xiaoyao sect. If anyone from the sacred land dares to lay a hand on you, then that sacred land has no reason to exist. He spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an overwhelming authority. Ridiculous. Who would dare to harm my direct disciple, Lin Dong? They would have no place in this world, even if they are from the sacred land. Yes, master. Yi Changxing felt warmth in his heart upon hearing those words. Rest assured, your parents will be fine. Do not underestimate their circumstances. Lin Dong stepped forward and patted Yi Changxing's shoulder in reassurance. After all, Yi Changxing is the embodiment of the chaos sword body. How could someone of such caliber be simple? By the way, how did your parents meet? My father once told me that when he was young, he ventured out for training and inadvertently saved my mother, which led to my birth. Indeed, it seems that way. This narrative presents a tale of a formidable individual, the daughter of a prominent family, who finds herself pursued and unexpectedly rescued, leading to the blossoming of affection and subsequent joy. She ultimately resolves to lead a reclusive life, only to be cornered by malevolent forces, leaving her with no escape. Yi Changxing undeniably embodies the essence of a destined child. Let us proceed. I shall guide you, he said. Very well, master, came the reply. Chapter 13. The Saintess of the Lu family. I, Yi Changxing, challenge Yi Qinglong. At this moment, deep within the confines of the Yi family estate, an elder raised his gaze to observe the unfolding events, choosing not to intervene. Have I truly erred? He pondered, feeling the weight of age upon him. He shook his head, closed his eyes, and murmured softly. With Yi Changxing's father in an uncertain state of existence, he refrained from acting. Now that Yi Changxing had returned, his inaction implicitly acknowledged the situation. Indeed, he showed a degree of favoritism towards Yi Qinglong's lineage. For the latter possessed remarkable talent, having been accepted as a disciple by the elders of the Holy Land at such a tender age. The prospect of leading their family to greater heights and establishing the Yi family as a preeminent clan in Qingxian City was not beyond reach. His desire was merely for the prosperity of his lineage. What fault lay therein? Qingxian City, at the foot of the Qingxian Sacred Mountain. This location served as the venue for the disciple recruitment assembly, where throngs of people gathered in anticipation. Young men and women eagerly prepared to ascend the heavenly ladder on the morrow, each yearning to achieve prominence and make a resounding impression. Lin Dong brought his companions to the mountain's base, their figures ethereal, as if they were not of this world. Is there truly not a single individual among this multitude with the potential of a saint here? Lin Dong surveyed the crowd, disappointment evident in his demeanor. Stepping forward, he intended to ascend the sacred land, but a group of young disciples from the Holy Land halted their advance. The leader of the group spoke. Halt. Which sect do you hail from? Do you possess an invitation from our sacred land? Yi Changxing, perplexed, replied. An invitation? We are from the Xiaoyao sect, here to seek someone. The young man, visibly impatient, waved dismissively. The Xiaoyao sect? What a trivial power. I have never heard of it. If you wish to visit our sacred land, you must present an invitation. Once again, they encountered such an inconsequential sect, and the disciples were evidently unaware of any invitation. They had turned away countless naive aspirants in the past few days. Without an invitation, they were to remain at the foot of the mountain. The young man continued. If you are here to participate, before he could finish, an imposing force, reminiscent of a towering mountain, descended upon him, leaving him breathless. Yi Changxing, feeling agitated and ready to demonstrate his strength, was preempted by the commanding presence of Tang Feiyao, who acted first. Lin Dong's calm voice interjected. Enough, Changxing, Yao. They are merely ignorant disciples. There is no need to trouble them. A gentle power enveloped the two, causing their forms to vanish as if they had never existed. The young disciples, filled with terror, gasped for breath. their bodies overwhelmed by an icy chill rising to their very crowns. The aura exuded by that senior just moments ago was utterly terrifying. Their detached demeanor undoubtedly marked them as reclusive powerhouses. Brother, should we report this to the sect? Such formidable beings warrant attention, do they not? A few young disciples attempted to voice their thoughts, yet their minds drew a blank, as if the occurrence had never transpired and Lin Dong and his companions had never been present. This was a mere act of Lin Dong, who effortlessly erased their memories of the trio. Observing this scene, Yi Changxing appeared contemplative. Changxing, only by demonstrating sufficient strength can one earn their respect. The powerful dictate the so-called rules. If you possess formidable prowess, you can easily disregard them. Lin Dong's voice resonated as he patiently elucidated. This world operates under such principles. Only those with great strength are accorded due respect. Indeed, Master, Yi Changxing nodded, pondering the implications of his words. Truly, he thought, the invitation to the sacred land was merely a representation of these factions' regulations. Possessing strength that transcends theirs naturally allows one to overlook such rules, garnering not just avoidance of conflict, but ample respect from others. In the Qingxian sacred land, atop the Qingxian ladder, lay a grand plaza teeming with individuals, predominantly elders and middle-aged men accompanied by several young disciples. The plaza was dotted with various arenas where onlookers were engrossed in the duels unfolding within. Amidst the crowd stood two striking young women, their captivating gazes sweeping across the scene, igniting fervor in countless men as if they had been invigorated by an elixir. At that moment, the woman clad in green remarked, "My lady, we have been observing for quite some time, yet we have yet to witness any truly talented individuals. I dare say even Xiao Lian could defeat them. Perhaps we should take our leave. It was a rare opportunity to come here, and who knows when we might have another chance." The woman in white replied, shaking her head slowly. "There is no rush. Let us wait a few days." "A few days for what, my lady?" Xiao Lian turned to Lu Shuer, her brow furrowed in confusion. She followed Lu Shuer's gaze and was met with a sight that left her breathless. Wow, he is incredibly handsome. 3 figures descended from the ladder. At the forefront was a striking silver-haired youth, seemingly treading through the river of time, his eyes reflecting the brilliance of countless stars, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Beside him stood a dashing young man in white, wielding a long sword, while trailing behind was a tall and imposing figure radiating an aura of dominance. Indeed, it was Lin Dong and his companions. Forgive my candor. Though these individuals possess great charm, they still pale in comparison to our esteemed readers, Lin Dong remarked, momentarily taken aback as he turned toward the source of the voice, where he beheld the 2 young women standing gracefully. Lu Shuer's gaze flickered momentarily as she hastily averted her eyes, feigning nonchalance. "Ah, miss. It seems you were admiring a handsome gentleman without inviting me to join," Xiao Lian remarked teasingly, her tone laced with mock indignation. She had not anticipated that the usually serene and elegant lady would exhibit such behavior. Realizing her own fluster, Lu Shuer's stunning visage flushed a delicate shade of crimson, enhancing her beauty. "Xiao Lian, cease your frivolous talk. I merely find these 3 individuals rather intriguing. The young man in white is undoubtedly a genius, while the other 2 are inscrutable." "What? Miss has taken a fancy to that young man in white." Lin Dong's eyes sparkled, as if witnessing the collapse of a universe and the emergence of chaos. How fascinating. The holy maiden of the Lu family from the northern domain, possessing superior holy rank. He had not expected such an unexpected delight, having previously harbored no hope. With superior holy rank qualifications, she could potentially become an inner disciple. Her acceptance into the sect would depend on destiny. Disregarding these thoughts, he signaled for Yi Changxing to locate someone. "Changxing, have you found him?" He refrained from assisting Yi Changxing in his search, wishing for his disciple to cultivate independence. Meanwhile, he discreetly scanned the crowd with a sliver of divine consciousness. Yi Changxing shook his head. "Master, this martial arena is vast. I have yet to locate him. It may take some time." Even with his divine consciousness sweeping the area, he was unable to find the individual immediately. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Dong suggested, "How about this? You take to the stage and challenge your cousin. They will surely reveal themselves then." Yi Changxing's eyes brightened. "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled." Lin Dong chuckled playfully. "Enough of your flattery. Off you go." With that, Yi Changxing casually ascended a platform, proclaiming, "Yi Changxing of the Xiaoyao sect, I welcome your guidance." "Wu Ming of the Wuyou sect, I welcome your guidance," replied the disciple opposite him, his expression solemn. Though he was unaware of the Xiaoyao sect standing, he recognized that any sect present here was formidable, at least of the second tier capable of participating in this exchange. The battle was poised to commence. Wu Ming unleashed the pressure of his cultivation at the second level of the Spirit Sea realm upon Yi Changxing. Yi Changxing matched him with the same level of prowess, honing his battle instincts. The Xiaoyao sect? Why have I not heard of this sect before? Indeed, it must be a second-tier sect. We shall soon ascertain their capabilities, murmured the various sects in the square. The purpose of this exchange held by the Holy Land was also to scout for talent during the contests among the sect's geniuses. Exceptional disciples could be admitted to the Holy Land under special circumstances. The Xiaoyao sect? Lu Xuer's beautiful eyes sparkled as her lips curled into a subtle smile. She had been observing this young man and discovered him to be at the realm of a king, yet he appeared to be concealing his true strength. Xiaoyan, have you heard of this sect? Replying to Miss, I have not heard of it. After a brief interval, the battle concluded with Yi Changxing executing a sweeping strike that vanquished Wu Ming. The crowd present was momentarily astonished before swiftly turning their attention to the other training grounds. It was at this juncture that Yi Changxing uttered a startling proclamation that left everyone in attendance taken aback. I, Yi Changxing, challenge the disciple of the sacred land. Yi Chenglong. Chapter 14. One strike to overcome Yi Chenglong. The despicable assembly what? Did I hear that correctly? This lad claims he wishes to challenge a disciple of the sacred land? Murmurs rippled through the assembly, as many speculated whether this audacious youth truly believed that defeating Wu Ming rendered him invincible, emboldening him to challenge a disciple of the sacred land. This fool appears to be nothing more than a buffoon seeking attention, perhaps hoping to attract the notice of the sacred land for an opportunity to join their ranks. The plaza was abuzz with chatter, yet the majority could only scoff at the notion that Yi Changxing could possibly defeat a disciple of the sacred land. Dismissing him as merely a provocateur, a multitude of onlookers converged, blocking all passage. I am most curious to see who dares to challenge my disciple. An elder's voice resonated from the throng, prompting the crowd to bow and clear a path. 3 figures emerged in unison. The foremost was an elderly man clad in white, flanked by a young man with striking features. The last was a middle-aged gentleman draped in a purple robe. The young man, with his sharp brows and bright eyes, was none other than Yi Chenglong. The elder in white, his master, appeared to be an inner elder of the sacred land. The middle-aged man was Yi Chenglong's father, Yi Tiansong, who was also Yi Changxing's uncle. As Yi Chenglong gazed upon the platform, he froze momentarily upon recognizing the figure of Yi Changxing. He exchanged a subtle glance with his father, both revealing a fleeting glimmer of concealed malice. They had not discerned who issued the challenge, only that someone sought to confront Yi Chenglong. To their surprise, it was Yi Changxing, the proverbial stray dog, who had come to their doorstep. With a respectful bow, Yi Chenglong addressed his master. Master, I shall accept the challenge, and I assure you, I will uphold the honor of the sacred land. Very well, proceed. The elder in white replied, stroking his beard and nodding slowly. Yi Chenglong leaped onto the training ground, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Changxing. Huh. I never imagined you could escape the clutches of the bloodthirsty pavilion. To return and seek your demise is quite bold. Yi Changxing remained silent, regarding Yi Chenglong with an expression of disappointment. He could not fathom why kin would turn against one another. Surely, there were matters that could be resolved through dialogue. Yi Chenglong continued, and who bestowed upon you the audacity to challenge me? In response, Yi Changxing shook his head, a look of profound disillusionment etched upon his face. Why must you send people to hunt me down, and what of my father? He was aware of the discord between his father and uncle, yet he was taken aback by the extent to which his own uncle would go, resorting to fratricide for the sake of a position of power. Yi Chenglong, upon hearing this, let out a derisive laugh. Why pursue you? Yi Changxing, do not overestimate your worth. Your demise is merely a triviality. You are but a dead man, and there is no need for you to comprehend the intricacies of this matter. Perhaps it is time for you to join your parents. As Yi Chenglong unsheathed his sword, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, enveloping the surroundings with the might of the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Mystic Spirit Sword Technique. He unleashed a formidable azure sword light, imbued with terrifying power, aimed directly at Yi Changxing. A cold smile curled on Yi Chenglong's lips as he regarded Yi Changxing with the disdainful gaze typically reserved for the dead. He recalled that Yi Changxing was merely at the Qi condensation realm. With his 8th level of Spirit Sea cultivation, he could easily obliterate him in an instant. Could this boy truly be a disciple of the sacred land? Indeed, he was remarkable, displaying a royal tier martial skill right from the outset. And the aura emanating from him felt no weaker than that of the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. It was said that Yi Chenglong possessed imperial physique talent, admitted into the sacred land as an exception, and so quickly achieving such prowess. If given time, look at this little brat, he's nothing but trash. Which pathetic sect does he belong to, standing there like a statue? Instantly, the crowd in the square erupted in chatter. Yi Changxing paid no heed to their murmurs. He gripped his sword and struck out with a sweeping motion. A gray sword beam sliced through the air, charging towards the azure sword light. The aura of the 1st level of the King realm burst forth, leaving the spectators utterly astonished. The square fell silent, where even a falling needle could be heard. This boy is actually at the king realm? A king realm at such a young age. It should be noted that even the heads of their second-tier powers were merely at the king realm level. Crack! The two sword lights collided. The azure beam was extinguished, and the gray sword light surged towards Yi Qinglong with incredible speed. Not good. Yi Qinglong's pupils constricted, and he had no time to evade. Thud! Struck by the gray sword beam, he was sent flying, blood gushing forth as he crashed onto the training ground. This scene unfolded in an instant, leaving the onlookers astounded. They had not anticipated Yi Changsheng's depths of concealment. They had believed that Yi Changsheng could not possibly surpass Yi Qinglong. Yet, through his actions, Yi Changsheng delivered a resounding slap to the faces of those who doubted him. They no longer dared to underestimate him. No, it can't be. How could you possibly be stronger than me? Aren't you at the Qi condensation realm? You must be using some trick. This cannot be real. Yi Qinglong lay on the ground, his face a mask of terror and disbelief. Yi Changsheng approached him, stating, "You couldn't even withstand a single strike. What kind of trash disciple of the sacred land are you? And what about the rest of you? Do you wish to step up and test your mettle?" With that, he stepped forward, bringing his foot down heavily onto Yi Qinglong's chest, casting a sweeping glance around. Without strength, one would be looked down upon. While he allowed others to speak of him, he would never tolerate disparagement of the Xianyao sect. When he caught sight of his second uncle, he paused momentarily, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yi Changsheng had considered ending Yi Qinglong's life, but ultimately suppressed the impulse, choosing instead to spare him. If his second uncle refused to reveal the truth, then Yi Qinglong might still prove useful. He believed that for the sake of his precious son, his uncle would hold nothing back. Yi Tiansong sensed the murderous intent and felt an immediate sense of foreboding. He could not ascertain whether Yi Changsheng would dare to act in front of so many witnesses. He was unwilling to take the risk, after all. This was his cherished son, and he could not afford any unforeseen mishap. With this thought in mind, Yi Tiansong swiftly admonished Yi Changsheng. "Yi Changsheng, are you seeking death? It is merely a martial arts competition, and yet you dare to strike with such ferocity?" As he spoke, he also glanced at the expression of the elderly man beside him. The old man wore a grim countenance, observing the unfolding events with indifference. Indeed, it was just a trivial contest, and this boy resorted to such ruthless measures. I too believe that his actions were excessively cruel. Such a cold-hearted individual, if allowed to mature, would undoubtedly bring irreparable consequences to Qingzhou. The onlookers in the square immediately echoed this sentiment, each person adding their voice to condemn Yi Changsheng as a heinous criminal, wishing nothing more than to see him eliminated. After all, they had finally found an opportunity to curry favor with the sacred land. They must seize it with both hands. As for the repercussions of offending the Xiaoyao sect, they scoffed. With so many sects present, even the sacred land would have to weigh its options. Would the Xiaoyao sect dare to act against such a formidable assembly of powers? Many factions remained neutral, unwilling to stake everything on a gamble. After all, it was no simple feat to produce such a young genius at the kingly realm. How could they afford to offend such a sect? Perhaps the crowd realized this, for they were seasoned foxes, yet they remained undeterred, harboring a sense of luck. And as for the so-called genius? If extinguished, could they still be deemed a genius? Seeing the perceptiveness of the surrounding factions, the elderly man in white nodded, clearly satisfied. Very well, I have observed this individual's cruelty in this competition. He has displayed excessive malice. I hereby decree that his cultivation be abolished, to prevent him from committing further misdeeds when he grows powerful. Does anyone oppose this decision? His aged and authoritative voice resonated throughout the arena, leaving no room for dispute. We have no objections to the elder's decision. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out. I, Lu Shui, the saintess of the Lu family in the northern region, have objections to the elder's statement. This person has merely demonstrated his true capabilities. There is nothing ruthless about it. The crowd was taken aback. There truly existed someone unafraid of death, daring to defy the elder of the sacred land. In the center of the square, a woman gradually stepped forward. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down to her waist, and she donned a white short skirt that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. As she walked, her long, slender legs captivated the gaze of many. Lu Shui could not bear to witness such extraordinary talent extinguished, and thus she sought to intervene and save him. Who is this woman? I just heard her mention the Lu family of the northern region. Could she be from the reclusive Lu clan? The elderly man in white was instantly enraged, casting a cold glare at Lu Shui. Humph, what northern region Lu family? In my Qingzhou territory, it is my Qingxian sacred land that holds the final say. As the elder's overwhelming presence enveloped the scene, it bore down upon Lu Shui like an oppressive storm. To her astonishment, there were indeed those who dared to provoke the dignity of their sacred ground. Lu Shui, summoning her peak royal cultivation, managed to withstand the pressure. her expression unwavering as she coldly remarked, "Is this how your Qingxian sacred land conducts itself? Such ruthlessness. I merely voiced a dissenting opinion, and you resort to intimidation. My family will remember this, and our elders will visit in due time." Yet, internally, she regretted not having brought protectors along, for it would have spared her from such vulnerability. The crowd gasped upon sensing Lu Shuer's prowess, yet another royal cultivator, and so young at the pinnacle of her stage. Many of the clan heads present found themselves questioning their own capabilities, wondering if their years of effort had been in vain. What has become of this world? The elder in white wore a countenance as dark as water, as a revered inner elder of the sacred land. Being publicly reprimanded by this young girl was a blow to his pride. So what if you were the saintess of the Lu family? Even if the head of your family were present, it would not alter our affairs. I advise you to refrain from meddling, lest you provoke my wrath and face the consequences. His frigid gaze bore into Lu Shuer, exuding an intent to teach her a lesson. "I shall see who dares to lay a hand on my Xiaoyao sect members," declared Tang Feiyao, standing tall and exuding an imperious aura that instantly captivated the audience, instilling a sense of awe. His mere presence suggested that no harm would come to Yi Changxing. Despite not exuding any pressure, an unspoken weight emanated from him, warning all present that any rash action would lead to dire consequences. This instinct told them that he was no ordinary individual. The elder's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and dread. Who was this formidable figure who even he found intimidating? Could he be a sage? Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, a ghostly voice echoed through the air, resonating with a subtle yet profound authority. "What is this all about? Are you here to attack a disciple of my Xiaoyao sect?" Lin Dong made his presence known, his imposing figure towering over the assembly, his gaze both deep and indifferent as he surveyed them. "Your lives are in jeopardy if you dare to pursue this course of action." He had merely stepped away momentarily, and in that brief time, Yi Changxing had become the target of hostility. Truly, the child of destiny attracts enmity wherever he goes. "Master, sect leader, it is them," exclaimed Lu Shuer. Her heart lightened at their arrival. The previous situation had been perilous, and not seeing them had prompted her to step forward. The expressions of the crowd varied, some filled with reverence, others with relief, and many with terror. Unbeknownst to many, this individual possesses quite a formidable background, accompanied by two powerful guardians. I am fortunate to have refrained from speaking, lest I have offended these mighty beings. Others are filled with dread, having incurred the wrath of such formidable forces. The elder in white regarded Lin Dong with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. "Esteemed one, this is my sacred ground." Before he could finish, Lin Dong interjected coldly, "Old man, if the young cannot contend, you resort to the aged, attempting to bully me? Do you truly believe my Xianyao sect is devoid of capable individuals?" His expression remained impassive, his tone icily resolute. His divine consciousness enveloped the area, revealing all that transpired. Since this ancient fiend sought to eliminate his cherished disciple, let him first experience the agony of witnessing his prized pupil perish before him, utterly powerless. Allow him to feel the weight of oppression and the anguish of losing a disciple. "Changsheng, there is no use in keeping Yi Qinglong alive." At that moment, Lin Dong's voice resonated in Yi Changsheng's ears. Yi Changsheng, taken aback, responded, "Yes, master." It was indeed his master's voice, and though he was uncertain of his master's intentions, he would unconditionally obey. "No, you dare." The elder in white seethed with fury, prepared to rush towards Yi Changsheng to save Yi Qinglong. Yi Changsheng disregarded the elder's presence, lowering his gaze toward Yi Qinglong, and with a swift motion, his sword fell. Yi Qinglong's head severed, rolling slowly to rest at Yi Changsheng's feet, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He could not fathom that he had met his end in such a manner. He had only just joined the Qingxian sacred land. His martial journey had only begun. The most tragic aspect was that he perished before his master, crushed beneath the foot of one he had always looked down upon, slain by a single stroke. "You truly dare." The elder's eyes widened in rage. He had not anticipated Yi Changxing would act so decisively. "Then you shall accompany my disciple in death." He raised his hand, intending to crush Yi Changxing. "Humph." Tang Feiyao emanated a wave of oppressive force, rapidly descending upon the elder with unmatched might. "This is not good." The elder's complexion paled as a dreadful aura approached from behind, overwhelming him with an undeniable sense of insurmountable power. What to do? The message jade token bestowed upon me by the sect leader. He retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom, shouting, "Sect leader, save me." With a resounding crack, the elder was instantly obliterated by the pressure. Reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye, the square fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers dared not utter a sound, fearful of drawing Lin Dong's attention. If even the elders of the sacred land could be slain, what chance did they have? At that moment, Lin Dong's indifferent voice echoed once more. Deal with those who dare to speak ill of my Xianyao sect as well. Boom. The minds of the crowd trembled in shock. What? This individual is truly tyrannical. Does he genuinely intend to confront such a multitude of forces? The crowd collectively held their breath. With so many factions present, he surely couldn't recall which forces had spoken. Some individuals harbored a sense of unwarranted hope. Lin Dong continued, remember to keep Chongqing's second uncle. He still holds some utility. Yes, sect master. Boom. Just as Tang Feiyao was about to make his move, a terrifying aura emanated from the heart of the Holy Land. It was the unmistakable presence of a powerful sage. Halt! Who dares to cause a disturbance in my Holy Land, to strike against our elder? A commanding voice resonated throughout the Holy Land, and even across Qingzhou. The crowd felt a surge of joy. Wonderful! A powerful figure from the Holy Land has intervened. They are saved, with a sage's intervention. How could the Xiaoyao sect possibly contend? Lin Dong raised his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had indeed hooked a big fish, just as he relished. The narratives of his previous life had not deceived him. Striking one would draw in many. This was also a display of power. A prelude to the formal emergence of the sect. Bang! 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 Countless individuals in the square burst apart, their souls scattering, leaving no trace behind. Before their demise, they wore smiles, as if death in the next moment was of no concern to them. The remaining powerful figures still standing in the square trembled with fear, relieved that they had refrained from mockery. It matters not. Surviving another day is already a remarkable feat, damn it. If you do not provide my Holy Land with an explanation today, you shall accompany them into the abyss. At that moment, a formidable sage's voice echoed from afar. The voice of a middle-aged man. Chapter 16. The pressure of the Holy Land and the sudden change. The crowd looked up towards the distance, where countless dark figures approached rapidly. Upon closer inspection, they were numerous silhouettes flying in, a dreadful aura enveloping the air. Leading them was a middle-aged man, whose appearance, attire, and imposing presence indicated he was the Holy Master of the Holy Land. Following him were several elders, middle-aged individuals, and youths, likely elders and disciples who had come to offer support upon hearing of the turmoil in the Holy Land. Lu Xuer's beautiful eyes flickered. She was eager to see how they would respond. Daring to utter such arrogant words. Tang Feiyao's copper-like eyes widened as he noticed the approaching figures from the Holy Land. Just as he was about to act, Lin Dong interjected, "Io, leave some alive." "Yes, sect master." Furious, Tang Feiyao unleashed an overwhelming aura, a terrifying imperial pressure directed at the approaching figures of the Holy Land. Unabashed, "How dare you humiliate my Holy Land?" In an instant, the figures from the Holy Land found themselves stripped of power, plummeting from the sky to the ground. The earlier might had vanished, leaving them prostrated, unable to move. What kind of power is this? Lu Xuer's delicate lips parted in shock, rendered speechless. With merely a sliver of pressure, a sage had been rendered utterly defenseless. To acknowledge that even his father is merely a formidable sage. Does this not imply that had his father been present, the outcome would have been no different? Contemplating this, her enchanting eyes sparkled, gazing at Lin Dong with a sense of wonder. This individual is the leader of the free and unfettered sect, surely. Such a powerful figure standing beside him as a guardian possesses unimaginable strength and a profound background. What an extraordinary aura this is. How can it be so overwhelming? Senior, spare us. Quickly, summon the ancestor. The members of the Qingxian sacred land lay grievously wounded on the ground, their cries echoing in despair. The middle-aged man at the forefront, disregarding all semblance of dignity, prostrated himself in terror, his lips quivering incessantly. The emperor's might. After a prolonged moment, those two words surfaced in his mind. This oppressive force weighed upon him like a mountain. The others were oblivious to its significance, yet he understood. It was the pressure of an emperor. And it must be noted that there are scarcely a few emperors in the entire eastern region. Furthermore, these emperors have not emerged from seclusion for countless years. Having ventured into the divine realm, he had the fortune to witness the grandeur of an emperor. He never anticipated that the people of the Qingxian sacred land would be so blind as to provoke such a formidable entity. It was as if the heavens themselves sought to annihilate their sacred land. "Master, please devise a plan. Should we not summon the ancestor from his coffin?" Indeed. I yearn for survival. Master, please summon the ancestor." The members of the Qingxian sacred land clamored, each suggesting the urgent need to call forth the ancestor. In their hearts, the ancestor was invincible. It is futile. Even if the ancestor were to emerge, death would still be inevitable. The Qingxian sacred lord shook his head in resignation. Having surrendered all hope, the crowd was perplexed, unable to comprehend the sacred lord's meaning. Could there truly be matters beyond the capabilities of their ancestor, who was a great sage? Yet, they were unaware that in the presence of an emperor, a great sage is rendered insignificant, akin to an ant. Meanwhile, The ancestor they spoke of was currently suppressed by the overwhelming force, immobilized within his coffin. At that moment, the Qingxian sacred lord heard footsteps and looked up to see Lin Dong and his companions approaching, lying on the ground like a mere piece of debris. He spoke with bitterness. "Senior, I am at a loss as to how the Qingxian sacred land has offended you. We are willing to offer compensation. If that is not sufficient, we are prepared to become your vassal force. I implore you to spare these innocent disciples." He could think of no other recourse. Hoping that these seniors would show mercy and grant the innocent disciples of the Qingxian sacred land their lives. The crowd was bewildered, questioning why the sacred lord was so humble when they were a prestigious sacred land. "Master, why do you act thus? We might as well perish." "Indeed, Master, we—" Silence. Do you comprehend who you are facing? The crowd, filled with horror and confusion, complied with the Qingxian sacred lord's command and fell silent. "Huh. Then let you die with clarity." Lin Dong was a man of reason. He slowly approached them, looking down from his elevated position. "Your Qingxian sacred land is truly overbearing. Are the lives of your disciples considered innocent? And what about my disciple's life? Does it hold no value? If you cannot win in a contest, must you resort to killing my disciple?" Lin Dong had no intention of sparing their lives. As for the conditions proposed by the sacred lord of Qingxian, he found them utterly lacking in allure. Compensation? How naive. Killing them would still benefit him. As for the subordinate forces, they were insignificant, a mere small sacred land with no potential for growth. Since Lin Dong was a man of reason, he felt it necessary to inform them of their impending doom, lest they mistakenly believe he acted without justification. After a pause, Lin Dong continued, "Moreover, did you not just suggest that I stay behind to accompany them? How audacious of you to say such a thing." With his cultivation at the divine emperor level, there was truly no one on this continent who could threaten him. The sacred lord of Qingxian implored him again, "Great emperor, esteemed senior, I hope you can overlook my previous actions and spare their lives. I am willing to bear the consequences of my earlier behavior, hoping to exchange it for their chance at survival." In his haste, the sacred lord inadvertently revealed too much. A divine emperor? Good heavens, what had they just heard? The crowd was astounded, mourning silently for those who had already perished, realizing they had provoked a divine emperor. Now, it seemed, no one could save them. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed the minds of all present. The energies they had sensed a few days prior bore striking similarity to this one. Could it be that these were also divine emperors? Surely, they could not all belong to the free and easy sect. This was utterly terrifying. The members of the sacred land were filled with dread. It was over for them. They had inadvertently offended a divine emperor, and even the ancestors would struggle to protect themselves. A divine emperor, a figure of legend, one they had never even dreamed of meeting, only hearing tales about. To their astonishment, they were now faced with the grim reality at the cost of their lives. It was at this moment that the members of Qingxian's sacred land finally grasped the implications of their leader's words. Realizing this, they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He calmly declared, "Any forces unrelated to the Qingxian sacred land that wish to survive may leave now." Countless individuals fled with all their might, vanishing like streaks of light into the distance. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure attempted to sneak away. "Yi Tianzong, did my sect grant you permission to leave?" Indeed, this person was Yi Tianzong, the uncle of Yi Changxing. Lin Dong had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. Yi Tianzong paused, frozen in place, and weakly protested, "Esteemed senior, I have no ties to the Qingxian sacred land." As he spoke, he immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing his head and begging for mercy. Lin Dong remained impassive, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, choosing to ignore him. He waved towards Yi Changxing, calling out, "Changxing, come here." "Yes, master." Yi Changxing soared over from a distance, but upon seeing his second uncle, his expression turned cold. Angrily, he approached and seized Yi Tianzong's robe, demanding, "What have you done to my father and mother?" Yi Tianzong looked up, revealing no surprise at Yi Changxing's arrival. He did not resist, allowing Yi Changxing to grip his robe. With a self-deprecating smile, he spoke melancholically, "If I were to tell the truth, would you spare my life?" Yi Changxing hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. He turned to Lin Dong, who stated, "This matter is for you to decide. I shall not intervene." Yi Changxing paused, deep in thought. At that moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Yi Tianzong suddenly retaliated, utilizing his fifth-level King Realm cultivation to capture the unprepared Yi Changxing, pressing a dagger against his neck. Chapter 17. Raising a hand to annihilate the sacred land. Is a great catastrophe upon us? Yi Tianzong had hoped for a son to become a dragon, yet today he faced the tragic reality of a white-haired man, sending a black-haired one to the grave. In profound sorrow, he shouted at Lin Dong, "Spare my life, or I shall kill this wretch." Lin Dong, observing this scene, merely scoffed, responding indifferently, You overestimate your own capabilities. He then turned to Yi Changsheng, saying, remember, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Lin Dong had been keenly aware of Yi Tiansong's subtle maneuvers, but chose not to intervene, believing it a necessary lesson for Yi Changsheng. Without experiencing the harsh realities of the martial world, how could he truly comprehend it? Lin Dong had long discerned that Yi Changsheng was straightforward, disinclined to employ deceit or guard against others, as those who practice swordsmanship tend to be forthright. Perhaps this experience would serve as a valuable lesson. In a blink, Lin Dong's gaze surged with depth, drawing Yi Tiansong's consciousness into a profound abyss. To uncover the whereabouts of Yi Changsheng's parents, Lin Dong resorted to soul-searching techniques, filtering out irrelevant information to focus solely on details concerning Yi Changsheng's family. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes to find Yi Tiansong collapsing backward, lifeless. Having perused Yi Tiansong's memories, he grasped the entire sequence of events. It was indeed Yi Tiansong who had dispatched individuals to the Bloodslaughter Pavilion, offering a bounty for Yi Changsheng's assassination, all while keeping it under the radar. The upheaval within the Yi family was anything but ordinary, with the shadow of the sacred land looming behind it. Yi Qinglong's master had sent a powerful King Realm expert to aid Yi Tiansong in seizing the position of family head. Yi Changsheng's father, Yi Tianxiong, had suffered grave injuries from a single blow delivered by that King Realm expert. In a moment of crisis, Yi Changsheng's mother produced a void teleportation talisman, escaping with Yi Tianxiong from the Yi family. Thus, Yi Tiansong smoothly ascended to the position of family head, while Yi Zhentian, the family elder, possessing merely half a step into the King Realm, could only watch helplessly throughout the ordeal. Lin Dong conveyed all of this to Yi Changsheng. Upon hearing that his parents were safe, a shadow lifted from Yi Changsheng's heart, and his spirits brightened considerably. However, he was not inclined to return to the Yi family just yet. At this moment, Lin Dong spoke to Yi Changsheng with a grave demeanor. From now on, never let your guard down at any time. This time, I was by your side. Otherwise, you would not even know how you might perish out there. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng recalled the recent events and could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Indeed, had it not been for his master's presence, he might never have seen him again. This was the second time his master had rescued him. Remember, I will not always be by your side. The future is yours to face alone. Yes, I shall heed my master's teachings. Very well, the matters here are concluded. Return to the sect and focus on your cultivation. Yes, master. I will certainly devote myself to my training and will not disappoint your expectations. Yi Changsheng clenched his fists, having experienced this ordeal. He now understood the significance of strength. If he possessed formidable power at that moment, none of this would have transpired, and his parents would not be missing. He silently vowed to train diligently upon returning to the sect, yearning for great strength. Everything he had now was granted by Lin Dong, and he resolutely pledged to repay Lin Dong in the future, ready to brave any hardship for the sect. At this point, Lin Dong turned to Tang Feiyao and said, Aya, leave the rest to you. Our sect does not wish for anyone from the Qingxian sacred ground to survive beyond today. They have insulted us and dared to harm my disciple. Their existence is no longer warranted. Changsheng, let us depart. Lin Dong beckoned Yi Changsheng to leave with him. Yes, master. Suddenly, as they were about to leave, Lin Dong thought of Lu Shuer. With her saint-level aptitude, she was certainly a promising talent. Is there a way to recruit her into our sect? We have already accepted 2 male disciples. It might be refreshing to have a female disciple as well. Oh right. Let us first bring her to the sect, and then we can see what unfolds. Changsheng, that young lady was the one who came to your aid just now. Why not invite her to our sect for a visit? With this in mind, Lin Dong addressed Yi Changsheng. Is that appropriate, master? Yi Changsheng scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Not a problem, go ahead. At his master's encouragement, Yi Changsheng approached Lu Shuer and bowed respectfully, saying, Changsheng is here to express his gratitude for your assistance today. As a token of appreciation, I would like to invite you to visit my Xiaoyao sect. Would you be willing? Lu Shuer was taken aback, not expecting that her unintentional act of kindness would lead to an invitation to the sect. Since you were so sincere, I would be honored to accept. She quickly regained her composure and responded gracefully. Having come to the Eastern Domain to experience its splendor, she was more than willing to accept the invitation. Her heart brimmed with anticipation, curious about what the Xiaoyao sect would be like. Unexpectedly, a formidable emperor-level expert, an invincible being in the realm of Tianwu, finds himself reduced to the role of a mere guard in the esteemed sect of the Immortal Sect. What manner of sect would dare to treat him thus? Could it be the ancient divine sect? And what of those 2 individuals? What realms do they inhabit? Tang Feiyao stood high above the Qingxian sacred land, raising his hand to unleash a colossal palm of law that enveloped the entire sacred domain before crashing down with tremendous force. Thus, the illustrious Qingxian sacred land, which had stood tall in Qingzhou for countless generations, met its demise. Yaozi, what is going on? Why did the sect master leave? At that moment, Duan Lyoda rushed from a distance, his gaze fixated on a certain point of the yawning abyss before him, his eyes glimmering with intensity. This wretched sacred land dared to lay hands on the sect master's direct disciple and spoke contemptuously towards him. It was a waste of air for them to continue living. Tang Feiyao declared with an overwhelming presence. Though his countenance appeared somewhat simple-minded, his physique was undeniably formidable, commanding respect from all. Indeed, it was time for annihilation. No matter. I shall return to the sect and report. Go on, go on. Old Duan will check over there. Oh, by the way, if the sect master inquires why I haven't returned, just tell him that old Duan is inspecting the sacred land for any potential survivors. Duan Lyoda eagerly responded, rubbing his hands together with excitement as he headed towards a specific direction within the sacred land. Should any disciples of the sacred land still be alive, they would be astonished to discover that Duan Lyoda was heading towards the ancestral ground of their sect. Within the ancestral ground, a coffin lay prominently, housing an elderly man with graying hair, his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment washing over him. The Emperor's might? He sensed a terrifying imperial aura locking onto him, rendering him completely immobile. After a long pause, a colossal palm descended from the heavens. Sensing the overwhelming force of the impending strike, he closed his eyes in despair, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. The emergence of an emperor heralds a great calamity. Does it not? Sigh. What power could possibly remain unscathed amidst such a catastrophe? Alas, having lived for so long, the old man felt he had lived enough. To perish beneath the heavenly demon calamity was perhaps his fate. In his final moments, such were his thoughts. However, he would never learn that it was not a calamity that had come, but rather the good deeds of his devoted disciples. How deeply filial. Chapter 18. The name of freedom resounds through the eastern domain at the foot of the mountain. Time rewound to mere moments ago. Countless terrifying auras emanated from the mountain. The crowd gasped in astonishment, bewilderedly gazing upward, uncertain of the situation. What was happening? Could it be that a battle had erupted within the sacred land? Amidst the chaos, figures emerged from the heavenly staircase of the Qingxian sacred land, each bearing expressions of terror, their auras fully unleashed. As if they were ready to exert every ounce of strength they possessed. Fleeing down the mountain in a frenzy, it was as if death itself pursued them. The terror was palpable. Get away from me, you wretched plant. One shouted, who dares to hold me back? Son, do not blame your father for being ruthless. As the ancients say, a son sacrificed to the heavens wields boundless power. I shall burn offerings in your name. Father, I do not wish to perish yet. Second father, save me. My mother says you are my true father. Some, in their desperate bid for survival, abandoned their own children on the mountain, leaving them to fate. What on earth was happening? The crowd at the mountain's base was engulfed in confusion. Just as they contemplated voicing their inquiries, they sensed a surge of even more potent energies approaching from behind. They turned in unison to behold a multitude of powerful beings arriving from all directions. Drawn by the words of those who had descended from the sacred site, an elderly man spoke in a gravelly voice. Is this the Qingxian sacred land? Who would have thought that such a small place as Qingzhou would host an emperor? A formidable middle-aged man remarked. Is this where the imperial might emanates from? A seemingly average-looking man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quick, inform the family. Bring lavish gifts to Qingxian sacred land. We must not miss this opportunity for alliance. A square-faced middle-aged man shouted, rallying the crowd. Come, let us ascend the mountain together. With so many esteemed factions approaching with sincerity to pay their respects, even an emperor would surely receive us personally. With that, the square-faced man surged ahead. Since the recent emergence of an emperor-level presence in the eastern region, their respective factions had dispatched them to gather intelligence. Yet, such formidable beings left no trace, if they wished to remain hidden. Finding them was beyond the capabilities of these seekers. Just as despair began to set in, another imperial aura materialized, guiding them to their destination. Some powerful beings charged up the mountain heedlessly, while others remained cautious at the base, waiting to gauge the situation. Nonetheless, some still doubted the earlier claims. At this moment, a plain-looking man in white approached the heavenly staircase and halted a gray-robed man rushing down. Dare you court death? Step aside, do not block my descent. If you seek death, do not drag me along. The man in white's gaze turned icy, unintentionally exerting pressure upon the gray-robed figure. The latter froze in place, unable to move. Is today the day the heavens decide to claim my life? After narrowly escaping a calamity, I encounter this wretched creature. Seeing the gray-robed man's predicament, the expression of the man in white softened considerably. Can you now answer my question? The gray-robed man nodded. There is an emperor-level being on the mountain, he replied. The man in white, upon hearing this, disregarded the gray-robed man, and charged up the mountain. The crowd that had hastily gathered was instantly captivated, their eyes sparkling with excitement. It was indeed the emperor. Quickly, they thought, we must not allow other factions to seize the opportunity before us. Let us first present ourselves to the emperor and become familiar with his presence. One by one, they dashed towards the Azure Xian sacred land. Meanwhile, those who had just descended the mountain were utterly perplexed. Were they out of their minds? Why the frantic eagerness to court death? The man in the gray robe finally reached the foot of the mountain, his heart still racing as he cast a wary glance back up the slope. I have finally escaped. But then, as if recalling something, a sinister smile crept across his face. How dare they intimidate me, acting so arrogantly? Let them meet their demise. As he spoke, an invisible pressure enveloped the crowd. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted. A colossal hand appeared above the Azure Xian sacred land, overshadowing the entire territory, and descended with terrifying speed. Boom! The onlookers beheld the immense abyss that had formed, feeling as though the Grim Reaper had just swept past them. Moments later, gasps of disbelief echoed from the crowd below. Surely, I did not see that correctly. The sacred land has been obliterated. They had narrowly escaped annihilation along with the very land itself. Who can explain this calamity? But wasn't there a group that fled from the mountain moments ago? In an instant, countless eyes turned towards the descending figures. The curious bystanders were composed of those who had come to seek entrance into the sacred land. This recruitment had not succeeded, yet they dared not voice their grievances. The sacred land was an unattainable force for them, let alone one capable of destruction. With the sacred land gone, what hope was there for discipleship? They could only stand by and witness the unfolding drama as mere spectators. Those who had not had the chance to rush towards the sacred land wore expressions of disdain. How could they not? They had nearly been led to their doom by this group of fleeing individuals. Would their gazes be anything but hostile? Was it not said that the Azure Xian sacred land was home to formidable emperors? To the fleeing crowd, you merely inquired whether there were any emperors atop the mountain. We answered truthfully, yet you did not seek further clarification. Indeed, there was an emperor, but he was there to annihilate the sacred land. It was their own folly to rush in without understanding the situation. Who could they blame? Did you not see us fleeing for our lives down the mountain while you charged upwards, essentially seeking your own demise? It became clear to the crowd that the elders and the sect master of the sacred land had acted with unprecedented arrogance, daring to threaten the sect master of the carefree sect and his direct disciples, showing disrespect to the emperor's sect's leader, and thus provoking the emperor's wrath that led to the sacred land's annihilation. In the eyes of the onlookers, there was no trace of sympathy. Rather, they wholeheartedly endorsed the actions of the carefree sect. How could the esteemed emperor be insulted by such rabble? Those who had refrained from rushing forward sighed in relief, grateful that they had not joined the fray, for had they done so, they would now be nothing but ashes. Those who charged forward and failed to escape were likely to have perished in vain. No powerful faction would offend mighty emperors for the sake of insignificant individuals. Rather, those factions would likely come to offer their apologies. This is the realm of martial arts, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and the powerful reign supreme. Xiaoyao sect. Such is the name of that imperial sect. The crowd hastily retrieved their communication jade talismans to relay this news back to their respective factions. The eastern region was instantly ignited with excitement. The name of Xiaoyao sect spread like wildfire throughout the entire eastern region. The leaders of various factions in the eastern region quickly dispatched individuals to inquire about the whereabouts and nature of Xiaoyao sect. Many factions aspired to become vassals of Xiaoyao sect. What left the factions in the eastern region perplexed was that Xiaoyao sect seemed to have never existed, leaving no trace whatsoever. Even as the various factions scoured the eastern region and ancient texts, they found no mention of this imperial sect. Could it be that an ancient hidden sect had emerged? As for the lesser sects, they were dismissed entirely, not even deemed worthy of a glance. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and his companions had returned to their sect, where Yi Changxing guided Lu Shui and the others on a tour of the establishment. Their experiences along the way left them utterly astounded. Chapter 19. Divine Transformation Water as Drink, Enlightenment Tea as Mere Brew. In the rear courtyard of Xiaoyao sect, the trees outside the pavilion swayed gently. Lin Dong sat within, with steaming tea before him. In the distance stood 2 tea trees, entwined with the laws of the Tao, exuding an air of profound mystery. These were the legendary Enlightenment tea trees, likely a reward from the system, which he intended to sample. The tea is rather ordinary. Lin Dong took a sip of the Enlightenment tea. It was slightly bitter at first, followed by a sweet aftertaste. It did not evoke any extraordinary feelings, and seemed no different from ordinary tea, offering him no special effects. He had long returned to the sect to enjoy his tea, allowing the 3 young individuals to amuse themselves. Within a grand hall of Xiaoyao sect, Yi Changxing invited the 2 ladies to take a seat, and offered them water to quench their thirst. The two sat somewhat distracted, clearly still in shock and slow to respond. Yi Changsheng, having previously experienced a similar astonishment during the sect's founding, had developed a greater capacity to endure such moments. Please, sit for a moment while I prepare some tea, Yi Changsheng said with a light chuckle, as the simple interaction brought them closer together. He retrieved a packet of tea leaves from his storage ring, a gift from his master. Yi Gongzi, why not let Xiao Lian handle it? She is quite adept at these matters, Xiao Lian volunteered, stepping forward. Certainly not. She is a guest of Changsheng, and it would be improper to have a guest labor. Yi Changsheng replied with a gentle laugh. It's fine. Xiao Lian is accustomed to such tasks. These are her responsibilities. With a lively smile, Xiao Lian gracefully accepted the tea leaves and skillfully began to brew the tea. Lu Shuer, picking up the cup before her, drank it in one gulp. Her parched throat shocked into silence. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened, a profound sensation enveloping her. It felt as if her comprehension had heightened, leaving her astounded. This was the work of young Master Yi. Surely, this water was no ordinary liquid. Tentatively, Lu Shuer inquired, a flicker of understanding igniting within her. This water? Quite ordinary. Merely the daily water used by the sect, Yi Changsheng replied straightforwardly. Ah, but my master mentioned that this is the divine water of creation. The mention of divine water of creation, said to have descended when the heavens were first opened, capable of altering one's comprehension and innate qualities, resonated in Lu Shuer's ears like a thunderclap. Good heavens, could it truly be such a divine substance? She was astonished. Realizing she had the rare opportunity to partake in it, she stood frozen, unable to quell her tumultuous emotions. Moments later, the tea was ready, and Xiao Lian poured it for the two of them. Yi Changsheng gestured for Xiao Lian to take a seat, courteously stating, My master says our sect has no fine tea, merely this humble brew. I hope you will not take offense. Young Master Yi certainly has a way with words. Lu Shuer replied with a wry smile, unconvinced. If they were serving divine water, how could the tea be anything less than extraordinary? She lifted her delicate hand, drinking the tea in one swift motion. The warm liquid transformed into a gentle current, flowing from her tongue into her body, spreading throughout her being in an instant. She felt herself drawing closer to the essence of heaven and earth, her entire being slipping into a different state. This tea was indeed the legendary Enlightenment tea. She realized that any tea presented by the imperial sect must be exceptional, yet she had never anticipated it would be Enlightenment tea. Her heart surged with unparalleled astonishment. Truly, this was a legendary divine sect, revealing two divine items in one sitting. To think of divine water as mere water, while even the Enlightenment tea could be deemed coarse. Not wanting to miss this moment of enlightenment, she hastily closed her eyes, seeking to perceive the forces of the universe. Miss, Xiao Lian exclaimed in alarm. What has happened to you? She asked anxiously. Fear not. Do not disturb your mistress. She has merely entered a state of enlightenment. We must not let her miss such a rare opportunity. A figure emerged from the void, seemingly from ancient times. Lin Dong appeared at the forefront, preventing Xiao Lian from interrupting Lu Shuer. With nothing pressing to attend to, he had come to observe. Master, Xiao Lian exclaimed, I greet Sect Master Lin. She quickly bowed, her heart filled with joy. Has your mistress entered enlightenment? Excellent. Please, take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. Perhaps you too will find your own fortune and gain. Xiao Lian nodded without hesitation, downing her cup, and soon, she too entered a state of enlightenment. Yi Changsheng observed this scene with great curiosity. He was not well versed in the art of tea and had yet to taste its flavor. Could it be that his master's tea held some extraordinary quality? Upon reflection, he lifted his teacup and drank it in one swift motion. This was his inaugural experience with such a brew, and an enigmatic sensation enveloped him. He felt as though he were floating in an ethereal realm. Changsheng, closing his eyes, endeavored to comprehend the essence of the universe. It was the voice of his master. He unconditionally obeyed Lin Dong's words, promptly shutting his eyes to immerse himself in contemplation. Lin Dong, seated at the head, leisurely sipped his tea. The reactions of the others did not surprise him. The Enlightenment tea held no effect for his level of cultivation. Yet for Yi Changsheng and the others, it was an invaluable treasure. Moments later, Lu Shuer's aura began to surge dramatically, reaching the first level of the Emperor realm. However, her momentum showed no signs of abating as she progressed towards a breakthrough into the second level. With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong separated Yi Changsheng and Xiao Lian into another space to prevent any disturbances. Simultaneously, the unusual fluctuations from Yi Changsheng and Xiao Lian indicated their own rapid ascension in cultivation. It was only after Lu Shuer reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm that her aura gradually stabilized. After a brief interval, she opened her beautiful eyes, glimmering with delight. Upon noticing Xiao Lian also in a state of enlightenment, she felt a surge of joy for her. The young woman, Lu Shuer, had met the sect master Lin. She expressed her gratitude, stating, "I am truly honored to be treated to such a precious divine object by sect master Lin." Rising, she performed a solemn bow toward Lin Dong, seated at the pinnacle, and continued, "I bow in appreciation for such generous hospitality." While this item might hold little significance for a powerhouse like Lin Dong, for them, it represented an extraordinary opportunity. Just a sip of the Enlightenment tea had propelled her from the pinnacle of the King realm to her current state. The reputation of the Enlightenment tea was indeed well-deserved. Even the most powerful in the Holy Realm coveted it, for it bore significance even to emperors. Were those formidable beings to witness Lin Dong's manner of consumption, they would likely lament the squandering of such a treasure. For cultivators of their caliber, the Enlightenment tea was of inestimable value. Only through the comprehension of greater laws could one ascend to another level. "Do not be overly courteous. It is merely a humble offering," Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly. Extending a gentle aura to support Lu Shuer, she retreated to the side, awaiting in silence. At this moment, thoughts of her father and grandfather crossed her mind. If only she could bring some back for them. If they could achieve a breakthrough, they would no longer have to worry about their injuries. Cursed be the demon clan. The shift from her earlier joy to sorrow was palpable as she contemplated this. "Does Miss Lu harbor any concerns?" Lin Dong inquired, sensing the fluctuations in her emotions. After a moment of silence, Lu Shuer summoned her courage and asked, "May I inquire, Sect Master Lin, does your esteemed sect possess an abundance of enlightenment tea? Might you consider selling some to me?" She gazed at Lin Dong, her beautiful eyes filled with hope. "If that is what the young lady desires, it would be no trouble for my sect to provide you with some," Lin Dong replied with a calm demeanor. They were mere acquaintances. Yet Lu Shuer was willing to offend the sacred land to extend her hand in their rescue. What was a cup of tea in comparison? Moreover, they were to become allies henceforth. "No, Master Lin, this is far too precious." The young lady hastily declined, asserting that such a bounty could not be accepted. For even if she wished to purchase the tea, it would be beyond her means. "In our sect, this Wudao tea is but an ordinary beverage. This entire bag is a gift for you, my lady." With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong conjured a large package of Wudao tea, which gracefully floated before Lu Shuer. She gazed at the package, her eyes betraying a flicker of indecision. Suddenly, a thought flitted through her mind, and she resolutely stated, "This item holds paramount significance for me, compelling me to accept it. However, I am unable to offer anything in return. I would be willing to remain by your side as a maidservant for the rest of my life, to express my gratitude for your immense kindness, Master Lin." Lin Dong was taken aback, not having anticipated such a reaction from Lu Shuer. His intention was merely to recruit her as a disciple of the sect, not to take her into his household. "Being a maidservant is unnecessary," he replied. But, at her words, Lu Shuer's gaze dimmed momentarily, yet still held a glimmer of hope. Chapter 20. Summoning Ancient Deities. Lin Dong merges with the invincible sword body. However, if you were to join my Xiaoyao sect as a disciple, this tea would be a welcoming gift for your initiation. Lu Shuer was astonished, exclaiming, "Master Lin, with my qualifications, could I truly join the Xiaoyao sect?" Lin Dong replied with a gentle smile, "With your superior quality at the saint level, you can certainly become an inner disciple of my Xiaoyao sect. The saint level is classified into lower, middle, upper, and exceptional tiers, corresponding to the roles of servants, outer disciples, inner disciples, and core members, respectively. With your upper tier qualifications, you are undoubtedly eligible for the inner circle. Master Lin, I am eager to join the Xiaoyao sect." Lu Shuer exclaimed with uncontainable joy, quickly inquiring further. Upon witnessing the various divine artifacts of the Xiaoyao sect, she had once believed she would never have the opportunity to join. To discover that she was indeed qualified was an immense stroke of fortune for her. "Very well. There is no elaborate ceremony. Simply perform a grand bow to the sect, and you will be formally welcomed." Lin Dong nodded, smiling at Lu Shuer. The ancestors of his sect were long lost to time. By the time he reached his master, the tradition had become more of a formality than a reality, and thus it was. Lu Shuer then performed a deep bow before Lin Dong. "Disciple Lu Shuer greets the sect master. From this moment forth, you are an inner disciple of my Xiaoyao sect," Lin Dong affirmed. "This is your identity token. Once your senior brother Changsheng completes his breakthrough, he will take you on a tour of the sect's training grounds." Lin Dong nodded slightly and waved his hand to assist Lu Shuer to her feet. Unexpectedly, through such serendipitous circumstances, Lu Shuer had become a disciple. Fate is indeed wondrous. By the way, since you are now a disciple of my Xiaoyao sect, should you require any assistance from the sect, do not hesitate to speak up. Our powerful members will certainly come to your aid. The Enlightenment tea is a gift for you, a token of our sect's hospitality." With a wave of his hand, a token and a packet of tea leaves flew before Lu Shuer. He recognized her need for the Enlightenment tea and offered it without hesitation. for she was a disciple of his sect, and the reasons were of no concern to him. Thank you, sect master. I will certainly go through fire and water for our sect in the future. Lu Shuer expressed her gratitude with a bow, her heart filled with warmth. She never anticipated the sect master's generosity, tightly clutching the two items. Lin Dong successfully welcomed Lu Shuer into the sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a disciple. Task rewards have been issued. Please check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver-level summoning card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a realm advancement card. Note, this is the third card, alongside two unutilized ones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a small world of the sect. Silver-level summoning card can randomly summon a powerful being from true god to ancient god realm. Small world of the sect, an independent space outside the universe, boundless and eternal, capable of accommodating various sect facilities. Facilities from other worlds are treated as avatars with identical effects. Disciples may teleport using their identity tokens. Once bound to the host, it can be summoned at any time. He received his rewards as anticipated, and the system delivered as promised. Upon checking the rewards, he realized he still had some unutilized rewards that needed attention. He planned to find a moment to use them later. At that moment, Yi Changsheng and Xiao Lian simultaneously ceased their cultivation and opened their eyes. Master, I have broken through to the Emperor realm. Yi Changsheng exclaimed with delight. Xiao Lian joyfully soared towards Lu Shuer to extend her congratulations. Yi Changsheng had advanced from the King realm to the 4th stage of the Emperor realm, while Xiao Lian had reached the 8th stage of the King realm. Lin Dong was hardly surprised. Ever since Yi Changsheng's last breakthrough to the King realm, he had known that this young man cultivated as effortlessly as one eats or drinks. This was due to Yi Changsheng's chaos sword body being exceptionally attuned to the heavens, allowing him to face minimal obstacles in his cultivation. As for Xiao Lian, her progress was limited by her innate talents, resulting in her only achieving the King realm. Well, not bad, but still lacking a bit. You have yet to surpass your junior sister's cultivation, Lin Dong nodded, then pointed towards Lu Shuer. He had not intended to diminish Yi Changsheng's triumph, but the young man had inadvertently brought it upon himself. Lu Shuete stood elegantly and offered a slight bow towards Yi Changsheng. Shueter greets you, senior brother. Yi Changsheng gazed at Lu Shuer, momentarily taken aback. When did this young lady become my junior sister? He glanced at Lin Dong, his eyes filled with admiration. He was astonished by the sect master's swiftness. Lu Shuer blinked her beautiful eyes, finding her senior brother somewhat endearing. Indeed, Shuer is now your junior sister. All right, if there is nothing else, you may both retire. Take your junior sister to familiarize herself with the sect. Your cultivation levels are quite similar. A bit of sparring would be beneficial. Lin Dong smiled and waved his hand, signaling them to leave, and then vanished from sight. Leaving Yi Changsheng and the others in the Great Hall, exchanging glances. Let us go. Senior brother will take you for a stroll. Yi Changsheng broke the silence. Although the sudden addition of a beautiful junior sister made him somewhat uneasy, he believed that familiarity would come with time, as affection blossoms with the passage of days. Upon returning to his quaint courtyard, Lin Dong directly claimed dominion over the sect's miniature world, naming it the Eternal Realm. He reappeared in the backyard of the Eternal Realm, where the facilities bore a striking resemblance to those of the sect on the Tianwu continent. However, everything here was more majestic and enigmatic, surrounded by boundless expanses. Lin Dong found great joy in this place, wishing it were teeming with life. He resolved to seek out small creatures to invigorate the realm. System. Merge with the invincible sword body. Ding. Invincible sword body merging. 99 successful. A piercing sword aura emanated from his body. His cultivation at the Divine Emperor realm soaring, enveloped by countless sharp sword energies. Typically, such a formidable constitution would attract heavenly retribution. But Lin Dong was currently outside the universe, thus evading any punishment, even upon returning to Tianwu. After merging with the invincible sword body, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming surge of power, a sense of invincibility enveloping him. As he turned his gaze inward to his dantian, he discovered a small sword floating within, a sword embryo, a companion sword of the invincible sword body that would evolve alongside its master. However, it had yet to fully form, requiring the absorption of its master's essence and countless resources for cultivation. Once fully developed, it would instantly reach the same realm as its master. The sensation was exhilarating. Lin Dong reclined in a grand armchair, crossing his legs and closing his eyes, basking in the sun. Oh, how delightful it would be if a lovely lady were here to massage me. This thought conjured an image of Lu Shuer's graceful figure. Yet he deemed her unsuitable as his attendant due to insufficient stature. As a powerful divine emperor and the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, he believed only an empress of equal cultivation would befit his side, one who was also aesthetically pleasing. Nodding to himself at this notion, He contemplated the lack of such figures in the Tianwu continent and pondered the opportunity to hire a few empresses for his massages. If that proved impossible, even empresses of the great emperor realm would suffice. He recalled having recently acquired a cultivation card, but felt that his current strength was adequate. He was exceedingly powerful at present and intended to reserve the cultivation enhancement card for later use, perhaps after exiting the Tianwu continent. For now, he decided to employ a summoning card to see what formidable being he could summon. System, use the silver grade summoning card. Ding. The host has successfully utilized a silver grade summoning card, resulting in the summoning of the esteemed inner elder of the sect, Situ Feng. At the pinnacle of the ancient god realm. I never imagined my luck would be this extraordinary, summoning such a powerful figure right off the bat, Lin Dong mused, reveling in his own good fortune. In his previous life, luck had always eluded him. Even scratch-off tickets had led to nothing but losses. Yet now, he found himself basking in serendipity. Could this be the fortune bestowed upon him by fate since his ascension to power? At that moment, a figure descended from the void, emanating an overwhelming aura. The individual was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an air of exceptional valor. A blue long sword hung at his left hip, while a token denoting his status as an inner elder of the Xianyao sect dangled on his right. Elder Situ Feng. I greet the sect master, he proclaimed. Elder Situ, the task of safeguarding the sect within the Tianwu continent is entrusted to you. Go forth, the sect master commanded. Understood. Sect master, I shall not disappoint you, Situ Feng replied before departing. With his eyes closed, Lin Dong reclined in the grand chair, contemplating the future development of the sect. System, is the flow rate of the time-space tower only effective within its confines? He inquired after a lengthy pause. Ding. Reply to the host. The time-space tower can alter the flow rate of the entire eternal realm. The maximum flow rate has been unlocked, reaching up to 1,000 times. Thus, 1 year in the Tianwu continent equates to a millennium in the eternal realm, the system responded. Lin Dong was taken aback. He had merely asked out of curiosity, never expecting such a revelation. Wait, does the sect in the Tianwu world also possess a time-space tower? Is the flow rate effective there as well? He had not paid much attention to such details during his time within the sect. Ding. Reply to the host. Indeed, the Tianwu continent is affected. The flow rate of the Xianyao sect's mountains has been synchronized with that of the eternal realm. In the few hours since the host left the sect, over 400 days have elapsed in the Tianwu continent, came the reply. Remarkable, Lin Dong mused, realizing that while a year had passed in the eternal realm and the Xianyao sect, a millennium had transpired in the external world. His consciousness swept through the Tianwu Xianyao sect, where Luo Yin was engaged in combat against legendary heroes within the Battle God Tower. Under the guidance of Gu Qian, Luo Yin had ascended to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Meanwhile, Gu Qian diligently cultivated sacred and divine herbs within the Divine Herb Valley, having restored his soul to the status of a holy king and now striving towards the threshold of quasi-emperor. Both individuals had followed Lin Dong's directives, utilizing all available resources of the sect to achieve their current levels of prowess. A grand plan began to form in Lin Dong's mind. The sect now possessed boundless resources and comprehensive facilities. All that was lacking were disciples and elders. He simply needed to introduce a group of individuals into the sect, allowing them to harness the resources for their cultivation. Talent would not be an issue, as the sect's water was now infused with transformative divine essence capable of enhancing one's aptitude. He merely needed to select individuals of commendable perseverance and character, placing them on the training steps to see who could succeed. In a year and a half, they would have matured and become useful soldiers. A thought that filled him with delight. Without further ado, Lin Dong arranged for members of his sect to recruit disciples, as he planned to explore the Tianwu continent. Having arrived in this world, he had yet to traverse the entire land. It was only fitting to witness the wonders of this continent. He also intended to capture some small creatures to bring back for training, thus solidifying his decision. He would rest for a few days before proceeding. As time flowed, mere days passed in the blink of an eye. Junior brother, are we nearing the divine weapon tomb? Yi Chongxing inquired anxiously, eager to arrive immediately. Senior brother, junior sister. The divine weapon tomb lies just ahead, Luo Yin indicated toward the vast canyon before them, fondly patting the massive sword at his back. His face radiated pride as he exclaimed, I recently acquired a splendid heavy sword from within. Look at your smug demeanor. I assure you that the weapon I procure will surpass yours, Yi Chongxing retorted dismissively. Meanwhile, Lu Shui'er followed closely, elegantly stifling a laugh with her delicate hand covering her cherry lips. During these past few days, Yi Chongxing and Lu Shui'er had encountered Luo Yin, who had been at the sect the longest and served as their guide. They quickly formed a camaraderie. Luo Yin had initially thought Yi Chongxing's absence lasted over 400 days, perplexed as to why they had been away for so long. Upon discovering the truth, They were astonished to learn that time flowed at an incomprehensible rate within the sect compared to the outside world. However, their shock was fleeting, and they soon accepted this reality. Over the course of a few days, the trio explored many places within the sect and now made their way to the Divine Weapon Pavilion. As for Xiaolian, she had asked Tang Feijia to escort her back to the northern domain, carrying the Enlightenment Tea to heal her family head and ancestors. Through Luo Yan, they learned that the Divine Weapon Tomb housed countless weapons, accessible only to those with fate. The acquisition of any weapon entirely depended on destiny and could not be forced. Luo Yan had previously obtained a divine weapon, which had effortlessly severed Yi Changxing's holy weapon, leaving both him and Lu Shuer envious. Thus, they requested Luo Yan to lead them, hoping for a chance to acquire a divine weapon of their own. In the distance stood an enormous canyon, brimming with an array of weapons, from which emanated an invisible yet formidable pressure. However, this force was contained within the protective formation of the Divine Weapon Tomb, merely allowing a hint of its essence to escape, ensuring no harm would come to them. Otherwise, with their current strength, they would be obliterated in an instant. Such terrifying pressure. The grade of these weapons must surpass that of holy weapons. Perhaps they are all imperial weapons? Goodness, how many could there be? Lu Shuer gasped in astonishment, her delicate hand covering her crimson lips. Both Yi Changxing and Lu Shuer sensed the overwhelming aura, comparable to that of the sect's guardians, confirming without a doubt that they were indeed imperial weapons. However, the imperial weapon wielded by Luo Yan did not emanate any imperial might, solely due to his current strength, which was insufficient to unleash even a fraction of its formidable power. Yi Changxing forcibly suppressed his astonishment, aware that as the eldest disciple, he could not afford to lose face in front of his junior brothers and sisters. Indeed, this was in perfect alignment with the esteemed reputation of our celestial sect. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a sage, reminiscent of Lin Dong. Yet, his hands trembled slightly behind him. After all, it was an imperial weapon. How delightful it would be if he could also possess one. Noticing the reactions of the two, Luo Yan inwardly chuckled. Look at the two of you, so naive and inexperienced. He gestured towards a grand formation on the right side of the valley and said, Senior brother, junior sister, you may take turns to unleash your aura or physical prowess. Junior sister, you may go first, and I shall follow behind you. Yi Changxing said to Lu Shuer with a gentlemanly demeanor. Since senior brother has spoken, I shall take the lead, Lu Shuer replied with a gentle smile, stepping forward and instantly appearing at the center of the formation. Huh, she exclaimed softly, her cultivation at the 7th level of the sovereign realm radiating forth. Countless weapons within the armament tomb quivered slightly, yet none took flight. Wow, junior sister's aura is truly formidable. I wonder what kind of weapon she will attain. Luo Yan remarked, slightly astonished and curious as he observed the graceful figure in white amidst the formation. After a moment, the commotion ceased, yet no weapon emerged. Lu Shuer's gaze dimmed slightly. Just as the two were about to offer words of comfort, a chilling aura began to emanate from her, revealing her Xianbing's sacred body. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forth from the distance, halting before Lu Shuer. Upon closer inspection, it was a blue-white staff, exuding a shimmering white radiance. She reached out to grasp it, closing her eyes to sense its essence. This weapon was named the Xianbing staff, classified as an imperial-grade treasure, and its former wielder was also a Xianbing sacred body. So that is why it chose me as its master, she realized. Xianbing staff, rest assured, I shall not tarnish the illustrious name of the Xianbing sacred body. From this day forth, let us guard all that I hold dear together. The Xianbing staff hummed in response, as if acknowledging Lu Shuer. Congratulations, junior sister, on acquiring such a divine weapon. Your talent truly knows no bounds. Her companions praised her. After their accolades, it was time for Yi Changxing to step forward. He swiftly entered the center of the formation, directly emanating the aura of the chaotic sword body. In an instant, countless divine swords resonated, soaring into the sky, swirling above as their piercing sounds reverberated, illuminating the heavens with divine radiance. Heavens! What kind of physique does senior brother possess to summon 1,000 swords to pay homage? Lu Shuer murmured, her lips slightly parted. I had sensed earlier that senior brother was extraordinary. There is an aura about him that poses a threat to me. Luo Yan solemnly shook his head. The two only knew that Yi Changxing, having been accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master and becoming the elder brother of the Xiaoyao sect, was certainly extraordinary. At that moment, a presence identical to Yi Changxing's emanated from the depths of the divine weapon tomb. A streak of flowing light flashed by, instantly merging into Yi Changxing's dantian. Chapter 22. The Chaotic Sword. The heavenly fragrance empress Yi Changxing was taken aback. He had not even glimpsed what that entity was before the light surged into him. He quickly turned his attention inward, discovering a small sword quietly suspended within his dantian. What is this? This is the companion sword of the chaotic sword body. However, as your chaotic sword body has awakened postnatally, your sword embryo has not been nourished by chaotic energy and thus could not be birthed. At that moment, Lin Dong's voice resonated in Yi Changxing's mind. This sword embryo is now under your dominion. It will henceforth become your companion sword embryo. Once this sword embryo takes shape, it will reach the level of a divine weapon. The chaotic sword embryo. Upon accepting this information, you will comprehend what your master has conveyed. Instantly, a surge of knowledge flooded into Yi Changxing's mind, detailing aspects of the chaotic sword body. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, exclaiming with delight, "Heavens! It is indeed the chaotic sword embryo." Through the information provided by Lin Dong, he had come to understand the nature of the chaotic sword embryo. Ha ha ha! I, Yi Changxing, am destined to shake the universe. Initially, he had merely sought a trusty sword, but unexpectedly, he had acquired a life-bound divine weapon. The emergence of this sword embryo felt like a boon, greatly enhancing his capabilities. "Brother, are you all right?" At that moment, Lu Shuer's slightly anxious voice came from beside him. Yi Changxing turned to see the two of them had approached, gazing at him with peculiar expressions. "I'm perfectly fine. Why do you all look at me with such expressions?" Yi Changxing responded, somewhat bewildered. Lu Shuer spoke first. "Just now, a streak of light flew into your body. And then you stood there unresponsive, no matter how we called out to you. Now, you suddenly act this way. Indeed, brother. You cause great concern for both Shuer and me. Had it not been for the sect master assuring us not to worry, we would have directly roused you from this state," Luo Yin added helplessly. Only then did Yi Changxing realize he had caused them worry. He hurriedly shared the good news of his acquisition of the chaotic sword embryo with them. Upon hearing this, they were even more astonished. They had anticipated Yi Changxing to be exceptional, yet they were unprepared for the revelation of such a miraculous constitution. That was the foremost constitution among the 3,000 Dao bodies. Duan Liuda, observing from the shadows, was utterly captivated. Imperial weapons, all imperial weapons, and divine weapons beyond even that. Alas, I, old Duan, lack the capability. Otherwise, I would have allowed you all to see the light of day once more. He had visited this place just a few days prior, managing to attract only one imperial weapon to acknowledge its master. Upon hearing the commotion, he approached once more, only to find that a few disciples of the sect had obtained an imperial weapon. He flexed the claws in his hand, relieved to have acquired the Pipoja Dijak, capable of dismantling any grand formation. Regrettably, during his last visit to the sacred land, he returned empty-handed. It was all due to that reckless fellow, Yaozi, who indiscriminately obliterated the sacred site, leaving him with nothing. Next time, he must take the initiative. In the eastern domain, within an ancient and elegantly adorned hall, a stunning woman clad in a blue short skirt sat upon the throne. Her figure was graceful, her visage flawless, especially her long, slender legs, an alluring sight to behold. This lady was none other than the renowned Heavenly Fragrance Empress of the Eastern Domain. The Heavenly Fragrance Empress slowly opened her enchanting eyes and inquired, "Xiaoya, have you discovered the identities of those 3 individuals?" Her voice, akin to celestial music, resonated throughout the hall. Replying to the Empress, "The information regarding the 3 from the Xiaoyao sect remains unknown. However, there are witnesses who have seen their true forms." Shortly after, a maid approached, holding several scrolls. Xiaoyao had them sketched. "These are their portraits for your perusal." As she spoke, the maid unfurled the first scroll, revealing the likeness of a young man. The Heavenly Fragrance Empress focused intently. This young man possessed a striking countenance, with sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in garments as white as snow. His stature tall and elegant, wielding a long sword. He had a certain charm, appearing youthful, likely a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. The maid simultaneously revealed the remaining 2 portraits. One depicted a silver-haired man in dark attire, while the other showcased a robust figure, his stature and garb obscured. "Alas, Xiaoya, you underestimate the might of the world's strong. An emperor of such caliber cannot be depicted lightly, unless he consents or shares a karmic connection." The voice of the Heavenly Fragrance Empress echoed again, tinged with a hint of resignation. The maid gazed at the portraits, her expression turning to shock as she hastily knelt, admitting her oversight. "It was a moment of carelessness on my part. I implore the Empress to impose punishment. Do not worry, this is not your fault. You may rise." The Heavenly Fragrance Empress gestured dismissively, signaling her to depart. Damn those celestial demon clan. They have been stirring restlessly of late, plotting who knows what. There have been reports of entire factions vanishing in the Eastern Domain. Could it be the work of these demons? It seems I must seek out the Xiaoyao sect myself. Upon hearing this, the maid quickly rose in gratitude and exited the hall. The Xiaoyao sect truly is tyrannical, daring to slay even my people. For a long while, The hall resonated once more with the ethereal voice of the heavenly fragrance empress. She reclined upon the chair, her delicate hand gently caressing her forehead, while her long, pristine legs lay exposed to the air. In a soft whisper, she lamented, "In these times, the demon clan stirs restlessly. I wonder how many more days of peace my Tianwu continent can enjoy." Just days prior, there had been several manifestations of imperial might in Qingzhou, coinciding with her standoff against the demon emperor of the eastern region. Hesitant to act rashly, she refrained from visiting in person and instead dispatched her subordinates from the Holy King, only to have them unexpectedly struck down by the Xiaoyao sect. She had presumed them to be allies, yet the Xiaoyao sect proved elusive, vanishing without a trace. As her thoughts drifted, a voice, ethereal and resonant, echoed within the hall, preceding the arrival of its owner. "Might I inquire the identity of the esteemed guest? Please, reveal yourself." The heavenly fragrance empress was taken aback, her expression steady as she pondered the identity of this unseen presence. How could someone appear so silently within her grand hall? If this individual harbored ill intentions, would they not be speaking ill of my Xiaoyao sect behind my back? Merely passing by, I took the liberty to visit, the ethereal voice returned. And in the midst of the hall, a figure materialized seemingly from the mists of time. The man appeared to have traversed the ages, treading upon the river of time. He was none other than Lin Dong. The Xiaoyao sect? The heavenly fragrance empress's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Lin Dong, noting the resemblance in his attire and silhouette to a man depicted in 3 paintings. Wait, his aura. I cannot perceive even the slightest trace of it, as if he exists apart from the very fabric of the world. How can such a powerful being exist? Could he have transcended this realm, achieving a state beyond that of an emperor, a true divine being? He claims to represent the sect. Could he indeed be the lord of the Xiaoyao sect? I hope he bears no malice towards me. With this thought, the heavenly fragrance empress composed herself and inquired, "Might you be the lord of the Xiaoyao sect?" "Indeed," he replied. "Pray tell, what brings the lord of the Xiaoyao sect to my humble abode?" "Oh, is it not the lady who longs to meet me? I have been here for quite some time, yet I see no gesture of hospitality from you. This seems rather inappropriate," Lin Dong remarked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of displeasure. Before the heavenly fragrance empress could respond, Lin Dong casually found a chair and sat down. "I shall have someone bring tea forthwith. Attend to this young master with tea." The heavenly fragrance empress regarded Lin Dong with her enchanting eyes, somewhat perplexed. "Is your visit concerning strategies against the demon clan?" she tentatively inquired. Lin Dong remained the only man in this world she could not fathom, and she was uncertain of his intentions. "The demon clan? Those few wretches? They are hardly worthy of my sect's intervention," Lin Dong scoffed, exuding a commanding aura. The Xiaoyao sect could easily dispatch an elder who would obliterate them with but a wave of his hand. The heavenly fragrance empress's eyes narrowed. Arrogance. This man is utterly audacious. Even the demon emperor does not merit his regard. What exactly is the Xiaoyao sect? This thought only deepened her curiosity. It is not that Lin Dong is overly arrogant. He indeed possesses the capital to speak frankly. Although the Xiaoyao sect currently has only one powerful inner elder, Sidu Feng, the ability to effortlessly annihilate several demon emperors and formidable beings of the true demon realm on the Tianwu continent is truly within his grasp. However, if it concerns the celestial demon clan from that unknown realm, it is likely that Sidu Feng is not yet capable of handling them. As for the likes of the easily obtainable elder steward, Duan Liuda, that is another matter altogether. There is no need for the lady to speculate further. Since that is the case, let this sect state its purpose. Lin Dong waved his hand, and his clear voice resonated once more. "In truth, our sect has come to recruit you as a maid." Chapter 23. Recruiting a female emperor as a maid, the blood slaughter division of Qingzhou. Maid? The heavenly fragrance empress was taken aback upon hearing this. Her expression swiftly darkened, and she coldly retorted, "Sect master of Xiaoyao, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Do not presume that because this empress cannot defeat you, you may act recklessly. Even if I must perish, I shall not allow you to succeed. She is, after all, the illustrious heavenly fragrance empress of the eastern domain. When has she ever endured such humiliation? Someone, escort this empress out." "Ha ha, my dear lady, do not be hasty. I believe you will find my subsequent words quite intriguing," Lin Dong replied with a mysterious smile, making a startling proclamation. "Do you not wish to recover from the hidden injury you bear?" The heavenly fragrance empress was taken aback. How did he know of her concealed affliction? Does he possess a solution? Yet her expression remained unchanged, and curiosity ignited within her. She was eager to see what Lin Dong was up to. "The conditions put forth by my sect are such that you cannot refuse," Lin Dong stated, exuding an air of strategic confidence. "Let us first discuss the requirements for becoming my maid. The role I envision is not what you might assume. It merely entails serving tea, fetching water, and providing massages." Lin Dong observed the heavenly fragrance empress, noting that her expression softened slightly, though she still refrained from speaking. He continued, "As for the conditions offered by my sect, they cannot be adequately explained here. Rather, you must experience them firsthand to understand that they are indeed opportunities you cannot decline. For you, this is an extraordinary chance. After witnessing what is to come, you will surely comprehend the magnitude of the opportunity presented by my sect. With that said, I shall take you to a certain location for a glimpse." Without waiting for the Heavenly Fragrance Empress to consent, Lin Dong waved his hand, and they vanished from the spot, reappearing in the rear courtyard of the Xiaoyao sect. "Release me, you lecher. What are you trying to do?" The Heavenly Fragrance Empress's face drained of color as she struggled, resembling a small cat caught in someone's grasp. She scanned her surroundings, taking in the atmosphere, and was immediately rendered speechless. Spiritual energy? Laws? Principles? Heaven, it is saturated with spiritual energy and principles. Where on earth is this place? Turning to Lin Dong, her beautiful eyes reflected disbelief. Heavenly realms, could this truly be paradise? Does such a place exist in the Tianwu continent? Here lies the abode of my carefree sect. Should you choose to become my maid, you may cultivate in this sanctuary. My sect's words are binding. Lin Dong smiled faintly, speaking with a calm demeanor. The Heavenly Fragrance Empress, momentarily taken aback, pointed at herself in disbelief. "Am I allowed to cultivate here?" "Indeed," Lin Dong affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Fragrance Empress's heart soared with joy, her countenance radiating like a garden in full bloom, adorned with a myriad of charms. However, Lin Dong remained oblivious to her enchantment. "That is splendid," she exclaimed. With such rich spiritual energy and divine essence for cultivation, her injuries could mend, and her skills might advance further. "Cursed demon emperor, once I break through, I shall see your demise." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she hesitated. "Wait, does being a maid imply?" She clasped her shoulders with a delicate gesture, casting a captivating glance at Lin Dong, and inquired, "You wouldn't harbor any illicit intentions towards me, would you?" Lin Dong chuckled lightly, his expression embodying virtue as he regarded the Heavenly Fragrance Empress. "Fear not, such a woman is beneath my notice. Let me clarify our arrangement," he continued, noticing her nodding attentively. "We are now in an employment relationship. You shall manage my daily affairs, serving tea, washing feet, providing massages, and so forth. After 5 days of work, you shall enjoy 2 days of rest, working 7 hours each day. The remaining time is yours to allocate, whether for cultivation or returning to your faction. Do you consent? 2 days off? You ought to appreciate this opportunity," he mused, reflecting on his past life. Shifting his gaze to the Heavenly Fragrance Empress, he awaited her response. "I agree," she replied promptly. "By the way, what is your name, fair maiden?" It had taken Lin Dong this long to inquire, and he found it unnecessary to access the system panel when he could simply ask. "I am called Tianxiang. You may refer to me as such, sect master." "Tianxiang?" Lin Dong shook his head. "If everyone calls you that, I shall choose differently. From now on, you shall be known as Chuanxiang." With hands clasped behind his back, he nodded in satisfaction, contemplating whether he could gather all 4 seasons to have them alternate shifts. Chuanxiang's lips twitched at the absurd name, but for the sake of cultivation, she endured. Forcing a smile, she responded, "Thank you, sect master, for the bestowed name. I shall heed your commands. Here is your maid token, containing information about the carefree sect, allowing you to enter and exit at will. Additionally, this manual entitled Massage Divine Technique should be practiced diligently, as you will use it to attend to me." A token and a book flew forth, and Chuanxiang quickly caught them. "Thank you, sect master." Lin Dong nodded, preparing to take his leave. "Well, I have no urgent matters at hand, so I shall step out for a while. You may continue your cultivation here." He paused, as if recalling something, and added, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that the flow rate here is 1,000 times that of the Tianwu continent. Therefore, you need not worry about any significant events occurring outside. Before my return, you can dedicate yourself to your cultivation for a considerable time." Chuanxiang was momentarily taken aback. Before she could utter another word, Lin Dong had vanished from her sight. What? 1,000 times the flow rate? She found it hard to believe, even doubting whether her ears had deceived her. After all, she was an empress. The prospect of accelerating her cultivation to such an extent was truly astonishing. Though there exist numerous grand formations and precious artifacts capable of enhancing one's training, these primarily function under the laws of time and temporal principles, and are effective only for those of lower realms. To think that such an enhancement could be applicable to a formidable empress like herself was utterly shocking. She harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Lin Dong's words. He had no reason to deceive her. The atmosphere here was thick with spiritual energy, and Lin Dong was the esteemed leader of the Xiaoyao sect, with unfathomable cultivation. She had already tested her own strength and realized that, in his presence, she lacked even the qualifications to resist. Contemplating this, she felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. She was indeed a dignified empress, and the notion of one day becoming another's attendant seemed utterly inconceivable. However, serving Lin Dong was not an embarrassment for her. Rather, it presented a tremendous opportunity that she must seize tightly. Bored, she perused the martial techniques Lin Dong had provided, her beautiful eyes suddenly fixating in astonishment. Gasp! A divine-level martial technique, one that transcends even the imperial-level techniques. It was unexpected that the sect leader would casually offer her a divine-level technique, albeit one that was auxiliary in nature. What kind of sect is this, with such rich spiritual energy and divine-level martial skills? It was utterly terrifying. At this moment, she simply wished to step outside for some fresh air. As she approached the side of the courtyard, her gaze fell upon a scene that utterly stunned her. She stood frozen in place, her fair and slender legs trembling slightly, whispering in disbelief. What kind of sect is this? This was merely her initial encounter with the Xiaoyao sect, and she found that the deeper she delved into its intricacies, the more she could sense its terrifying aspects. In the eastern domain, at the blood-killing branch of Qingzhou, Shuesan, how is the investigation regarding the Qingshan City branch that you were tasked with a few days ago? A sinister voice echoed, sending an uncomfortable chill through the air. A figure clad in a blood-red robe occupied the seat of honor in the grand hall, savoring a cup of crimson liquid. This individual was none other than Xue Qiutian, the head of the blood-killing branch in Qingzhou. Chapter 24. The Terror of the Blood-Killing Pavilion, Jin Kuan, the Demon Saint. Reporting to the Pavilion Master. I have uncovered information regarding the destruction of the Qingshan City branch through various clues. A fleeting shadow passed, and a middle-aged man appeared in the center of the grand hall. He reported, however, this matter may involve far-reaching consequences. Speak. Blood Vengeance Tian coldly uttered a single word. Are you jesting? What far-reaching consequences? Is there a force in Qingzhou that my blood slaughter pavilion dares not offend? Yes, master. The middle-aged man felt a chill enveloping him. This matter came to my attention during my visit to Qingshan City, where I discovered a survivor from the Qing Mountain City branch. According to this individual, the Qing Mountain City branch attempted to assassinate a cultivator named Yi Changsheng, but the attempt failed, which may have led to retaliation. Upon finishing, the middle-aged subordinate lowered his head, refraining from further speech. Hiss! Blood Vengeance Tian swirled his cup, took a subtle sip, and slowly remarked. Is this something I need to teach you? Issue the blood slaughter order to hunt down Yi Changsheng. No matter who he is or what power he represents, he cannot escape the pursuit of my pavilion. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man broke into a cold sweat, his lips twitching involuntarily. He quietly reminded, Master, this man is named Yi Changsheng. He may be the Yi Changsheng of the Celestial Wanderer sect. Blood Vengeance Tian's gaze turned icy, and his words escaped his lips. If he offends my blood slaughter pavilion, I care not for the so-called Celestial Wanderer sect. Suddenly, his voice faltered, the chill in his eyes shifting to profound fear, causing the cup to slip from his grasp. The Celestial Wanderer sect, is that not the renowned imperial sect of late? How could these wretched fools have offended a disciple of the imperial sect? This is dire. He has entangled himself in fate. In that instant, a suffocating aura of death engulfed him, and he gazed in terror towards the horizon. Through the endless void, he envisioned an unforgettable scene. A majestic figure stood firm, his feet upon the endless starry river, his towering form supporting a vast expanse of starlit sky. This man was none other than the returning King Tang Fei. Those who insult my Celestial Wanderer sect, I shall annihilate. King Tang Fei's expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze infinitely cold, pronouncing their fate with a single word. He stepped forward, and with a palm strike that traversed the boundless distance, he slammed down, obliterating the entire stronghold. Rip! In the eerily silent space, the sound of tearing void resonated. The colossal hand, imbued with the awe-inspiring might of an emperor, crushed the miles of emptiness, spanning vast distances to envelop the entire blood slaughter branch, descending with incredible speed. As he beheld the approaching giant hand, Blood Vengeance Tian was filled with overwhelming terror. It was over, the might of an emperor. The emperor had personally intervened to annihilate his blood slaughter branch. He could not comprehend why such a formidable being would heed the words of an insignificant ant. In his final moments, he wished to cry out, innocent. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Little did he know, he had become ensnared in fate, sealing his own demise. Boom! The giant hand descended with ferocity, extinguishing all life, leaving behind only the imprint of its colossal palm where once there was grandeur. The blood slaughter pavilion branch was utterly annihilated in the divine realm. Upon the emergence of this matter, countless formidable figures were stirred into action, expressing their astonishment and acclaim. Such vermin, hidden from the light of day, were deemed a scourge to be eradicated for the sake of the people. Some strong individuals speculated that the arrival of the Eastern Domain's emperor heralded the onset of a great era. The intervention of an emperor-level powerhouse sent tremors throughout the eastern domain. Even if the central pavilion became aware of this situation, it would not risk alienating an emperor-level figure over a mere subordinate branch. Alas, my elder brother remains as impetuous as ever. Tang Fei shook his head with a wry smile, yet he wholeheartedly endorsed his brother's course of action. The Bloodfiend Pavilion truly deserved obliteration. His gaze shifted to a certain direction, where a glimmer of insight flashed within his eyes. Indeed, there exists a remarkable talent that could be invited into the sect. In a desolate mountainous area, a scholar knelt before two graves, his expression vacant and motionless, a strip of white cloth wrapped around his head. His name was Ru Jing, a 20-year-old scholar from the kingdom of Liu, who had traveled to take part in the imperial examinations. He had achieved a place on the list, only to be usurped by another. Lacking connections within the kingdom, he had heard whispers that the usurper was of royal blood. The kingdom had long since decayed, leaving the common folk with no hope of rising again. The examinations were merely a formality. Disheartened, he returned home, only to find that what was once intact had been ravaged. His parents lay lifeless in a pool of blood. All valuables and edible provisions had been stripped away. Overwhelmed with grief, he buried his parents, mourning before their graves without food or drink for 3 days. He could not comprehend why the heavens were so unjust in their treatment of him. For you lack strength. Without strength, one is subject to the whims of others. A gentle voice echoed in his ear. A figure materialized behind Ru Jing, Tang Feirong standing with hands clasped behind his back. The more he observed, the more he found satisfaction. This young man possessed the bearing of a great sage, worthy of being welcomed into the sect. This was the task assigned to him by the sect leader, to venture forth and recruit disciples. What am I to do? Ru Jing's voice emerged hoarsely, filled with uncertainty and weariness. You must grow stronger, strong enough that even the heavens can do nothing against you. If the heavens are unjust, then you must defy their will. But how can I grow stronger? How can I defy the heavens? Join my Xiao sect, and we will cultivate you into such a person. Do you wish to? Yes, I am willing. Thus, the world gained a new champion, a scholar swordsman who would uphold justice and vanquish evil. In the Wind and Cloud City, a remote town in Tianzhou, sprawling over 10,000 miles with a mere 1,000,000 inhabitants, a deafening demonic voice erupted from the void above, resonating through the skies. Ha ha ha. I am the holy demon King Jin Kuan. Today, I emerge from my seclusion, and I find myself rather hungry. You are fortunate to serve as my blood sustenance. Tremble, you insignificant ants. As the city cracked open, a figure cloaked in black emerged. Strangely, its legs were not human feet, but rather 2 golden claws. This being was named Jin Kuan, an ordinary member of the Golden Rooster clan who had inadvertently acquired supreme resources, leading to astonishing advancements in his cultivation. He guided the Golden Rooster clan to establish a foothold in the mountains and had secluded himself for 250 years. Today, he emerged from his retreat, driven by a yearning for the delicacies of the world. Beware, it is a demon cultivator. Everyone flee. A great demon has arrived. Panic spread among the crowd as they beheld the ominous figure in the sky. Countless individuals fled in terror, turning the entire city into a chaotic scene. Hee hee. The figure in black cackled triumphantly from above, reveling in the fear and desperation of the masses. Suddenly, his form began to enlarge, and an enormous golden-clawed chicken materialized in the void. Its feathers shimmered like gold, exuding an aura reminiscent of the golden rock. Yet the comb atop its head unmistakably marked it as a rooster. It cackled with delight. This chicken is vast, spanning hundreds of miles. Not even 10 barbecue grills could contain it. Have you insignificant ants finished your futile escape? Before my absolute power, you shall all be devoured and transformed into my strength. Just as the inhabitants of Wind Cloud City were engulfed in despair, believing they would become the blood offerings of the demon Jin Kuan, an unexpected voice resonated through the sky. What is this creature? A sentient chicken? Chapter 25. Grilled chicken wings, my favorite dish, the celestial demon clan's conspiracy. Half a devouring demon body. Such a remarkable physique. Yet it seems you are destined to squander it. Whispers echoed from the void, tinged with a hint of regret. What is this Jean-Claude demon Kuan up to? Is it truly starting with a chicken and evolving into a Kuan? Who are you? Have you come to present me with a meal? Jin Kuan, the demon saint, scoffed. This world is not short of foolish heroes. Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Do you wish to consume me? Lin Dong, disdainful, stepped forth from the void like a celestial being, his figure ethereal and indistinct. Then I shall escort you on your journey. With a cold snort, Lin Dong unleashed a surge of crimson essence from Jin Kuan, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Ah, why is my cultivation plummeting? Jin Kuan, filled with terror, turned to Lin Dong, pleading, Senior, spare me. Little Kuan has erred. I shall henceforth live as a humble chicken. The Jin Kuan demon saint cried out in pain. kneeling before Lin Dong. Lin Dong's gaze remained indifferent as he waved his sleeve lightly, binding Jin Kuan to the city wall. Esteemed guests, this demon has been subdued by me. If he does not perish within 3 days, he shall vanish into nothingness thereafter. You may vent your frustrations as you wish. With that, Lin Dong stepped forward and vanished into the void. He merely passed by and, upon witnessing the scene, chose to intervene. The matter of accepting disciples had already been entrusted to the 4th young master of the Tang family, while he ventured forth to wander the continent for a brief period. He bestowed upon a man named Shur a crimson essence and a tome of the devouring demon technique. This individual had been selected by Tang Farong from among those who raised Gu, possessing noteworthy talent in the art of blades, further augmented by his formidable physique. From that moment forth, the Xiaoyao sect was endowed with an additional blade, destined to annihilate all adversaries. We express our gratitude to the celestial being for his intervention. The townsfolk bore expressions of profound gratitude and reverence, kneeling in thanks to Lin Dong, perceiving him as a divine savior who rescued them from peril. Hurry! I yearn to flay this demon cultivator, for my heart harbors an insatiable hatred. A man, whose trousers bore the stains of neglect, clasped his groin with one hand while brandishing a blade with the other, charging at the demon cultivator. No, you insignificant ants dare treat me, the Holy One. In such a manner, I shall eradicate you. Countless individuals surged forward in fury, wishing to extract its tendons and drink its blood. To their astonishment, they discovered that the demon's injuries healed spontaneously. Is this what that esteemed individual referred to as not dying for 3 days? What an astonishingly defiant technique. By the heavens. Is that a chicken wing? It's an enormous chicken wing. One man severed Jin Kuan's hand, which instantly transformed into a large chicken wing, only for Jin Kuan's hand to regenerate anew. Brother, could you spare me that chicken wing? I long for roasted chicken wings. They are my preferred delicacy. Oh, you crave it? So do I. Go fetch your own. Observing the spectacle, several cultivators approached, setting up a barbecue grill to commence their self-service roast. Since it desires to feast upon us, let us dine upon it in its presence. Ah, demons, you wretched fiends, do not touch me. Jin Kuan, the demon saint, cried out in agony, perceiving the crowd as a horde of malevolent spirits. Little did he know, his former self had been infinitely more terrifying than they were now. It was merely a case of fortune-turning. I beg of you, spare me. This chicken meat is rather tough. You see, that is because this chicken is too old. These chicken feet are as hard as iron, impossible to chew. With so many options, why would you choose the chicken feet? Ah, do not touch that. Indeed, the wheel of fortune had turned. Jin Kuan, the demon saint, writhed in torment, watching the others enjoy their barbecue. His cries of despair echoing as tears streamed from his mouth. His lamentations resonated throughout the city for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, he departed this world bearing a countenance of release, lamenting only that the barbecue was too fragrant for him to savor a bite. In an unnamed valley, a thunderous roar resounded as countless streams of spiritual energy surged forth, creating massive craters that echoed with the crash of falling boulders. Within the valley, several youths at the first level of chi refinement pursued a boy at the body refinement stage, shouting for his capture. Quickly seize this lad. Render him powerless for his earlier arrogance. Heh, Qin Tian, were you not rather arrogant during your physical training phase? How is it that you cannot even break through to the chi refinement stage now? Indeed, Brother Luo speaks the truth. You now scurry about like a frightened dog. Ha ha. The young warrior, drenched in blood, wielded his fists silently, defending against the relentless onslaught of his assailants. 4 or 5 youths surrounded him, attacking from a distance, ensuring he could not retaliate. Unarmed and unable to reach them, he found himself at a disadvantage. He felt a sense of unwillingness. Why was it so arduous to surpass his physical training? Why were those whom he once bested now able to torment him? The sacred battle body. Lin Dong appeared in the void of the valley, raising his hand with a flourish. The continent still harbors numerous talents. He had traversed it without paying much heed, merely collecting those who caught his eye. The group of youths instantly reverted to their physical training stage. My spiritual power is gone. How can this be? Oh, there's a ghost. Run. No, something is off with this brat. Me too. I must leave immediately. The frightened shouts echoed as one youth bolted into the distance. Damn Qin Tian, how dare you? A wretched scream pierced the air. Seeing the others revert to their physical training stage, Qin Tian, like a ferocious beast, lunged forward, tearing off the arm of one youth. We must flee. In our physical training state, we are no match for that scoundrel. Let's disperse. The others, witnessing this, hastily scattered in all directions. Ah, what the hell? There's a wall. Ah, me too. A ghost. As they stumbled forward, it felt as though they collided with an unseen barrier, yet their surroundings were empty. Ah, Qin Tian pursued, delivering powerful blows that shattered the insides of one youth. Qin Tian, you madman. Everyone, attack together. He is injured. We outnumber him. Indeed, if we don't act now, he will pick us off one by one. The remaining youths charged at Qin Tian. The valley transformed into a primal battleground, where combat was the most straightforward of methods, each strike landing with brutal force. Moments later, the valley was stained with blood, with severed limbs strewn about, leaving only one figure standing, Qin Tian. Though he swayed precariously, drenched in blood, he remained resolute. Bolstered by unwavering will. Not bad, not bad. My sect did not err in its judgment of you. Lin Dong's voice echoed throughout the valley. Thank you, senior. For your timely intervention, Qin Tian bowed respectfully. Might I ask if you would consider taking me as your disciple? I, Qin Tian, pledge my life to you without hesitation. He recognized that a powerful figure must have aided him from the shadows. Otherwise, he would not have survived this day. Nor could he have vanquished this group of fledgling fighters. He teetered on the brink, poised to kneel and express his gratitude to Lin Dong, when he felt a gentle force supporting him. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be a disciple of my Xian Yao sect, Lin Dong declared, raising his hand to steady Qin Tian, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was evident that the youth was worthy of guidance, for he was the only one among the newly accepted disciples to propose this himself. Elated by the joy of the sect, Lin Dong thought it permissible to accept yet another personal disciple. Alas, due to Qin Tian's insufficient aptitude, he would first be received into the sect, with the possibility of becoming a personal disciple in the future. Upon receiving Lin Dong's nod, Qin Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. Henceforth, Xian Yao sect gained a new warrior, known as Qin Tian, a being who would battle the heavens and the earth, yielding to none but Lin Dong. Meanwhile, the demon clan was concocting a grand scheme. Chapter 26. Unseen Currents. Earthworks of Lin Dong in the divine domain, demon state. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy transformed the entire sky into a dark crimson hue. As the vast expanse was predominantly occupied by the demon clan, with other races merely serving as their livestock. At this moment, within the grand hall of the demon palace, an awe-inspiring edifice, countless formidable members of the demon clan had gathered, engaged in discussions of significant import. What momentous affair could warrant the assembly of such powerful beings from our four domains? It must be a matter capable of shaking the continent to its core. We shall await the pronouncement of the true demon lord. Numerous powerful figures of the demon clan took their seats, while mighty emperors from the other four domains were also present. Yet this was the true stronghold of the demon clan on the Tianwu continent. The demon clan, an alien species, is characterized by their dual horns, clawed hands, and, for those of pure bloodline, a pair of wings sprouting from their backs. With formidable innate abilities and physical prowess akin to fierce beasts, they are known for their savage and bloodthirsty nature, preying upon countless races, including humanity. The origin of the demon clan traces back to the ancient era, spanning tens of millions of years. Their invasion of the Tianwu continent aimed to claim the land as their own and to treat the various races as mere sources of sustenance. A multitude of races rose in rebellion against them. The ensuing conflict between the two forces inevitably led to countless battles, with both sides possessing comparable might. After a stalemate lasting hundreds of thousands of years, the formidable beings above the demon emperors were kept at bay from the Tianwu continent. However, there were always those who slipped through the cracks, allowing numerous demons to infiltrate the continent through spatial rifts. For tens of millions of years, the demon clan has relentlessly sought to invade the Tianwu continent. Gradually, the myriad races on the continent found themselves in a weakened state, unable to withstand the sheer numbers of the demon clan. Ultimately, the demon clan seized vast territories, compelling the inhabitants of the Tianwu continent to acquiesce, designating certain areas for the demons and signing peace treaties with their race. Within the grand hall of the demon palace, a figure with a blurred visage, adorned with wings and crowned with horns, emanated an overwhelming demonic aura from the principal seat. This formidable demon was none other than Blood Wushang, the leader of the demon clan on the Tianwu continent, a powerful being of the true demon realm. Below, to the left and right, 30 demon emperors took their places. It can be said that all the heavenly demon emperors of the Tianwu continent have gathered here. Below, dozens of great demon emperors, quasi-emperors, of the demon clan stand respectfully beside the grand hall. How prepared are your four regions for the altar of our demon clan? When can we activate our clan's divine artifact, the heavenly demon pillar? Blood Wushang coldly addressed the multitude of demon clan members below. Once the heavenly demon pillar is activated, the powerful beings of our demon clan will instantly descend upon the Tianwu continent. At that moment, the entire Tianwu continent will belong to our demon clan, and the myriad races will be reduced to servitude, mere food for them. Our demon clan has awaited this moment for countless millennia. Moreover, he could finally leave this wretched place. Reporting to Lord True Demon, We in the southern region are fully prepared and can initiate the grand formation at any time. Reporting to Lord True Demon, the same goes for us in the western region. We are ready to activate the grand formation. The two demon emperors, who guard the western and southern regions respectively, excitedly licked their lips and spoke. What of you two from the blood and scarlet regions? Why do you remain silent? Blood Wushang's brows furrowed slightly as he coldly glanced at the two demon emperors, questioning them. Please forgive me, Lord True Demon. Our northern region still requires some blood offerings. We will be ready to activate the grand formation in just 6 months. The demon emperor, named Chashiwa, hurriedly bowed and replied. Please forgive me, Lord True Demon. The blood offerings from our eastern region lack the necessary quality and strength to provide potent blood energy. Our progress is slow, and we will require another year before we can initiate the grand formation. The Scarlet Demon Emperor, who guards the eastern region, lamented, wishing for a swifter resolution. It was all due to the troublesome woman from the eastern region, who, like a fierce tigress, has been watching them with predatory intent. You worthless beings. I do not wish to hear any excuses. You are given 1 month to replenish sufficient blood energy. Otherwise, I shall offer you both as sacrifices to the grand formation. Blood Wushang coldly huffed. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged within the hall, and an invisible pressure emanated, making the two demon emperors struggle to breathe. Yes, we shall accomplish the task. The two demon emperors hastily complied, not daring to defy Blood Wushang's orders. They were acutely aware of his terrifying power. Countless strong members of the demon clan had perished at his hands. The demon clan lacked no talents. Those with purer bloodlines and greater strength were naturally suppressed by their lineage, making it nearly impossible for ordinary demons to transcend such hierarchy. After their demise, countless demon emperors would rise to become demon emperors themselves, a testament to the brutal methods of the demon clan, whose existence was far more harrowing than that of the Tianwu continent. With clear hierarchies, the strong are revered, absolute domination and obedience to orders prevail. Enough. You may all leave now. I will summon you again in a month. Blood Wushang waved his hand impatiently, dismissing the demons as one would shoo away flies. Yes, we take our leave. The powerful members of the demon clan dared not voice any grievances and promptly rose to depart. If the myriad cultivators of the Tianwu continent were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly question the veracity of their own vision, exclaiming that it is impossible. These are the formidable and renowned demon emperors of the continent. After their departure, the vast hall fell into a profound silence once again. Unbeknownst to all, the demon clan is currently orchestrating a cataclysmic conspiracy, a dark current poised to sweep across the entire continent. In the backyard of the Xiaoyao sect, Lin Dong reclined in a grand armchair basking in the sunlight, relishing the massage provided by Chunxiang, savoring delightful fruits. Such a life is simply exquisite. Returning to the sect master, Chunxiang has cultivated her massage technique to the 2nd level. She replied with utmost respect, her delicate and fair hands diligently attending to Lin Dong's legs. Decades have passed within the Xiaoyao sect, during which various events unfolded. The Xiaoyao Taoist has achieved remarkable cultivation and has departed the sect, claiming he seeks a suitable partner for Lin Dong. Lin Dong did not hinder his master. Rather, he supported his master's quest for happiness. The disciples have demonstrated commendable progress in their cultivation. Lin Dong surveyed the sect with his spiritual sense, noting that Yi Changsheng and 2 others, among the earliest entrants, have now reached the saint realm. The remaining disciples, who joined subsequently, are mostly at the level of the venerable or emperor realms, though several exceptionally gifted prodigies have ascended to the saint realm. Given more time for cultivation, they are bound to instill awe across the continent. Lin Dong has established a rule: no disciple may leave the sect without attaining the great sage realm. Initially, he contemplated a higher standard, insisting that disciples reach the emperor realm before departing, but deemed this expectation excessive. Achieving the great sage realm is formidable enough on the Tianwu continent. Truth be told, Lin Dong eagerly anticipates the moment when the Xiaoyao sect makes its grand entrance into the world. When silence breaks, it will resound with the might of countless great sages, ensuring the name of the Xiaoyao sect reverberates throughout the continent, heralding its reign. Has that fellow Erha truly reached the venerable realm? Lin Dong mused, somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that Erha would cultivate to such heights. The techniques he had casually provided unexpectedly proved effective, and Erha diligently pursued them. According to Yi Changxing, this fellow has been voraciously consuming resources, making it nearly impossible not to break through, and his physical form has grown incredibly robust. However, Lin Dong remains unconcerned about these resources, as he possesses ample wealth. As for the old man Gu Chun, he has reconstructed his body and currently stands at the threshold of the emperor realm. In recent days, Lin Dong has dispatched the 4 young masters of the Tang family from the sect, tirelessly gathering talented individuals to join. During his travels across the Tianwu continent, he encountered several prodigies and could not resist accepting 2 disciples into his fold. It is somewhat regrettable that the creatures of the Tianwu continent possess impure bloodlines. Thus he refrained from capturing any of them. Not even a divine beast's lineage could be found, which left Lin Dong unimpressed. Their appearance was rather unappealing. He decided to wait until he ventured beyond the Tianwu continent to capture creatures from the vast cosmos. The rewards from the system are indeed bountiful. A faint smile graced Lin Dong's lips. He had become extraordinarily affluent. Recently, the sect had accepted numerous disciples, and he had received numerous rewards in return. Chapter 27, Golden Summoning Card, summoning 18 powerful beings. He had garnered countless system rewards. In particular, he possessed over a dozen realm enhancement cards. The summoning cards also numbered in the dozens, with other rewards being innumerable, leading him to ponder whether the system would eventually run out of gifts for him. The card bug truly provided immense satisfaction. Lin Dong relished this abundance. He was no longer concerned about resource scarcity. He couldn't help but admire himself, treating the system almost like a personal treasure vault. As for the rewards he deemed unworthy, they were cast into the sect's treasury. The talented individuals gathered were managed by the 4 young masters of the Tang family. Those who met the qualifications would be accepted as disciples, while those who fell short were sent to a designated location, a secret base he established in the Eternal Realm, where they could diligently cultivate and strive for entry into the Xiaoyao sect. After traversing the continent, Lin Dong returned to rest, leaving the recruitment of talents to the 4 young masters. With such beauty by his side, one would wonder how many offspring a normal person might have fathered by now. It had been over a decade. Surely, children would be in primary school by this point. Yet, Lin Dong remained a fledgling, causing the divine fragrance empress to suspect him on several occasions, pondering whether he had an issue in that regard. With such a stunning beauty in proximity, Lin Dong exhibited no response whatsoever. He continued to eat and drink as usual, as if he had activated a sage mode. Shaking his head, Lin Dong contemplated whether to gather all these talents into an affiliated sect of the Xiaoyao sect. They would need to select a name for the affiliated sect. What would be a suitable name? Sky Explosion? Alas, that was too taxing on the mind. Never mind, it was better to utilize the summoning cards first. System: I wish to use 6 bronze-level summoning cards, 6 silver-level summoning cards, and 6 gold-level summoning cards. Gold-level summoning card. It can randomly summon a powerful being from the realm of divine kings to divine emperors. Ding! The host has successfully used 6 bronze summoning cards. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 sect guardians. Duan Yuanji, He Ming, Tang Yun, Luo Tianwei, Mo Yin, Han Changyu. Power. Pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Ding! The host has successfully used 6 silver summoning cards. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 inner sect elders at the peak of the ancient god realm, Ji Wuhui, Bai Zhan, and 4 outer sect elders at the peak of the true god realm, Shu Fengsheng, Zhou Yuan, Hui Dao, Mu Yunkai. Ding! The host has successfully utilized 6 golden summoning cards. The summoning is in progress, and congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 peak core elders of the divine emperor realm, Yi Tian and Su Luoi, along with 4 peak inner elders of the divine lord realm, Xiao Se, He Chao, Yu Jun, and Wei Tianqing. The figures are manifesting. 2 divine emperors and 4 divine lords, quite a stroke of fortune. Lin Dong remarked casually. Regarding other powerful beings of different realms, he held them in no esteem whatsoever. Such combat prowess was of little use in the current domain of Tianwu. It was time to prepare for an expansion of influence beyond Tianwu. Lin Dong's divine sense had scouted the lands beyond Tianwu, revealing an unknown territory where a multitude of cultivators from various races were valiantly resisting the demonic forces to protect their homeland. The most formidable beings on both sides were divine kings. Lin Dong had no intention of intervening. He wished to reserve the disciples of his sect for establishing the renown of the Xianyao sect. It was of little concern. The disciples of Xianyao would take action. Beyond the unknown territory lay a vast expanse of starry skies, dotted with countless continents and planets akin to Tianwu, with star domains above them. However, they all existed within the cosmos, where myriad races thrived and countless strong beings roamed. The cultivation realms of the starry sky included true god, celestial god, ancient god, divine king, divine lord, divine emperor, divine sovereign, divine emperor, and ancestral god. Lin Dong currently resided at the divine emperor level, yet if he desired, he could effortlessly ascend beyond the ancestral god realm. However, he was rather indolent and had no inclination to make a move. When the time came for a true expedition into the starry expanse, his cultivation would skyrocket. Furthermore, he possessed the invincible sword body, which rendered him nearly unbeatable, even if his cultivation fell short. Suddenly, the void trembled, and 18 figures descended, treading upon the sun, moon, and stars, shattering the void to stand resolutely in the ether. 16 men and 2 women, clad in various attire, each adorned with the emblem of the Xianyao sect at their waists. Merely standing there, they exuded an overwhelming aura that swept across the entire sky. What is happening? Who are these individuals? Their aura is incredibly powerful. I can scarcely breathe. Could they be causing trouble at our Xianyao sect? How could that be? That would be tantamount to seeking death. The terrifying aura enveloped the area, leaving many surrounding disciples struggling to catch their breath. Yet, they did not exhibit any visible signs of fear, merely casting sidelong glances. For they knew that if powerful beings invaded, their sects would respond immediately. They had heard from senior brothers who entered earlier that the elders of the sect were out training. Could these be the returning elders? As the crowd pondered, a clear, melodious laughter resonated through the air. Indeed, fellow disciples, there is no need for alarm. These are the powerful ones returning to our sect. You may all continue with your tasks. The crowd turned, bowing in unison, and there stood Yi Changsheng, radiating warmth and confidence amidst the assembly. Beside him stood the graceful and refined Lu Shuer, though a fleeting shadow of concern flickered in her eyes. It was the eldest brother and sister. Since the esteemed senior brother has spoken, it must be true. Indeed, observe how they all wear the tokens of our Xiaoyao sect at their waists. How enlightening. During my time in the Xiaoyao sect, it is only natural that everyone has come to know the illustrious senior brother Yi Changsheng. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd ceased their lingering and hurried off to various corners of the sect to cultivate, striving for an early breakthrough into the great saint realm. When the Xiaoyao sect officially emerges, they hope to contribute to its glory. These are all disciples that Lin Dong has gathered, individuals who have traversed significant life events and persevered, possessing commendable character and a pursuit for cultivation. Shuer, what troubles you? Are you still worried about your family? Yi Changsheng approached Lu Shuer, inquiring gently. Though Lu Shuer had attempted to mask her concern moments ago, Yi Changsheng had discerned it nonetheless. She nodded, her eyes briefly clouded with worry once more. Indeed, not long ago, Xiao Yin sent me a message saying that although both grandfather and father have recovered, the Heavenly Demon clan has been stirring restlessly in the northern domain. The two exchanged tender glances, their eyes meeting in a silent understanding. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. They had often trained and ventured together during this time, their feelings gradually deepening, their relationship occupying a delicate balance that neither dared to disrupt. Who would have thought that even the straightforward Yi Changsheng was on the verge of winning over Lu Shuer? Meanwhile, our Lin Dong remained a solitary figure, albeit accompanied by his loyal dog. As the saying goes, in a trio, there is always one left single. Thus, Luo Yin chose to focus on his own cultivation, opting for a path of solitude. Just as they were about to take a next step, the jade pendant in Lu Shuer's embrace began to shimmer. She quickly took it out, an unsettling feeling creeping into her heart. She formed a hand seal, and the pendant emitted a cacophony of noise, followed by Xiao Yin's clear voice. Miss, you must return home at once. The Heavenly Demon clan has come again. With that, the communication abruptly ceased. Lu Shuer clutched the pendant tightly, her heart filled with anxiety. They exchanged glances, and Yi Changsheng, sensing her distress, resolutely declared, Shuer, I will take you to explain the situation to our master. I believe our master will permit us to leave the sect. However, Lu Shuer's voice was laced with urgency and a hint of hesitation. There is no however. Trust me, Yi Changsheng asserted with an air of dominance, taking Lu Shuer's hand as they made their way to the back courtyard. Lu Shuer did not resist, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yi Changsheng felt a twinge of anxiety. Was he truly going to meet her family before their relationship was officially defined? The summoned individuals once again appeared, now at the entrance of the sect's grand hall, awaiting Lin Dong's summons. At that moment, they all heard Lin Dong's voice resonate in their minds. I have a task for you. Chapter 28. Specializing in accepting undesirable disciples. The Heavenly Demon clan invades the Lu family. Upon hearing this, a stunned silence fell over them, and they exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. However, they were merely puzzled for a moment, not daring to defy or question Lin Dong's orders, and soon vanished from the scene, each attending to their respective tasks. The assignments for those above the divine realm involved recruiting talented disciples for the sect from both within and beyond the continent. The primary targets were those young masters of noble families who had previously been deemed worthless, yet suddenly rose to prominence, overpowering all their contemporaries, as well as nameless individuals who, in a brief span, broke through to become extraordinary talents, possessing unique physiques that remained untapped. All of these exceptional individuals were to be brought back to the sect and handed over to the fourth young master of the Tang family for unified management and arrangement. As for the guards at the Emperor realm, their duties remained unchanged, merely to safeguard the sect. After completing all these tasks, Lin Dong reclined in a grand chair, closing his eyes to rejuvenate himself, indulging in a brief afternoon nap. Indeed, the sect master was an extraordinary figure, seemingly requiring no cultivation, his strength unfathomable. The heavenly fragrance empress gazed at him with utmost reverence, her heart filled with admiration. The more she understood the sect master, the more she could sense his terrifying nature. Were Lin Dong to hear this, he would undoubtedly remark, "Why cultivate? I have my advantages, what more do I need? Besides, I am already invincible. I need not exhaust my cultivation resources." Observing this, Chuanxiang wisely retreated to the side. The reason there were not 4 women representing the 4 seasons was simply due to the scarcity of female emperors in the Tianwu continent, none of whom met Lin Dong's standards. As Chuanxiang contemplated entering a meditative state, she was again reminded of the formidable figures she had encountered earlier, pondering, what realms did those powerful beings belong to? Their aura was utterly suffocating. None among that group was weaker than she. Their presence was as daunting as an abyss. All surpassing her, she recognized 6 familiar auras, which turned out to belong to peak Emperor realm experts. The Xiaoyao sect was indeed shrouded in countless mysteries. Each layer of fog she pierced revealed another deeper layer, igniting her curiosity. Putting aside her thoughts, she resolved to focus on her cultivation. The hidden injuries on the heavenly fragrance empress had healed, and even her own cultivation had progressed to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Nonetheless, she still fell short of that demon emperor, striving to break through to the 5th level of the Emperor realm as swiftly as possible to overpower him. Furthermore, she received word from her family that the heavenly demon clan had begun to stir again, though it remained unclear what schemes they were brewing. However, as she closed her eyes, she perceived 2 auras approaching from afar. One of these auras was familiar to her. It belonged to Lin Dong's eldest disciple, Yi Changsheng. She promptly conveyed a message to Yi Changsheng. "Your master is resting. If there is anything, I will inform you once he awakens. You may come back then." Yi Changsheng paused midair. Lu Shuer, her face etched with concern, inquired, "Changsheng, what is it?" Just as Yi Changsheng was about to respond, he heard Lin Dong's languid voice. "No matter, come up." "Yes, master." Yi Changsheng descended with Lu Shuer to the courtyard, where they beheld Lin Dong reclining beneath the shade of a tree. "Changsheng, what brings you to seek your teacher?" Lin Dong stretched lazily. Though he appeared to sleep daily, his mind soared far beyond the mundane. He was acutely aware of all that transpired in the Xiaoyao sect and the continent. Sleep, too, was a form of cultivation. Lin Dong pondered the profound solitude of invincibility. Just as Yi Changxing was about to speak, he was interrupted by a sudden exclamation from Lu Shuer. "The heavenly fragrance empress?" Turning to look, Lu Shuer was visibly thrilled, her delicate hand gesturing towards Chuanxiang, who was massaging Lin Dong. Lu Shuer felt a sense of disbelief. Heaven above, what had she just witnessed? The legendary empress, revered throughout the eastern domain, serving as a maid at the Xiaoyao sect, providing a massage to the sect master? This was the very figure she idolized. Her journey to the eastern domain was solely to behold the empress's unparalleled grace. To her astonishment, she encountered her here. It was no wonder Lu Shuer reacted so strongly, as the back courtyard was universally recognized as a forbidden zone. Generally, aside from Lin Dong's master and his direct disciples, others were not permitted to approach the area lightly. "For now, I am merely a maid of the sect master. You may call me Chuanxiang," the heavenly fragrance empress stated, her demeanor unwavering. How infuriating to be recognized so easily. Being exposed in such a manner, did her dignity as an empress mean nothing? Yi Changxing remained unfazed, showing no signs of shock. He was unfamiliar with the empress and had only encountered Chuanxiang on a few occasions, knowing her solely as his master's maid. He tugged at Lu Shuer's sleeve and whispered, "Shuer, what are you doing? Don't forget our purpose here." Lu Shuer quickly regained her composure, promptly closing her mouth, although her gaze remained filled with admiration as she looked at Lin Dong. Truly, the enigmatic sect master had even won over the empress. "Master, we wish to leave the sect. Shuer has an urgent matter at home and wishes to return," Yi Changxing said, his tone slightly anxious. "Perhaps to meet your father-in-law?" Lin Dong mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Both of them turned beet red at his words. Lu Shuer lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Dong's gaze. "How did you know what I intended to do?" Yi Changxing asked, scratching his head awkwardly. "No, I am merely going to assist Shue's family." "Enough, I grant you permission." "Who could possibly overlook your intentions?" Lin Dong waved his hand, playfully scolding. Hearing this, both felt a surge of joy and quickly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, master, for your support." "Thank you, sect master, for your understanding." Lin Dong continued. "Go to the sect's treasury and select some fine gifts to take along. We cannot allow others to look down upon us. Remember, you are disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, representing our esteemed name. Whatever you undertake, do so boldly, for your master will always have your back. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chongqing's eyes glistened with emotion. Indeed, his master cared for him deeply, with his parents absent. It felt wonderful to have the affection of his master. Just as Yi Chongqing was about to utter some poignant words, Lin Dong closed his eyes and swiftly waved his hand, signaling them to depart. The two, upon noticing, bowed respectfully. Disciple, take your leave. Yi Chongqing grasped Lu Xuaner's hand and hurried away. In the northern region, within the secret realm of the Lu family, lay a paradise on earth. Imbued with rich spiritual energy, shrouded in mist, and surrounded by ancient trees standing tall like dragons, reaching towards the clouds, interspersed with countless ancient palaces and towers. A young boy bent down to pick up a stone, but when he lifted his gaze again, his expression turned to one of sheer terror as the stone slipped from his hand. A blood-red cloud loomed on the horizon, and in an instant, it began to stain the surrounding sky crimson, transforming the firmament into a scene of impending doom. Tick-tock, the stone hit the ground, and the boy quickly regained his composure, shouting, "Not good. The heavenly demon clan is here again." As his words fell, a luminescent barrier surged forth, swiftly enveloping the area, signifying the imminent arrival of a formidable foe. This was the ancestral formation of the Lu family, typically activated only in dire situations. As each use consumed a significant amount of resources. Damn the heavenly demon clan, how dare they return? The boy seethed, such relentless fiends, the northern region is vast. Yet they choose to attack our Lu family. This is sheer audacity. Indeed, a cornered dog will leap over the wall. If it comes to it, I shall face them head on. Within the formation, numerous individuals halted their tasks, collectively gazing towards the outer realm. Some appeared terrified, others seethed with anger. While a medley of complex emotions, accompanied by curses and insults, filled the air. Swish, swish, swish. Figures emerged from the palatial towers, their expressions grave as they stared into the distance. A dense shroud of black clouds approached from afar, engulfing the entire formation, reminiscent of a city besieged by ominous shadows. Delicious blood offerings, your demon lord has arrived. Tremble, mere ants. The sinister echoes of demonic laughter resonated from the black clouds. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the darkened sky was filled with numerous shadowy figures cloaked in demonic energy, their faces twisted with malice as they laughed unabashedly. Chapter 29. The Heavenly Demon Clan's host approaches. Lu Daosheng of the Lu family at the Lu family plaza, an elderly man in a white robe, stooped with age, spoke with a heavy tone. I wonder how the injuries of our patriarch and ancestor fare. The prospects for our Lu family seem grim. What of it? Even if I, Lu Tiancheng, must perish, I shall take a few of those demon spawn with me. A young man, brimming with vigor, strode forward with an imperious tone. Indeed, when have the sons of the Lu family ever feared? First, we shall ensure the survival of our lineage. For us old bones, death is the least of our concerns. An elderly man, seemingly quick-tempered, waved his sleeve dismissively, snorting in disdain. After enduring several fierce battles, the Lu family suffered countless casualties, with loved ones lost and partners separated. Towards the demonic clan, their hearts brimmed only with profound hatred and a thirst for vengeance. It was widely acknowledged that the protective formation could only be sustained for a few days. Ultimately, they would have to confront the demonic clan in battle. So it would be more prudent to engage them now. Whoosh! A figure clad in blue appeared, standing prominently before the assembly. This individual was a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, who towered in the void. He was none other than the head of the Lu family, Lu Daosheng, father of Lu Xuer. Upon seeing his arrival, the crowd bowed in reverence. Patriarch, allow us to engage. I am eager to confront these demonic wretches, exclaimed an elder. Indeed, Patriarch, we fear not death. We shall slay a multitude of demons. Everyone, listen to me. Lu Daosheng raised his hand, silencing the crowd. I understand the anger that resides in your hearts, and thus, I have resolved with our ancestor to wage a desperate battle against the demonic clan. The assembly exchanged glances, each reflecting their own apprehensions. But Patriarch, your injuries. Lu Daosheng turned to address the members of the Lu family, his commanding voice resonating throughout the hall. There is no need for concern. Both I and our ancestor have fully recovered, and our elders have also ascended in strength. This time, we shall ensure that the demonic clan faces obliteration, leaving them with no escape. The insight tea brought back by Xiao Yin has significantly bolstered our family's overall strength, enhancing the ranks with several esteemed warriors and 2 formidable saints. My own prowess, alongside that of the other strong members of our family, has seen tremendous growth. I am confident that we can repel the loathed demonic clan and even annihilate them. Splendid. Our ancestor is mighty, and the patriarch is formidable. The crowd's spirits soared. eyes glistening with tears of excitement as they erupted in fervent cheers. Damn those demonic wretches, await my blade. These vile demons have incurred my wrath for too long. At last, I shall rend them apart. Father, I finally have the chance to avenge you. The atmosphere was electric, with eager warriors poised for action, yearning to rush forth and eradicate the demonic fiends. Lu Daoxing's authoritative voice resounded once more. However, before we embark on this endeavor, we must ensure all preparations are meticulously arranged. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, we must gather the elderly, women, and children together, ready for swift relocation, preserving the seeds of our Lu family. Daofan, I entrust this arrangement to you. Once this is accomplished, we shall initiate our counteroffensive. At this, a man in gray robes stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Yes, Patriarch, Daofan will make the necessary arrangements and fulfill the task. Lu Daoxing nodded and addressed the assembly. I implore all the sons of the Lu family to cooperate with Daofan in executing the preliminary tasks. Once this matter is resolved, we will launch our counterattack. Are my fellow Lu family warriors prepared? Ever ready, we, the sons of the Lu family, are undaunted and fearless. Dark clouds loom ominously, and countless tendrils of malevolent energy surge forth, striking against the barrier of the grand formation, which ripples in response. Cackling, innumerable celestial demons emerge from the shadows. A legion of demonic warriors advancing toward the great array. Clad in obsidian armor and wielding sinister weapons, they bear expressions of sheer ferocity, their laughter echoing with a strange, eerie resonance. Among them, the weakest bear the strength of the spirit sea realm, while many leaders boast the might of sovereigns and kings. Destroy this great formation, and we shall feast upon the delectable blood of our prey, command the demon leaders. The celestial demons, spurred by their words, unleash their full might in an unrelenting assault on the array. Behind the darkness, a multitude of figures looms. Those charging ahead are but fodder. The true pinnacle of the celestial demon strength resides in these formidable beings, who will ultimately dictate the outcome of the conflict. Every silhouette emanates an overwhelming aura of malevolence. A mix of men and women, all fixated on the barrier, their tongues flickering in anticipation, their eyes glinting with an ominous crimson light. The prospect of such high-caliber prey is truly tantalizing, a veritable feast for the senses. A strikingly beautiful demoness, her eyes aglow with a sinister light, unconsciously licks her crimson lips. Why do these morsels continue to struggle? They might as well emerge and allow us to indulge. A massive demon clad in black armor growls. With so many powerful beings of our clan mobilized, this insignificant human territory is as good as annihilated, remarks a gaunt figure resembling a ravenous wolf. At this, several gaze reverently toward the 13 thrones ahead, their expressions filled with awe. Seated upon these celestial thrones are 13 esteemed celestial demons, with 3 prominent thrones positioned at the forefront. Those worthy of such seats are all beings of transcendent might, with the 3 seated closest being formidable figures of the great demon saint realm. The remaining multitude of celestial demons stand respectfully behind the thrones, all of them at the level of demon lords. My Lord Bloodcloud, may I inquire why our demon emperor has mobilized such a formidable force to invade the northern domain? Asks a captivating demoness seated upon the lap of a tall, imposing figure. The man, known as Blood Ling Yun, also titled the Great Demon Bloodcloud, is the youngest among the 3 great demon saints present. Do not inquire into matters beyond your station. Even I lack the privilege to know, let alone you. The Bloodcloud demon lord's expression was frigid as he gripped the wooden handle of the throne adorned with a rabbit motif, his tone icy as he spoke. It was no surprise that he reacted so vehemently. The matter was of grave significance. Even he was unaware of the schemes concocted by the celestial demon clan, a mystery beyond his purview. All he knew was that a deathly order had been issued from above, mandating the completion of the task at hand. For failure would mean his demise. If they choose not to divulge information, why exert such force? If the throne were to break, there would be no seat left to occupy. The throne quivered under Bloodcloud's strike, eliciting a shiver from the enchanting demoness, who cast him a mournful glance. This look stirred something within Bloodcloud, prompting him to regard the enchanting demoness with a peculiar gaze. The grand formation would require at least 3 more days to breach. Unless this group of bloodthirsty fiends were to recklessly emerge, Bloodcloud's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he addressed the man seated on another throne. Ghost Chi, I, the Holy One, am famished. I shall take my leave for a meal. Ensure you inform me of any developments upon my return. With that, he vanished from the throne alongside the enchanting demoness. Youth certainly had its advantages. Bloodcloud could hardly endure this brief interlude, oblivious to its critical importance. Ghost Chi shook his head, bemused. Bloodcloud's trivial thoughts were all too apparent. As for dining, one feared he might one day meet his end upon a woman's lap. Chapter 30. The Rampage of the Celestial Demons. The Great War begins meanwhile. Yi Chongxing and Lu Shuer had already set forth towards the Lu clan in the northern domain. At the Lu clan, countless formidable warriors congregated in the plaza. Their spirits soared, brimming with battle fervor, as they gazed upon the figure ahead, Lu Daoxing. Among them was Xiao Lian, clad in combat attire, her lively demeanor transformed into one of resolute elegance amidst the throng. She hoped that the lady would receive her message and arrive promptly. Though Xiao Lian was undaunted, a hint of worry lingered in her eyes. Having attained the realm of a monarch, she was not at all inferior to the clan's other prodigies. She was determined to contribute to the Lu clan, ready to take to the battlefield and confront the generals of the Celestial Demon clan. The members of the Lu clan stood united, their fighting spirits surging as they awaited Lu Daoxing's command. With a single order, they would fearlessly charge forth to battle the cruel, bloodthirsty, and inhumane celestial demons. Lu Daoxing's authoritative gaze swept across the gathered disciples of the Lu clan. Such unity was a testament to the worthiness of my lineage. Today, the celestial demons invade our homeland, slaughtering our kin. They are our sworn enemies. As the head of this clan, I lead you all to defend our home, to eradicate the celestial demons, avenge our kin, and restore tranquility to the Lu clan. My brave sons of the Lu clan, are you prepared? We are ready. We are ready. A multitude of voices rose in unison, echoing Lu Daoxing's rallying call. With a surge of indomitable spirit, the hearts of the multitude intertwined, coalescing in the sky to form a majestic dragon, poised to emerge. Activate the grand formation, my esteemed kin of the Lu family. Join me in vanquishing the celestial demons. In an instant, the luminous barrier of the formation dissipated rapidly, momentarily catching the demon clan off guard. Shouts echoed from every corner of the square, as countless figures surged forth. Kik kik, the feast has arrived. The scent of sustenance wafts through the air. The demon clan, their faces contorted with malice and their blood-red eyes filled with longing, greedily inhaled the atmosphere around them. Kill, kill, kill. The battle cries soared into the heavens as the Lu family, emboldened by an unmatched fervor, launched themselves toward the demon clan. Come forth, you wretched spawn of demons. Your grandfather has arrived, ha ha ha. Curse the celestial demons. I shall take one of you down with me. Laughter erupted. If I can exchange my life for 10 of your kind, it would be worth it. The cacophony of war resounded, echoing throughout the expanse of the heavens. Numerous demons fell, though some of the Lu family also succumbed to the onslaught, lying lifeless amidst pools of blood. Xiao Lian, embodying the spirit of a valiant general, relentlessly struck down the demon clan, each swing of her sword resulting in the demise of countless foes. This is dire. The demon clan boasts a considerable number of formidable warriors, she mused, her expression grave. As she fought, she glanced toward the horizon, where ominous energies surged into the sky. Hastily, she retrieved a jade pendant, intending to send word to Lu Shuer once more. What is amiss? This wretched pendant is ineffective. There must be another way. Her heart raced as she beheld the pendant's dim glow. Suddenly, a blade of dark energy, imbued with demonic essence, slashed across her shoulder, leaving a painful gash. Curse it. I must confront the enemy first, retreating while I devise another method to notify the young lady. Meanwhile, the skies above were divided into two battlegrounds, where the outcome of this genuine conflict would be determined. In one such arena, countless figures clashed amidst the clouds. For a moment, neither side appeared to gain the upper hand, locked in a delicate stalemate. However, the Lu family members wore expressions of concern. The situation was not favorable. The sheer number of formidable demons was overwhelming, with many of their own warriors forced to face two adversaries at once. Take that, you scoundrels, roared a fiery-haired elder, as he unleashed a powerful punch, sending a demon lord reeling. Upon witnessing the number of demons arrayed against them, the Lu family was taken aback. Yet, with arrows nocked and ready, they had no choice but to charge forth and engage in combat. The opposing side boasted dozens of demon lords, while the Lu family could muster only a little over 20 of their own. Although they faced a numerical disadvantage, the disparity in strength was not insurmountable. At least for the moment. This is largely attributable to the head of the family, whose source of the miraculous Tao T remains a mystery, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the Lu family. Otherwise, with their previous capabilities, they would have lacked even the power to contend against the Celestial Demon Clan. However, the sheer number of formidable adversaries from the Celestial Demon Clan made it exceedingly difficult to match their might. Within the Great Formation, they had successfully severed the probing capabilities of the Celestial Demon Clan's warriors, simultaneously obstructing their access to intelligence about the local strong fighters. They could only place their hopes entirely upon the head of the family. Elder Yunhua, exercise restraint. These celestial demons are tough-skinned and resilient. Identify their weaknesses and deliver a decisive blow. Otherwise, when our spiritual energy is depleted, we shall no longer be their match. Not far away, a middle-aged man clad in white from the Lu family faced two adversaries alone, engaging in combat as a 5th-level respectable against two 4th-level respectables. With a single sword swing, he sent one of the shadow vulture demons flying 3 zhang away, which was precisely the moment he conveyed a message to the elder. Should their spiritual power be exhausted, they would undoubtedly fall short against these demon sovereigns, as the physical prowess of the demon clan far surpassed that of ordinary humans, who typically prioritize the cultivation of spiritual energy and laws over physical training. Thus, on the physical plane, they find themselves at a disadvantage against these demons. Simultaneously, the air resonated with a terrifying holy might as 6 saints of the Lu family clashed with the demon saints of the celestial demon clan in the void. Colorful streams of law power erupted from their hands, continuously colliding and saturating the sky with an overwhelming holy presence. This is dreadful. The celestial demon clan has unexpectedly dispatched such a multitude of powerful beings. Fortunately, I have already notified Dao Fan to send the family's ember away. Lu Daosheng, facing 2 opponents, maintained his ground, unleashing a tremendous holy might that surged against the 2 foes. As a 4th-level saint, he contended with 2 formidable adversaries from the demon clan, one at the 3rd level and the other at the 4th. How foolish of me to overestimate my capabilities. His countenance darkened, acutely aware of the battlefield's dire conditions. The Lu family found themselves in an extremely disadvantageous position. Meanwhile, the ancestor, wielding the power of a 3rd-level great saint, was engaged against 2 great demon saints from the celestial demon clan, leaving the Lu family without any advantage. I am ashamed before the Lu family, unable to face our ancestors. A profound guilt washed over him. A heart-wrenching pain stemming from the realization of the grave error made by the family's higher-ups that led their valiant youth to face death. The family now stood at this perilous juncture, potentially facing the annihilation of the entire Lu lineage through his actions. He pondered whether the other families would send aid to support the Lu family. He had already informed those families with whom the Lu family frequently interacted, hoping they would come to their assistance upon receiving the news. Unbeknownst to him, the various forces in the northern domain were, like them, under siege by the celestial demon clan, likely struggling to extricate themselves. Of course, the situation would be different for those ancient, deeply rooted powers. Chapter 31. Elevating the Disciples' Cultivation. The emergence of the Carefree sect. It was unexpected that the mighty Lu family found themselves in a position requiring external assistance. He had not anticipated that Lu Shuer would be involved, yet even if he had, he would have refrained from disclosing the family's predicament. His desire was to shield Lu Shuer from danger, preferring that she remained oblivious to the dire circumstances of the Lu family. The Lu family paled in comparison to the established aristocratic clans. Lu Daosheng sighed internally, lamenting the shallow foundation of his lineage, which fell short against those venerable powers. The Lu family had only recently ascended to the status of a hidden aristocracy, lacking substantial heritage. Within the clan, the most formidable member was merely a great sage. Meanwhile, on the great sage battlefield, the ancestor of the Lu family engaged in combat against 2 formidable demon sages. The ambition of the celestial demon clan was startling. They had dispatched 2 demon sages, placing the Lu family in peril. His expression was slightly grim as he wielded a peak great sage weapon. Barely able to contend with the dual threats, he continuously swung the sacred weapon, channeling streams of azure law power to fend off the onslaught from the 2 demon sages, who bore stern visages and unleashed dominating laws that pressed upon the Lu ancestor with relentless ferocity. In the eastern domain, not only were the major forces in the northern domain besieged by the celestial demon clan, but various factions across the eastern domain suffered similarly. The heavens and earth were shrouded in darkness, stained with the blood of countless innocents. Many lay fallen in pools of crimson, their anguished cries echoing across the land. Boom! The celestial demon soldiers were ruthlessly bloodthirsty, their crimson eyes glinting with malice as they wielded their spears, mercilessly harvesting the lives of myriad beings. Countless weaker factions fell prey to the brutal celestial demon clan. While some elite forces managed to escape, others faced annihilation, their remnants reduced to dust. However, a few factions struggled desperately, taking refuge within their protective formations. In the Carefree sect, the sect master, Chunxiang, sought to take a leave of absence, hoping for approval. The Tianxiang Empress gently massaged Lin Dong, her voice tender as she cautiously broached the subject, fearful of his disapproval. Lin Dong's eyelids fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze scanning the Tianxiang Empress. He replied, "Oh, you wish to return to guard the Tian family? I thought the Tian family had not been besieged by the celestial demon clan." The Tianxiang Empress was taken aback, yet upon reflecting on Lin Dong's extraordinary abilities, she found it less surprising. Indeed, the Tian family has not yet faced an invasion from the Celestial Demon Clan. However, as one of the imperial clans of the Eastern Domain, we must protect the common people from calamity. The Tian family will dispatch a contingent of strong warriors to assist various factions in the Eastern Domain, which inevitably leaves our clan vulnerable. Thus, I must return to oversee the family, in case the Celestial Demon Clan attempts a surprise attack. You present a valid point, Lin Dong mused. Do you truly believe the Celestial Demon Clan has not anticipated this possibility? Do you truly believe that the formidable warriors of the Tian family can successfully dispatch aid to various regions? Lin Dong pondered for a moment before articulating his perspective. Do you suppose that the Divine Realm remains oblivious to the invasion of the Eastern Domain by the Celestial Demon Clan? Why then, have we yet to witness any reinforcements or the emergence of powerful allies from the Divine Realm? The Empress of Heavenly Fragrance's pupils constricted as a multitude of terrifying thoughts surged within her. Master, are you suggesting that Celestial Demon Clan warriors will appear and obstruct the other factions, rendering them incapable of providing assistance to the Eastern Domain, leaving the Eastern Domain isolated and defenseless? Oh heavens, what are the Celestial Demons plotting? They truly are a pack of wolves with insatiable ambitions. Like dogs that cannot change their nature, do they wish to wage war against our continent once more? Huh. If you believe so, then go ahead. I grant you permission. Lin Dong chuckled, offering no rebuttal to the Empress of Heavenly Fragrance, maintaining an air of indifference. However, in his heart, he weighed whether to allow the disciples of the Carefree sect to emerge prematurely, though he felt they were still somewhat lacking in strength. It was not out of a sense of pity for the world that Lin Dong intended to send his disciples forth to save others. Rather, he believed that the Tianwu continent was the homeland of these disciples and should not be ravaged by the Celestial Demon Clan. He trusted they would feel a moral obligation to assist. Lin Dong also aspired to dominate the Tianwu continent, envisioning it as his territory, and would not permit the Celestial Demon Clan to wreak excessive havoc. In an instant, the Empress of Heavenly Fragrance vanished from sight. Her perception of Lin Dong tinged with skepticism. She yearned to return to her clan to validate her suspicions. After her departure, Lin Dong solidified his resolve, deciding to allow a portion of the disciples from the Carefree sect to emerge. Before they did, he intended to present them with an opportunity, leaving their emergence contingent upon their capability. All disciples shall assemble in the plaza 3 days hence. I bestow upon you a chance for transformation. Today, the eastern domain of the Tianwu continent faces an invasion from the Celestial Demon Clan, with smoke rising from every direction and conflict relentless. After much contemplation, I have resolved to dispatch 200 saints, 100 grand saints, and 20 sacred kings from our sect in the near future. We shall vanquish the demons and elevate our sect's reputation. The candidates will be chosen in 3 days. Let us observe the disciples' performances then. Lin Dong's authoritative voice resonated throughout every corner of the Carefree sect. At last, having joined the sect for so long, I can finally contribute, exclaimed a disciple, brimming with enthusiasm. Damn the Celestial Demon Clan. I will slay every one I encounter. Could it be that the Carefree sect is finally emerging? The presence of so many powerful warriors will surely send shockwaves across the continent. Countless disciples of the Carefree sect, upon hearing this proclamation, emerged from various sect facilities, each brimming with eagerness and anticipation. In the Eastern Domain, at the Tian family residence, the Empress of Heavenly Fragrance, upon returning, immediately dispatched powerful warriors to support the Eastern Domain. As anticipated, just as Lin Dong had predicted, the moment the Tian family sent forth their warriors, they were intercepted by the Celestial Demon Clan not far from their home. A sense of foreboding settled in the heart of the Empress of Heavenly Fragrance. She found herself at a standstill, for the Demon Emperor of the Celestial Demon Clan was also eyeing her with keen intent. If what the sect master said was indeed true, did it not imply that the formidable beings of the Divine Domain were also hindered in some manner? What then would become of her domain in the East, which she was tasked to protect? What recourse remained? The Celestial Fragrance Empress pondered deeply. Yet no feasible solution emerged in her mind. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, her beautiful eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, what of the sect master? Would he choose to intervene? Given his awareness of the situation, he was unlikely to remain passive. The Sea of Realms. This was the juncture between the Divine Domain and the Eastern Domain. It was said that this expanse was once a vast continent, now transformed into a sea after the ancient cataclysms. The battle fought here had rent the heavens and shattered the earth, with countless mountains and rivers collapsing. It was one of the principal battlegrounds. Since that time, the Eastern Domain had been isolated from the Divine Domain, resulting in a gradual depletion of spiritual energy in the East. The average individual would spend their entire life without ever escaping the confines of the Eastern Domain, let alone stepping foot into the Divine Domain. In the distance, an endless expanse of ocean unfurled before the eyes, teeming with countless sea beasts. Numerous figures stood defiantly upon the water's surface, confronting one another. Chapter 32. The Divine Domain's Strong Ones Blocked. Wang Tung comes to aid Celestial Demon Clan. What is the meaning of your obstruction? Do you seek to wage war against the 10,000 clans of Tianwu? A voice, filled with fury and laden with questions, resonated across the sea. It appears you have misunderstood our intentions. We have merely come to engage in a friendly exchange, not to provoke warfare, a sinister voice retorted, echoing back in response to the earlier inquiry. On the surface of the sea stood two factions in confrontation. One side was adorned in diverse attire, comprising both men and women, predominantly resembling humans. The opposing faction, however, was primarily clad in dark robes and armor, their forms shrouded in demonic energy. Their eyes a menacing crimson. Their faces bore wicked and grotesque smiles, accompanied by ominous sounds emanating from their lips. The two groups numbered in the hundreds, each radiating a terrifying aura. All were formidable beings of the Saint Realm, with some surpassing even that threshold, remaining silent as they observed the scene. These were the mighty representatives sent by various powers of the Divine Domain, now confronted by the intercepting forces of the Celestial Demon Clan. As Lin Dong had asserted, the Divine Domain was indeed aware of the circumstances in the Eastern Domain and had dispatched numerous strong individuals. Yet, they were all impeded here by the Celestial Demon Clan, unable to proceed to the Eastern Domain for assistance. Whether or not there is a misunderstanding on your part, you alone know what has transpired in the Eastern Domain. One of the Divine Domain's strong ones remarked, "Why waste words with them? I suggest we engage these ruffians in battle directly. Enough. If there is to be no fight, I shall return to my wife and children." Another echoed, sharing similar sentiments. The strong ones from the Divine Domain exchanged words, some considering the plight of the Eastern Domain and wishing to confront the Celestial Demon Clan, while others remained neutral, standing aside to offer sardonic commentary. The formidable warriors, considering the Eastern Domain, indeed comprehend the principle that the loss of lips leads to the chill of teeth. Meanwhile, the neutral onlookers among the powerful display an air of indifference, seemingly unconcerned with the prospect of aiding the Eastern Domain, as they merely fulfill the tasks imposed by their respective factions. Come forth, it has been a while since I have savored delectable blood. One could hear the sinister laughter of the fiendish beings of the demon clan. The aroma of blood wafted through the air, a tantalizing scent that beckoned them. Come on. The myriad races are but trifles. The strong from the demon clan were particularly exhilarated, their laughter echoing with unrestrained malice. For a moment, the two factions found themselves locked in a stalemate upon the turbulent sea of realms. In the northern domain, at the Liu family estate, several hours had elapsed. The silhouettes on the battlefield were noticeably fewer than before, with both sides suffering casualties. I shall drag one down with me, you vile demons. May you meet a wretched end. An elder, besieged by two demon lords, was cornered with nowhere to flee, his aura waning, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. No, Elder 4, hold on. I am coming to assist you. The Liu family's warriors cried out in anguish, desperate to rush to his aid. However, the demon clan would not permit such interference, their laughter becoming increasingly arrogant. Their assaults intensified, sticking to the Liu warriors like a relentless adhesive, rendering any attempts at rescue futile. I do not regret being born into the Liu family, the elder proclaimed with a hearty laugh, igniting his very essence in a final act of transcendence, instantly propelling the two demon lords away. Without hesitation, he charged toward the encircled figure, embracing him tightly. Boom. He detonated himself. The explosion of a master-level warrior was equivalent to double his full power, and the terrifying shockwave engulfed the battlefield. Elder 4. The Liu warriors watched their esteemed elder succumb to the onslaught, yet they found themselves unable to assist. As they witnessed their comrades fall one after another, anguish gripped their hearts. Their painful cries echoed, eyes filled with blood tears. At that moment, the battlefield revealed the Liu family's dire predicament. Only a handful of master-level warriors remained, while the demon clan still boasted over 30 demon lords. The Liu warriors were nearly outnumbered 2-1, and some even faced 3 adversaries simultaneously, the situation appearing exceedingly grim. The demon lords of the demon clan reveled in their cruel laughter, exuding overwhelming malevolence as they pressed the Liu warriors relentlessly, who could only defend passively, feeling utterly stifled. This despair plunged their morale to an all-time low. Suddenly, a series of powerful auras emerged from the distance, causing both factions to pause in surprise. They stepped back, uncertain if the newcomers were allies or foes. I, Wang Tung of the Wang family, have come to offer support, rang out a youthful voice, its laughter preceding the arrival of its owner. Upon hearing this, the Liu family members felt a surge of joy. Excellent. The Wang family has arrived. I, the esteemed elder Liu Daoyan, Express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Liu family to the distinguished members of the Wang family. To our astonishment, they are not fighting in isolation. They have allies to support them. The ties of kinship between the Liu and Wang families have significantly bolstered everyone's morale, solidifying their resolve. The arrival of the Wang clan has invigorated them, instilling a fervent desire to eradicate the demon clan that plagues this realm. However, given the disparity in strength, their primary objective remains to repel these accursed demons. In the distance, dozens of silhouettes, both male and female, approached, emanating an aura of the esteemed realm. Leading them was a striking young man with piercing tiger-like eyes and sharp brows, tall and imposing, wielding a long spear. He soared through the air, accompanied by a multitude of figures, exuding the commanding presence of a youthful general. The Wang family, too, faced an onslaught from the demon clan, but their ancestral patriarch had recently awakened, vanquishing the formidable foes, allowing for a swift arrival to provide support. Moreover, their purpose in aiding the Liu family transcended mere goodwill. They harbored another intention. Esteemed elders need not elaborate. Our foremost priority is to repel the demon clan. In due time, we shall indulge ourselves in revelry, proclaimed Wang Tong, leading the charge against a third-tier demon. Very well, let us fight side by side and cleave through the demons, responded a sword-wielding middle-aged man from the Liu family, echoing with fervor. A smile graced the faces of the Liu clan as chaos erupted on the battlefield, each seeking their own adversary. With the Wang family's support, the numerical disparity was mitigated, resulting in predominantly one-on-one confrontations. Cursed be it. We did not anticipate that these humans would receive reinforcements. The demon lords were momentarily taken aback, their expressions darkening upon witnessing the arrival of the Liu family's allies. As hours passed, Wang Ting executed a majestic attack, his spear piercing the body of the demon lord he faced, sending the fiend crashing helplessly into the void. The Liu family members were astounded by Wang Tung's ferocity, truly deserving of the title of the Wang family's greatest prodigy. This revelation ignited a sense of competitive spirit among the Liu clan's elders, compelling them to intensify their assaults. Despite their prolonged struggle, they had barely subdued a few demon lords, merely managing to hold their ground. Yet, this young prodigy effortlessly dispatched one of their foes, leaving them with no choice but to acknowledge his prowess. With the Wang family's formidable presence bolstering the battlefield, the tide began to turn in favor of the united forces of the Liu and Wang clans. Simultaneously, several teleportation arrays on the ground activated, unleashing tens of thousands of warriors who emerged to join the fray. Once again, members of the Wang family arrived as reinforcements, elevating the morale of the Liu family's young warriors, who now fought side by side with their Wang counterparts. Kill. Strike back to recover our losses. Slay 3 to gain double, and 10 for a bountiful reward. Two factions joined forces, as numerous warriors brandished their long swords and short blades, engaging in a fierce battle against the demonic soldiers on the ground. In the celestial battlefield, two powerful saints from the Wang family arrived to assist, tipping the scales from 8 against 10, and the pressure instantly diminished. Liu Daosheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the members of the Wang family for their long journey to provide aid, assuring them that once the crisis was averted, the Liu family would host a banquet to honor them. Liu Daosheng was pleasantly surprised and profoundly grateful to the Wang family for their support, realizing that the Liu family's fate was not yet sealed, indicating that their lineage would endure beyond this day. The situation gradually began to tilt in favor of the Liu family as the dawn of victory approached. Both battlegrounds were evenly matched, and the tides of war were slowly turning. However, the most crucial battlefield, where the Liu family's ancestor was engaged, presented a grim outlook, particularly in Chapter 33, where Yi Chongxing intervened to overpower the great demon saint. At that moment, the grand battlefield was dominated by the Liu family's ancestor, who faced two formidable great demon saints alone. The Wang family had not sent any great saint-level warriors to aid, as such powerful beings, the pinnacle of their clan's strength, were not dispatched lightly. They typically remained within their families to guard against enemies seeking revenge or to counter unexpected threats. Although battles involving great saints do not conclude swiftly, the Liu family's ancestor was showing signs of decline. Despite wielding a peak holy weapon, the immense consumption of energy was unsustainable. Damn it, this saint refuses to accept such a fate, he thought, his confidence having surged significantly with his recent cultivation. Yet the current outcome was far from what he anticipated. The two great demon saints before him were both in their prime, their vitality and combat prowess at their peak. In contrast, the Liu family's ancestor, now in his twilight years, was waning in strength, unable to match the ferocity of these two demons, which explained his rapid descent into despair. Just then, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A demonic claw emerged from the void behind the Liu family's ancestor, imbued with an overwhelming aura of dark magic. This is bad. How could there be another great demon saint? The ancestor's gaze sharpened. Already overwhelmed by the two present demons, he could only sidestep slightly to avoid a direct confrontation. The claw transformed into a hand, striking fiercely at the ancestor's waist. Unable to defend himself in time, he was struck, sent hurtling backward, shattering countless mountain peaks as he flew 1,000 feet away. Ha ha ha, just an old relic. And you two still can't subdue him. What have you been practicing all this time? A chilling voice echoed through the void. As a tall figure enveloped in demonic energy stepped forth. Humph, Blood Cloud, you're not much better off. Besides your underhanded schemes, what real skills do you possess? The Blood Hunter demon scoffed, casting a cold glance at the Blood Cloud demon. The Blood Cloud demon's expression darkened, his tongue flicking across his lips as if savoring a taste, the source of his displeasure evident. Anyone in his position would likely feel the same way. Enough, enough. Cease your quarrel. Delay may lead to unforeseen consequences. We must descend and eliminate that old coot. Ghost Chi interjected hastily, striving to mediate the escalating dispute. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Daosheng. A malignant aura of a great demon saint had emerged, signaling danger for the ancestor. His countenance darkened, yet he felt utterly powerless. Their focus had been riveted on the battlefield where the ancestor fought, for that was the true fulcrum of the conflict's outcome. Exchanging glances, the two saints of the Wang family experienced a flicker of trepidation, their movements growing tentative. They were merely emissaries from their clan, unwilling to court death. As the pillars of the Wang family, each saint held paramount importance and would not recklessly gamble their lives. Another great demon saint has arrived? Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, his battle spear momentarily pausing as he surveyed the grand battlefield of the saints. He found himself at a crossroads, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Should he reveal his trump card? He grappled with indecision, contemplating whether to deploy the hidden resources bestowed upon him by the clan elders. As the son of the clan leader and the foremost prodigy of the Wang family, he was cherished by the elders and possessed numerous life-preserving cards. Even in the event of the Lu family's defeat, he could retreat gracefully alongside the Wang generals. The three great demons of the Tianma clan advanced, swiftly arriving above the spot where the Lu family ancestor had been struck down. A colossal chasm marred the ground below, billowing smoke into the air. They peered down, their eyes narrowing. None wished to be the first to investigate. Strange, there seems to be no aura whatsoever. Could that old man truly have perished so easily? Bloodhunt voiced his doubts, a mix of skepticism and concern lacing his tone. Oof, what is there to fear? Just a half-dead old ghost. Look at how terrified you are, two cowardly old geezers. Blood Cloud scoffed disdainfully at Bloodhunt before plunging down alone. Moments later, a thunderous crash echoed from below, accompanied by Blood Cloud's frantic voice. This old ghost is feigning death. Ghost Chi, Bloodhunt, hurry down and assist me. Exchanging glances filled with a hint of schadenfreude. The two took their time to offer help. He ought to suffer a bit. Otherwise, he'll continue flaunting about as if untouchable. Let him receive a well-deserved thrashing. Suddenly, an ominous presence emerged. A beam of sword light descended from the heavens, imbued with an overwhelming might that intercepted the two as they attempted to assist. They hastily dispersed to evade the attack, channeling their demonic principles to defend themselves. Suspended in the void, their expressions soured as they gazed toward the source of the sword light. Damn it, an ambush! Their defending hand lost sensation, blood and flesh mangled, crimson flowing profusely. This sword is formidable, they thought, eager to discern the identity of their assailant. In the vast void, a figure clad in white emerged gracefully. This was a strikingly handsome young man, standing in the ethereal expanse. He appeared to be around 17 or 18, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his flowing white garments accentuating his tall stature. In his hand, he wielded a long sword. This individual was none other than Yi Changxing, who had arrived from the Xianyao sect. They had arrived just in time, appearing when everyone believed that the ancestor of the Lu family could no longer hold on. They split up, while Lu Shuer, who had come with them, proceeded to the holy battlefield for support. Yuval demons, you deserve to perish for your brutal and inhumane actions, daring to invade Schwetter's family. Yi Changxing declared coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. How audacious of this human brat to disrupt our clan's grand ambitions. Guiqi, startled by the appearance of the newcomer, felt a wave of relief wash over him. A mere youth exuded the aura of a fifth-level saint, a testament to his formidable prowess. The earlier strike had caught them off guard, leading to Yi Changxing's successful ambush. Blood hunters, seize this insolent child who dares to attack us from the shadows, he urged, signaling to his companions. The two exchanged glances and advanced together to subdue the inexperienced youth. Heh, a mere minor demon clan. What do we have to fear from the Xianyao sect? Yi Changxing scoffed, stepping forward rather than retreating. With the chaos sword in hand, he launched himself into battle against the two attackers, effortlessly gaining the upper hand and forcing them into a defensive retreat. The two great demon saints grew increasingly alarmed as they realized that Yi Changsheng, despite his young age, could dominate them with his saint-level cultivation. Today, as a disciple of the Xianyao sect, I shall cleave the demons with my sword and elevate our name. His youthful voice resonated across the sky, as a radiant sword light descended like a setting sun, slicing through the air with the speed of lightning. From 1,000 miles away, the peaks and valleys bore a deep gash from the strike. Both great demon saints were sent flying, landing 100 yards away before they could regain their footing. They bore the marks of invisible sword strikes, each one a terrifying wound that seemed to sap their strength. Such terrifying power of the laws. They gasped, feeling a dreadful force gnawing at their injuries, preventing them from healing. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and murderous intent. Damn it, where did such a horrifying prodigy of the human race come from? To achieve saint level at such a young age and fight above his rank. This cannot be allowed to continue. We must eliminate him here. Who dares to be so reckless? Yi Changsheng sneered, standing amidst the void like an invincible sword deity, his star-like eyes gazing down upon the two great demon saints. Is this all you have? I expected more. He had long since cultivated an indomitable spirit, unafraid even of the unrivaled talents within the War God Tower. Moreover, these two wretches possess little more than a tough exterior, lacking any genuine skill. These formidable demons, despite holding a slightly higher realm than Yi Changsheng, fall short in combat experience, comprehension of principles, weaponry, techniques, and physical prowess. Within the sect, he has relentlessly battled the invincible prodigies of the War God Tower, claiming second place in experience at his level, with no one daring to contest his supremacy. The fusion of chaotic and sword principles is extraordinarily powerful, rendering these two demons utterly defenseless. Yi Changsheng mused within himself, recognizing that the understanding of principles varies in hierarchy. The higher the level of the principle, the more challenging it becomes to comprehend. The potential unleashed from a higher-level principle is formidable, with a few prodigies managing to cultivate two principles simultaneously. Yet, Yi Changsheng is even more terrifying, having grasped two supreme principles, chaos and sword. His understanding of the way of chaos has reached the 8th level of the sage realm. Due to a slight deficiency in his sword comprehension, he has only attained the 5th level of the sage realm, leading others to mistakenly perceive him as a mere 5th-level sage. He possesses an indomitable belief, unafraid of the world's strongest. The chaos sword in his hand is even more fearsome, having been nurtured by Yi Changsheng to attain the level of a divine artifact. In combat against these two demons, who have only grasped a single principle, it is akin to slicing through vegetables. However, they are now employing their innate divine abilities. At that moment, Yi Changsheng's gaze sharpened, as if he sensed something truly dreadful. He swiftly unleashed two terrifying sword energies to thwart their use of divine powers. In the distance, the auras of Gui Qi and Blood Hunter surged violently, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions, continuously growling. Their presence became increasingly sinister, their garments suddenly bursting apart as 4 additional arms emerged, granting them a total of 6 arms. Kik, you are indeed a rare talent. You have forced us to reveal our trump cards, so you shall remain here. The two deftly evaded Yi Changsheng's form, while an exceedingly malevolent sound emanated from Gui Qi's mouth. Should someone of lower cultivation hear it, they would either be rendered mentally incapacitated or meet their demise. Damn it, they have managed to outmaneuver me. Yi Changsheng quickly halted, for the first time wearing an expression of seriousness. The scene before him mirrored a description he had encountered in an ancient tome regarding the 6-armed demons of the Celestial Demon Clan. It is said that only those with a bloodline purity exceeding 60% can awaken as 6-armed demons. Upon activation, their power surges exponentially, contingent upon the strength of their physical form and bloodline. The stronger the body, the greater the power they can endure, the more robust the bloodline, the more their strength multiplies. In truth, this was his first encounter with the Celestial Demon Clan, an evil race about which he had little knowledge, mostly gleaned from hearsay or ancient texts. This first-hand experience confirmed the tome's accounts, revealing them to be even more brutal and bloodthirsty than described. Though Yi Changsheng seems to have the upper hand, it is evident that both he and his opponents have significantly amplified their overall prowess. He now finds himself in a precarious position, engaging two formidable foes simultaneously, and it appears he can only maintain a slight advantage without the means to vanquish them. The two great demon saints let out a thunderous roar and charged directly at Yi Changsheng. Unyielding, he advanced rather than retreating, and the 3 of them were soon embroiled in an intense duel. Gui Qi, Blood Hunter, how dare you betray me? Came the furious bellow from the depths. emanating from the blood cloud demon. Since Yi Changxing's arrival on this battlefield, only a fleeting moment had passed. Wang Tung's spear burst forth like a dragon, sending his opponent flying 10 zhong away. He turned to gaze at the great saint battlefield, momentarily frozen in place. That sword, who had wielded it? Just moments ago, he had contemplated revealing his trump card, but now he stood dazed. To his astonishment, an invincible sword cultivator had appeared. The essence of that strike conveyed an overwhelming sense of invincibility, embodying the very path he sought. He yearned to rush onto the great saint battlefield to witness the magnificent presence of the sword-wielding figure. Unfortunately, his current strength rendered him incapable of approaching. Even a mere trace of the terrifying residual laws could obliterate him into ashes. Yi Changsheng of the Free and Easy sect? Could it be the renowned disciple of the imperial sect from recent times? Wang Tung immediately associated this with the earlier exploits of the Free and Easy sect, his heart swelling with immense reverence for them. Meanwhile, on the holy battlefield, everyone continued their respective battles, yet an unsettling atmosphere prevailed. They were all in a state of shock, astonished at how the Lu family had summoned such a powerful sword cultivator and awed by the unmatched sword might displayed from afar. How cold! Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted. It was perplexing, as they were all formidable beings at the sage level. How could they feel cold? They heightened their vigilance, remaining alert to their surroundings. Snowflakes began to descend from the heavens, and a figure clad in white emerged from the void. A stunningly beautiful woman in a white gown descended like a celestial being, captivating the attention of all present. "Schwer, how have you returned?" A voice, laced with urgency, jolted everyone back to reality. Turning to see, they were met with the sight of Lu Schwer. "Hurry, Saintess, flee." The members of the Lu family came to their senses, urgently urging Lu Schwer to leave. "Is this lady the Saintess of the Lu family?" wondered the two sages from the Wang family. "This place is perilous. Quickly depart. Your father can no longer protect you." Lu Daoxing shouted anxiously as he battled against the two demon saints. He had assumed his daughter remained at the emperor level of cultivation, fearing she would be crushed by the terrifying waves of law. Little did he know, Lu Schwer had already attained the sage level. "Father, it's all right. Schwer is strong now and can protect you and the Lu family," Lu Schwer replied, her heart warmed by his concern, shaking her head with a smile. She understood her father's worries. She was no longer the little girl she once was. "Schwer, what are you saying? Your father has called you to leave quickly, do you not hear?" Lu Daoxing expressed his confusion, deeply concerned for Lu Schwer's safety. Chapter 35. Killing saints as if slaughtering chickens. The smoke demon overlord father, a girl has grown up. Lu Schwer smiled gently, exuding the aura of a 7th-level saint. Calmly, she soared toward the battlefield where Lu Daoxing was engaged, confronting one of the formidable saint demons. "Schwer, your cultivation level." Lu Daoxing was profoundly astonished, sensing his daughter had reached the 7th level of the saint realm. How could it be that she had only ventured out for such a brief time, yet achieved such a remarkable level of mastery? Prior to this, Lu Daoxing had been unable to discern her true power, as Lu Schwer had concealed her aura. Now at the 7th level of the saint realm, she had even surpassed Lu Daoxing, who was at the 4th level. In his previous state of worry, Lu Daoxing had not considered how Lu Schwer could stand there so composedly. The members of the Xianyao sect were equally intrigued. What kind of sect was it that could bestow such terrifying strength upon his daughter in such a short span of time? Lu Schwer glanced at her father, her expression serene. "Do not worry, father, there is even more to come." With that, she extended one delicate hand to deflect the attack of the female demon saint, while the other hand gathered countless frigid laws, striking with force against the demon saint's hands. Profound ice palm. The chilling energy surged forth, delivering a bone-chilling impact to the demon saint. The laws instantaneously breached her defenses, enveloping her entire being and transforming her into a beautiful ice sculpture, devoid of life. This technique was one Lu Schwer had discovered within the scriptures of the library, an imperial-level martial skill that resonated profoundly with her cultivation. She quickly mastered it, endowing her strikes with formidable penetration and aggressiveness, capable of instantly freezing her adversaries. With a single palm strike, the ice sculpture shattered into countless shards, swirling through the air. A 3rd-level saint demon could not withstand Lu Schwer's assault and met a swift demise. "Father, allow me to handle this celestial demon clan member as well. You assist the other seniors." Lu Schwer beamed, preparing to intercept another attack from the celestial demon clan. "Very well." Lu Daoxing nodded, still somewhat in disbelief, and flew toward another battlefield. He joined the fray to support a Lu family warrior who was battling two demon saints, fending off one of them. This entire scene unfolded in a matter of moments. Not just Lu Daoxing, but everyone present struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Was this truly the saintess of our Lu family? How could she surpass even the strength of these seasoned veterans? The saints of the Lu family exchanged glances, each reflecting their incredulity. Yet, what filled their hearts more was joy, for the family had produced a peerless prodigy. The two saints of the Wang family were equally stunned, their earlier thoughts of retreat vanishing. It was utterly terrifying. They had never anticipated that the Liu family saintess would surpass even the young master of the Wang family in prowess. It is essential to assist others to the very end. After executing 2 moves, both of the formidable demon saints met the same fate, with Lu Shuider vanquishing the 4th-tier heavenly demon. The act of murder was bloodless, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of the remaining 8 demon saints. Although Lu Shuider may not possess the same monstrous talent as Yi Changxing, she remains invincible among her peers, effortlessly slaughtering the weaker beings of lower realms. During her time within the sect, she engaged in combat with the unrivaled prodigies of the War God Tower, managing only to achieve a stalemate against these exceptional individuals. Unlike Yi Changxing, who could eliminate invincible prodigies, she, too, harbored confidence in her invincibility within the same realm on the Tianwu continent. Through the abundant resources of the sect, her mystic ice sacred body ascended to the mystic ice divine body, transforming her into a divine entity, and she comprehended advanced principles, particularly the principle of extreme ice. Once more, she advanced towards one of the 3rd-tier demon saints, embodying a celestial being meting out judgment upon the wicked. This particular heavenly demon, with a sharp beak and gaunt features, was exceedingly grotesque. "Stay away from me." The sharp-beaked heavenly demon quivered in terror, retreating in anguish. He had no desire to perish, especially since his kin had already fallen at Lu Shui's hands. He yearned to flee immediately. Yet, how could Lu Shui allow his escape? In an instant, she appeared behind the sharp-beaked heavenly demon, delivering a crushing blow. The demon was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture, shattered by Lu Shui's jade-like palm. "Father, I leave this battlefield in your capable hands. I shall assist our ancestors." After eliminating 3 demon saints, Lu Shui clapped her hands and smiled gently at Lu Daosheng before vanishing from sight. The crowd stood in utter astonishment. Had she truly dispatched 3 demon saints with such ease? When they heard Lu Shui's subsequent words, their shock intensified. They had witnessed the instant annihilation of saints. But this was the Grand Saint battlefield. Could she possess means to rival a Grand Saint? Lu Daosheng made no effort to impede her, a smile gracing his face as he permitted Lu Shui to proceed. He knew his daughter had matured, filling his heart with immense pride and joy. On the Grand Saint battlefield, Lu Shui and Yi Changxing each faced a formidable Grand Demon Saint. Lu Shui wielded the imperial weapon, the mystic ice staff, channeling its inner might to conjure countless ice arrows aimed at the Blood Hunter Grand Demon Saint. Even at her current saint level, she could only unleash a fraction of the imperial weapon's power, yet it sufficed against a Grand Saint-level adversary. The Blood Hunter, taken aback, hurriedly attempted to fend off the assault, overwhelmed by a surge of murderous intent. Where did such prodigies emerge from? Initially anticipating a delicate maiden, he found himself unexpectedly confronted by a fierce opponent wielding an imperial weapon, forcing him into a defensive position. With Lu Shui's aid, Yi Changxing felt no pressure, growing increasingly valiant in battle, unleashing terrifying sword energies that shattered the defenses of the ghost Qi, striking him fiercely. The ghostly figure of Qi could only passively endure the sword Qi, bearing countless wounds inflicted by Yi Changxing's blade. "Cursed be this situation, I shall torment you mercilessly." A tempest of fury surged within Qi, longing to rend Yi Changxing into 1,000 pieces. After Lu Shui's arrival, the tide of battle abruptly shifted in favor of Yi Changxing. The two fighters grew ever bolder, on the verge of subduing the 2 formidable demons of the Tianma clan. Cackling. Indeed, they are 2 prodigious beings of the human race. A chilling, malevolent voice reverberated, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that enveloped the battlefield. "Qi, Blood Hunter, you have performed admirably." Cackling. "It is the arrival of Lord Yan Gui. Let us witness how these 2 young rogues meet their demise." Qi and Blood Hunter exchanged glances, their faces betraying an arrogant delight. They had secretly conspired to summon the demon Lord Yan Gui, intent on snuffing out these 2 human prodigies. This is dire. Another powerful adversary has intervened. Yi Changxing and his companions' expressions shifted drastically as they hastily repelled their opponents. "Come forth. I relish the annihilation of all monstrous beings." Enormous demonic claws emerged from the void, exuding a terrifying force of law, reaching for Yi Changxing and his ally. Seeing this, Yi Changxing swiftly unleashed his most formidable attacks in defense. With a single stroke, he cleaved the heavens. A resounding sword cry echoed as Yi Changxing brandished the Chaos Sword, unleashing an unparalleled chaos-infused sword Qi that surged towards the colossal claw. He continued to wield the Chaos Sword, unleashing a barrage of fearsome sword Qi against the claw. With a thud, Yi Changxing was hurled away, blood spilling from his lips, as the terrifying aftershock of the law bore down upon him, threatening to shatter his insides. He summoned all his strength just to withstand the onslaught of that claw. Ice, eternal and unyielding. Lu Shuer conjured countless walls of ice before her, impeding the advance of the claw. Channeling a mere fraction of the Imperial artifact's might, she formed a massive ice arrow that shot towards the claw. Though not as formidable as Yi Changsheng, she managed to diminish some of the claw's power. Yet, the residual force was still formidable, and the claw lunged toward Lu Shuer with blinding speed, leaving her unable to escape. This is bad. Her delicate face turned pale as she could only watch helplessly as the claw approached. Should it strike, it would surely leave her gravely injured, if not dead. Chapter 36. The Emperor takes action. The Sacred King falls. Ah, the sect token. Lu Shuer's dimmed eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. She recalled the sect token and hastily summoned it with her mind. She had almost forgotten that the token still held 2 protective shields yet to be used. In an instant, a radiant barrier materialized around her, enveloping her entirely. As the claw descended, it struck the barrier with ferocity, only to be utterly extinguished. The figure of Lu Shuer emerged from the shadows, her white dress dancing gracefully in the breeze, her form unscathed. Upon witnessing this, Yi Changsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Both Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer hastily moved closer to each other, for the concealed formidable adversary had yet to reveal itself, posing a dreadful threat. Cackling. It is said that the human race is exceedingly cunning, with an endless array of hidden cards up their sleeves, and indeed it proved to be true. A hunched and emaciated figure materialized from the void, emanating a terrifying aura of demonic energy. He was none other than the Demon King of the Tianma clan, the Smoke Demon King. His narrow eyes fixated intently on Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer, as if he were savoring his prey. He had not anticipated being able to capture them outright. Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer wore grave expressions, preparing for the impending confrontation. His subordinates, Guiqi and Shuelai, upon seeing the Smoke Demon King, promptly paid their respects. "We have met the esteemed Lord Smoke Demon. We have met the esteemed Lord Smoke Demon," they echoed. "Very well. Your contributions shall earn you a reward upon your return to the clan," the Smoke Demon King said, casting a fleeting glance at the two. "Thank you, my lord." Guiqi and Shuelai responded with faces alight with joy, bowing in gratitude. Cackling. "You two little mice, do you have any tricks left unplayed? I grant you an opportunity," the Smoke Demon King taunted, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he regarded Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer. Noting their silence, he continued. "Do you wish to live? I offer you a chance to join the Tianma clan. I could spare your lives and bestow upon you endless resources, far surpassing what the human realm can provide, along with formidable power." The Smoke Demon King exuded confidence, believing that his enticing offer would surely tempt them. This method had proven effective time and again. Faced with death, many had surrendered to similar terms, only to be assimilated into the ranks of his demonic kin. What say you? Alas, today he faced disciples of the Xian Yao sect, who had witnessed countless spectacles. Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer exchanged glances, each perceiving disdain reflected in the other's eyes. What nonsense is he uttering? What a pathetic Tianma clan, not even worthy of a second glance. How laughable. Our Xian Yao sect possesses resources and formidable facilities beyond compare. Just one of our treasures far eclipses anything your meager Tianma clan can offer. Damnable ants. Since you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. The Smoke Demon King seethed, recognizing their contempt and erupting in rage. The terrifying domain of laws unfurled instantly, enveloping the space around them, its crushing power bearing down upon Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer. The small movements of the two had not escaped his notice. These audacious little brats, even at death's door, dare to provoke my authority. In the realm of laws, it is the peak comprehension of the laws attained by the Supreme King of Warriors, leading to the realization of this domain. The power of the law's domain can be wielded against foes, yielding distinctly different effects. Yi Changsheng and his companions suddenly found themselves immobilized, hastily attempting to summon their tokens to teleport back to their sect. However, they halted, their faces lighting up with joy upon hearing a familiar voice. "Who dares to attack the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect? Do you have a death wish?" A cold snort resounded unexpectedly in the arena, a dense imperial might emanating forth, causing the recently formed law's domain to shatter instantly. The Smoke Demon King spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression one of sheer terror, as his aura diminished significantly. The law's domain was intricately linked to him, and its collapse naturally inflicted grave injuries upon him. Before the Smoke Demon King could make any further move, a colossal hand emerged from the void, seemingly unremarkable, yet bearing an overwhelming imperial might. "I take great pleasure in crushing ants," a commanding voice declared. Alarmed, the Smoke Demon King was filled with dread, utterly devoid of the power to resist. Unsurprisingly, the gigantic hand swiftly seized the Smoke Demon King, squeezing gently as if crushing a mere mosquito, resulting in his soul's dispersion. Thus perished the once great Smoke Demon King of the Heavenly Demon Clan. The fall of a saintly king echoed through the heavens and the earth. Countless powerful beings in the northern region turned their gaze toward the direction of the Liu family. An emperor has emerged. A flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of many. The members of the Liu family were utterly astonished. They sensed a terrifying aura approaching, followed by the ominous sign of a saintly king's demise. That aura felt reminiscent of an emperor's presence. Could it be that an emperor from the northern region has intervened? Excellent. With an emperor's intervention, we shall endure. The Liu family is saved. Buzz. A towering figure stepped forth from the void, as if propping up a vast sky. The man was tall and robust, none other than Tang Feiyao. Lin Dong was apprehensive about allowing Yi Changsheng and his companions to venture out unaccompanied, which is why he summoned Tang Feiyao to accompany them, ready to intervene should they encounter insurmountable challenges. As the sect master's direct disciple, Yi Changsheng must have an emperor accompanying him when leaving the sect. It is a matter of maintaining prestige. With eyes as large as copper bells, Tang Feiyao fixed his gaze on the two demons with an intensity that made them tremble, especially with the death of the Smoke Demon. Before such a formidable presence, they could hardly stir up any turmoil. As the saying goes, fortunes ebb and flow. Just moments ago, the Smoke Demon was brazen, yet now they cowered like frightened dogs. Disciples Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer, we pay our respects to Emperor Feiyao. Thank you for your assistance, Your Majesty. Yi Changsheng and his companion promptly bowed. Tang Feiyao was somewhat familiar to them, even though he was merely the sect master's protector. However, as a being of imperial strength, Yi Changsheng deemed it necessary to observe the proper courtesies. Great Emperor? The words exchanged between Yi Changsheng and his companion caused the pupils of the two nearby demons, Guiqi, to tremble in disbelief. Could they have misheard? Indeed, a true emperor. It seemed that the aura resonating from the clan's emperor was similarly formidable, albeit even more terrifying. To perish at the hands of such an emperor would be an honor for them. Yes, Yi's esteemed transmission. Miss Lu need not be overly courteous. I believe these two should be entrusted to your handling, Tang Feiyao remarked nonchalantly, gesturing towards Guiqi. Lu Shuer turned her gaze towards Yi Changsheng, who was lost in contemplation. The two demons were engulfed in an unbearable anxiety. Emperor, allow us to handle these two with Shuer. There is no need for your personal intervention. After a brief moment, Yi Changsheng slowly uttered a thought that had just materialized in his mind. He had yet to test that method. It would be intriguing to observe its efficacy. Chapter 37. The potent divine power. The terrifying Xianyao sect very well. I shall leave them in your capable hands. Tang Feiyao's voice resonated like a thunderclap before he vanished from sight. Yi Changsheng nodded, aware that Tang Feiyao had once again concealed himself in the void, ensuring that no perilous situations would arise. Do you two desire to preserve your lives? Here lies an opportunity. Unleash your full strength against us. Yi Changsheng smirked at the two demons, stating, if you can eliminate us, then you shall be granted your freedom. Upon hearing this, the two demons' eyes sparkled with renewed hope. There remained a chance for survival. They had to seize this opportunity. How about it? Yi Changsheng mused, contemplating that more combat with the Tianma clan would unveil their weaknesses. Only through such encounters could they hope to annihilate them entirely. Pressing them might yield unexpectedly fruitful results. Is your claim genuine? What if he intervenes? Guiqi the great demon questioned, his voice tinged with skepticism. There was no alternative. Their lives were in the hands of others, and they had no choice but to gamble. I have communicated with the elders of our sect. You need only exert your utmost strength. Whether you survive depends on your own capabilities. Yi Changsheng reached into his storage ring, retrieving a healing elixir, which he promptly consumed like a sweet treat, chewing with vigor as his injuries gradually mended. Very well, we shall engage you in battle. Guiqi and Shuelai exchanged glances, their combat prowess igniting as they burned a portion of their essence and lifespan to enhance their strength. Instantly, their cultivation surged, allowing them to break through one or two minor realms. In a heartbeat, the battle reignited. 10,000 swords to the sect. After two exchanges, Yi Changsheng unleashed a formidable strike. How is this possible? A saint possesses divine power? Guiqi was pierced by a multitude of swords, pinned against the void, his eyes wide with disbelief and resentment. What a jest! Divine power that even we great demons lack, appearing in the hands of these two prodigies. How utterly shocking. How exhilarating. Truly too weak. They cannot withstand even 3 of my strikes. Yi Changsheng shook his head, expressing his disinterest, while calling out to Lu Shuer. Shuer, put in a bit more effort. We are all counting on you. In truth, Yi Changsheng had just felt a bit constrained in the battle and was eager for a satisfying release. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuer beamed with a radiant smile, intensifying her assault. With divine might spanning 1,000 miles, after 10 exchanges, Lu Shuer unleashed a powerful technique, transforming Blood Hunter into an icy sculpture. In the face of Blood Hunter's incredulous gaze, she struck him down. Shuer, your divine power is truly formidable, one remarked. Indeed, it has enabled our strength to surge exponentially in an instant. Previously, neither of them had employed their divine abilities. This was their hidden trump card. The spiritual energy of the divine realm in the Tianwu continent is exceedingly sparse, and its use would likely be difficult to recover from. Thus, they could only await the opportune moment to strike with overwhelming force. Of course, even with Lu Shuer harnessing divine power, she would still be unable to withstand the grasp of the notorious demon king Yan Gui, as the disparity between them was far too great. They split up to act independently. In the backyard of the Xiaoyao sect, the spring breeze caressed the willow trees. Lin Dong lay as usual beneath a tree in the courtyard, basking in the sun, while he withdrew his consciousness. He had observed all that transpired between Yi Changsheng and his companion, and he wholeheartedly approved of Yi's actions. When faced with insurmountable odds, retreating with a companion is quite reasonable, unlike those foolish protagonists who insist on fighting and end up losing their loved ones. Who says one cannot develop cautiously while nurturing a companion? A figure appeared at the front of the courtyard. It was Tang Feijia, one of the 4 young masters of the Tang family. He stood still, not disturbing Lin Dong. What news? Lin Dong inquired, reporting to the sect master. The disciples' training has been successfully completed, he replied. Oh, how are the disciples faring? Lin Dong asked, reporting to the sect master. All of our over 1,000 disciples have reached the realm of saint. Among them, 666 have attained the great saint realm, and 88 have even reached the saint king level. Additionally, there are 26 quasi-emperors and 9 emperors among the disciples retrieved from beyond the Tianwu continent. Some disciples possess realms that even my subordinates cannot discern. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. Most of the disciples had seized the opportunities presented to them. With every disciple now a saint, their achievements exceeded Lin Dong's expectations. The Xiaoyao sect had become extraordinarily powerful, with even the weakest disciples having reached the saint realm. While this was sufficient for the current Tianwu continent, it was still far from Lin Dong's aspirations. He had previously overlooked the disciples from beyond the Tianwu continent, which came as a pleasant surprise. Have the disciples selected to be sent to the Tianwu continent been finalized? Lin Dong pondered for a moment before continuing. Reporting to the sect master, we have selected a total of 200 saint disciples, 100 great saints, and 20 saint kings. Everything is ready, awaiting your approval. Tang Feijia respectfully responded. Very well, you shall lead them on this mission. Eradicate the Eastern Domain's celestial demon clan, obliterating their strongholds as well. Furthermore, upon the completion of this mission, summon your 3 brothers, for our sect intends to bestow upon you a rare opportunity. Lin Dong waved his hand, signaling Tang Feijia to depart. Filled with exhilaration, Tang Feijia clasped his fists in salute, brimming with vigor as he hurriedly exited. Heavenly heavens! How could the opportunity granted by the sect leader be insignificant? Just look at these disciples. Some have transcended several realms, and even crossed multiple major domains. The conquest of the myriad heavens by our Xiaoyao sect begins with this very step. A smile graced Lin Dong's countenance. The opportunity bestowed upon the disciples was merely a subtle manipulation on his part. He harnessed his own formidable strength, employing the laws of time and space to establish a grand formation, amplifying the sect's foundational power 1,000-fold, allowing all disciples to engage in accelerated cultivation. Utilizing countless resources beyond their reach, he facilitated their advancement, enabling their realms to break through in a remarkably short span of time. The extent of their elevation, however, remained contingent upon their own fortunes. The sect's regulations dictated that disciples could claim corresponding resources based on their realms. For instance, the mystical enlightenment tea could only be utilized by Lin Dong himself. By granting its use to his disciples, he could instantly elevate their realms. This formation was still operational, allowing those disciples to continue their ascent. The courtyard once again fell into tranquility, leaving Lin Dong solitary. It was time to seek an opportunity to revel in the world beyond, as he had yet to gaze upon the external realms. Lin Dong resolved that after establishing dominance over the continent, he would gather all disciples for a period of seclusion to enhance their prowess before embarking on conquests across the celestial seas. When that time arrived, he yearned to venture forth and witness the wonders of the world. The disciples dispatched from the Xiaoyao sect constituted merely a fraction. Within the eastern domain of the Tianwu continent, it could only be deemed a prelude. Lin Dong sensed an impending calamity approaching the Tianwu continent. A monumental clash between the celestial demons and the pinnacle of myriad races. He contemplated whether to take the initiative or await the calamity's onset. There was no need for excessive concern. When the moment arrived, clarity would emerge. That would be the time for all disciples of the Xiaoyao sect to emerge, equipped to confront the challenges with their current strength. Some disciples remained unassigned, and Lin Dong reassured them to focus on their cultivation. Their stage would soon be revealed. These starry disciples were indeed promising. In the future, they might become the vanguard in the conquest of the cosmos. Lin Dong extended his consciousness, surveying the starry disciples. These were the prodigies brought back by the elders from the starry realms, and indeed, the disparity in starting points was vast. The cultivation levels of these disciples were far beyond what the current disciples of the Tianwu continent could hope to match. Meanwhile, in the land of no return. Chapter 38, The Divine King's Disciple, Shi Hao, and Wang Tung's Intentions. The land of no return emerged during the cataclysm of ancient times, existing beyond the vast expanse of the Tianwu continent, nestled within a celestial sea of stars. For countless ages, it has stood as a guardian of the Tianwu continent, bearing witness to numerous wars and the rise and fall of countless prodigies and heroes. The myriad cultivators and formidable beings that inhabit this realm are predominantly those who have ventured forth from the Tianwu continent. They are the champions of the Tianlu, valiantly defending against the demonic clans and sacrificing everything for the well-being of the beings of the Tianwu continent. Mighty emperors can lead their followers through the path of no return to enter this enigmatic land. However, once they leave the continent, there is no chance of return, which is why it is aptly named the land of no return. In a modest courtyard, a young man clad in a white robe appeared, holding a teapot in his hand. "Master, seeing your furrowed brow, might I inquire what troubles you?" he asked curiously, pouring tea for the elderly man who was engaged in a game of chess. The old man, with his white hair and stooped figure, resembled a fading elder, his murky gaze fixed on the horizon. Noticing the elder's silence, the young man pressed on. After millennia, the demonic clans have rampaged repeatedly, yet they have been driven back into their lairs by our united races. Should this not bring you joy? Why do you still wear a worried expression? The youth gazed at the venerable figure before him, his mind racing with thoughts. It is noteworthy that this elder was once a legendary war god, revered by many. The once magnificent divine king, Tianxian, known throughout the land of no return, had single-handedly infiltrated the heart of the demonic clans during the Great Calamity. With unmatched valor, he engaged in battle against 3 divine kings, slaying countless powerful foes, and even defeating one of the divine kings, instilling fear in the hearts of the demonic clans. Ultimately, he departed with grace, adored by countless admirers, and serving as an aspiration for many aspiring heroes. Yet now, time has transformed everything, and the once great hero lives in seclusion. Known only by name, his identity obscured. However, you perceive the retreat of the demonic clans to their lairs as a sign of their diminished threat, do you not? But have you considered the tumultuous currents that lie beneath the surface? The aged voice of Tianxian resonated, his murky eyes locking onto Shi Hao. He recalled over a century ago, when he was patrolling the land of no return and unexpectedly discovered an infant crying helplessly in the streets. The child, so young and abandoned, stirred his compassion, prompting him to take the child home. Upon cradling the infant, he noticed its pallid complexion and, upon inspection, detected an anomaly. The child had lost an excessive amount of blood and was missing a bone from its waist. The infant clutched a jade pendant inscribed with the characters Shi Hao. From that moment, Tianxian took the child under his wing, nurturing him as his sole disciple. He felt considerable satisfaction with the talent exhibited by his young charge. At a tender age, he ascended to the realm of true divinity, exhibiting an even fiercer demeanor than in his youth. He had long regarded Shi Hao as his successor, though the latter still lacked in certain aspects, necessitating further experience. Yet, time does not wait for anyone, does it? Could it be that the celestial demon clan is scheming behind the scenes? At this, Shi Hao felt a jolt of alarm. Lacking the vast powers of his master, he was unable to perceive matters with such clarity. Although the celestial demon clan appeared to be retracting their forces, the state of their assembled troops suggested rather a gathering of might, leaving the purpose of their next move shrouded in uncertainty. The elder Tianxian gazed into the distance with his murky eyes, sighing deeply. "Master," Shi Hao began to inquire further, but was halted by a raised hand from the elder, signaling him to refrain from asking more. "Child, I have foreseen that the final battle shall soon arrive, and your current strength is still insufficient. I entrust you with a task: obliterate all 9-star demon caves and annihilate the true gods guarding them." The elder's voice resonated with a note of gravity. "Destroy all 9-star demon caves?" Shi Hao was taken aback, doubting his own hearing. The strongest within a 1-star cave is a demon king, while the mightiest in a 9-star cave is a true demon. A single star signifies a difficulty of 1, and 9 stars denote a difficulty of 9. As a mere trifling true god at the 3rd level, how could he possibly contend with numerous true demons? A single misstep could lead to a brutal onslaught by the celestial demons. Within the 9 9-star caves lie countless true demons, some even at their pinnacle. He strongly suspected that his master was sending him to his demise. Before he could voice his thoughts, the elder's voice rang out once more. If you cannot complete this trial, do not return. I, Tian Xian, have no disciple like you. With a wave of his hand, the elder dispatched Shi to one of the caves for his trial. Child, for what lies ahead, I can offer you little assistance. My help extends only this far. The elder rose, gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly careless actions would ultimately save the entire land of no return. In the northern region, at the Lu family, the war had reached its conclusion. Yi Changsheng and Lu Shui-er, through relentless combat, had vanquished 2 formidable demon saints. Following this, they resumed their usual tactics, splitting up to assist the members of the Lu family, maximizing their efforts to minimize casualties. Yi Changsheng aided the ancestral figure of the Lu family in overcoming the Blood Cloud demon saint, while Lu Shui-er ventured to the battlefield of the saints, easily dispatching a lesser demon saint with just a few moves. The subsequent battlefield devolved into a one-sided massacre. A portion of the prominent figures of the Lu family led their kin and the Wang family in decimating the ranks of the demon forces, leaving no trace of the weaker minions. Such minor soldiers required no intervention from these titans. They could simply sit and enjoy tea. The esteemed members of the Wang family, along with several powerful figures from the Lu family, were summoned to the council hall, where they were graciously received. The war had come to a victorious conclusion, and tranquility returned to the battlefield as the Lu family began to clear the remnants of conflict. The dawn of victory illuminated their faces. After enduring several hours of intense battle, their spirits had remained taut. Standing on the ground, they gazed skyward, eyes closed, savoring a moment of relaxation. Though their bodies and minds were undeniably fatigued, following their respite, they would undertake the task of cleaning the battlefield, then begin the restoration of their shared homeland, breathing life back into this cherished place. In the grand hall of the Lu family, Lu Daosheng, seated at the head, boomed with laughter that echoed throughout the chamber. Please, everyone, make yourselves comfortable. Treat this place as your own. The Lu family's warriors took their seats on the left, while the Wang family's champions occupied the right side. Lu Shui-er stood gracefully beside Lu Daosheng, her countenance adorned with a gentle smile, resembling a noble lady of the court. As for Yi Changsheng, he nestled in a corner, sipping the modest tea provided by his esteemed master. In this gathering, aside from Lu Shui-er, none recognized him, and following the great battle, no one could ascertain his accomplishments. He chose a secluded spot to savor his tea, though his hand trembled slightly around the cup. How could he not feel nervous meeting his future father-in-law for the first time? There was no avoiding it. Eventually, he would have to face him. Although they had yet to solidify their relationship, an undeniable anxiety lingered in his heart. After all, it was their initial encounter, and feeling a bit anxious was quite natural. He would gradually grow accustomed to it. Shui-er, please pour tea for our esteemed guests. Lu Daosheng beckoned to Lu Shui-er, who nodded gently in acquiescence. That is quite unnecessary, Master Lu. We are unworthy of the saintly hospitality of your daughter. One of the Wang family's sages interjected hastily. Indeed, Master, the saintly lady ought not to be troubled with such trivial matters. Allow me to summon a few servants, another Lu family sage declared. Hastily rising and exiting the hall, they were well aware of Lu Shui-er's formidable abilities and dared not impose upon her. Lu Shui-er smiled radiantly, captivating everyone's attention. Was this truly the daughter of the Lu family and their saintess? Wang Tong, seated at the forefront on the right, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Such purity and elegance suited her well. Since his arrival, he had been observing Lu Shui-er, his thoughts swirling with speculation. It was evident she was indeed the saintess of the Lu family. Certainly, his purpose in coming here was to propose a union with Lu Shui-er. As a pure young body, he had come to aid the Lu family, intending to present his proposal for marriage. Although it might be a formidable request, the Wang family's influence was considerable, and he believed the Lu family would not refuse. These two contrasting temperaments are, without a doubt, a match made in heaven, complementing each other in perfect harmony. Should these two individuals unite as companions on the path, it is likely that an extraordinary synergy will emerge. It is imperative to seize the opportunity to broach this matter. One must not let such a fortuitous chance slip away, Wang Tong mused silently. Chapter 39. The unconventional pairing of lovers, the Emperor's presence, Yi Changsheng. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Wang family for traversing countless miles to offer their assistance, remarked Lu Daosheng, who would forever cherish this kindness. Should the Wang family encounter any challenges in the future, my Lu family shall not hesitate to extend our support. Both parties exchanged pleasantries, their mutual respect evident. Soon, the venerable sage returned, accompanied by two maidens who gracefully entered the grand hall. The maidens expertly prepared tea and promptly served it to the esteemed guests. Ah, the banquet is still in preparation. Please indulge in a cup of tea while you await. Lu Daosheng said with a subtle smile from his seat of honor. Not at all, not at all, the guests responded, gesturing dismissively, eager to convey their understanding. In a show of gratitude, I, Lu Daosheng, propose a toast with tea in lieu of wine, raising a cup to all present. Ah, you are too gracious, Master Lu, came the response. Indeed, the Wang and Lu families share a close bond. It is only right that we offer our support. The members of the Wang family promptly raised their cups, and a toast was exchanged as the conversation resumed. Suddenly, Lu Daosheng turned to Lu Shuer, his brow furrowing with concern. Shuer, where is your grandfather? He is not in any trouble, is he? Do not worry, father. Grandfather has sensed an impending breakthrough and has retired to cultivate in seclusion, Lu Shuer reassured, affectionately massaging Lu Daosheng's shoulders, her beautiful eyes playfully fluttering towards Yi Changsheng. Feigning ignorance, Yi Changsheng lowered his head to continue sipping his tea. He had bestowed a sacred pill upon the ancestral elder of the Lu family, igniting a wave of excitement. Initially reluctant to accept, the elder was persuaded by Yi Changsheng's assertion of their familial connection through his granddaughter, insisting on recognizing Yi Changsheng as her future husband. Unable to resist the allure, he found a plausible justification and ultimately accepted the gift. After all, they were all kin. Could this young gentleman, who displayed such valor in battle, be the esteemed genius of the Wang family, Wang Teng? Inquired an elder of the Lu family, stroking his beard with a smile as he regarded Wang Teng. All eyes turned towards Wang Teng, who responded with a courteous smile. Greetings, esteemed elders of the Lu family. I am Wang Teng. He rose respectfully and offered a salute to the powerful figures of the Lu family. The revered members of the Lu family nodded in satisfaction. Having not had the opportunity to observe Wang Teng closely during the battle, now, they recognized that he was indeed an extraordinary individual, having attained the supreme realm at such a tender age. His valor on the battlefield radiated a formidable aura that even they, as esteemed beings, found difficult to decipher. Truly, he was worthy of the title bestowed upon him, the most gifted individual in the Wang family in millennia, as proclaimed by the Wang family's sacred king. Wang Teng possesses the demeanor of a true emperor, undeniably remarkable. Upon our encounter today, I find no deceit in my assessment. Indeed, I, Lu Er, have never misjudged a person. A revered elder of the Lu family, with his eyes closed, spoke with an air of immense pride. Ah, youth brings forth heroes. We are but old now, remarked a venerable elder of the Lu family, stroking his beard and shaking his head. Ha ha ha, indeed. Such a prodigy. I wonder which maiden is worthy of him, laughed a loquacious elder of the Lu family. The revered members of the Lu family and the Wang family simultaneously turned their gazes towards Lu Shuer. Unfazed, Lu Shuer was accustomed to the elders' matchmaking schemes. Observing this, Wang Teng felt a surge of joy, secretly thinking that an opportunity had arisen. The esteemed members of the Lu family were indeed excellent facilitators, aligning perfectly with his intentions. He had been pondering how to broach this topic. Esteemed seniors, you flatter me, Wang Teng said as he rose once more, bowing with a cheerful demeanor. This time, instead of sitting down, he continued with unbridled enthusiasm. Regarding the matter of marriage that you esteemed seniors mentioned, I find myself somewhat intrigued. The elders of my clan have been urging me to find a companion, yet I have yet to discover a suitable match. I have long heard of the Lu family's saintly maiden, renowned for her beauty, and seeing her today is truly awe-inspiring. At this juncture, Wang Teng paused, his gaze fixed upon Lu Shuer. The two saints of the Wang family narrowed their eyes, having already surmised Wang Teng's intentions, wishing to intervene before he could speak further. No, my dear young master, she is a true saint. Dealing with saints is as simple as slaughtering a chick. You, a mere revered one, should not seek humiliation. However, contrary to their expectations, Wang Teng spoke first. Might I inquire if the saintess is already betrothed? As these words escaped his lips, all eyes in the hall turned towards Lu Shuer, while the two Wang saints could only facepalm in exasperation. Only Yi Changsheng, oblivious, continued sipping his tea. No hope left. Even his little girlfriend is about to be taken, and he remains unaware. Huh. Lu Shuer was taken aback. Why was she suddenly the topic of discussion? Hey, don't look at me. You young people should decide your own matters. Just as Lu Shuer was about to speak, Lu Daosheng stepped in to ease the tension, ensuring Wang Teng did not feel awkward. After all, the Wang family had come to their aid, and as a young master of the Wang family, he should not be embarrassed. Let us see if you can win my daughter's favor. The matter of the union depends on her feelings. This pertains to her lifelong happiness, and it must not be treated lightly. It should align with her own desires. Ah, uncle, you jest. Matters of the heart are indeed dictated by fate and cannot be forced, Wang Teng replied with a bright smile, feeling more hopeful than ever. Thank you, young Master Wang. I already have someone in my heart, and he is here today. At this moment, Lu Shui'er felt her cheeks flush. Her voice barely above a whisper as her beautiful eyes turned towards Yi Changsheng in the corner. Oh, let me see, father. Lu Daoxing's expression was one of surprise. It was indeed the understated young Master Yi. He had presumed Yi was merely Shui'er's senior brother, not anticipating a deeper connection. Lu Daoxing's brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling something. Hailing from the free and unfettered sect, yet bearing the surname Yi, this young man eluded even his discerning gaze. Could he possibly be that formidable sword cultivator? How astonishing! So young yet capable of contending with the great sage realm, truly a prodigy. A flicker of speculation ignited within him. And the more he observed Yi Changsheng, the more he was impressed. The Wang family's Wang Tong, poised to become an emperor? My son-in-law possesses the bearing of an emperor. Wang Ting also glanced over, feeling a strange familiarity upon seeing Yi Changsheng. Yet, he could not place him. And a sense of dissatisfaction bubbled within. Who is this person? Why does he resemble a pretty boy? Is he perhaps even more exceptional than I? I, after all, possess the grace of an emperor to be. Is the duck I had in hand about to fly away? No. He must ascertain what abilities this individual possesses to capture the affections of the saintess of the Lu family. Had he known Yi Changsheng was that invincible sword cultivator, he would not have dared to be so brazen, even with tenfold courage. With this thought, a hearty laugh escaped him as he shared a knowing smile with the powerful figures in the great hall. Dear esteemed elders, as you sip your tea, do you not feel something is amiss? The gathered assembly exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement, indeed sensing a lack of spectacle. They were curious about the intentions of this young man. Wang Tong, ever the schemer, continued, how about I challenge that young brother to a duel? The loser shall drink 6 cups of wine at the upcoming banquet. What do you all think? There were no objections from the others. They awaited the outcome of Wang Tong's discussion with the young man. Upon hearing this, the strong figures from both families exchanged knowing glances, amusement dancing in their eyes. The intentions of Wang Tong were transparent to these seasoned foxes. They chose not to voice their understanding, as everyone had been young once. With the approval of the gathered strength, Wang Tong approached Yi Changsheng. Chapter 40, Yi Changsheng versus Wang Tong. Lu Shui'er was about to convey a message to Yi Changsheng when she was interrupted by Lu Daoxing. It's no matter. This is a matter between men. Surely, you trust young Master Yi? The Wang family has done our Lu family a favor. We cannot speak against them. Father, I understand, Lu Shui'er replied. But I merely wish for Changsheng to go easy. She was far too astute. Wang Tong sensed something was amiss. Her gaze held a peculiar glint. Yet she did not reveal her awareness. She had never regarded Wang Tong with much esteem. And her silence stemmed from the acknowledgement of the Wang family's past kindness to her own. The powerful figures from both families watched as Wang Tong approached Yi Changsheng, curiosity igniting within them. Yi Changsheng sat in the corner, his mind preoccupied with thoughts on how to win the favor of his future father-in-law. However, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by an unfriendly voice. Hey, my good fellow, drinking tea is rather dull. Why not engage in a contest with me, and give the esteemed elders some entertainment? Yi Changsheng lifted his gaze to see Wang Tong striding over, his face flushed. What fool is this? He seems as if he has had too much to drink. Are we not all merely sipping tea? Could it be that he is intoxicated by tea? What? Have you been rendered speechless by my reputation? Wang Tong approached Yi Changsheng, his eyes filled with provocation. Yet, he remained cautious, sensing that this youth possessed an unfathomable aura, likely a formidable opponent. As Yi Changsheng noticed the collective attention of the crowd drawn towards him, he thought, a contest? Who fears whom? Let it be. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes, and he eagerly agreed, fearing that Wang Tong might retract his challenge. He had been yearning for an opportunity to showcase his skills before his future father-in-law, and this chance had unexpectedly presented itself. If he were to falter in this duel, it would be a disservice to his master. Wang Tong was taken aback. How did this youth suddenly come to his senses? Let us go outside for the contest. Yi Changsheng promptly declared, leading the way out of the grand hall, as it was not suitable for a display of martial prowess within. Wang Tong, undeterred, followed closely behind. Brimming with confidence, the elders from both families exchanged glances and burst into laughter, marveling at the vigor of youth. They too exited the hall to witness the contest between the two young men. In the square, which had remained untouched by the ravages of war, a group of formidable warriors sat on one side, discussing the merits of the two contenders positioned in the center. There stood Yi Changsheng and Wang Tong, facing each other. Yi Changsheng, tall and slender, exuded an air of elegance, holding a branch he had found, while the other hand rested behind him. His white garments fluttered in the wind, resembling a celestial swordmaster. In contrast, Wang Tong wielded a spear, exuding valor and majesty, reminiscent of a battle-hardened general with countless victories to his name. Where is your weapon? Why do you wield merely a branch? Wang Tong furrowed his brow, somewhat displeased by the apparent slight. He could not comprehend why this youth seemed to regard him with such disdain, even refusing to present a proper weapon. Strike when ready, with a heart full of resolve. Even a branch can serve as a sword, Yi Changsheng replied with a gentle laugh, shaking his head. Very well, then let us engage in battle. Wang Tong, now incensed, unleashed a formidable aura of a third-level master, which elicited nods of approval from the surrounding warriors. With his spear in hand, he charged fiercely at Yi Changsheng, intent on delivering a decisive blow to demonstrate his prowess and teach this youth a lesson in humility regarding his underestimation. Let him witness the true might of my spear technique. If this young man were to become incapacitated, he could not be blamed. With a swift motion of his spear, he vanished from sight, appearing 10 meters ahead of Yi Changsheng in the void. Gathering his strength, he lunged forward with ferocity, akin to a fierce dragon soaring through the heavens. Wang Tong, gripping his spear, thrust downward with all his might, embodying the unstoppable force of a mighty dragon as he charged towards Yi Changsheng. Is this truly your utmost strike? Yi Changsheng inquired, his branch poised delicately. He emanated the aura of a third-level venerable, and an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted forth, effortlessly countering Wang Tong's fierce assault. How infuriating! He is indeed formidable. No matter how hard Wang Tong exerted himself, his spear could not advance even an inch. You are quite powerful, he conceded, retracting his strength and retreating several dozen meters. His expression darkened slightly. He had not anticipated Yi Changsheng's prowess to be so formidable. In his heart, he acknowledged Yi Changsheng's strength. Both were at the third level of venerable, yet Yi had so easily withstood his most formidable attack. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have felt a thrill at the challenge. But the current situation was different. If he were to lose, it would tarnish the reputation of the Wang family. The surrounding experts were equally astonished, realizing the depth of this young man's hidden potential. They could not see through him, even with their extensive experience. Such a display of power would cause even seasoned venerables to reconsider their approach. Yi Changsheng's effortless deflection left them intrigued regarding what would unfold next. Many from the Lu family exchanged glances, seemingly piecing together the situation. They had returned alongside the Saintess, both hailing from the free and unfettered sect. Just wait. Changsheng has yet to make his move, Lu Shui remarked with a proud smile. I know my strength well, but is this all you can muster? Yi Changsheng's expression remained grave, yet his tone held a hint of disappointment. Wang Tong's face darkened, rendered speechless by Yi Changsheng's words. Then it is my turn to strike. Suddenly, Yi Changsheng's aura shifted dramatically as he slowly waved the branch in his hand. A gray sword light surged forth, carrying an unmatched might as it sliced towards Wang Tong. Wang Tong was struck with astonishment, gazing dumbfounded at the figure clad in white before him. Feeling the overwhelming power approaching him, he froze, realizing that this aura belonged to a swordsman. Could it be him? I concede. In that moment, he surrendered, choosing to yield, for he recognized that he could not withstand that strike. Moreover, being defeated by such a formidable opponent was no disgrace. The assembly was taken aback, perplexed as to why Wang Tong would concede. They had not directly faced that sword light, and thus could not perceive its true nature. However, it felt oddly familiar. Yet they could not recall where they had encountered it before. The Lu family's strong members exchanged glances, as if confirming their suspicions. As the radiant sword aura approached Wang Tong, it gradually dissipated like a firefly. Just as Yi Changsheng was about to speak, Wang Tong preemptively voiced his thoughts. Are you Yi Changsheng? The Yi Changsheng of the Carefree sect? His gaze was earnest, and he cautiously transmitted his inquiry. You know me? Yi Changsheng nodded, somewhat perplexed. Could it be that his formidable reputation had already spread to the northern region? He completely forgot the time he had excitedly shouted during the battle of the two great demons. Is it truly you, esteemed one? Chapter 41. Clinging to the leg of the esteemed one, the Lu family experts speculate Wang Tong's eyes filled with profound admiration, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, it was he, the invincible sword cultivator who had bravely contended against the great demon lords. The memory of his earlier audacity made his face flush with shame. How foolish he had been to challenge someone of such caliber and to covet their prowess. Fortunately, he was not one of those temperamental sword cultivators. Otherwise, he might have been cleaved in two by a single strike. What is this, esteemed one? Yi Changsheng paused, astonished. Was this lad truly sober? Wang Tong hurriedly flew over and grasped Yi Changsheng's leg. Esteemed one, I admire you immensely. Could you take me as your disciple? Not only was Yi Changsheng taken aback, but the onlookers were also stunned. Just as tensions were about to escalate, with tea already consumed, the two previously combative individuals suddenly stood frozen, abandoning their conflict. Were they really about to acknowledge each other as brothers? Could you please let me go? I am not the esteemed one you think I am. And there are so many witnesses, Yi Changsheng said, feeling rather embarrassed. Wang Teng glanced at the crowd, then whispered back to Yi Changsheng, "Esteemed one, I understand. I know that you powerful beings prefer to remain low-key. I did not mean to expose your identity in front of everyone. However, your sword strike against the two great demon lords was simply unparalleled. It has completely captivated me." He now seemed utterly unconcerned about his own identity or reputation. To be taken as a disciple and learn even a few techniques would be far more valuable than mere pride. Besides, being a disciple of an esteemed one was not something just anyone could achieve. Yi Changsheng was momentarily stunned. My irresistible charm cannot be concealed. He had not anticipated that this person would be so perceptive, utterly smitten by his extraordinary grace. I must restrain myself in the future. I do not fancy men. Esteemed one, does your carefree sect still accept disciples? I wonder if I am worthy to become one. Seeing Yi Changsheng remain silent, Wang Teng continued. To join the carefree sect, you must first gain my master's approval. I shall take you back to the sect to see what my master says. Yi Changsheng hastily assisted Wang Teng to his feet, realizing that prolonging their embrace would not bode well for him. His master had once remarked that if a genius was worthy of admiration, he could bring him back to the sect for evaluation. This young man appeared promising, yet he still paled in comparison to the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. However, with nurturing, he could transform from an ordinary chick into a magnificent phoenix. Ha. Very well, I will heed your guidance, elder brother, Wang Teng responded with satisfaction, swiftly rising to his feet. By the way, your name is Wang Teng, correct? Indeed. Elder brother, I am Wang Teng. There is no need to call me elder brother. If you can join the Xiaoyao sect, simply refer to me as elder senior brother. I will inform your clan's elders, and we can return to the sect immediately. Very well, elder brother. At that moment, a throng of onlookers approached. Our future son-in-law from the Liu family certainly possesses remarkable talent at first glance. Who would have thought that his strength is so formidable, able to defeat Wang Teng? The prospective emperor of the Wang family, with a single move? The members of the Liu family arrived first, casting meaningful glances at Yi Changsheng. After all, he was to be their future son-in-law, capable of slaying powerful saints and bearing the demeanor of an emperor. Young master, we were not aware that you had an elder brother, they exclaimed. Indeed, young master, your excitement suggests that this gentleman is the long-lost eldest son of the family? The strong figures of the Wang family soon arrived, and several elders began to inquire about Wang Teng. Oblivious to the significance of the Liu family's daughter's fortune and failing to recognize Yi Changsheng's true identity. What nonsense are you all spouting? Wang Teng's expression darkened, and he refrained from speaking, wishing to drag the ancient elders outside for a scuffle. What are you all thinking? I have a rapport with this brother. As the saying goes, one must engage in combat to truly know one another. He suppressed his impulse to scold them and spoke calmly. I see. The elders of the Wang family nodded in understanding, their expressions shifting to one of realization. Changsheng, what were you two doing just now? Lu Xuer waved at Yi Changsheng, approaching while linking arms with Lu Daoxing. He expressed a desire to call me elder brother and inquired if our Xiaoyao sect is accepting disciples. This matter requires consultation with my master. I will first take him back to the sect to meet with my master before returning to you. Yi Changsheng scratched his head, glancing at Lu Daoxing, uncertain of how to address him. Should he call him uncle? Just as he hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Daoxing chuckled heartily. Ha, Changsheng. Simply call me uncle. There is no need to be overly formal. With a warm smile, he stepped forward to pat Yi Changsheng on the shoulder. Sensing the young man's discomfort, as he had once been in a similar position, this prospective son-in-law only grew more pleasing in his eyes. As for matters concerning the Xiaoyao sect, Lu Daoxing did not pry too deeply. Greetings, uncle. The young man is quite impressive. He can drink, can't he? Later, let us have a drink together, and we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The two engaged in casual banter, leaving Lu Xuer, the person at the center of it all, momentarily aside. With her enchanting eyes blinking, she gazed at the two of them, somewhat astonished. Uncle, before that, I must first escort Wang Teng back to the sect, Yi Changsheng said, scratching his head. Lu Daoxing was taken aback, about to speak, but Yi Changsheng continued, rest assured. Uncle, I will return shortly. Oh, if that is the case, I shall await your return. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Lu Daoxing, seeing the situation, refrained from saying more. Hey, Wang Teng, how did the arrangements go? Yi Changsheng approached Wang Teng. As the saying goes, one must engage in a bit of roughhousing to forge bonds. Yi Changsheng had not anticipated that this journey would result in gaining a little brother for the sect. Wang Teng turned with a grin. Brother, I'm almost done with the arrangements. I just need to say a few more words before we can set off. He quickly turned back to address the group of Wang family experts. If I do not return, it means I have joined the imperial sect. Please assure my father and ancestors not to worry. Brother, are we ready to go? Where are we headed? Wang Teng turned around, his hands rubbing together in excitement. All right, stand still, relax, and do not resist. I will transport you back to the sect, Yi Changsheng said softly, placing a hand on Wang Tung's shoulder. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. The first time may be a bit dizzying. Do not be anxious. Take a deep breath and relax. Wang Tung felt a sudden darkness envelop him, his surroundings spinning, Yi Changsheng's words echoing in his mind. We have arrived. Yi Changsheng's calm voice resonated once more. Indeed, the Imperial Sect's teleportation technique was profoundly remarkable. Before Wang Tung could continue to marvel, a blinding light struck his eyes. Upon closing them, when he opened them again, a different world unfolded before him. The scene was utterly breathtaking. The air shimmered with spiritual energy, clouds drifted across the sky, and numerous exotic creatures soared amidst the mist. Countless majestic peaks stood tall, interspersed with ancient, elegant pavilions and magnificent halls that appeared and disappeared between the mountains. Below the peaks flowed a continuous river, creating an ethereal landscape. Wang Tung stood there, speechless, utterly astonished. This is simply overwhelming, he finally managed to utter after a long moment. Chapter 42. Wang Tung's astonishment. The war god Qin Tian Yi Changsheng stood straight beside him, choosing not to immediately take Wang Tung to meet Lin Dong. He quietly observed the scene, his heart swelling with immense pride. Such is the strength of the sect. It is a common experience for every disciple upon arriving at the Xianyao sect, and he had long since become accustomed to it. Suddenly, Wang Tung closed his eyes, as if struck by an epiphany, and his aura began to ascend in waves. His presence surged from the third level of the venerable realm to the sixth before gradually stabilizing. Has my mastery of the Gun Dao reached perfection? Wang Tung was somewhat incredulous. How could he attain such a level without consuming any potent elixirs? No, the density of the ethereal power here is extraordinary. It is the abundant, unclaimed essence of this realm that has facilitated my breakthrough. With my cultivation merely at the sixth level of the venerable realm, do I stand a chance to comprehend the laws within this domain and leap into the ranks of the prodigious? His heart raced with exhilaration. He primarily cultivated two forms of ethereal power, yet his battle intent remained unrefined, only achieving a minor level of proficiency, relying solely on combat to attain completeness. As for the perfection of the Gun Dao, that would present him with the opportunity to grasp the Gun Dao laws ahead of time, potentially becoming one of the legendary prodigies. Venerables cultivate ethereal powers, choosing one or multiple paths to achieve mastery and reach the pinnacle of their realm. Only upon grasping a fragment of the law's essence can one ascend to the saint level. Those who master two laws may suppress their advancement, but once both are comprehended, a breakthrough would yield unforeseen results. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Tung. If he could achieve this, what about the disciples of the Xianyao sect? Brother, do you practice in a place like this? With this thought, Wang Tung turned his head, his intelligent eyes gazing at Yi Changsheng. Indeed, what you see before you is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Xianyao sect. Yi Changsheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes sparkling like stars as they met Wang Tung's, a trace of pride illuminating his features. In awe, Wang Tung exclaimed, "How astonishing!" Then, as if a thought occurred to him, he cautiously inquired, "Brother, are all the disciples here as formidable as you?" "Haha, that remains to be seen. I have been away for a while. Given the diligence of my junior brothers and sisters in the sect, it is likely that they have surpassed my cultivation." Yi Changsheng shook his head with a mix of resignation. There is no helping it. My junior disciples in the Xianyao sect are remarkably industrious. Just as Wang Tung was about to ask further questions, Yi Changsheng interrupted him. "Enough, you are not yet a disciple of the Xianyao sect. Knowing too much may not be beneficial. I will share this much for now, and I shall first take you to meet our master." "All right." Wang Tung nodded, acquiescing to Yi Changsheng's arrangement. He understood that he was merely an outsider at this moment, and that Yi Changsheng's willingness to share so much was already generous. "Wait, I will take you to a place first. If you can pass through, I will then introduce you to our master." Yi Changsheng reconsidered and decided to lead Wang Tung to the heart training steps, the first trial for disciples seeking entry into the sect. Only by passing this trial could one qualify to become a disciple of the sect. He accessed the system to review his information panel. Wang Tung, the scion of the Wang family from the northern domain, possesses the pure yang sacred body and extraordinary qualifications of the sacred tier. Upon encountering this name, Lin Dong was flooded with memories of a novel from his past life. Yet, at present, Wang Tung merely harbors the semblance of a quasi-emperor with only sacred tier qualifications. Given the burgeoning number of disciples at the Xianyao sect, it is high time to elevate the standards for accepting new members. Wang Tung, with your talents, you are currently only worthy of being an outer disciple in my Xianyao sect. Do you accept this? Lin Dong's commanding voice resonated, his profound gaze fixed upon Wang Tung. In the courtyard, Yi Changsheng stood respectfully, while Wang Tung appeared somewhat apprehensive. His presence there indicated that he had successfully passed the heart training ladder. Wang Tung felt a chill as if being scrutinized by a terrifying abyssal beast. I am willing, he stammered, suppressing the fear within. Very well, for now. Wait here. Shortly, a disciple will come to guide you in acquiring your identity token and familiarizing you with the sect, Lin Dong stated calmly. At that moment, a striking figure in red emerged, greeting Lin Dong with a bow. Master, I shall escort this junior brother down. She then acknowledged Yi Changsheng with a nod before leading Wang Tung down the mountain. Changsheng, during your absence from the sect, I have bestowed an opportunity upon our disciples. And now their cultivation levels have reached the sage realm. Several have even surpassed you, attaining the great sage and even the sage king realms, Lin Dong remarked thoughtfully. Master, I understand. Upon my return from the Lu family, I will diligently cultivate, Yi Changsheng replied, marveling at his master's formidable prowess and resolving to train earnestly upon his return. As the senior brother, your current cultivation may be somewhat lacking. You are in your prime for training. Thus, you must dedicate more time to it. Women will only hinder your speed and power in drawing your sword. Do you understand? Lin Dong advised earnestly. Yi Changsheng was taken aback. He comprehended that the reason his sword wielded immense might yet lacked sharpness was precisely as his master had suggested. All right, if there is nothing else, you may depart, Lin Dong instructed before Yi Changsheng could respond. Yes, master, Yi Changsheng bowed and retreated. Lin Dong's words reverberated in Yi Changsheng's mind as he pondered deeply. This child, I hope he does not overthink it, Lin Dong mused with a wry smile. Surprised that his casual remark had such a profound impact on Yi Changsheng. He had merely wished for him to focus on his cultivation. The comment had been made in passing. In the eastern domain, Dongxin Prefecture, lies the reclusive family of the Qin clan. In what should have been an extraordinarily tranquil hidden sanctuary, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse now unfolds. Countless shades of crimson stain the horizon, while the buildings below stand as mere remnants of shattered pillars and broken beams, with flesh and blood scattered everywhere. A multitude of brave souls engage in a desperate battle against the celestial demon clan, fighting valiantly to protect their homeland. The sky itself has transformed into 3 separate battlegrounds, where dozens of saints, great saints, and several formidable sacred kings clash in an aerial showdown, their terrifying divine might surging forth. The members of the Qin family are utterly exhausted, their spirits weighed down by despair. They have persevered for nearly a day, relying solely on their indomitable will to continue the fight, just as despair threatens to engulf them, believing they are destined to perish in this fierce conflict. A resounding laughter echoes across the battlefield, followed by an overwhelming presence of divine might. Qin Tian, a disciple of the Celestial Freedom Sect, has arrived at the behest of the sect leader to assist the various factions in the eastern region in their efforts to eradicate the Celestial Demon Clan. A young man clad in a blue robe emerges from the void, his countenance resolute and proud, his keen eyes surveying the battlefield. This individual is none other than Qin Tian, a direct disciple of Lin Dong, possessing the formidable battle saint body. Chapter 43, The Emergence of the Celestial Freedom Disciples. Each displaying their might before anyone can react. Qin Tian brandishes a long staff and swiftly charges towards the Sacred King battlefield, aiming directly at the crown of a second-tier demon king of the Celestial Demon Clan. Behold, little demon king, receive my strike. Despite the demon king's swift reaction, the blow is too powerful, causing blood to pour from his 7 orifices as he is sent flying 1,000 feet away. The 3 combatants momentarily create distance, their eyes fixed on Qin Tian, wary of suffering a similar fate. I, Qin Tian, stand here on behalf of the Chun family to express our gratitude to the Celestial Freedom Sect for your timely assistance. A sacred king from the Qin family, overwhelmed with joy, hastily bows to Qin Tian. Although he faces 3 adversaries, he contemplates retreat, yet his clan members remain below. Fear not. These 3 minor demon kings are mine to handle. You should assist your kin. Qin Tian responds with a confident smile, gradually approaching the 2 demon kings. Qin Tian, surprised by Qin Tian's audacity, feels a twinge of worry and opens his mouth to speak. One Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. Suddenly, Qin Tian glances back at him, casting a reassuring glance. Instantly, 2 identical versions of Qin Tian materialize beside him, their auras indistinguishable. The 3 Qin Tians exchange knowing smiles before simultaneously charging at the 2 terrified demon kings. In the midst of this, countless other Qin Tians emerge on the battlefield, all targeting the powerful beings of the Celestial Demon Clan. Damn it, where did this prodigy come from? One of the male demon kings, observing Qin Tian with his staff approaching, inexplicably feels a tightening sensation, his face a mix of deepening darkness and a hint of crimson. The 3 Celestial Demon Clan warriors are swiftly overwhelmed by Qin Tian's relentless assault. Truly incredible. No wonder the Celestial Freedom Sect is renowned. They have nurtured such a prodigy. Chen Tian swiftly entered the arena, tirelessly aiding his kin. With his formidable cultivation, he effortlessly obliterated a vast swath of adversaries, while an overwhelming sense of astonishment filled his heart. He had long heard tales of the Imperial Sect's renown, but witnessing it firsthand today was truly an eye-opener. What sorcery is this? Where do all these identical human youths come from? He exclaimed in disbelief. Ah, the bloodthirsty fiends dare to strike at me. Please, spare me. The faces of the demon clan transformed in horror, instinctively shielding their bodies. What splendid news! The disciples of the Imperial Sect have arrived. We are saved. They cried. The Imperial Sect is formidable. Sister-in-law, do not weep. I have avenged my brother. I shall care for you henceforth. He is so handsome. I am utterly smitten. There are so many of them. The members of the Chun family gazed at the countless valiant and heroic figures of Qin Tian in the arena, their hearts brimming with gratitude towards the Xiaoyao sect. Among them, enamored maidens cast affectionate glances, for it is said that throughout history, beautiful women have adored heroes. In Kanglan State, Kanglan City, countless celestial demon soldiers rampaged mercilessly, committing atrocities without restraint. The four prominent families of the city rallied their forces to resist, but found themselves powerless, just as despair and terror enveloped the myriad cultivators. A voice imbued with righteous vigor resonated through the air. I, Ru Jing, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, am here by the orders of our sect leader to assist the various factions in the eastern region. Let us unite to eradicate the celestial demon clan. Ru Jing stood majestically in the void, holding a tome of sage wisdom in his left hand and a calligraphy brush in his right. With every stroke, he unleashed terrifying Confucian sword energy, decimating countless celestial demon warriors. Hope flickered in the eyes of the city's residents as Ru Jing, wielding his formidable 8th-level Great Sage Cultivation, faced 3 foes at once. Employing his book as a shield and his brush as a weapon, he swiftly vanquished 3 low-tier celestial demon saints, elegantly eliminating the demonic scourge before departing to aid the next faction. As the citizens beheld the crimson skies gradually fade, they finally realized that the battle had come to an end. They would forever remember that the Imperial Sect had sent a scholar-like figure, descending from the heavens with a brush as his sword, to rescue them from the depths of despair. Thus began the legend of the Scholar's Sword Sovereign of the Xiaoyao sect, spreading throughout the eastern region. In the eastern region, in the hidden family of the Bai clan, the atmosphere was tense. Kekekek, bloodthirsty fiends, echoed as countless celestial demon soldiers assailed the great formation, their faces contorted in ghastly expressions. The formation began to crack under the relentless assault. Just as it seemed on the verge of collapse, a blade of light flashed through, and innumerable pieces of demon flesh were sent flying, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a bone behind. I, sure, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, have come to annihilate the celestial demon clan by the orders of our sect leader, intoned a raspy voice as a man clad in black robes emerged from the void. Adorned with a ghostly mask, he was enveloped in a shroud of darkness, exuding an aura of terror. Sure wielded a colossal blade, and with a mere flick of his wrist, countless celestial demon warriors fell, as he himself vanished in a peculiar manner before the naked eye. Ah, the demonic cultivator. Countless members of the celestial demon clan perished at the hands of the devourer, their anguished cries echoing in the air as they beheld a figure of unfathomable terror, more fearsome than the demons themselves. In less than 10 breaths, not a single celestial demon remained. Weep for blood, splendid work. Yet, you have not feasted enough. Come, let me lead you to drink deeper from the chalice of life, said the devourer, caressing the beloved blade in his hand before vanishing in the blink of an eye. The members of the Bai family exchanged glances. Disbelief etched upon their faces. How terrifying! The term Devil Slayer Saint emerged in their minds, referring to the illustrious figure of the devourer from the Xianyao sect. A young man appeared above the dominating Shao clan, wielding a sword of considerable weight, surrounded by a blazing aura reminiscent of a descending fire god. He decimated 2 formidable demon lords, and the strange flames consumed countless celestial demons, leaving only the name of Xianyao sect and Luo Yin behind, earning him the title of Flame Saint among the people. In the realm of the Daotian sect, a youth commanded the thunderclouds, emerging with a war hammer in hand. With a single strike, the heavens rumbled, unleashing a tempest of lightning that obliterated countless celestial demons beneath the cataclysmic storm, leaving behind the disciples of the Xianyao sect, nameless yet revered as the Thunder Saint. At Tai sect, a woman wielded a divine whip, vanquishing 2 demon saints. With a single lash, her strike multiplied into 1,000, unleashing a barrage of whips that ensnared innumerable celestial demons, leaving only the name of Lu Tianyi from the Xianyao sect, venerated as the Lu Saint. In an instant, Tales of the disciples from the Xianyao sect spread across the eastern domain, with countless factions rescued from peril and the crisis of the celestial demon invasion averted. All were united in gratitude and awe for the disciples of the Xianyao sect, whose strength was astonishing. Those dispatched by the sect were all above the saint realm, with many being great saints and saint kings. The disciples from the imperial sects of the central domain could scarcely match such might. In the eastern domain, the stronghold of the demon clan. Crack, crack. Within the Hall of Soul Tokens, countless black tokens shattered, signifying the demise of powerful celestial demons, falling simultaneously. Chapter 44. One palm annihilates 3 emperors, the divine war. Damn it. What manner of power is this Xianyao sect, daring to disrupt our grand designs? Roared the Qi Luo demon emperor, crushing the armrests of his throne. If this matter remains unresolved, my life is in jeopardy. It seems I must intervene personally. The Qi Luo demon emperor retracted his consciousness and stood, preparing for his next move when suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, his dark, profound gaze fixed upon the heavens. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended, and a towering figure stood aloft, coldly surveying the celestial demon clan below. I am Tang Fei of the Xianyao sect, sent by the sect master to dismantle the eastern stronghold of the celestial demon clan, leading the disciples of Xianyao sect to eradicate all celestial demons in this domain. As a commanding voice reverberated across the continent, countless factions stirred in response, their powerful emperors awakening with curiosity. Was a great emperor manifesting, perhaps from the unfettered sect? Such formidable might could only belong to an emperor at the pinnacle of power. They seemed poised to annihilate the eastern domain's celestial demon clan. The unfettered sect was indeed making grand moves. The Crimson Luo demon emperor's countenance shifted drastically, and he tore through the void, attempting to flee. However, the fabric of space proved exceptionally resilient, leaving him in a state of profound dread. He could only reach out to the other 2 celestial demon emperors to assist in the defense. What manner of force was the unfettered sect, that even their guardians were emperors? As a colossal hand descended from the heavens, an overwhelming sense of insurmountable power surged within him, prompting him to unleash a punch in desperation. Ah no, it is a peak emperor. How could this be? Even the guards are peak emperors. Ah, Crimson Luo, you have doomed us all. The giant hand fell, its dreadful divine power and imperial might bearing down with such ferocity that even these emperors found it impossible to resist, their very essence being ground away by the terrifying force. Tang Fei clapped his hands, indifferent to the cries of the insignificant beings, ready to depart, when he noticed something peculiar. What is that? How is it unharmed by my full force strike? His gaze fixed intently on a specific location deep within the celestial demon clan stronghold. There, he beheld an immense crimson altar, safeguarded by a great formation, with blood-red light flickering across the formation's barrier. Surrounding the altar were countless statues of celestial demons, each one grotesquely fierce, and most curiously, the ground of the altar was inscribed with mysterious patterns, through which a substance reminiscent of flowing blood surged toward the ebony demon pillar at the center. An utterly bizarre sight. What in the world is this? Tang Fei approached with curiosity, extending his hand, only to find the formation's barrier firmly blocking his advance. Realizing this, he unleashed a full-force punch, yet the formation remained utterly unmoved. Remarkable, this formation is so solid, my strongest strike had no effect at all. Who could have constructed such a thing? Could it be a scheme of the celestial demon clan? Determined to ascertain whether he could breach it, he resolved to make further attempts, unwilling to return without reporting to his sect leader. With this thought, he rained down a flurry of punches, and upon delivering the final blow, he paused to observe the formation's response. Crack, crack, crack. The formation emitted a series of sharp sounds, and soon fissures appeared. It works. A few more should do it. Elated by this discovery, Tang Fei unleashed several more punches until the formation shattered with a thunderous roar. A foul stench, mingled with the scent of blood, assailed his senses, causing Tang Fei to feel nauseous, and he quickly covered his mouth and nose. What sort of grotesque formation has the celestial demon clan concocted? What are they truly up to? Struggling to suppress his urge to retch, he surveyed his surroundings, unable to discern the true purpose of this array. Could it be that this formation is designed to draw blood, channeling countless lifeblood into that demon pillar? Did they wish to activate this pillar? The towering, jet-black magic column piercing the clouds piqued his curiosity, as crimson sparks flickered ominously within its depths. The strangeness of this place unsettled him, and a voice within urged him to obliterate it. He thought little of the consequences. First, he would dismantle this grand formation. Raising his hand, countless powers of the laws manifested behind him, transforming into a vast ocean. Like a sea god, he commanded the waters, directing them towards the altar. Even if the demon clan were indeed concocting some nefarious plot, the celestial leisure sect would not tremble in fear. Tang Fei stood in the void, his tone imbued with unyielding authority, as he summoned a trident into his grasp and launched it towards the altar with formidable might. In the divine realm, within the demon palace, an enraged voice reverberated through the hall. Cursed be it, who has disturbed the blood sacrifice formation I set in the eastern region. I shall rend them to pieces. A terrifying pressure surged skyward, enveloping the entire demon state, causing countless demons to cower in submission, trembling in fear. Strangely, their faces bore no sign of anger. Instead, they were marked by profound respect. That useless Qi Luo. It better not be a peak emperor who has intervened. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I must investigate. Blood Wushang rose in fury, his throne reduced to rubble behind him. The formation could withstand only 100 strikes from a peak emperor before shattering. Any more would render it as fragile as parchment. He stepped forward and vanished from the hall. Instantly, the oppressive aura that had weighed upon the demons dissipated, and they respectfully bowed towards the demon palace before returning to their tasks. Blood Wushang tore through the void towards the eastern region, but as he reached the boundary sea, his expression darkened ominously. Suddenly, a surge of law-infused divine power struck him head-on, halting his advance. Ah, is that not our Lord Blood? In such a hurry to do what? A light voice, laced with a teasing tone, resonated from a figure standing in the void ahead. This individual was none other than Long Chun, the strongest among the human race in the Tianwu continent, standing at the first level of the true God realm. For a long time, it had been he who restrained the formidable Blood Wushang, preventing him from wreaking havoc upon the Tianwu continent. By condensing a divine power law, one could ascend to the true God realm, engaging in combat through the application of divine laws. Long Chun, I have no time for idle chatter with you today. Step aside, or I shall not hold back. Blood Wushang's gaze was icy, his demonic energy swirling around him, exuding an air of imminent conflict. Humph, I fear you not. Then let us battle, Long Chun retorted with a cold laugh, embodying the spirit of a pig that fears not boiling water. They had long been mortal enemies, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. I, Long Chun, stand here today. You shall not traverse to the eastern domain unless you tread upon my lifeless body. He has long been fixated on the eastern domain, presumably due to some noble deed performed by the emperor of the carefree sect, which has incited such wrath in Blood Wushang, prompting him to venture forth. Given this, how could Long Chun possibly allow Blood Wushang to proceed? Shortly after the proclamation from the emperor of the carefree sect, Long Chun sensed Blood Wushang's fury, vanishing into the demon sea. Anticipating Blood Wushang's arrival in the eastern domain, Long Chun intercepted him directly within the Sea of Realms. Even he was somewhat intrigued by the origins of the carefree sect, so enigmatic and formidable that he remained oblivious to its secrets. Cursed be it, Blood Wushang, in his rage, unleashed a terrifying aura of demonic energy, sweeping across the Sea of Realms towards Long Chun. Unyielding, Long Chun charged towards Blood Wushang with equal fervor. Alas, it is the lord and the leader of the demon clan. Flee! The once elevated figures upon the sea were suddenly stricken with terror, scattering in all directions. Those unable to escape were enveloped by a dreadful pressure, struggling as if drowning. Chapter 45. Return to the sect, the emergence of treasures? In the northern domain, the Lu family. At this moment, the Lu family had returned to a state of serene harmony, though the number of people present appeared somewhat diminished. The members of the Lu family busily toiled to construct a beautiful abode, showing no signs of fatigue, each adorned with smiles. Outside the grand hall of the Lu family, Yi Changxing and several others bid farewell to the clan's formidable figures. Dear brother Yi, or rather, my nephew, do visit often. Today, your uncle Lu has indulged in merriment, and the Lu family always welcomes you. Lu Shuer and Xiao Lian stood nearby, supporting the inebriated Lu Daoxing. Do remember not to repeat this time. Coming with such an abundance of gifts feels rather awkward. Lu Daoxing feigned displeasure, though his lips could hardly contain a broad grin, nearly reaching his ears. Very well, uncle. You should return to rest now. Yi Changsheng, faced with the elder's words, was at a loss and scratched his head, hastily agreeing. At this moment, he appeared invigorated, showing no signs of having consumed alcohol, for he intended to return to the sect and dispel the effects of the drink with his divine energy. Father, do take a look at your current state. Lu Shuer chided from the side, her delicate hand playfully pinching the flesh of Lu Daoxing's arm, feigning a fierce demeanor. You ought to consider your capacity for alcohol, to be in such a state and yet emerge in public, recognizing everyone as a brother when intoxicated. Oh, daughter, you do not understand. Your father is merely joyous. Enough said. Remember to bring Changxing back to play whenever you can. Lu Daoxing released his hold on Lu Shuer, waving his hand as he swayed unsteadily. Xiao Yin promptly extended her delicate hand to steady Lu Daoxing, sweetly assuring, Miss, you may return now. I shall remain here. So there is no need for concern. All right, Xiao Yin, I entrust your care to you. Remember not to let him drink too much. I'm off with Changsheng now. Lu Shue'er walked behind Yi Changsheng, glancing back repeatedly while continuing to advise Xiao Yin. Understood, Mississippi. With Xiao Yin here, you can rest assured and focus on your cultivation. Changsheng, why are you walking so fast? Is there something on your mind? Lu Shue'er's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Changsheng's back, her tone laced with concern. Ever since their return to the sect, he had seemed somewhat peculiar. Even though Yi Changsheng made a deliberate effort to suppress it. Yet, with her keen intellect, she could easily discern the changes in him, especially given his straightforward nature. Shue'er. Yi Changsheng suddenly halted, his gaze complex as he looked at Lu Shue'er, hesitating to speak. Changsheng, go ahead, I'm listening. Lu Shue'er smiled gracefully, like a blooming flower. I believe we should first concentrate on our cultivation. Once we achieve substantial progress, we can discuss matters of the heart. In the eastern region, at the stronghold of the Heavenly Demon Clan, numerous powerful figures from various domains surrounded the area, rendering it impenetrable. Before them lay the stronghold, enveloped in an overwhelming imperial presence that was terrifying, preventing them from advancing even a step closer. Even their divine senses could not penetrate the thick atmosphere. Previously, a Saint King, disregarding the warnings of others, insisted on probing with his divine sense. Now, he lay beneath a tree, dazed, mumbling incoherently. Fortunately, his injuries were relatively light. Had his soul been extinguished, he would have perished on the spot. Wow, the emperor of the Xiaoyao sect is incredibly powerful. He has been assaulting this place for a full 2 days and nights. Indeed, the dense imperial aura has lingered for an entire night and is finally beginning to dissipate. I wonder what has transpired here. I can no longer wait to find out. Why can't you wait? What is it to you? My wife is about to give birth. Is that not sufficient reason? Oh, then what about this brother beside you? Why are you leaving at this moment? My wife is also about to give birth. She said there's no one at home, and I should return first. Could it be that your daughters are the same? Countless strong individuals engaged in animated discussions, some of whom were quite anxious. Everyone was curious about the events unfolding here, pondering what the emperor of the Xiaoyao sect was attacking and what could withstand such an assault. Could it be some treasure? Goodness, this is astonishing, a middle-aged man exclaimed, his eloquent voice capturing the attention of the crowd. Soon after, a chorus of voices arose, all gazing in shock at the scene before them. Ahem, this heavenly demon stronghold is utterly foul. It resembles a cesspool. A noxious air permeated the surroundings, carrying an indescribable stench that invaded his nostrils, provoking a violent cough that nearly propelled him into oblivion. Cough, cough, cough. The crowd, taken aback, swiftly covered their mouths and noses, enveloping themselves in an aura of protective rules to ward off the toxic invasion. Before their eyes, the myriad imperial pressures gradually dissipated, revealing a breathtaking spectacle. From their elevated vantage point, they beheld an immense palm print, a void where nothing remained but a solitary obsidian pillar, defiantly standing tall. Beneath this pillar lay the most concentrated imperial aura, shrouded in a haze from a distance. What is that? Let us go investigate, exclaimed a sharp-eyed youth, beckoning the others to follow. However, as he took a step forward, he realized that the others remained motionless, their gazes fixed upon him. Those present were seasoned veterans. None were willing to be the first to venture forth. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from nearby, and a figure cloaked in black strode forth, ignoring the onlookers' stares as he flew directly towards the dark pillar. The figure was enveloped in the black robe, rendering their gender indiscernible. Had anyone glimpsed the visage beneath the cloak, they would have been astonished to discover that the individual belonged to the demon clan. Damn that Xiaoyao sect for obliterating our stronghold, he muttered, his expression darkening as he inwardly cursed. It was likely that the adversary had dispatched a formidable high-ranking emperor. The absence of battle and the mere imprint of a palm suggested that even the 3 celestial demon emperors stationed here had not put up the slightest resistance. This individual was a great demon monarch named Soul Hunter, dispatched by Bloodless to assess the situation due to the insufficiency of manpower within the demon clan. The celestial demon emperor could not act freely, thus sending this quasi-emperor level demon monarch in his stead. Blessed with formidable spiritual power and equipped with a concealment artifact bestowed by Bloodless, he felt secure from detection even by peak emperors, allowing him to proceed with confidence. I hope our clan's altar remains intact, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. He felt a bead of sweat form, fearing that should the altar be destroyed, he too would face repercussions. Given the ruthlessness of the true demon lord, his life would be in grave jeopardy. With this thought, he quickened his pace, swiftly arriving near the base of the demon pillar, where the imperial aura gradually receded. The scene before him caused his pupils to constrict. Chapter 46. Dominance in the Eastern region. Eternal trial space in the Eastern region. Disciples of the Xiaoyao sect unleash their full combat prowess, each one distinguishing themselves as they engaged in relentless battles against the demon clan across various locales. While it was termed battle, it resembled more of a one-sided massacre perpetrated by the Xiaoyao sect's disciples. The demon clan throughout the Eastern region was nearly annihilated by the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. The terrifying might and levels of their combat abilities left the people of the 5 domains in awe, eliciting gasps of astonishment. What manner of force could cultivate such an abundance of terrifying prodigies? As for the celestial demons who fled to other realms, they too were intercepted by the various factions that came to offer assistance. Only a handful of weaker celestial demons remained for the Eastern Domain's forces to deal with. Subsequently, the disciples of the Celestial Wanderers sect have not reappeared, leaving no one to ascertain their origins or destination. Where, one wonders, is the Celestial Wanderers sect? The people shook their heads, unable to provide an answer, only able to speculate that the sect might be hidden somewhere within the Eastern Domain. This phenomenon has rendered the Celestial Wanderers sect even more enigmatic in the eyes of the various factions, deepening their intrigue regarding its emergence. According to those in the know, the emperor who eradicated the celestial demons this time is not the same as the one who previously acted in Qingzhou, though both emanate the same aura of power. Currently, it is known that there are at least 2 formidable emperor-level experts within the Celestial Wanderers sect. What if there are more powerful beings yet to reveal themselves? Furthermore, the numerous gifted disciples, each possessing monstrous prowess, leave others hesitant to continue their discussions, resorting only to whispered conjectures. In the eyes of the public, the Celestial Wanderers sect now appears exceedingly mysterious and fearsome. Simultaneously, during these 3 days, a significant event transpired in the Eastern Domain, eliciting astonishment from the other 4 domains. The Dao Tian sect proclaimed its allegiance to the Celestial Wanderers sect, declaring it as their sovereign. The Shao family announced their veneration of the Celestial Wanderers sect as their divine sect. The Huanxian sect also joined in, and the Chun family echoed these sentiments. Countless leaders from various factions publicly declared their willingness to regard the Celestial Wanderers sect as supreme, venerating it as a divine entity. At this moment, countless factions across the Eastern Domain unconditionally submitted themselves to the Celestial Wanderers sect, recognizing this as an inevitable tide of destiny. The emergence of the divine sect heralds the approach of a grand era. It is believed that under the guidance of this divine sect, the Eastern Domain may once again witness a glory reminiscent of the ancient times, or perhaps even surpass. It is not beyond possibility. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Wanderers sect, Lin Dong reclined in his usual manner on a sunlit lounge chair in the back courtyard. The Empress Tianxiang had returned, skillfully massaging Lin Dong's shoulders, a development that pleasantly surprised him. "Your technique has improved. You have not been idle during this time," he remarked, his eyes closed, his voice imbued with a sense of utter relaxation and comfort. "Thank you for the praise, Sect Master," Tian Xuanxiang replied promptly, though her gaze towards Lin Dong had shifted, now tinged with curiosity and admiration. She was aware of the disciples of the Celestial Wanderers sect emerging in the Eastern Domain, and her gratitude towards Lin Dong was profound. At that moment, a figure appeared at the courtyard entrance, Tang Feijia, who stood silently, awaiting Lin Dong's summons. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Catching him off guard, this reward came at a most opportune time. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, dominating the Eastern Domain and striking fear within the celestial martial realm. The task rewards have been dispensed, and the host is advised to check. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, an eternal trial space. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a teleportation array of the 5 domains. The following are the descriptions of the rewards. Eternal trial space. This allows subordinates and disciples to enter trials, enhancing their cultivation within 10 breaths. The space within is ever-changing and the passage of time is exceedingly unpredictable. Once entered, it is beyond control, yet death is not a consequence. The degree of cultivation increase depends on the trial participant's overall performance. Note: currently, it can enhance up to 3 major realms, with more realms being unlocked upon the host's dominance over the celestial martial continent. The host currently has 20 opportunities to enter. Teleportation array of the 5 domains. This enables instant transportation to any location within the 5 domains. The host can choose to teleport to a fixed point or randomly, with no restrictions on the number of individuals or the need for resources to activate it. Note: it can be upgraded based on the host's influence. The system is indeed considerate. These rewards are quite commendable, especially as I pondered on how to swiftly elevate a group of individuals. Lin Dong found it intriguing, as it seemed that whatever he desired manifested before him. He was troubled by how to rapidly enhance the realms of the lower-ranking elders within the sect, acknowledging their efforts despite lacking notable contributions. Apart from the realm enhancement cards, he could think of nothing else, but fortunately, the accommodating system provided precisely what he needed. This feature is excellent, though the limited number of entries is a constraint. Lin Dong sighed softly and inquired of the system. System, how can one obtain additional entries to the eternal trial space? Ding. Successfully recruiting a disciple or elder to the sect expands the influence once, granting an entry to the eternal trial space. So, it is indeed as I suspected. Don't blame me for taking advantage then. A slight smirk graced Lin Dong's lips, revealing a hint of mischief. With this understanding, it's akin to receiving a gift. Ding. As long as the host completes tasks, rewards will be granted, which are earned through the host's own merit and are not considered as taking advantage of the system. Lin Dong nodded inwardly. The system truly exhibits understanding and eloquence. For such a modest system to possess such capabilities is indeed a waste of talent. Phasia, please enter. How has the task progressed? After a moment, Lin Dong opened his eyes, his profound gaze fixed on Tang Phasia, and with a gentle smile, he spoke. Sectmaster, the task has been completed, and the stronghold of the Celestial Demon Clan in the Eastern Domain has been eradicated. The disciples dispatched by the sect performed admirably, successfully cleansing the Eastern Domain of the Celestial Demon Clan, and I have ensured their return to the sect. Tang Phasia bowed respectfully, his demeanor exuding utmost reverence as he reported the situation in the Eastern Domain. He also mentioned the matter of the Demon Pillar. Although he destroyed the altar, he could not budge the towering Demon Pillar despite his relentless efforts over 2 days and nights. With no other recourse, he returned to the Eastern Domain to assess the completion of his disciples' tasks and remained to guard the area for an additional day. As the remnants of the Celestial Demon Clan dwindled, he produced the sect's token and activated the rather remarkable group chat feature. Prior to his departure, he had invited those disciples who ventured outside into the chat, sending a notification to inform them that their task was accomplished and requesting their return to the sect, after which he would report back. Indeed, the entire sect was aware of this, and you executed it splendidly. Lin Dong, seated in a grand armchair, nodded in agreement, stretched, and then remarked, that demonic pillar is indeed invaluable. It is entirely understandable that you could not shatter it. Despite its peculiar appearance, it is a divine weapon, the artifact of the demon lord of the Celestial Demon Clan. Chapter 47. Entering the eternal space to enhance the cultivation of disciples, it can summon powerful beings from beyond the continent, enabling their direct descent upon the Tianwu continent, while simultaneously siphoning its blood and essence. As Lin Dong spoke, a flicker of intrigue passed through his deep-set eyes. Upon hearing this, the Empress Tianxiang's pupils contracted, her actions momentarily halted. Powerful entities from beyond the continent. Had she just heard mention of a divine monarch? What level of power was that? If even the Celestial Demon Clan within the continent could not be dealt with, the consequences of such beings arriving from beyond would be unfathomable. The Empress was evidently shaken by Lin Dong's words. However, it mattered little, even if they did come. What of it? Our Xiaoyao sect would still eradicate them. Observing her reaction, Lin Dong chuckled lightly, his voice calm, yet imbued with an air of dominance, as if articulating an undeniable truth. At his words, the Empress felt a wave of relief wash over her. Originally, the sect had not intended for their disciples to return so hastily, considering they had just emerged into the world, poised to assert dominance over the Tianwu continent. Lin Dong's voice resonated once more as he casually stretched. I hadn't anticipated you had already summoned them back. That is of no consequence. In fact, it is fortuitous. Let them cultivate within the sect for a time, and then, after a period of joint training, we shall have all disciples emerge together. Upon his declaration, both were taken aback. The Empress Tianxiang was astonished by Lin Dong's audacious proclamation of continental domination, while Tang Phasia felt a surge of trepidation. Quickly kneeling on one knee before Lin Dong and bowing his head. Sectmaster, I take full responsibility for my unilateral decision. Please, punish me. Oh, it is of no concern. I do not blame you. You performed admirably, and you have earned merit for this endeavor. I had no intention of allowing them to emerge so soon, and your decision aligns perfectly with the sect's thoughts. The disciples' cultivation is still insufficient. It would be better for them to refine their skills further, Lin Dong replied gently, approaching Tang Phasia and assisting him to his feet. He would not let a worthy contributor like Tang Phasia feel disheartened. In fact, rewards were surely in store for him. Sectmaster, are you truly sincere? Tang Phasia stood bewildered, a grown man resembling a child who had erred, at a loss. Indeed, not long ago, I mentioned that I would offer an opportunity to you 4 brothers. Lin Dong smiled faintly, patting Tang Phasia on the shoulder, signaling him to not overthink the situation. Just then, the eternal trial grounds provided by the system came into play, perfectly suited to enhance their cultivation. Go summon your 3 brothers, and also invite Yi Changsheng. Qin Tian and Luo Yin to join us, he instructed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he took a few steps forward, surveying the entire sect with an air of tranquility. Noticing the lack of response, Lin Dong turned to see Tang Feijia frozen in place, his eyes glistening with emotion. What are you still standing there for? Go, he chided lightly. Oh, yes, I am grateful to the sect master, Tang Feijia replied. All right, hurry along. And remember to call them, Lin Dong urged. Yes, sect master. Lin Dong turned back, continuing to gaze over the sect, a swell of pride rising within him. Behold, this is the realm of Lin Dong. Xuanxiang stood rooted, staring at Lin Dong's silhouette, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. After a while, a solitary figure appeared behind Lin Dong, clad in a blue robe and wielding a blue blade. Sectmaster, do you summon me? Indeed, Elder Situ. I did not expect you to arrive first, Lin Dong responded with a nod and a faint smile. He had summoned Situ Feng, the first ancient deity he had called forth to guard the Xiaoyao sect in the Tianwu continent, where he had been diligent and dedicated. You have worked hard during this period. As one of the founding elders of the Xiaoyao sect, I intend to present you with an opportunity, Lin Dong stated. Recognizing Situ Feng's long-standing contributions, he felt it was essential to elevate his cultivation, especially since the Xiaoyao sect would soon embark on a journey across the continent. Lin Dong intended to assign him tasks related to guarding the Tianwu continent. It is an honor for Situ to contribute to the sect. I thank the sect master for this elevation, Situ Feng responded, taken aback, as he knelt on one knee, realizing that his countless days and nights of dedication had not gone unnoticed by the sect master. Rise, rise, these are what you rightfully deserve. There will be tasks for you later, Lin Dong reassured him, shaking his head with a smile. It's merely a small opportunity. Yet why do all my subordinates insist on kneeling in gratitude? Unbeknownst to him, the opportunity he casually offered was incomparable to what others could achieve through countless years of cultivation. This was the eternal trial space, filled with innumerable opportunities, albeit fraught with unknown trials that could lead to significant increases in cultivation. With a wave of his hand, a black hole, 3 meters in diameter, manifested in the void before them, its depths seemingly capable of devouring everything. Opportunity and danger coexist. This is the chance I present to you today. Do you dare to enter? Lin Dong teased, gesturing toward the black hole. Situ Feng gazed at the black hole, then back at Lin Dong, his expression resolute. Sectmaster, I fear no difficulties or obstacles. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and plunged into the black hole. He chuckled softly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed into the black void, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Master, sect leader, a few figures swiftly approached, with Qin Tian arriving first. Master, what is this? He inquired, scratching his head and casting a curious glance at the black hole. Following him were Luo Yin and Shi, and finally Yi Changxing and Lu Shuer. Each of them bore expressions of intrigue, having recognized the unusual nature of the black hole upon their arrival. This is the eternal trial space, Lin Dong briefly explained, outlining the concept of the trials within, where each individual would face distinct challenges to elevate their cultivation. Upon hearing this, their reverence for Lin Dong soared to new heights. Master, have you summoned us for the purpose of entering the trials? Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with battle intent as he rubbed his hands together, eager to engage. Yi Changxing and Luo Yin shared a similar fervor for combat, all aware that Lin Dong would not call upon them without reason, likely related to the enigmatic black void before them. Just as Lin Dong was about to speak, a figure emerged from the depths of the black hole, prompting everyone to look up in unison. Elder Situ, they exclaimed in unison, recognizing Situ Feng. His weathered gaze swept over the assembled group before finally resting on Lin Dong. In the past, he had sensed nothing but emptiness from Lin Dong. Now, having ascended several realms, he still felt that same void, leading him to ponder Lin Dong's immense power. If he could sense strength, it would indicate a smaller gap. But the chilling reality was that he felt only the unknown. Chapter 48, The Divine Emperor Realm and Situ Feng's Significant Growth. Situ Feng, I am grateful to the sect leader for your guidance. He knelt in the void, a rasping voice escaping his lips. Once, his eyes had gleamed with sharpness, exuding an overwhelming presence. Now, he stood with a reined-in aura, his gaze considerably more weathered. No one knew what he had endured or the opportunities he had encountered within the black hole. Breathing in the familiar air now filled him with profound ecstasy, allowing the tension that had gripped him for countless years to dissipate. All right, rise now, and share with the younger members of the sect what lies within, Lin Dong gestured, a gentle force aiding Situ Feng to his feet. Given your current cultivation level, the trials you faced must have been formidable. The others watched with intense curiosity, their eyes fixed on Situ Feng, eager to glean insights from him. It is exceedingly mysterious within, Situ Feng began, momentarily lost for words. Time does not exist there, only endless slaughter. I cannot say how long I spent inside. He spoke slowly, recounting experiences that only those who had endured similar trials could truly comprehend. It is difficult to fathom what the eternal trial space truly embodies, a realm that could transform such a formidable ancient deity into a figure of profound gravitas. Very well. You may descend now and continue to guard the sect. Yes, sect master, I take my leave. With that, Situ Feng vanished from sight. Sect master, I wonder how much Elder Situ has elevated his realm after entering? Luo Yin inquired with curiosity, a question that resonated with everyone present. Before entering, Elder Situ stood at the pinnacle of the ancient deity realm. Now he has ascended to the 5th level of the Divine Emperor realm. Merely 2 major realms and several minor ones, it seems. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Good heavens, that is utterly terrifying. They were well aware of the cultivation realms beyond the Emperor stage and understood the formidable prowess of Elder Situ. However, what truly instilled a sense of dread in them was Lin Dong, who appeared to them as a divine entity, omnipotent and all-encompassing. Lin Dong turned his gaze towards the group, his eyes profound as he spoke softly. Although countless opportunities abound, within lies no time, only endless slaughter. It is not the will of an ordinary person that can endure such trials. Do you still wish to proceed? The crowd fell into a momentary silence. The grand opportunity laid before them. Tap, tap. They looked over to see a figure stepping forward. Lin Dong felt no surprise. This was sure. The mask obscured his face. And he remained silent, his dark pupils fixed on Lin Dong, seemingly seeking his approval. The moment Lin Dong nodded, he would plunge fearlessly into the abyss. For him, slaughter was merely routine. He craved it, thirsted for power. He was born of carnage, and even if he were to perish in it, such was his destiny. Go forth. As Lin Dong's words fell, Shi's figure darted like a specter into the darkness. And what of you? Have you made your considerations? Lin Dong turned his gaze to the others. He did not hasten them. After all, opportunities of this nature would be seized by the countless disciples of the Celestial Indulgence sect if they chose to forego it. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Master, I shall also venture forth. Qin Tian emerged, shaking his head, wielding a battle staff as he charged into the void with fervor. Dreadful, this fellow has outdone himself. He mumbled under his breath. Sectmaster, this disciple Luo Yin is willing to go. Luo Yin clasped his fists in salute to Lin Dong, who nodded in acknowledgement. Eldest brother, junior sister, I shall take my leave first. Luo Yin laughed heartily, secretly contemplating. Master, when I return, I shall possess the strength to avenge you. He swiftly entered the black hole. Master, I too shall go. Yi Changsheng, who had remained silent, without a moment's hesitation, flew directly toward the abyss. Disciple Lu Shuer is willing to partake in the trials. Seeing this, Lu Shuer quickly bowed slightly to Lin Dong. Changsheng, wait for me. She hastened to catch up with Yi Changsheng, acutely aware that her presence here was solely due to his influence. Given her status and qualifications, such an opportunity was beyond her reach, and she understood the necessity of seizing this chance. Otherwise, with her current cultivation, she would be left far behind by the prodigies of the sections. Yi Changsheng paused momentarily, standing still and silent, as Lu Shuer stepped into the black hole alongside him. Lin Dong remained quietly in place, his expression neutral, his profound gaze fixed upon the black hole as if he could perceive the scenes within. Observing everyone entering the eternal trial space, Lin Dong felt no surprise. These individuals were disciples he held in high regard, possessing boundless potential and unwavering temperament. This would serve as a test for them. Should they choose not to enter, they would forfeit not only this opportunity, but also his esteem, relegating them to the status of ordinary disciples henceforth. Do you wish to join them? Lin Dong inquired, regarding Chunxiang with a look that was hard to decipher. Master, I cannot, Chunxiang replied, for she was merely a maid, unworthy of such aspirations. She averted her curious gaze, diligently sweeping the leaves in the courtyard. There's no need for such formality, Lin Dong chuckled lightly. As long as you serve this sect faithfully, you too may one day have the chance to grasp such an opportunity. He had a thought in mind. A jest he would share with his dog, but not with Chunxiang, a mere maid. Nonetheless, he would ensure her future opportunities. Thank you, Master, Chunxiang responded with palpable excitement. For this was an extraordinary chance to attain a realm beyond that of the great emperors. Well then, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Lin Dong gestured with a wave of his hand, and Chunxiang withdrew respectfully. After a while, a foot emerged from the black hole, and Lin Dong looked up to see Shi stepping forth. At that moment, Shi exuded a repressed yet formidable aura, reminiscent of one emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. His cultivation had ascended from the 5th level of the Saint King realm to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and the blood-weeping blade in his hand had reached the level of a divine artifact. He bowed respectfully to Lin Dong before swiftly departing. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile, unperturbed, for he knew Shi's temperament well. Next, Qin Tian emerged, radiating an overwhelming battle intent as he wielded his war staff. Standing as if a god of war amidst the void, his fiery gaze flickered towards Lin Dong, who instructed him to step aside. The 6th level of the Emperor realm is commendable. Stand aside, and do not disturb your senior brothers and sisters. Ah, that is unnecessary. You should know whose disciple I am. Qin Tian replied with a grin, moving to stand behind Lin Dong. His cultivation had progressed from the 1st level of the Saint King realm to the 6th level of the Emperor realm, and with his current battle fervor, he felt emboldened to challenge even the peak of the Emperor realm. Soon after, several others entered and gradually emerged as well. Luo Yin also stepped out from the black hole, equally infused with battle spirit, enveloped by various extraordinary flames swirling around him, like the arrival of the god of fire. He bore a heavy sword, elevating his cultivation from the 3rd level of the Sacred King realm to the 7th level of the Great Emperor realm, surpassing even his master. Gu Chun, his disciple, Luo Yin, expressed his gratitude, thanking the sect leader and bowing respectfully to Lin Dong before retreating to stand beside Qin Tian. Chapter 49. The 4 divine kings of the Tang family and the demon lord of the unreturned land, Yi Chongxing, stepped forward, his attire flowing elegantly, his gaze sharp as he exuded a repressed sword aura, akin to a blade ready to unsheathe at any moment. Clutching the chaos divine sword, he resembled an invincible sword deity, advancing from the 6th level of the Sage realm to the 6th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Master. Simultaneously, a chill surged forth from the black hole as Lu Xuer emerged, resembling an ice goddess adorned with a blue ice crown, her sapphire-like eyes shimmering. Her cultivation rose from the 7th level of the Sage realm to the 5th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Thank you, sect leader. The two stood together in the void, a sight that was indeed pleasing to behold. Lin Dong nodded, gesturing with a wave of his hand to retract the space. In an instant, the black hole vanished, and tranquility returned to the void. Thank you for your guidance, master. Thank you for your nurturing, sect leader. The group bowed in unison to Lin Dong, their expressions radiating utmost respect. Upon closer inspection, the youthful innocence on their faces had faded, replaced by a newfound gravitas, their growth evident to the naked eye. Excellent. It appears you have all seized this opportunity remarkably well. Lin Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his profound gaze sweeping over the gathered individuals. You may now depart and diligently cultivate within the sect for a while. In the near future, my Xian Yao sect shall emerge and dominate the Tianwu realm. I hope that by then, you will bring renown to my sect. I look forward to your performance. Yes, we will not disappoint the sect leader's devoted guidance. We shall bring glory to the sect. The group responded in unison, bowing deeply before departing together. Lin Dong watched them leave, his expression tranquil, their achievements aligning closely with his expectations. Shortly thereafter, 4 figures soared into view, the 4 young masters of the Tang family. We, the 4 brothers, pay our respects to the sect leader. Ah, come forth, Lin Dong replied, providing a brief introduction before allowing the 4 to enter the eternal trial space. Before long, the 4 emerged simultaneously, each having attained the 3rd level of the Divine King realm. Meanwhile, in the unreturned land, within the territory of the Celestial Demon Clan, stood a resplendent grand hall. Within it sat a terrifying figure, suffused with an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. One could discern its robust form, adorned with twin horns and massive demonic wings. He let out a chilling laugh. The ominous figure opened its crimson eyes, revealing a vision of countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Those with wavering resolve who gazed upon it would likely lose themselves in an instant. The demonic figure slowly rose, a sinister and terrifying sound resonating from its lips. My cultivation has been restored. The task is complete. The echo of its voice reverberated throughout the entire territory of the Celestial Demon Clan, as an overwhelming and pure bloodline pressure enveloped the atmosphere. Countless members of the Celestial Demon Clan ceased their activities. Congratulations, my lord. The great task is accomplished. Throughout the entire domain of the Celestial Demon Clan, with the exception of 5 divine kings who were exempt from kneeling, no one dared to remain standing. The multitude of celestial demons, including numerous ancient gods and powerful celestial beings, all knelt down, their gazes directed inward as they felt this formidable aura, their expressions filled with fervent devotion. For this was their demon lord. With the demon lord awakened and restored to his zenith, war would inevitably be reignited, and victory in battle would belong solely to them. At that moment, the Celestial Demon Clan could dominate all races and feast upon an endless supply of blood and resources. The essence of this continent was exquisitely delectable, making it a perfect medium for cultivation. The demon lord, with a greedy countenance, continuously absorbed the energy transmitted through the celestial demon pillar. This was the primordial essence and bloodline power of the celestial martial continent. Unexpectedly, this presence could return to its pinnacle. With such cultivation, even reaching the realm of the Divine Emperor might not be out of reach. He rose to his feet, his demonic form standing tall, his resounding voice echoing throughout the grand hall. Even he had not anticipated that after his fall from the Divine Monarch realm, he would have the chance to ascend once more, and the prospect of officially entering the Divine Monarch realm, and perhaps even reaching the Divine Emperor realm, was not entirely impossible. This was a remarkable method of cultivation he had stumbled upon during an unforeseen event, enabling him to absorb the primordial essence and bloodline power of weaker realms. He recalled how, in his youth amidst the starry skies, he had boldly attained the status of Divine King, leading his clan into battles far and wide. The future had seemed boundless, and he had aspired to break through to the Divine Monarch realm, yet his foundation proved insufficient, leading to a swift and catastrophic fall. This had resulted in irreparable damage to his path, and it seemed unlikely he would ever advance further in cultivation. The once great prodigy of the celestial demon clan appeared destined to fade into obscurity. Afterward, he employed every conceivable method to restore his divine monarch status, yet to no avail. Fortunately, he had come across an ancient tome that contained an extraordinary cultivation technique, allowing one to absorb the primordial power of the land. Through experimentation, he discovered that it was indeed possible to mend his path and regain some strength. From that point onward, he sought out shattered continents and feeble stars, invading them to absorb their essence for cultivation. Eventually, he stumbled upon a complete continent, yet its myriad races were exceedingly weak. This was the celestial martial continent. Confident that once he fully consumed this continent, he would restore his peak and perhaps even step into the realm of the Divine Emperor. He led the celestial demon clan to invade the celestial martial territory. However, the myriad races of the celestial martial continent resisted fiercely, and the world itself recoiled against him. The will of the heavenly Tao descended, striking him down and leaving him gravely wounded. Likewise, the will of the heavenly Tao of the celestial martial continent was severely injured by him, causing the very level of the world to plummet. That battle was extraordinarily brutal, resulting in the shattering of mountains and seas, and was forever remembered by the world as the primordial cataclysm, the accursed will of the celestial martial realm. Once I devour you, my cultivation shall undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Eventually, he discovered that his kin could absorb the essence and bloodlines of the inhabitants of the celestial martial continent, allowing them to transform continuously into beings of that realm, thus living there without facing rejection. Consequently, he dispatched countless subordinates to transport his innate divine weapon, the demon pillar, into the continent, meticulously arranging an altar. That battle was referred to as the ancient cataclysm. The demon pillar incessantly absorbed the bloodlines and essence of the celestial martial continent, employed for cultivation and healing wounds. To this day, his cultivation has returned to the divine sovereign realm. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the hall, three voices resounding simultaneously from outside, laced with hints of demonic tones. Lord Night Charm, Lord Demon King, Lord Hunter Demon heralded their greetings as they awaited the Master's emergence. With a wave of his grand hand, the doors of the hall swung open instantaneously. There stood three figures, enveloped in boundless demonic energy. At the entrance, the three divine kings of the demon clan, King Night Charm, King Demon King, and King Hunter Demon. The trio gradually entered the hall, 2 men and 1 woman, an elder, a middle-aged man, and a bewitching demoness. They bowed respectfully to the demon lord and took their seats in a designated area. Why are only the 3 of you present? Where are the other 2? The demon lord's voice carried an unmistakable hint of displeasure. That I have emerged from seclusion, yet they do not come to pay their respects. What does this signify? Do they truly believe I have perished in my prolonged absence? His tone was icy. Replying to the lord, Knight Luo and Shi Yen are currently in seclusion. The enchanting woman spoke first. She was none other than King Night Charm, the sole female divine king of the demon clan, with a figure that exuded allure. Her voice was sultry, and as she spoke, she unconsciously swayed her serpentine waist. The demon lord's dark gaze fell upon her, and he noticed her presence softened his demeanor. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his crimson eyes, and a smile graced his lips. It has been 1,000,000 years. I am astounded that you, Night Charm, remain ever youthful. The enchanting woman donned a delicate light armor that concealed only the most vital areas, leaving her snow-white skin exposed to the air, along with her slender waist. Hearty laughter erupted from King Night Charm, her laughter like flowers swaying in the wind, as she playfully cast a flirtatious glance at the demon lord. Thank you for the compliments, my lord. You two appear as striking as ever. The 2 men beside her pretended not to notice, sipping tea as they patiently awaited the demon lord to discuss matters of import. The demon lord felt a surge of fiery energy within him, a wicked smile gracing his features. After 1,000,000 years, tonight let us indulge in a drink together. King Night Charm offered him a captivating glance, chuckling, "Very well. I shall obey your command." Upon hearing this, the demon lord forcibly suppressed the malevolent energy within him, turning to the three and addressing them with seriousness. "Excellent. You arrived at an opportune moment. Who among you shall recount the recent skirmishes between our factions?" Several individuals exchanged glances, their attention gravitating towards the elder. "Allow me." The old man, to speak. The aged voice resonated steadily, as the elder did not shy away from the moment. His eyes glinted like those of a wolf. And wielding a cane, he was the most seasoned among them, possessing a modicum of authority. In the recent millions of years, there has not been a true war. Only skirmishes of varying magnitudes have occurred. Our clan stands equally matched against the myriad factions of Tianwu, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Not long ago, under your command, our clan retreated to the demon lair. He initially broached some trivial matters before gradually arriving at the crux of the issue. Over the millennia, the realm of the unreturning has seen an increase in demon lairs, strategically located beyond our territories and leading to the path of the unreturning. Both sides tacitly acknowledge that these demon lairs serve as training grounds for the young prodigies, generally avoided by those of the divine realm. A powerful deity has vanished from among the myriad clans, whereabouts unknown. Presently, only 4 divine beings remain, slightly inferior to our clan, yet still deserving of caution. He paused, casting a glance at the demon lord, ingratiatingly remarking, "However, with your presence, those divine beings are hardly a concern. The rest of the situation remains largely unchanged." "Yes, I have a general understanding of the situation," the demon lord affirmed, resting his chin on his hand, silently absorbing the information. After listening, his blood-red eyes shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance. "My lord, now that you have emerged from your seclusion, when shall our clan launch an assault and seize the continent?" Noticing the demon lord's prolonged silence, a robust middle-aged man inquired, his tone fiercely authoritative, exuding overwhelming demonic might. "I am already aware of this matter. An offensive requires further preparation," the demon lord countered, shaking his head in disapproval of the robust man's suggestion. "We have waited for millions of years. The Tianma clan can afford to bide its time." "You speak wisely," the elder replied. "Having emerged today, I feel somewhat fatigued. Let us reconvene at a later date to deliberate this matter further." "Very well. Do you have anything else to add? If not, you may take your leave." The demon lord massaged his forehead, casually gesturing for them to depart. "Understood, demon lord." The two withdrew first, with Night Charm casting the demon lord a flirtatious glance, infused with an inexplicable allure, as she gracefully exited. The grand hall returned to tranquility once more. Seated upon the throne, the demon lord pondered his future cultivation methods. As for the members of the Tianma tribe, they were merely tools to assist him in ascending to the pinnacle of power. For the time being, he could not venture to the Tianwu continent for cultivation. After a lengthy pause, he finally uttered, as a member of the Tianma clan, "My nature is not only bloodthirsty but also cunning beyond measure. Should it remember my aura, all my efforts over the past 1,000,000 years would be rendered futile." He remained hesitant to take risks in journeying to the Tianwu continent, at least not until his clan had established dominance over the land. That damned will of Tianwu would undoubtedly prevent him from stepping foot on the continent. Why do only 4 of the 5 Tianma pillars resonate with the primal bloodline power? Suddenly, the demon lord's breath hitched, detecting an anomaly, his tone laced with suspicion and uncertainty. Could it be that there has been an upheaval in the Tianwu continent? This cannot be. The power of origin is of utmost significance to him. It serves as his current resource for cultivation, and he cannot afford any loss. He must ascertain the situation clearly. With this thought, he waved his hand, and an image materialized before his eyes, revealing the grand hall of the demon palace in the demon state. "Master Demon Lord, what brings you here?" The image flickered, and Xue Wushang appeared before him, his expression respectful, tinged with a hint of panic. Upon seeing this, Xue Wushang's heart sank. He was aware that the destruction of the altar would soon come to the demon lord's attention, likely after countless years. He was confident he could repair it before the demon lord discovered it and laid blame upon him. However, he never anticipated the demon lord would arrive so swiftly. "You know the reason for my visit," the demon lord replied coldly, devoid of any emotion. This was a technique left by the demon lord on the Tianma pillar, allowing him to project himself onto the Tianwu continent. However, it was limited to mere projection. He could only speak and observe the happenings in Tianwu, with no other abilities. Nor could he wield any power. "Speak, what significant events have transpired in the Tianwu continent recently? Even the altar I set has been destroyed, and my Tianma pillar can no longer absorb any energy." The demon lord's tone was frigid. as if ready to eliminate Shui Wushang should he fail to provide a satisfactory answer. After a moment of silence, Shui Wushang hurriedly bowed and spoke, Master Demon Lord. The matter is as follows. A hidden sect has emerged in the Tianwu continent. He proceeded to recount the major events that had unfolded in Tianwu. He had originally completed the infusion of 4 Tianma pillars, but unexpectedly, a sect known as the Xiaoyao sect had appeared from nowhere. He elaborated on how the Xiaoyao sect had sent powerful figures and prodigies to disrupt the grand designs of his demon clan. Shui Wushang had intended to assure the demon lord that, given time, he could subdue the Xiaoyao sect. Wushang, have you been in this position for too long? Unable to deal with a few insignificant insects? Yet, he was abruptly interrupted by the demon lord's impatience. In the demon lord's eyes, Shui Wushang's failure to handle a few trivial adversaries was indicative of incompetence. The realms of Emperor and Saint King, in his view, were but mere insects. My lord, please do not be angry, I dare not. Shui Wushang, sensing the tension, hastily knelt and prostrated himself on the ground. The demon lord's indifferent voice continued, devoid of any sentiment. Originally, after this matter, I would have granted you an opportunity. However, it seems that shall be forfeit. After a pause, the demon lord continued, in light of your years of service guarding the Tianma pillar, I shall grant you 1 chance. I give you 3 years, if you fail to accomplish this task. Well, it seems your position will need to be reassigned. As the words lingered, Shui Wushang felt an icy chill enveloping him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, my lord, I am grateful for the opportunity you have bestowed upon me to atone for my past transgressions. I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task assigned to me. He dared not defy the commands of the Dark Lord, nor did he harbor any doubts about the Lord's capacity to extinguish his life in an instant. After a considerable time, he finally mustered the courage to lift his gaze, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face, soaking his back. The Dark Lord's projection had vanished without a trace, leaving him alone in the hall. He understood the Lord's intentions. The cost of sending a true deity into the Tianwu continent was exorbitant. Even the Dark Lord found it somewhat unbearable. Currently, the Tianwu continent still required his guardianship, which was why he had been spared. Curse it, he muttered, his expression grim, the target of his ire unknown. His heart brimming with resentment. After a long silence, he regained his composure. Summon my orders. He approached the throne, his demeanor as frigid as ever. A figure soared in from the palace's exterior. It was Hunter Soul, who had narrowly escaped with his life. My lord, your subordinate is here. He promptly knelt on one knee before Shui Wushang, speaking with utmost reverence. Within a day, command all the supreme demons of our clan to convene in the demon palace. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it at once. Hunter Soul quickly rose and departed, anxious to avoid inciting Shui Wushang's wrath. The hall returned to silence, with Shui Wushang seated calmly upon the throne. A closer inspection revealed that his hand, resting on the armrest, was exerting a slight pressure, deforming the armrest comparable to an imperial weapon. This demonstrated that Shui Wushang's heart was far from tranquil. It is time to unleash that batch of concealed powerhouses. At this thought, a mysterious smile graced his lips. Regaining his usual commanding demeanor, he ceased his actions. It seems my life is no longer within your grasp. A confident, sinister grin emerged on his face. After 1,000,000 years, how could he lack any trump cards? He believed that with this group of strong individuals deployed, the task would be effortless. All tribes of the Tianwu continent, tremble. This is my singular opportunity. Should I fail once more, no matter the cost, death shall be my fate. Thus, he resolved to exert every effort, employing all his hidden cards. At the Xiaoyao sect, Lin Dong reclined upon a grand chair, stretching languidly out of boredom. Ah, this forsaken land conceals such a prodigy. Feeling somewhat listless, Lin Dong casually surveyed the area, not anticipating any unexpected discoveries. Let me see which elder is nearby. I shall have him recruit this young talent into our sect. As the current leader of the sect, it was best to leave the task of accepting disciples to the stronger members. Is Elder Yi in the vicinity? Then let him proceed. In the starry sky, a figure streaked across the heavens, pausing amidst the celestial expanse. Ah, sect leader, I have received a message. A faint sound echoed through the boundless starry sky. The individual in question was none other than Yi Tian, a core elder of the Xianyao sect. Was he to recruit a disciple from the unreturning land? Yi Tian swiftly examined the message sent by Lin Dong, momentarily taken aback. He was intrigued to observe what kind of prodigy could possibly capture the attention of the sect leader in such a remote place. Remarkably young, yet capable of single-handedly battling multiple true deities, this individual certainly exhibited commendable prowess. He wondered if this person had a master and decided to observe further. The talent was indeed impressive. His divine sense probed a certain location within the unreturning land, and in the end, even he felt a twinge of uncertainty. A divine bone. It was evident that this was someone worthy of the sect leader's interest, possessing a divine bone, a unique bloodline, and the potential of a divine emperor. Such qualifications warranted a personal visit to take on a disciple. In the 9 Stars Devil Abyss, an unprecedented battle was unfolding. Have you heard? The god of Hao is once again engaged in combat with the true deities of the demon clan. Let us go see. The god of Hao is astonishingly powerful, slaying true deities as effortlessly as one would kill a chicken. Truly my idol. God of Hao, I wish to marry you. Wait, brother, don't be ridiculous. You haven't even groomed your beard in ages, and you want to marry the god of Hao? In recent days, a significant event transpired within the 9 Stars Devil Abyss. A young human prodigy emerged, traversing the depths of the abyss and slaying countless formidable members of the demon clan. Several factions within the abyss dispatched 4 powerful true deities to encircle him. However, that prodigy single-handedly vanquished all 4 true deities of the demon clan and departed with the name Sure Hao left in his wake. Upon hearing this news, the abyss trembled. The 9 major clans sent forth numerous true deities to pursue Sure Hao, determined to eliminate this human prodigy. In response, various races hastily dispatched countless true deities to intercept him, ensuring that this esteemed prodigy would not be overwhelmed. A grand battle ensued, the likes of which the 9 Stars Devil Abyss had never witnessed before. Within the abyss, a human true deity was locked in combat with a true deity of the demon clan. I am here, and I shall not permit you to reach the fallen god valley, nor allow you to lay a finger on the god of Hao. The human true deity unleashed a divine attack, obstructing the path of the demon true deity. Huh, you think you can stop me? Can you hold back our hundreds of true deities? The demon true deity cackled mockingly, unabashedly challenging him. Enough with your empty words. Our race shall not allow your demon clan to succeed, the human true deity retorted. Countless scenes like this unfolded in the 9 Stars Devil Abyss, all aimed at alleviating even a fraction of the pressure on the god of Hao. Meanwhile, the fallen god valley served as the primary battleground, divided into numerous arenas where countless divine beings clashed. Among these, the most brutal skirmish raged in the central arena. The young man in white, stained with blood, fought valiantly against 7 foes, his blood-soaked attire swirling as he wielded his war spear like an undefeated deity of battle, lost in a frenzy of combat. Ha ha ha. Is that all you've got? He scoffed, brandishing his spear to deflect assaults from all directions. Haven't you eaten? Your strikes are all so feeble. Under the watchful eyes of 6 true gods, he boldly dispatched one of the celestial demons. Is there no one left in your demon clan? Come on. Let me take on 10 of you. His laughter rang clear, imbued with an air of dominance that echoed across the battlefield. Bravo, Lord Hao. Your prowess is magnificent. Annihilate these demon wretches. The assembled multitude erupted in cheers, rising in unison. Meanwhile, the powerful members of his own clan grew anxious, wondering why their champions had yet to arrive. The celestial demons, on the other hand, were filled with frustration, each one resembling a person who had consumed a few pounds of bitter olives. At that moment, 3 formidable presences of pinnacle true gods zeroed in on him. Well, they truly have come, Stone Hao mused, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. I hear you're quite arrogant? The 3 figures swiftly descended upon him, embodying the very essence of his words. The speaker was a middle-aged demon exuding dark smoke, who abruptly appeared before Stone Hao and unleashed a powerful punch. Demon God Fist. Stone Hao quickly countered, launching a fist of his own, the 2 strikes colliding with immense force. As he sensed the strength behind the opponent's blow, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, a half-step to divinity. How dare you disregard martial ethics? He exclaimed, only to be sent flying backward, crashing into a mountain range. Is that all you have? The demon said dismissively, flicking his wrist. Ugh, that hurt like hell. Stone Hao grimaced as he rose, feeling as if his entire body was on the verge of collapse. Where did that celestial being come from? That punch was devastating. For someone of his modest stature, the force of that blow had left him with internal injuries. It was sheer bullying for a celestial being to target a mere true god of the 3rd tier. Celestial beings primarily cultivate their physical forms, without subdivided realms, distinguished only as half-step celestial or pinnacle celestial. They refine their bodies with divine energy, achieving the pinnacle when their entire being is transformed into a divine body. Those who have partially transformed are known as half-step celestial beings. Humph. I shall not indulge your madness. Stone Hao chuckled mischievously, retrieving a grand treasure from his robes. This compass, known as the Luo Xian Divine Disc, was a precious gift from his master. Indeed, my master truly cares for me. This artifact is remarkably useful. By channeling divine energy, he could teleport to any location within the demon lair. In previous encounters, he had utilized it to evade pursuers and turn the tide against several true gods of the demon clan. He chuckled softly and said, You all carry on with your battle. I shall take my leave. With a smirk. Sure Hao thought it foolish to charge into a fight he had no intention of joining. If you forsake the principles of martial arts, do not blame me for withdrawing. He summoned a surge of divine energy and swiftly infused it into the compass. I bid you farewell. Continue your struggle. And I express my gratitude for the aid of my fellow beings. As his words faded, his figure gradually dissipated from the battlefield. Chapter 52. An old adage rings true. The seasoned are indeed more astute. The 10 formidable warriors of the heavenly demon clan simultaneously changed countenance. Damn it, he has escaped once more. One of the heavenly demon deities, his face dark as thunder, erupted in fury. Meanwhile, Sure Hao's voice echoed across the battlefield. I bid you farewell. Continue your struggle. And I express my gratitude for the aid of my fellow beings. This was a message intentionally left behind by Sure Hao, as he felt it lacked camaraderie to flee without a word. Next time, he might find himself without support. Ha ha ha, the god of Hao has departed. We shall retreat as well. They jeered. Ha ha ha, little demons, your grandfather is taking his leave. Their faces turned a shade of green. Please, do not strike me. I have no quarrel with you, nor am I interested in your demon women. The myriad gods mocked the heavenly demon clan mercilessly, retreating while still engaging in battle. The heavenly demon deities seethed with rage, intensifying their assault, their already dark faces glowing ominously like charcoal, emerging from a desolate area within the demon lair. Sure Hao intended to slip away unnoticed. Yet, a robust voice rang in his ear. Ah, young one, I sense a familiarity in your bloodline. Do you have any relatives in the outside world? Turning to look, he saw a middle-aged man in a white robe standing not far off. Who are you? Surely. You must be mistaken. What do you know of my bloodline? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Could it be that you are from the Sure family of the divine martial world, a bloodline lost in the outside realm? What divine martial world? Sure Hao, bewildered, was taken aback by the man's words. I am a native of the unreturning lands. A flicker of unidentifiable emotion passed through his eyes, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression shifted subtly, and he murmured to himself, Is that so? Are you certain you have no relatives or kin among the stars? He inquired earnestly. Senior, I assure you, I am indeed from the unreturning lands. You must have mistaken me for someone else, Sure Hao asserted with conviction. However, I have scanned this area with my divine sense and found no one sharing your bloodline. I apologize, it appears I have indeed misidentified you. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Tian turned to leave, casting a solitary and proud silhouette. Could it be that this man truly knows of my origins? Sure Hao pondered as he watched Yi Tian's figure gradually recede, his heart a tumult of confusion. Should I be candid with this individual? By the way, could you share information about the Sure family? Ultimately, he resolved to follow Yi Tian with swift steps. Perhaps he could uncover his true lineage from this person. Senior, please wait for me. Upon hearing Sure Hao's voice trailing behind, Yi Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. The bait has been taken. He turned slowly, gazing at Sure Hao with curiosity. Young brother, do you have something to discuss? Senior, might you enlighten me regarding the Sure family in the divine martial world? Sure Hao approached Yi Tian, scratching his head bashfully, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Oh, seeing the affinity between us, it would not be inappropriate to share a few words. As he spoke, Yi Tian ambled along, recounting his tale. As for the Sure family in the divine martial world, my understanding is somewhat limited, merely a fragment of knowledge. For now, consider my words as a narrative. I am Yi Tian, a free spirit who revels in traversing the cosmos. Sure Hao hurried to keep pace, listening intently. During one of my travels across the continent, I fortuitously encountered a man named Shi Tianzhong, a member of the human race. We hit it off instantly and spent several months in each other's company. He often lamented that he had a grandson yet to be born, but due to pressing matters, he could not return to his clan to meet his cherished grandchild. This remained a poignant regret for Shi Tianzhong, one that I remember distinctly. After our separation, over a century has passed. At this point, Yi Tian paused, casting a discerning glance at Sure Hao's age. You share a common bloodline with Shi Tianzhong. Your lineage is closely intertwined, and your ages are similar. Could you perhaps be his grandson? Upon hearing these words, Sure Hao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing in stunned silence. Is what you speak the truth? He began to entertain the possibility of Yi Tian's assertions. His master had once mentioned that he was found, and that his bloodline was shrouded in mystery. Could it be that he is indeed the individual Yi Tian refers to? A member of the Sure family in the divine martial world? Naturally, I am a dignified divine emperor. Yi Tian halted, his expression turning serious as he clasped his hands behind his back. Do you believe I would deceive a mere child like you? Had I not sensed the kinship in your bloodline with my old acquaintance, would I have even acknowledged you? With a disdainful snort, Yi Tian turned his gaze towards the distance. Ah, Sure Hao gasped in astonishment, his heart racing in shock. This man is indeed a divine emperor, a being 2 great realms more powerful than his master. Senior, please do not take offense. It was merely a slip of the tongue on my part. I apologize sincerely. Sure Hao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly bowed deeply to Yi Tian. Humph, seeing your connection to an old friend, I shall not hold it against you. Young one. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively, maintaining an air of superiority. Indeed, esteemed elder, your words hold truth, Sure Hao replied cheerfully, scratching his head with an innocent demeanor. I am grateful for your kind counsel, and I humbly thank you, esteemed elder. His feelings towards this unfamiliar abode were intricate, tinged with curiosity. Might I inquire about the location of the divine martial world? I aspire to visit once I have achieved a certain level of cultivation. This was a matter that weighed heavily on his heart. From a young age, he had yearned to understand why his family had callously abandoned him when he was so small. Such a journey may be beyond your frail physique. You might perish along the way, Yi Tian remarked bluntly, casting a scrutinizing glance at Sure Hao. Before you can even reach your destination, you might meet your end. Without allowing Sure Hao to respond, Yi Tian continued speaking. However, given that I am acquainted with your grandfather, I could offer you a passage. There is no need for that, esteemed elder. Once my cultivation reaches a certain level, I shall come to visit on my own, Sure Hao asserted with stubborn determination. Shaking his head, are you certain? That place may be one you could spend your entire life striving to reach and never attain. Yi Tian questioned, taken aback. I am resolute. All I ask is for you to share the location, Sure Hao replied firmly. Very well, as long as you do not come to regret your decision. Yi Tian conceded, a hint of helplessness in his voice. This young man was not following the expected script. One would typically request a guide to the divine martial world. He casually relayed a celestial coordinate, embedding the information into Sure Hao's consciousness. Thank you, esteemed elder. I cannot express my gratitude enough for this great favor, Sure Hao exclaimed, bowing deeply after receiving the information. Observing Sure Hao's earnestness, Yi Tian's mind sparked with inspiration. He waved his hand and laughed heartily. Rise, young one. I find you quite agreeable. How about I present you with an opportunity? Esteemed elder, I feel unworthy of such generosity, Sure Hao responded, his heart swelling with joy yet feigning modesty. Do not concern yourself. Think of me as your elder. I may have connections with your family, Yi Tian reassured him, gesturing for Sure Hao to stand at ease, as if they were kin. My surname is Yi. You may call me Yi Lao. Very well, Yi Lao. My name is Sure Hao. You may refer to me as Hauer, Sure Hao replied promptly, finding the name Yi Lao quite agreeable. Excellent. Now, let us proceed to that place of opportunity, Yi Tian declared, slowly leading the way ahead. Of course, I shall follow your arrangements, Yi Lao, Sure Hao said, hastily keeping pace, albeit slightly trailing behind Yi Tian. By the way, do you belong to any sect or faction? Yi Tian inquired. Esteemed elder, I have a master, but I have not joined any sect, Sure Hao replied. Would you be interested in joining a faction? If suitable, it could be arranged, Yi Tian suggested. Very well. Let us be on our way, Sure Hao agreed. Upon receiving Sure Hao's response, Yi Tian's peculiar expression swiftly vanished. With a grand gesture, he took Sure Hao and departed. Silently reflecting, what a clever lad, nearly deceived me. Fortunately, I, Yi Tian, am astute. As the old adage goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. However, this young man might indeed be affiliated with the Sure clan. Had I known, I would not have attempted to mislead him. Such serendipity is quite unexpected. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Chapter 53. The Emperor of Heavenly Mechanism, a great calamity approaches. This is a picturesque courtyard. In the courtyard, an ethereal old man clad in white robes sat beneath a tree. Before him lay a chessboard, seemingly engaged in a solitary game against himself. With each move, the old man's expression grew grave, as the dynamics of the match shifted in an instant. Should an outsider behold this venerable figure, they would undoubtedly exclaim, the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanism. For this old man was none other than the revered ancestor of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, renowned across the continent for millennia. His mastery of heavenly mechanics had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. There was naught he did not know about the affairs of the world. Even the most formidable emperors could not elude his calculations. Though his cultivation stood at the peak of quasi-emperor, he had yet to ascend to true emperor status. Yet the world regarded him as such. Gradually, he had receded from public view, seeking seclusion within the pavilion. Have you arrived? Suddenly, the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanism's eyes flickered. As he dropped a piece, seemingly speaking to himself, I have yet to finish this game. Please, take a seat for a moment. A figure emerged from the void. None other than the true god of humanity, Long Chun. You appear entirely unfazed by my arrival, Long Chun remarked, turning to gaze at the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanism, nodding toward him as he continued his game. Noticing the Emperor's silence, he refrained from interrupting. I envy you. After retreating from the world, you seem to have little to occupy your time. He made his way to a nearby pavilion, pouring himself a cup of tea. It seemed Long Chun was a frequent visitor and well acquainted with the emperor's habits. After a lengthy pause, the emperor of heavenly mechanism made his move, leading to a complete defeat for the white pieces, a total rout. His murky eyes remained fixed upon the board, scrutinizing every detail. Is it the same result once more? He muttered, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Heavenly mechanism, you must be aware of the purpose of my visit. Long Chun, observing, spoke leisurely. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the emperor's pupils constricted, followed by a glimmer in his eyes. With a flick of his hand, the game reverted to the previous state. He examined the board intently, leaving no detail overlooked. Something is amiss here. The emperor paused, fixated on a particular spot on the board. The white pieces lay in utter stillness, yet there, a spark of vitality flourished. Ha ha ha, a narrow escape, perhaps? The emperor of heavenly mechanism laughed heartily. This might indeed be our sliver of hope. Far better than a certain demise. He has played this game for countless years, yet the outcome remains unchanged. Until recently, he was inspired to make a move. And to his astonishment, today he has discovered a glimmer of hope. Tianji, what madness are you up to? Long Chun observed, perplexed by the situation. You, a combat fanatic. Understand nothing. Do not disturb my important matters. Tianji the great emperor retorted disdainfully, slowly making his way to the pavilion and taking a delicate sip from his teacup. Only Tianji the great emperor would dare to speak to Long Chun in such a manner. Long Chun is the foremost powerhouse among all races on the continent. Few would possess the audacity to do so. To insult him, or even to speak ill of him behind his back, is a feat no one would attempt so openly. Long Chen's expression darkened, remaining silent as he endured Tianji the great emperor's words. Were it not for his current need for Tianji, he, as a true deity, would not have to tolerate this minor quasi-emperor. Nevertheless, he does acknowledge Tianji's abilities. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out. I know precisely why you have come. It pertains to the great calamity facing the continent, does it not? Tianji the great emperor turned, one hand holding the teacup, the other resting behind him, speaking leisurely. A few days ago, the demon clan convened a grand assembly. You are aware of this, I presume? Without waiting for Long Chen's reply, he continued. The leader of the demon clan issued orders to initiate an assault on all races within a month. The calamity is imminent, and the situation on the continent is dire. But Long Chen's pupils contracted, expressing exasperation at the final word. This old man has a penchant for keeping people in suspense. When will he change? He lifted his teacup, taking a moment to steady his nerves before consuming its contents in one go. Humph, the foremost powerhouse among all races, yet so easily unsettled. Tianji the great emperor remarked bluntly. Long Chun bowed his head in silence as Tianji continued. Yet, amidst such a dire situation, a miraculous glimmer of hope has emerged, transforming 10 deaths into one life. Perhaps this glimmer from the eastern region is connected to that particular force. Pausing momentarily, a flicker of light appeared in his murky eyes as he turned to Long Chun and continued, indeed. The chessboard Tianji just set before him was grander than the heavens themselves, with the continent as the board, all races as the white pieces, and the demon clan as the black. Are you suggesting that this glimmer of hope is related to? Long Chun was taken aback, and the two exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously uttering the name, the celestial sect. After a long silence, Long Chun inquired, Tianji, what do you know about the celestial sect? After a prolonged pause, Tianji shook his head. I have little knowledge of this force. It is shrouded in mystery, as if it has suddenly emerged from the eastern region. Not even you are aware? Then, it seems that no one in the world knows. Long Chun was slightly taken aback. It was astonishing that there existed matters even the heavenly mechanism could not discern. Both he and his companion were filled with curiosity about the newly emerged free and easy sect, which had demonstrated formidable strength right from its inception, dispatching numerous outstanding warriors and obliterating a domain of the demon clan with a mere flick of its hand. With your prowess, can you ascertain the origins and whereabouts of the free and easy sect? Long Chen's gaze, brimming with curiosity, turned towards the silent emperor of heavenly mechanism. He too was eager to uncover the sect's origins and perhaps pay a visit. I can give it a try. The emperor of heavenly mechanism replied after a brief moment of silence, nodding towards Long Chun. He understood Long Chen's intent. With impending calamities, gaining another ally would offer the myriad races of the continent a glimmer of hope. The emperor of heavenly mechanism slowly closed his eyes as he chanted an arcane incantation. His hands moved in intricate patterns, forming a profound seal. He felt himself suspended between heaven and earth, traversing various realms. Suddenly, a myriad of mists appeared before him. He diligently pushed through the fog, and upon dispersing it, he was met with an overwhelming chaos, indistinct and nebulous. At that moment, he felt as though he were ensnared in a quagmire, making no progress despite his struggles. A suffocating sensation washed over him, prompting him to hastily withdraw his consciousness. As his awareness returned, just as the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanism was about to speak, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, splattering Long Chun, who was caught off guard. With crimson droplets. Long Chun. Chapter 54. Stepping out of freedom. The first step to dominating the heavens, Long Chun had anticipated that the heavenly mechanism was about to reveal something significant. His curiosity piqued. He leaned in closer to listen. However, the surprise arrived too abruptly. He quickly utilized his divine power to wipe the blood from his face, instantly restoring his former appearance. Heavenly mechanism, are you all right? He exclaimed, rushing forward to assess the Emperor's condition, eager to learn what he had just witnessed. His curiosity reached its zenith. The Emperor of Heavenly Mechanism lay on the ground, gripping Long Chun's hand tightly, his lips moving as he attempted to speak, yet no words escaped. Heavenly Mechanism. What is happening? Long Chun inquired, swiftly channeling his divine energy into the Emperor's body to heal his wounds. How is it possible? Long Chun blurted out, astonished. Even you cannot decipher it? Upon witnessing this, the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanism fainted on the ground. Long Chun could hardly believe that there existed matters in the continent that eluded even the Heavenly Mechanism's calculations. What indeed was the nature of this free and easy sect? His heart raced with a blend of shock and curiosity, well aware of the Heavenly Mechanism's capabilities. The path of the Heavenly Mechanism had been cultivated to near perfection, just a step away from achieving complete enlightenment. Alas, the heavens do not permit it, in this lifetime. He may never ascend to the path of the Emperor. He is destined to remain at the threshold of Imperial Realm, yet his calculative prowess is unparalleled. Long Chun assisted the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor to a bench in the pavilion, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He wondered what the Heavenly Mechanism had just divined, for he had never witnessed him in such a state of disarray. Given his current half-dead condition, he must have foreseen some great terror concerning the Celestial Freedom Sect. Oh, Elder Yi is indeed a remarkable talent. When Yi Tian took on disciples, Lin Dong had been observing closely with his divine sense. To his surprise, this fellow proved to be truly formidable, having exerted considerable effort to persuade Shi Hao to return to the sect. The name Shi Hao evoked memories of a figure who dominated the ages. Lin Dong stretched lazily and dismissed Elder Yi, who had just come to report. The name Shi Hao stirred many thoughts within Lin Dong, reminiscent of a protagonist from a novel he had once read and quite enjoyed. Who dares to recklessly probe into my Celestial Freedom Sect? Lin Dong's brow arched, his gaze directed toward the perimeter of the Great Formation. He was intrigued to know who possessed the audacity to investigate this place. He refrained from intervening, as it was unnecessary. The intruder would be met with the backlash of the formation, resulting in severe injury or even death. Quite amusing, indeed. Could it be the path of the Heavenly Mechanism? Such abilities are commendable. Perhaps in the future, he could cultivate a few disciples with similar talents. His eyes seemed capable of piercing through the endless void. Catching sight of the distant intruder, Li Xuanji, the foremost diviner of the Tianwu continent, titled Heavenly Mechanism Emperor, Cultivation, Pinnacle of Quasi-Emperor. Long Chun, the strongest on the Tianwu continent, protector of the realm, Cultivation, first level of True God. He accessed the system panel to review their information. The foremost diviner of the continent and the strongest among the myriad races, indeed. This diviner possesses some skill. Lin Dong contemplated, acknowledging the capabilities of this diviner. After all, to arrive here signifies a certain talent. In the future, he might consider inviting Li Xuanji to the sect, establishing a hall of Heavenly Mechanism within Celestial Freedom Sect. However, as for the first strongest, that was another matter, merely a true god who had inherited another's divine essence. Upon observing Long Chun, Lin Dong discerned the secret behind him. Although Long Chun was a cultivator in the realm of true gods, his ascension was not of his own making. It was achieved by refining another's divine essence. Such individuals hold little value. Celestial freedom seeks only those with potential. Lin Dong shook his head, dismissing him. With such cultivation, even the disciples tasked with menial duties within celestial freedom would surpass him. The hallmark of breaking through to the true God realm is the condensation of a divine essence. Yet, there exists another path to ascension. Through the refinement of another's divine essence, one can directly become a true God. Each method bears its own advantages and disadvantages. The difficulty of self-consolidating divine essence for breakthroughs is considerable, requiring one to diligently cultivate step by step. However, the potential one possesses is boundless. Conversely, refining the divine essence of others allows one to directly attain the realm of its original master. The drawback, however, is being constrained by the original master's realm, thereby limiting one's cultivation in this lifetime. At this juncture, A system notification resonated in Lin Dong's mind, pulling his thoughts back to the present. Ding. System task issued. Dominate the Tianwu continent, become the foremost power of the realm, and take the first step towards establishing the supreme force of the universe. Should the host complete this task, substantial rewards shall be bestowed. Ah, another task has been issued, Lin Dong mused. A faint smile gracing his lips as a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Indeed, it is time for the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect to emerge. With this thought, he initially intended to relay the message himself, but he deemed it more prudent to delegate the task to the elders, sending out a few strands of divine consciousness. He summoned several individuals to his side. In less than 3 breaths, they arrived swiftly. Greetings, sect master, said Sidu Feng. We, the 4 brothers, also pay our respects to the sect master. The visitors were none other than the 4 young masters of the Tang family and Sidu Feng. Each bore an expression of excitement. Sect master, have you summoned us for a task to assign? Having upgraded, their strength had indeed increased. Yet they found themselves at a loss for how to utilize it, waiting idly for Lin Dong's orders. During this time, they had gleaned a semblance of understanding regarding the sect master's burdens. How lonely it is to be invincible. Even overwhelming strength can breed sorrow. Indeed, Lin Dong replied with a chuckle upon observing their eagerness. Our sect has decided that 3 days hence, all disciples under the emperor of Xiaoyao sect shall emerge. I have summoned you to oversee the guardianship of the 5 domains. Yes, sect master, we shall surely fulfill this task, they replied with delight, finally having something to do. Hold on, I have not yet concluded the task, Lin Dong continued. You are to inform all disciples of the sect to prepare. In 3 days, they shall depart through the teleportation array of the 5 domains to various locales across the Tianwu continent to establish a name for our Xiaoyao sect. As he spoke the final words, Lin Dong's demeanor exuded unparalleled authority. Understood, sect master, we shall attend to it immediately, the 5 replied respectfully before promptly taking their leave. Since the time for their emergence had arrived, it was time to restore the flow of time to its normal pace. With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong retracted the encompassing range of the time and space tower back within its confines. Only within the tower could one experience the effects of accelerated time. In the next moment, the sect master's token appeared before him, accompanied by several directives, one of which was communicated to all disciples, ensuring that those in seclusion would not miss the announcement. Upon their exit from seclusion, they would find the pertinent information awaiting them. He dispatched all disciples below the emperor rank of the Xiaoyao sect. Their mission is to depart through the 5 domains teleportation array, employing every means at their disposal to amplify the renown of the Xiaoyao sect across the Tianwu continent. At this moment, they take the first step towards the supremacy of the myriad realms, stepping forth from the Xiaoyao sect. Having accomplished this, Lin Dong stands with his hands clasped behind his back, confident in the future arrangements for disciples above the rank of emperor. His black robe billows dramatically as he gazes down upon the entire sect. Simultaneously, countless disciples of the Xiaoyao sect direct their attention towards the luminous sect token, utilizing their spiritual senses to probe within, receiving a surge of information that floods their minds. Upon absorbing this knowledge, the disciples are filled with exuberance. Wonderful! The sect master has issued a mission. We can finally leave the sect. They exclaim. To expand our renown, let us showcase the prestige of the Xiaoyao sect. We shall not disappoint the sect's nurturing, and I will ensure the Xiaoyao sect's name resounds throughout Tianwu. Countless disciples, brimming with joy, eagerly anticipate the opportunity to demonstrate their skills beyond the sect. Most of them lack any external power, relying solely on the cultivation provided by the sect. The sect is their home, and all that they possess is a gift from it. After waiting so long for a chance to repay the sect's kindness, they are determined not to let down its expectations. Moments later, a voice of immense authority reverberates. This elder, under the sect master's orders, has come to convey his wishes. In 3 days, all disciples of the Xiaoyao sect shall emerge and proclaim our illustrious name. The voice of Elder Situ echoes throughout every corner of the Xiaoyao sect. The message closely resembles Lin Dong's proclamation, primarily aimed at informing a greater number of disciples. We, the disciples, shall dutifully obey the sect master's command and exalt the name of Xiaoyao. Upon hearing these words, the disciples are filled with excitement and hastily respond. 3 days swiftly pass. Chapter 55. Reemergence. The divine realm trembles. Elder Situ has declared that once the grand array opens, we shall be able to depart from the sect. Indeed, when that time comes, the Tianwu continent will be our stage. We have awaited this day for far too long. Countless disciples gather before the 5 domains teleportation array, eagerly anticipating its activation. A brilliant light erupts, illuminating the entire Xiaoyao sect. It's open. It's open. Brothers and sisters, I shall go ahead. A disciple shouts, rushing into the array. Finally, we can leave the sect. I can hardly contain my excitement. I'm going too. Me as well. One by one, the disciples are teleported away to various locations across Tianwu. Witnessing the radiant light, countless disciples hurry towards the 5 domains teleportation array. In the alchemy hall, Luo Yin bids farewell to Gu Chun. He had consulted Lin Dong 2 days prior, informing him of the reason for his departure and receiving permission to leave early. Yenner. Gu Chun gazes at his disciple with a hint of concern in his voice. Rest assured, master. With my current strength, I can traverse the Tianwu continent without issue, let alone contend with a mere blood slaughter pavilion. Luo Yin confidently pats his chest, exuding self-assurance. Very well, I shall not impede your journey any further. Go ahead. Gu Chun finally relented, waving his hand. Yes, master. The teleportation array is activated. I shall take my leave. Luo Yin respectfully bowed to Gu Chun before vanishing from sight. It is time for me to return to the valley and consult with the sect leader, Gu Chun remarked as he made his way towards the rear courtyard of the Xiaoyao sect. Old ancestor, who would have thought that Teng has achieved remarkable success? Wang Teng emerged from the time and space tower, clenching his fist, his exhilaration palpable. Lu Shui gazed at the light curtain and spoke softly, Chong Sheng. Let us depart as well. Very well, we shall convene in the divine realm and join Luo Yan. Yi Chong Sheng nodded, stepping forward as Lu Shui joined him. Together, they swiftly entered the teleportation array. Their relationship remained unchanged, reverting to their original bond of senior and junior siblings. Countless similar scenes unfolded throughout the Xiaoyao sect. As disciples emerged from their seclusion, heading towards the teleportation array leading to the 5 domains. This day on the Tianwu continent was destined to be anything but tranquil. In the divine realm, within the imperial clan of the Xiao family, there lay an exquisite courtyard, imbued with the essence of nature. The environment was breathtaking, rich in spiritual energy, adorned with flourishing flora, and filled with the sounds of birdsong and fragrant blossoms, all interspersed with rare medicinal herbs. Beside a small pond, where petals floated and mist swirled, a breathtaking fairy resided. Her demeanor resembled that of an ice mountain snow lotus, as she playfully splashed water, her skin glistening like jade, radiating a luminous sheen. The enchanting woman rose slightly, her pristine gown drenched, clinging to her form, accentuating her exquisite figure. Grandmother, what bath elixir did we use this time? The ethereal beauty inquired, curiosity lacing her melodious voice. In response to the princess, it is a gift from young Master Yi of the Yi family. Came a voice from the distance. Ah, understood. You may leave now. Grandmother, the enchanting woman replied nonchalantly. Father wishes me to become acquainted with that Yi Xingqian from the Yi family, does he? With a flick of her delicate hand, her cloak slipped from her shoulders, revealing her fragrant skin. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the air, and a young man clad in black robes was ejected, landing in the pond. What kind of disastrous teleportation array is this, casting me into this predicament? The young man swiftly stood, locking eyes with the enchanting woman. Stranded in paradise, he mused. Captivated by her beauty, his gaze roamed, unable to resist stealing glances, and he felt 2 streams of warmth surge from his nose, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Goodness! After a moment of shared astonishment, the enchanting woman finally regained her composure. Alas, you scoundrel! She hastily clasped her hands to her chest and let out a piercing scream. Please, my lady, do not cry out. The cloaked figure rushed forward, covering the young woman's crimson lips with his hand. I assure you, it is merely a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? The two engaged in a close encounter, preventing her from raising an alarm. The young woman, rendered immobile, shook her head, then nodded. Luo Yin felt as though he had plunged into the yellow river, and there was no way to cleanse himself of this predicament. That wretched teleportation array. He resolved to use it again in the future. Indeed, the young man in the black robe was Luo Yin himself. He wished to speak further when a voice echoed in his ear. Who are you, and why have you trespassed upon the Xiao family? Upon seeing the newcomer, the woman began to thrash violently, yet it proved futile. Luo Yin glanced up to see an elderly matron approaching. Moreover, you have taken our imperial daughter hostage. I advise you to release her at once. Otherwise, our family emperor shall arrive shortly. The old woman stood at a distance, her murky gaze fixed upon Luo Yin, her heart filled with astonishment. Who was this young man, capable of subduing the imperial daughter? Even she could not fathom his cultivation level. She hoped he would consider the emperor's reputation and set the imperial daughter free. I assure you, this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Luo Yin replied, somewhat helplessly. The arrival of the emperor would be of no consequence, for he remained unfazed. At that moment, a voice imbued with authority reverberated through the air. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Xiao family and seize my daughter? The voice was deafening, carrying with it a regal might that enveloped the surroundings. Boy, the emperor of the Xiao family has arrived. You would do well to consider your actions. The The old woman spoke again, her gaze toward Luo Yin laced with pity. The emperor's presence did not alarm her. She had no doubt her imperial daughter would be safe. What of the emperor? Is he not just another emperor? Luo Yin felt an immense frustration brewing within him. In response, a powerful imperial aura emanated from him. Since they did not believe his words, he would let his strength do the talking. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Luo Yin. How could this be? It was as though they were witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. This young man, appearing no older than a century, was also an emperor? The old matron, stricken with terror, collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The imperial might that had enveloped the area dissipated in an instant. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Luo Yan's aura exceeded that of the Shao family emperor. From the horizon emerged an imposing figure, as if transcending endless epochs. An overwhelming imperial presence radiated from this figure, sweeping through the surroundings. It was none other than the Shao family emperor, Shao Xianfeng. Upon sensing the aura of the young man, Shao Xuanfeng's pupils constricted. 7th level of the emperor realm. He could not have been mistaken. The cultivation of this young man surpassed his own. When did the continent gain another such youthful emperor? Why had he not sensed even the slightest disturbance? Fellow Taoist, let us speak candidly. As he was about to continue, he was abruptly interrupted by Luo Yin. With a swift motion, Luo Yin set the woman he held aside and ascended into the sky. Enough with the pleasantries, let us engage in battle. As soon as he spoke, an array of imperial flames emanated from his being, enveloping him entirely. Unbeknownst to him, the woman he had released gazed at his figure with an expression of awe, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. In an instant, Luo Yin charged towards the opposing Shao Xianfeng, who found himself forced to passively defend against Luo Yan's onslaught. Simultaneously, recalling the command of the sect leader, Luo Yin proclaimed loudly, "I am Luo Yin, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. You may refer to me as the Flame Emperor. Today, I shall debate the Tao with the emperor of the Shao family and elevate the name of Xiaoyao." His words, imbued with supreme imperial might, echoed throughout the divine realm. A foreign imperial aura emanated from the direction of the Shao family. If the old man had heard correctly, this was indeed the emperor of the Xiaoyao sect. Elder Yao, you have not misheard. That emperor indeed hails from the Xiaoyao sect and calls himself the Flame Emperor. The Xiaoyao sect truly lived up to its reputation as a divine sect. How many more formidable beings remained hidden from the world? In an instant, countless titans of the divine realm were stirred, casting their gazes toward the Shao family. If their memories served them right, this marked the third emperor to officially emerge from the Xiaoyao sect. Their hearts brimmed with profound curiosity and reverence for the Xiaoyao sect. Meanwhile, in the southern region, Kuan Tian City. Chapter 56. The disciple of Xiaoyao sect displays power, shaking the continent. The Zhao family. Within a hall adorned with several seats and a tea table, a crack opened in the void. A young man clad in yellow robes stepped forth. Where's this? He wondered, his aura subdued, his small eyes darting curiously. Wasn't he at dawn when he was teleported? How could it be dark here? The young man mused, extending his consciousness. It turned out to be an underground chamber. Who had the leisure to construct such a place? Through his earlier exploration, he had discerned that this was indeed a subterranean hideout, connected to a bedroom. Impressive. How entertaining. You truly know how to have fun. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his small eyes, as if he had discovered a new world. Inside the bedroom, a remarkable scene seemed to be unfolding. He swiftly melded into the void, cautiously approaching the bedroom. Hovering above it, he sought the optimal vantage point. This could very well become my renowned masterpiece, Jean Defa. He retrieved a recording stone from his storage ring, slowly capturing the unfolding spectacle. The man clad in yellow robes was known as Jean Defa, a disciple of the Celestial Wanderer sect. He chuckled. The sect leader only spoke of fame, not the means. He had a penchant for documenting his life and recording unusual occurrences. Little did he anticipate that his actions would ultimately benefit the entire continent, with countless individuals etching his name indelibly in their minds. His name would resonate throughout the continent and even across the cosmos. The following day in Kuntian City, a man ambled down the streets when a stone struck his foot. Did I just hear the sound of a woman crying for help? His pace faltered, a surge of righteous indignation swelling within him as he scanned his surroundings. Was it the stone that emitted such a sound? His gaze settled on the stone he had just kicked, curiosity compelling him to pick it up for inspection. Upon closer examination, he gasped in shock. The scene depicted two protagonists, a beautiful woman and an elderly man. The man's actions were brutally violent, while the woman appeared to be enduring inhumane torment. Crying out in agony, he quickly tucked the stone into his pocket, intending to view it later that night. Suddenly, he froze, recalling the man from the scene. He seemed familiar, reminiscent of the elder from the Zhao family, one of the 4 prominent clans in the city. Who on earth threw this at me? He exclaimed. Noticing the cascade of stones raining from the sky, causing the crowd to erupt in cries of dismay. Isn't that the elder from the Zhao family and his daughter-in-law? A curious onlooker picked up a stone, exclaiming in astonishment, "What on earth?" "Let me see, indeed it is." Another man nearby, intrigued, leaned in to catch a glimpse. His astonishment evident. "You wouldn't believe it. That Zhao elder still looks remarkably vigorous. Why are you staring, little one? Go play elsewhere." As the crowd observed, they too began picking up stones from the ground to examine. Gasps of surprise echoed through the air. Who was it that called the one throwing stones inconsiderate? "I certainly don't agree." "Nor do I. Bring more. I enjoy watching." At that moment, someone remarked, "I mentioned that the ninth son of the Wang family resembles the Wang elder. You insisted it was merely a generational likeness, but it seems be cautious with your words. Trouble may follow." Curiosity enveloped the crowd as they scrutinized the stones, wondering which esteemed figure had recorded this. "Jean Defa?" A voice, tinged with uncertainty, murmured. Everyone turned their gaze to the man, who was intently examining the surface of the stone. Upon noticing this, the crowd collectively flipped the stone over, revealing a prominent inscription on its reverse side, deeply engraved in their memories. "In the realm of the free and easy sect, under the guidance of Jean Defa." On the third day at the Zhao residence, a middle-aged man, visibly enraged, confronted two individuals, clutching a stone in his hand. "What is this?" he bellowed. "Alunk. Allow me to explain." A strikingly beautiful woman, adorned with willow-like brows, interjected, stepping forward to grasp the man's hand. She was none other than his wife, Pan Lianer. "Get away from me, you shameless wretch," the middle-aged man retorted, forcefully casting the woman aside. "Father," he cried, turning to an elderly man who stood with a grim expression. "What have you done? Are you trying to tell me that my son is my brother?" Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of the Tianwu continent, countless disciples of the free and easy sect showcased their prowess. In one of the continent's 4 forbidden zones, a swordsman emerged, single-handedly slaying several quasi-emperors. And with his quasi-emperor strength, he battled against an emperor, ultimately departing with a treasure in hand, leaving behind the illustrious name of Yi Changsheng and the free and easy sect. Within the ruins of an emperor, divine weapons soared as innumerable saints vied for the treasures. A shadowy figure teleported before them, effortlessly seizing an imperial weapon amidst the chaos of attacks from countless saints, and then departed with grace, leaving behind the name of the free and easy sect and the moniker of the Dark Knight. A young man, wielding a world-rending claw, moved like a phantom, leaving no trace behind. The ancestral grounds of numerous ancient families and great sects were breached, their imperial weapons lost, with a note left behind proclaiming the free and easy sect and the ghostly hand of Old Six. In an instant, the renown of the free and easy sect resounded once more, but this time, it transcended the eastern domain, echoing throughout the entire Tianwu continent. The Flame Emperor astonishingly engaged in battle with the Shao family's emperor for 3 days and nights, without faltering. "You know nothing. It is the Flame Emperor who is terrifying." Effortlessly dominating the Shao family, they whispered in astonishment. The free and easy sect truly lived up to its divine reputation. To their surprise, the previous display of strength by numerous formidable figures in the eastern domain was merely a fraction of their true power. Now, disciples of the sect were found throughout the continent, and the most formidable among them were unparalleled prodigies, with countless quasi-emperors, and some even reaching the 7th level of emperor. What level of cultivation must their ancestors possess? The air was thick with intrigue. This power was shrouded in mystery. It seemed no other force on the continent could rival them. Given the prowess of the disciples dispatched by the free and easy sect, they could annihilate any faction at will. The leaders of various factions pondered, wishing to send their offspring to the free and easy sect, believing their own powers would rise in tandem. Simultaneously, curiosity stirred within them regarding the sect's criteria for accepting disciples. However, such thoughts were but whimsical fantasies. The free and easy sect was not in want of disciples, and their standards had risen dramatically. Without the stature of an emperor, one could forget about entering their ranks. Even if one were to gain entry, it would be merely as an outer disciple. Lin Dong had set a modest goal for himself, to ensure that every disciple of the Xiaoyao sect achieves the cultivation of the great emperor. The grander aspirations for the future remain unspoken. Simultaneously, countless formidable great emperors across the continent were observing with keen interest. In Chapter 57, the submission of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the arrival of the Golden Era, several great emperors convened, attempting to deduce the potential of the Xiaoyao sect's disciples, each bearing a grave countenance. "How is this possible?" one great emperor exclaimed, opening his eyes and shaking his head in solemn disbelief. "They are shrouded in a veil of mystery that even I cannot penetrate. Shall we investigate the Xiaoyao sect?" proposed a particularly inquisitive great emperor. The others exchanged glances, silently agreeing to the notion. At that moment, An ancient voice resonated in the ears of the assembled great emperors. I advise you to cease your inquiries and refrain from delving too deeply into the Xiaoyao sect. The assembly was taken aback. A singular name emerging in their minds, the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire, the elder continued. This is all I shall say. Consider your actions carefully. The great emperor's expressions shifted dramatically, glancing at one another in alarm. Meanwhile, on the Tianwu continent, the higher echelons of various factions wore expressions of profound concern. Sensing that a great calamity was imminent, the golden era had already dawned, heralding the emergence of countless prodigies and hidden forces. A great disaster approaches. What shall we do? The Heavenly Mechanism Emperor had once remarked that this catastrophe would leave no survivors. Could it be that the continent truly harbors no hope? Perhaps the Xiaoyao sect might hold the key. Amidst the turbulent undercurrents of the continent's factions, many declared their allegiance to the Xiaoyao sect. Among them was the renowned pill refining sect of the Divine Realm, the Pill King Valley. To everyone's astonishment, the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor publicly announced that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion would also recognize the Xiaoyao sect as its superior. How can this be? Why would the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor submit to the Xiaoyao sect? This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of the Tianwu continent. The Heavenly Mechanism Emperor, famed for his ability to foresee the future and comprehend the past, was willing to acknowledge the Xiaoyao sect as his sovereign. What could he have foreseen? As this thought crossed their minds, countless leaders of various factions proclaimed their allegiance to the Xiaoyao sect. The other great emperors were equally astonished, pondering the implications of the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor's actions. In the Xiaoyao sect, Lin Dong stood in the courtyard, his profound gaze shifting as he observed everything transpiring across the continent through the great array. He had been closely watching the Tianwu continent in recent days, and observing the performance of his disciples brought him quiet satisfaction. They had upheld the esteemed reputation of the Xiaoyao sect. Every disciple who utilized the temporal array for cultivation had reached no less than the great sage realm, with all surpassing that threshold. As for the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Lin Dong held little interest. However, the talent of the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor has indeed captured his fleeting attention. As for witnessing so many powers submit to the carefree sect, this was well within Lin Dong's expectations. The leaders of these factions are astute enough to recognize the prevailing circumstances and align themselves accordingly. They are truly cunning old foxes. Lin Dong felt little turmoil within regarding this. Setting aside these factions, the entire continent is already firmly within his grasp. Those who do not submit now will inevitably do so in due time, and if they refuse to yield, they shall simply vanish from this world forever. Observing the unfolding events across the continent, Lin Dong sensed a lingering incompleteness. It would be splendid if a tempest were to arise once more. He believed that under the current conditions, the true potential of the disciples of the carefree sect could not be fully realized. Only then could the flames truly blaze brightly. In the Devil's State, within the grand hall of the Demon Palace, Blood Wushang sneered as he sat upon the throne. "Oh, I was just lamenting my inability to find you carefree sect folks. Little did I expect you would present yourselves so readily." He then called out into the void. "Shadow Demon." A chilling voice resonated from the emptiness. "At your service." A man clad in black robes emerged, enshrouded in the laws of demonic arts. "I have a task for you. Lead the demons to the continent specifically to hunt down the disciples of the carefree sect." A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Blood Wushang's eyes as he spoke coldly. "Yes, my lord." The man in black vanished into the void in an instant. "Summon my orders. Assemble the entire army," Blood Wushang commanded after a lengthy silence. 3 days hence, our forces shall advance upon the myriad races of the continent. At the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Heavenly Mechanism, have you truly made your decision? Long Chun inquired earnestly, gazing intently at the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor. "Indeed, I have already announced it to the continent. Do you think there is any turning back?" The Heavenly Mechanism Emperor stroked his beard, his murky gaze directed into the distance. "In that case, I shall return to the Realm Alliance to make preparations. I must take my leave. We shall meet again soon." With that, Long Chun vanished from the spot. A great calamity is imminent. This is the sole hope for the continent. After a long pause, the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor spoke again, almost as if to himself. "Isn't it also my only hope?" Meanwhile, in the Divine Realm, within a private chamber of the Listening Wind Pavilion, Yi Changsheng and Lu Shui reunited. The two enjoyed tea together, discussing recent events while awaiting Luo Yan's arrival. "Changsheng, have you heard?" Lu Shui smiled at Yi Changsheng. Recently, throughout the Divine Realm, one can hear the name of senior brother Luo Yan echoing everywhere. "Indeed, I have heard. It seems this lad has become quite the prominent figure." Yi Changsheng replied with a teasing smirk. "We have been kept waiting here for quite a while, haven't we?" As Yi Changsheng was about to continue speaking, he caught sight of a figure outside the door. "Ah, a distinguished guest has arrived, just as we were discussing you." A shadow clad in black robes swiftly approached, and unceremoniously took a seat beside them. Gulp, gulp. Luo Yin seized one of the teacups from the table and drank heartily. What distinguished guest? What are you all discussing? Oh, nothing much. Have you located the headquarters of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion? Yi Changxing chuckled as he inquired. He had not forgotten their purpose, to annihilate the Blood Slaughter Pavilion's headquarters in vengeance for himself and Elder Gu, under the guise of disciples from the Carefree sect. It was this very organization that had pursued him, leading to his encounter with his master. This endeavor would also serve to elevate the reputation of the Carefree sect, which was already notorious in the divine realm, being a formidable imperial force. It was the perfect opportunity to strike. Of course, but Luo Yin smiled confidently, though a hint of gravity punctuated his tone. But what? Yi Changxing pressed eagerly. Their forces are rather formidable, boasting 5 emperors, 3 high-ranking emperors, and 2 low-ranking emperors. With my strength, I can only contend with 4 emperors. I cannot be certain of defeating them. Luo Yin replied. What is the big deal? Are you underestimating your senior brother? Leave the 2 low-ranking emperors to me. As for those beneath emperor rank, let Schwer handle them. Yi Changxing patted his chest, speaking with grandiosity, while gesturing towards Lu Schwer. Lu Schwer smiled slightly, indicating her willingness. Senior brother Luo Yin, you can rest assured. Yes, senior brother, senior sister. The responsibility now lies with you. Seeing their confidence, Luo Yin was at a loss for words and nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a flicker of gratitude in his heart, silently cherishing their kindness. Then let us depart. The group stepped into the void and vanished instantly. Chapter 58. The Annihilation of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. The ancestor of the Carefree sect? In the Divine Realm, within the Divine Province. At the Wanxiang Tower. It must be noted that a significant event unfolded concerning the disciples of the Carefree sect just days prior. You are aware of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, that notorious force, which boasts 5 emperors. In less than half a day, it was uprooted by the disciples of the Carefree sect. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sounds of astonishment echoed around. Yet none interrupted the elder's discourse. The elder, beaming with pride, continued, can you believe it? Merely 3 disciples from the Carefree sect brought down this fearsome organization. They were the Flame Emperor, the Sword God, and the Ice Goddess, who collectively descended upon the headquarters of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. The scene was utterly explosive. Speaking of the Flame Emperor, he single-handedly battled 3 of them. Cough, cough, cough. This was an elder of ethereal demeanor recounting the exploits of the Carefree disciples, while countless patrons listened intently. I am parched. My throat feels a bit hoarse. The tavern was filled with lively patrons when an elderly man suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Waiter, bring this gentleman 3 jars of fine wine. A handsome young man, noticing the commotion, promptly ordered the wine. The atmosphere was electric, with numerous waiters bustling about, their shoes sparking from the fervor of their activities. Oh, here it comes, sir, your 3 jars of exquisite wine. Recently, taverns across the continent had been thriving, with tales of the disciples of the Carefree sect spreading like wildfire. Storytellers in various locales regaled audiences with animated accounts, their spittle flying in excitement. As the wine arrived, the young man gestured towards the elderly gentleman, encouraging him to continue his tale. The old man, a frequent patron of the Wanxiang Tavern, had been visiting often lately without any means to pay, a fact well known to the regulars. His eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the fine wine. This young lad has good sense and a promising future. Allow this old man to indulge a bit, he said, nodding appreciatively at the youth. He swiftly uncorked the wine jar and took a hearty swig. What splendid wine. Refreshing, absolutely delightful. After finishing, he noticed the expectant gazes of those around him. Where was I? Suddenly, the elderly man paused, scratching his head, and with a nonchalant demeanor remarked, this wine is quite potent. It's made me a tad forgetful. Yes. The Flame Emperor single-handedly battled against the esteemed emperor. The old man continued. The Flame Emperor fought against 3 high-ranking emperors, and, with the arrival of the Shao family emperor to assist him, he was able to slay one of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion's emperors alongside the Shao family emperor. The Sword God was truly invincible, with his quasi-emperor prowess. He single-handedly faced 2 emperors, annihilating one of them. The Xianbing Goddess unleashed her eternal night ice, freezing the entire realm of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion in an instant, leaving no emperor able to escape. Ultimately, the fate of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion was sealed, as they fell to the combined might of the major factions. Just as the old man was about to conclude his tale, he sensed a commotion outside the tavern. Suddenly, a frantic waiter burst in, his expression one of sheer panic. The celestial demons are here. He stammered, trembling as he spoke. Without hesitation, he dashed upstairs to gather his belongings. The crowd was momentarily stunned. The celestial demons are here. Run. A woman was the first to react, her voice piercing the air. What? The celestial demons? Don't block my way. As realization dawned, the crowd sprang into action, chaos erupting in an instant. Amidst the turmoil, the serene old man calmly walked outside. So many celestial demons. 9 great saints and 3 saint kings. The sky was ominously darkened, with countless individuals engaged in battle against the celestial demons below. It seems it's my turn to take the stage, the old man said, clasping his hands behind his back as he strode into the void. The disciples of the sect have all proven to be exceptionally talented. As their venerable ancestor, I cannot afford to lag behind. Indeed, this ethereal elder is none other than the revered Xianfeng Taoist, the grand ancestor of the free and unfettered sect. How dare you, little demon, emerge to cause harm? Witness as I eradicate you all today. The aged voice of the Taoist resonated through the heavens and the earth, emanating the formidable aura of a pinnacle saint. The crowd felt a sense of familiarity in his voice, yet they found themselves too preoccupied to look. A chilling voice pierced the air. Heh, old fool. Instead of resting in your coffin, you come out to flaunt your strength. A gaunt man from the demon clan stepped forward, cackling ominously. It seems you are unaware of my true power, the Taoist replied with a scoff, reaching for the emaciated figure before him. The gaunt man continued to cackle. Old ghost. I am curious to see. However, as the immense claw approached, his laughter abruptly froze. When the claw was merely 3 yards from him, it unleashed the aura of a quasi-emperor, instantly crushing him to oblivion. Quasi-emperor? The nearby demon clan warriors were taken aback. Had they not just sensed an aura from the saint realm? Fear gripped them as they turned their eyes to the Xianfeng Taoist, who grinned widely, revealing his pristine white teeth. In the eyes of the demon clan strong, he appeared as a veritable demon. Confusion reigned in their minds as they grappled with the notion of who the true demon was. A single thought surged through their consciousness. This is the 6th. Flee. You shall not escape my grasp, the Taoist declared, emanating the might of a quasi-emperor that bore down upon dozens of the demon clan. With a series of sickening sounds, 8 great demon saints exploded like watermelons, showering the sky with a bloody rain. 3 demon kings, blood gushing forth, were compelled to prostrate themselves in the void. I am the grand ancestor of the free and unfettered sect, the Xianfeng Taoist. Today, I shall slaughter your demon clan to honor the souls of my kin. With a flick of his sleeve, boundless laws of power surged forth, overwhelming the 3 demon kings. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. The heavens and earth reverberated, and the onlookers raised their heads as a gust of bloody wind rushed toward them. Marvelous! Our savior has arrived. We are saved. A man shouted, his realization dawning upon him. The crowd turned their gaze toward the figure in the sky. Splendid. It is the free and unfettered sect. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate this wretched brood of demons. Under the leadership of the Xianfeng Taoist, the people surged forward with fervor, mercilessly slaughtering the demon clan. In no time, the battlefield was devoid of the demon horde. We are grateful to the esteemed elder of the free and unfettered sect for coming to our rescue. Wait, wasn't he that elder the gentleman from earlier? Indeed, it is truly him. I never expected such a powerful figure to be so close at hand. The crowd hastily expressed their gratitude, realizing that their savior was indeed the same gentleman they had encountered moments before. He just claimed to be the venerable ancestor of the Xiaoyao sect. Could it truly be the case? Curiosity flickered in the hearts of the onlookers. Yet none dared to voice their inquiries. The amiable Xiaoyao Taoist smiled gently and waved his hand. There is no need for such formalities. It is merely a trivial matter. Fate intertwines our paths, but I must attend to the plight of those displaced common folk. With that, the Xiaoyao Taoist prepared to depart, leaving behind a lingering phrase. Should fate allow, we shall meet again in the martial world. I am a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Who dares impersonate our esteemed ancestor here? At that moment, a man's voice resonated, halting the Xiaoyao Taoist's steps. Chapter 59, merely at the Emperor realm. I shall soon attain the title of Emperor. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Could it be that this elder was indeed an impostor? Shock rippled through the hearts of the onlookers. Suddenly, 3 figures soared in from the horizon, 2 men and a woman, the men strikingly handsome and the woman poised and graceful. One of the men in gray robes stepped forward. May I inquire, esteemed friends, did anyone just hear someone impersonating our elder? He saluted the crowd with respect, neither subservient nor arrogant. What elder? Young brother, you must have misheard, one man replied, glancing around at the others as if to seek confirmation. Indeed, indeed. This young brother from the Xiaoyao sect must have made an error. None here would dare impersonate your esteemed elder. The crowd collectively denied the accusation, although a few remained silent. After all, the Xiaoyao Taoist had just come to their aid, and they felt it ungrateful to forget their benefactor. Thus, they feigned ignorance. Is that so? The man in gray, upon hearing this, exchanged a glance with his companions, their expressions inscrutable. Then let us depart, Perhaps it was indeed a misunderstanding. However, given the might of the Xiaoyao sect, surely no one would be foolish enough to impersonate our ancestor. With that, the trio prepared to leave. It was no surprise, for they had encountered numerous frauds posing as disciples of the Xiaoyao sect in recent times. This was the first instance of someone claiming to be the ancestor. Not only had they deceived innocent maidens, but they had also brazenly swindled others. For those who tarnished their sect's reputation through impersonation, they dealt with them swiftly and decisively. Who claims I am unaware of my own fate? That was indeed my proclamation. I am the venerable ancestor of the Xiaoyao sect. The aged voice of the Xiaoyao Taoist rang out, causing the three figures to halt in their tracks and turn back. Is there truly one so reckless as to impersonate our esteemed ancestor? Upon seeing that the speaker was an elderly man, the trio exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief, indicating that they had no recollection of him whatsoever. May I ask, Elder, what proof do you possess to substantiate your claim as our sect's ancestor? If you cannot present any evidence, do not blame us for taking action. The gray-robed man spoke curtly in response. According to their experience, it is likely that this individual is yet another impostor. Although they are merely at the great sage level, they remain unfazed in the presence of a quasi-emperor. This is primarily because they possess the ability to summon aid. When did you juniors arrive at my sect? I do not even recognize you, an elder remarked. The Taoist of leisure stepped gracefully through the void, slowly approaching those gathered. Old predecessor, why have you emerged? A young man whispered, while the others felt a bead of sweat trickle down their brows. The Taoist of leisure waved his hand dismissively, signaling that all was well. I have been in the sect for quite some time and have yet to see our esteemed ancestor. I have only heard that the ancestor has withdrawn from the world. The young man continued, his tone tinged with skepticism. Moreover, on this mission, it is only we disciples who have ventured forth. There was no mention of the ancestor's return. Upon witnessing the elder's unwavering confidence, they began to doubt their own perceptions. You have never heard of me? The Taoist of leisure blinked, realizing it was understandable that these disciples were unaware. In that case, let me ask you this. Do you recognize this? He retrieved a black token from within his robes, an item that Lin Dong had insisted upon giving him before his departure. The moment the three beheld the token, their pupils constricted. Sensing the profound aura radiating from it, they hastily bowed and knelt, exclaiming in unison, "We, the disciples of the Taoist of leisure, pay our respects to the ancestor." They had seen this token before, which bore the description, "To behold this token is to behold the sect master." None had anticipated that this gentleman was indeed the esteemed ancestor of the Taoist of leisure. Observing this, those around felt a pang of regret for having missed the opportunity to align themselves with someone so significant. "Rise," he said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Your recognition of this token indicates you are not entirely blind to greatness." The three shook their heads, hesitant to stand. "We disciples did not mean to offend the ancestor. Please, punish us as you see fit. It is of no consequence," the Taoist reassured them. "I understand that your intentions are rooted in the reputation of our sect. I hold no grudge against you. Rise." With a flick of his sleeve, a soft force lifted the three to their feet. In his heart, he bore no resentment towards these disciples. Their ignorance was merely a result of his enigmatic presence. They had simply sought proof, without any airs of superiority, and had been diligently eradicating those who dared tarnish the sect's name. This warranted acknowledgement. "It seems I must find a time to have my beloved disciple erect a statue in the sect, lest these disciples remain oblivious to their own ancestor," he mused internally. Another male disciple, filled with curiosity, inquired, "But ancestor, why is your cultivation level not as high as that of my senior brothers?" The Taoist of leisure turned away, clasping his hands behind his back. "What do you understand? I am currently cultivating amidst the mundane world, restraining my true power. If I wish to break through, I could achieve the status of a great emperor in mere moments," he declared, his countenance unperturbed, embodying the dignity of a venerable elder. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, exuding an imperial majesty. The scene unfolded so swiftly that the onlookers were caught off guard, rendered powerless, and pressed to the ground. This aura, indeed, belonged to an emperor. Was it truly as simple as a breakthrough? This was utterly preposterous. The crowd, bewildered, lay immobilized on the ground. Not only the spectators, but even the carefree Taoist himself appeared somewhat dazed. What on earth was happening? The carefree Taoist stood there, stunned. He had merely spoken casually. Yet he had genuinely achieved a breakthrough to the imperial level? Could it be that he had comprehended the legendary principle of words manifesting reality? At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. "Master, are you surprised and delighted?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, the carefree Taoist was taken aback. Was that not the voice of his esteemed disciple? "How about this assist?" Lin Dong's voice echoed once more, realizing the source of his newfound strength. The carefree Taoist immediately understood that this enhancement was the handiwork of his disciple. It was through this very method that he had previously ascended from the great sage realm to the true emperor realm. Overwhelmed with joy, he responded in his heart, "You truly are impressive, my disciple. Of course, I must elevate your prestige." Lin Dong's voice replied in his mind. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. The carefree Taoist was startled and quickly looked up at the sky. "The tribulation has arrived, my dear disciple. What shall I do?" Panic surged within him as he anxiously called out to Lin Dong, his tone laced with trepidation. Dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Massive serpentine bolts of lightning writhed within the clouds, as if brewing a cataclysmic tribulation. "It's merely a trivial tribulation. I can extinguish it with a wave of my hand," Lin Dong's domineering voice declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the ominous clouds began to dissipate. The carefree Taoist quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "This tribulation I can dispel with a mere gesture." With that, he theatrically waved his arms, as if truly dispersing the tribulation. "Ha ha ha, who in this world can comprehend my prowess?" He laughed heartily, stepping through the void and departing, leaving the onlookers with the silhouette of a transcendent master. What am I witnessing? Am I bearing witness to the birth of a great figure? "Father, your son has made it. I must buy wine for the ancestor of the carefree sect. With such cultivation, he has likely transcended the continent." After a long while, the crowd slowly rose, each person gasping in astonishment. Meanwhile, at the carefree sect. Chapter 60. The emergence of the carefree sect, dominating the continent. This level of cultivation should suffice for my master for some time. When he returns, shall I elevate him further? Should I consider sending him into the eternal space? Lin Dong mused, a gentle smile gracing his face. The timing of the emergence of the demon clan was indeed fortuitous. Lin Dong discovered a sudden surge of the celestial demon clan emerging from the continent. As he surveyed the land, he fortuitously spotted his master and immediately intervened to assist. Coincidentally, the disciples of his sect found themselves without formidable opponents, and the awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Presently, all factions across the continent remained in a state of seclusion, with none daring to contest the prominence of the Celestial Wanderer sect, nor provoke them, having recognized the terrifying power of the sect. The emergence of the Celestial Demon Clan presented an ideal opportunity to take action against them. "Ah, did you think that by staying hidden, this matter would not concern you? It would be wise for you to submit obediently, otherwise." A subtle smirk graced Lin Dong's lips. His gaze extended beyond the continent, encompassing the entire universe. This Tianwu continent was merely the starting point for the Celestial Wanderer sect. Should they refuse to yield, their only fate would be extinction. Thus, today, the Celestial Wanderer sect shall officially unveil itself. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Dong closed a portion of the protective array around the sect. Instantly, an ancient and formidable aura surged forth, akin to a primordial beast awakening. This essence rapidly spread from the eastern region, enveloping the entire continent. Countless disciples of the Celestial Wanderer sect halted their actions, directing their attention toward the sect. "Our sect is about to emerge." The disciples sensed the extraordinary atmosphere. Such an ancient aura. Could another grand sect be unveiling itself? Numerous powerful beings across the Tianwu continent turned their gazes toward the eastern region, their expressions tinged with curiosity and solemnity. They too felt the ancient and terrifying presence. Boom, boom, boom. From a certain void in the eastern region, four celestial gates ascended, reaching the heavens, with staircases materializing that connected to the earth. Behind the gates, divine light shimmered and ethereal mist swirled, revealing towering majestic peaks, interspersed with ancient, ornate pavilions and resplendent halls, evoking a celestial ambience. On the plaque adorning the grandest hall, two prominent characters were inscribed: Celestial Wanderer. The entire Celestial Wanderer sect gradually manifested before the world. Simultaneously, myriad extraordinary phenomena erupted in the heavens. Deities and demons bowed in reverence. The four divine beasts, vermilion bird, azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise, materialized from all directions. All deities paid homage. The heavenly Tao bestowed blessings, and countless celestial phenomena emerged, seemingly celebrating the emergence of the Celestial Wanderer sect. Gasp, the Celestial Wanderer, indeed the arrival of the Celestial Wanderer sect. What is the true origin of this sect? Even the ancient divine sect would not warrant the attention of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, the blessings of the heavenly Tao, such terrifying spectacles, were all in honor of the Celestial Wanderer sect's emergence. Countless onlookers were captivated by this scene, and as they realized that this awe-inspiring spectacle stemmed from the Celestial Wanderer sect, the entire Tianwu continent erupted as if a bomb had been dropped into a tranquil lake. With discussions about the Celestial Wanderer sect igniting fervently, Numerous emperors gazed at the four celestial gates, their eyes reflecting a profound shock. In the air emanating from the heavenly gate, they sensed an overwhelming aura of divine might, an essence characteristic of celestial weaponry. Such a potent divine presence surely indicated a high rank. With a mere display of power, for celestial weapons materialized before them, and they dared not reveal even a hint of avarice in their eyes, for it was beyond their grasp. Simultaneously, at the various strongholds of the demon clan across the Tianwu continent, dozens of heavenly demon emperors cast their gaze toward the eastern domain, their eyes filled with profound trepidation. They had all received a mission to encircle and eliminate the disciples of the Xianyao sect. What a predicament this was! The heavenly Tao seemed rather perceptive, orchestrating such extravagant phenomena, but I find it quite delightful. Lin Dong gazed at the myriad wonders adorning the horizon, filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated the arrival of the heavenly Tao, nor the multitude of extraordinary occurrences it would bring forth. Indeed, this added considerable prestige to the emergence of the Xianyao sect. He understood the reason for the heavenly Tao's visit. It was due to the significant contributions of the Xianyao sect to the continent. The disciples of the Xianyao sect had vanquished numerous members of the demon clan, effectively healing the wounds of the heavenly Tao and eliminating many hidden ailments. They had also recognized the formidable strength of the Xianyao sect, which would undoubtedly elevate the entire continent in the future. Thus, the heavenly Tao personally descended to congratulate the Xianyao sect on its emergence. With this thought, Lin Dong waved his hand majestically, conjuring an imposing phantom that seemed to descend from the annals of time, towering above the heavens, visible to all on the continent, striking awe into their hearts. The visage of the phantom was obscured, yet it exuded an air of regal authority, radiating an overwhelming divine might, akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm. "I am the Lord of Xianyao," Lin Dong proclaimed slowly, his voice resonating throughout the Tianwu continent. "Today, I declare to the world that the Xianyao sect is officially established. From this moment forth, the Xianyao sect shall reign supreme over Tianwu, becoming its foremost power. Henceforth, Tianwu shall revere Xianyao, and should anyone oppose us, the disciples of the Xianyao sect shall eradicate them." As his words echoed, the phantom above the heavens dissipated, and Lin Dong stood atop the peak of the rear mountain, surveying the vast expanse of the continent beneath him. "Let us first eliminate a few from the demon clan," he commanded, issuing several directives with a wave of his hand. If they remained unruly, they would merely be treated as corpses, for the dead do not resist. In that instant, the entire Tianwu continent erupted in fervor. Such audacity from the Xianyao sect! The position of divine sect in the eastern domain is not sufficient for him. Upon his emergence, he seeks to dominate Tianwu. Does he believe that possessing a few powerful emperors grants him the right to traverse the continent at will? To unify the Tianwu continent, without consulting the emperors of Tianwu or the guardians of the land? Let us not forget that the demon clan lurks with keen eyes. Indeed, the Xianyao sect's ambitions are exceedingly grand. Even I, the Lord, find myself compelled to acknowledge their boldness. In my earlier days, I stood with my hands behind my back, unaware of what a rival was, nearly succumbing to a throng of adversaries. Humph, to dominate the continent with such meager strength is insufficient. Could it be that they possess hidden powers? Mark my words, those great emperors will undoubtedly take action. They shall not submit docilely. A transformation is imminent across the continent. Meanwhile, throughout the Tianwu continent, the accursed celestial demon clan engages in fierce battles with countless disciples of the free and unfettered sect. At the moment Lin Dong announced his emergence, they were momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, numerous disciples of the free and unfettered sect faced ambushes across various locales. As shadows surged through the void, assailing them, the words of the sect master echoed in their minds, igniting a fervor within their hearts, stirring their blood to a boil, and driving them to battle with frenzied zeal. "This is the might of our free and unfettered sect." They felt an overwhelming pride in being disciples of such a venerable sect. "Disciple Lei Hao, I shall adhere strictly to the sect master's command." A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, as countless thunderclouds gathered, amplifying the sound to the farthest reaches of the sky. "Heavens, it is the thunder god!" someone exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 61. The emperors display their might. True gods descend. Disciple Lu Tianyi, I shall adhere strictly to the sect master's command. "It is Saint Lu." Disciple Ru Jing, I shall adhere strictly to the sect master's command. "It is the scholar sword sovereign." Disciple Jin Defa, Disciple Hu Mei, thousands of resounding voices rose, shaking the very foundations of the Tianwu continent. What a staggering number of powerful beings. 1,680 great saints, 666 saint kings. The sheer magnitude left countless people in awe. They were astonished not just by the quantity, but by the realization of their formidable presence. Among them, there were thousands of great saints and hundreds of saint kings. Such an abundance of prodigious disciples demands an immense amount of resources for their cultivation. Wait, this is merely the Great Saint and Saint King realms. How many more might there be? Indeed, as if in response to the thoughts of the onlookers, an array of terrifying auras surged skyward, radiating with the formidable power of the Tao. Disciple Yi Changsheng, I shall adhere strictly to the sect master's command. This aura belongs to the sword god. Disciple Lu Shuer, I shall adhere strictly to the sect master's command. So chilling, it is the ice goddess. Disciple Chenpingen. Disciple Ing, Disciple Xia Wudi. These rising terrifying auras unmistakably belonged to the quasi-emperors. How many is that? Someone numbly inquired. 99, and it shows no signs of stopping. This free and unfettered sect must possess far more powerful individuals, perhaps beyond our comprehension. A total of 168 quasi-emperors. Moments later, the one who had just spoken again remarked, his expression somewhat dazed. Considering this display, is there yet another wave of emperors descending? This cannot be. A man immediately retorted. But before he could finish his words, he stood frozen in place, disbelief etched in his eyes. For a formidable aura, imbued with supreme imperial might, manifested, swiftly enveloping the entire continent. It is the might of the emperor. Dozens of ethereal figures of emperors emerged throughout the vast expanse of the continent, bowing reverently towards the direction of the Xiaoyao sect. Among them, I recognized the Flame Emperor. In total, there are 66 formidable emperors. Good heavens, from whence do so many emperors arise? I pondered whether all the emperors from the myriad races could possibly rival such numbers. Witnessing this scene, the ancestors and powerful figures from the continent's leading factions were profoundly moved. They had not anticipated that the Xiaoyao sect possessed such strength. Perhaps it truly had the potential to unify the continent. These ancient foxes, wise from millennia of experience, chose silence. Aware that their current power was insufficient to compel them to take sides, they would wait until the opportune moment to align themselves. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, at the Alliance of Realms, the core of the myriad races on the heavenly martial continent, countless powerful beings had forged alliances over countless years to resist the celestial demon clan. Is there anyone here acquainted with the Xiaoyao sect? Perhaps an alliance with them could bolster our efforts against the celestial demon clan. What audacity! Since the age of the divine fall, for millions of years, who has dared to claim invincibility? Who among the continent has the audacity to declare themselves supreme? Numerous ancient elders and formidable beings from the Alliance of Realms emerged from their seclusion, quietly observing the unfolding events, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Merely relying on the strength of these emerging figures from the Xiaoyao sect may not suffice to dominate the entire continent. Dragon God, what are your thoughts on this Xiaoyao sect? An elder inquired, his gaze filled with inscrutable meaning as he looked at Long Chun amidst the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their contemplative eyes towards Long Chun. All present were of the rank of quasi-emperor or above, with many being emperors. Half of the continent's powerful figures were gathered here, including numerous beings who slumbered deep within the alliance. Everyone was eager to discern the perspective of the continent's foremost powerhouse regarding the Xiaoyao sect. Long Chun hesitated for a moment before responding. The Xiaoyao sect is shrouded in mystery, abundant in strong figures, and the strength of its sect leader is terrifyingly profound, even beyond my comprehension. However, if you seek my opinion, you have erred in your inquiry. Long Chun waved his hand dismissively and continued nonchalantly. I am merely a guardian deity, wishing for peace across the continent, indifferent to the rivalries among your factions. In the future, I shall seek an alliance with the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Should he decline, what can the Xiaoyao sect do to eradicate the celestial demon clan? If I, Long Chun, were to submit to him, what would it matter? After speaking, he gazed towards the horizon, lost in thought. Once the continent's most gifted talent, he had once aspired to embark on a path of no return in pursuit of godhood. Yet, as his mentor prepared to depart from this world, the previous guardian deity of the continent, it became clear that the myriad races must not be without a god. Reluctantly, he merged with the divine essence, becoming the new guardian deity of the continent. His only desire was for peace, allowing him to cultivate in tranquility everything else, including the role of guardian deity, was inconsequential. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the gathered crowd shifted, enveloped in an eerie silence. How could this be? Even Long Chun could not fathom the strength of the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Could it be that his power surpassed that of Long Chun? As the crowd gazed skyward, their expressions shifted with palpable fear, as if they had glimpsed something terrifying. At that moment, a colossal phantom emerged, enveloped in an overwhelming divine might that swept across the entire continent. I, Sure Hao, a disciple of the Xianyao sect. Convey the command of our sect's master. All disciples are to heed this decree. The phantom spoke, its resonant voice echoing throughout the entire Tianwu continent. They could distinctly sense this formidable aura, an entity of true divine realm, even more potent than Long Chun, radiating an immeasurable power, far surpassing that of Long Chun. Seventh level of the true divine realm, Long Chun murmured beside them. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with astonishment, realizing the gravity of the Xian Yao sect's might. Good heavens, a high-ranking true divine being, merely a disciple of the Xian Yao sect. Had he not proclaimed it himself, one would struggle to believe it. How many more powerful beings does the Xian Yao sect conceal? It seemed that with just this disciple's prowess, he could sweep across the continent. The crowd felt a sense of relief. Surrendering to such a divine sect was hardly a mark of shame. The phantom spoke again, declaring, in this chaotic world, with the demon clan wreaking havoc across the 5 regions, causing untold suffering, it is our duty as the hegemon of Tianwu to dispatch our disciples to eradicate the demon clan alongside all the races of the continent. As the words echoed, the phantom dissipated, igniting the continent into a fervor once more. Indeed, the divine sect is formidable, seeking to annihilate the demon clan at first strike. One man spoke with a hint of disdain, but was silenced in an instant, for his head was severed from his body. A chilling voice resonated behind him. Respect is irrelevant. In my grasp, you are less than a mere chicken. A figure cloaked in black emerged from the void, an apprentice of the Xian Yao sect, known as Dark Knight. How foolish to dare slander our sect from behind. With a disdainful kick, he sent the man's head flying, his face a mask of seriousness as he bellowed towards the heavens. Annihilate the demon clan for the peace of our continent, and elevate the name of Xian Yao. As these words fell, a cacophony of thunderous voices erupted across the continent. The imperial sounds enveloping all. Annihilate the demon clan for the peace of our continent, and elevate the name of Xian Yao. Countless disciples united in a frenzy, mercilessly slaughtering the demon clan. Simultaneously, numerous powerful beings of the demon clan emerged, relentlessly besieging the disciples of the Xian Yao sect, yet they were met with fierce counterattacks. Meanwhile, in the demon clan's domain, several terrifying presences soared into the sky. Chapter 62. 3 Vanquish the Demon Province, ruthlessly defeating the true demons. In the grand hall of the demon palace, the sound of shattering soul tokens echoed as hundreds of them broke one after another. Damn it! Why does the Xian Yao sect possess so many formidable warriors? Even such transcendent deities exist. Should he arrive, it is likely that Shui Wushang, standing in the grand hall, would be overwhelmed with fear, his heart tumultuous with chaos. Merely sending that deity could easily sweep through their Tianma continent. This cannot be allowed. I must report this matter to the Lord of Demons immediately. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Suddenly, Shui Wushang raised his head sharply, his expression gravely serious. Damn it! They have arrived so swiftly. His gaze fixated on the void beyond. How dare a peak emperor come here? Is he here to serve me? A cold sneer escaped his lips as he stepped forward, ascending to the heavens. A disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, sure, has come under the command of the sect leader to annihilate the Tianma clan of Tianma continent. At that moment, a demonic voice resonated, carrying immense imperial power that struck fiercely. Simultaneously, a black blade of light sliced through the void, exuding boundless demonic energy, aimed to cleave down upon the myriad demons of the Tianma clan. Sure stepped forth from the void, his gaze disregarding Shui Wushang as he charged downward. That audacious youth, daring to ignore me, Shui Wushang exclaimed in fury, preparing to intercept Sure. However, his expression changed dramatically as he bellowed. Who dares obstruct my path? Step forth. For before him loomed a surge of divine power, blocking his way. He could only watch helplessly as Sure plunged into the Tianma clan. Simultaneously, countless terrifying auras erupted, and dozens of Tianma emperors appeared. Sure engaged in fierce combat with those emperors, like a wolf among sheep. The blade of light descended, sending several emperors flying. And the boundless, perfected power of the Tao wreaked havoc upon the land of the continent, mercilessly decimating the Tianma clan, with innumerable demons perishing in its wake. A clear voice rang out. Hee hee, old demon, your opponent is me. A young man clad in white emerged, wielding a battle spear, exuding an extraordinary aura as he stood in the void. Shui Wushang halted, his expression grave as he regarded the figure before him, feeling an unsettling familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Before Shui Wushang could speak, the voice resonated again. I am Qin Tian, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, here under the command of the sect leader to annihilate the Tianma clan. The clear voice echoed through the heavens, a terrifying imperial might enveloping the entire Tianma clan. Qin Tian strode forth from the void, charging downwards. Hee, demon spawn, your uncle Qin has arrived. In an instant, Qin Tian conjured countless clones, racing toward the myriad demons, while his true form targeted several Tianma emperors. This scene unfolded with the speed of lightning, occurring within a breath. observing the spectacle of the two formidable figures below. In the span of a breath, countless demons fell, and Shui Wushang's eyes turned crimson with rage. Enough of this nonsense. Let actions speak. His expression turned icy as he brandished a scythe of death, instantly charging at the opposing Shihao. Very well, let actions speak, Shihao declared, sheathing his battle spear and surging forward with bare fists. Hee. Upon witnessing the scene, Shui Wushang's countenance twisted into a cruel mask, laughter echoing ominously from his lips. Yet, in the next moment, that mirth was extinguished, for he was sent soaring by the terrifying might of Shihao's fist, propelled into the heavens where blood rained down like crimson petals. Fortunately, he was not obliterated by that singular strike. Shihao, with a disdainful gaze, lifted his eyes towards Shui Wushang above, deeming the old fiend remarkably feeble. It seemed the ancient sorcerer was prone to fits of laughter. What was so amusing? Perhaps it was merely a benevolent warning he had offered moments prior. Otherwise, Shihao might have genuinely feared that a single blow would pin him to the void. After that punch, he had nearly been obliterated, and that would have left no room for further amusement. This continent harbored no formidable adversaries, having finally found one. He could not afford to let him perish under his own hand. With this thought, Shihao hurriedly ascended to catch Shui Wushang, delivering a series of devastating throws that struck with relentless force. Shui Wushang howled in agony as he was hurled through the air, his very organs expelled, devoid of any will to resist. Yet, amidst the torment, his mind was startlingly lucid. For he recognized Shihao, a formidable being of the 7th tier in the true god realm. In that moment, he felt the overwhelming aura of Shihao, and the pain coursing through him served only to sharpen his awareness. How dull this was. Perhaps it was time to liberate him. With a casual gesture, Shihao unleashed a powerful blow, annihilating Shui Wushang entirely, as a divine essence slowly manifested in the void, only to be shattered by the gust of his might. Typically, the souls of true god tier beings reside within their divine essences, nurtured by divine power, thus growing in strength. Hence, the adage, as long as the divine essence endures, the true god shall not perish. The shattering of the divine essence signified that Shui Wushang had lost all chance of revival. The once mighty leader of the celestial demon clan, a true fiend of great power, had met his end. Shihao called out to the two remaining combatants below, Qin, I shall return to my cultivation. This place is yours to manage. With that, his figure vanished instantly. It would be far better to cultivate in the eternal realm. When he returned to the land of no return, his master would surely be astonished. Only the two battle-maddened figures remained below, sweeping through the ranks of the celestial demon clan. The path resonated with a low hum, and a rain of blood began to fall from the heavens, staining the ground beneath the celestial demons. Ah, the demon! The leader has fallen. Flee! The celestial demon clan, upon realizing the demise of Shui Wushang, fell into disarray, scattering in all directions. Ji wielded the blood-weeping blade, delivering swift strikes that reaped the lives of countless celestial demons. His devouring body absorbed countless gallons of blood, along with the cultivation essence from Shui Wushang, as his aura steadily ascended, reaching a critical juncture. It seemed that should he harness an abundance of divine energy, he could instantaneously ascend to the rank of true god. Truly a terrifying individual, Qin remarked, shaking his head in awe, as he relentlessly wielded his staff, striking down the celestial demons scattered across the ground. The divine domain and the realm alliance bore witness to this scene, their countless strong warriors left in a state of stunned disbelief. Once again, 3 individuals took action, the last time they annihilated the Blood Fiend Pavilion. It was through the efforts of 3, and now, as they seek to obliterate the demon state, it remains the same trio. One cannot help but marvel at how the Celestial Wanderer sect cultivates such prodigies. Each of these 3 surpasses the other in extraordinary prowess. Setting aside the formidable Hao Shun, the Blade Emperor of the Celestial Wanderer sect is nothing short of terrifying, invincible among his peers. Even the pinnacle of emperors cannot withstand his strike. Such power could likely overwhelm even the 3 celestial emperors. Indeed, this Blade Emperor slays emperors with the ease of slicing through vegetables. And then there is the lad wielding the staff, with millions of avatars, each striking with precision. Oh my heavens! From the outset, he unleashed a devastating assault, resolving matters that had confounded the elders of myriad races for millennia, leaving them in disbelief. Was it truly this simple? Ah, our youthful champions have emerged. I never anticipated that I, Old Amo, would have the honor in my lifetime to witness the annihilation of the demon clan and the resurgence of the myriad races. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion, countless elders shedding tears, trembling with excitement. Indeed, with just 3 individuals, the Celestial Wanderer sect managed to subdue the demon state. An elderly man gazed in a daze at the scene, tears streaming down his face, trembling as if about to collapse, when a middle-aged man stepped forward to support him. Elder Xiao, do not be afraid. The Celestial Wanderer sect means us no harm. They are merely slaying the demon clan. The old man responded, I am overwhelmed with emotion. You know nothing. Go amuse yourself elsewhere. His face darkened, as the carefully cultivated sentiment evaporated in an instant. The youth of today truly do not comprehend the gravity of the moment. The elder shrugged off the middle-aged man's hand, who could only stand awkwardly by. I am Long Chun, calling upon all races of the continent to assist the disciples of the Celestial Wanderer sect in the extermination of the demon clan. At that moment, a voice of immense authority resonated across the continent, bringing everyone's thoughts back to the present. Chapter 63, The Day of Demon Slaughter, The Wrath of the Demon Lord. It is the guardian dragon, Long Chun. Everyone, do not hesitate, charge forth. Today marks the day of demon slaughter. I shall expend my old bones to slay a few demon spawn and contribute to our continent. Farewell, until we meet again. They had forgotten to lend assistance. Each person frozen in shock until Long Chun reminded them. Regaining their composure, they exchanged glances and promptly vanished from the spot. This encounter might very well be their last, as they could fall at any moment on the battlefield. Kill, together with the disciples of the Celestial Wanderer sect. Let us exterminate the demon clan and restore clarity to our realm. They have ravaged our homeland. Let us unite and eradicate this accursed demon clan. Simultaneously, various factions across the continent dispatched their strongest warriors to join the disciples of the Celestial Wanderer sect in the eradication of the demon clan. In the northern domain, the stronghold of the demon clan erupted into a terrifying battle. The entire sky stained blood red, as torrents of blood rained down, and the earth trembled with the fall of several demon emperors. In the void, countless silhouettes emerged. Among them were Yi Changsheng, Luo Yin, and Lu Shuer, fiercely battling their foes. Yi Changsheng confronted a heavenly demon emperor, the embodiment of annihilation. With a single stroke of his sword, a grayish blade of light surged forth, cleaving into the body of the opposing emperor, leaving him riddled with countless wounds, ultimately reducing him to mere fragments. The second one, he murmured, advancing towards yet another heavenly demon emperor. This marked his second confrontation with an emperor. He had recently vanquished one with his quasi-emperor prowess, a truly remarkable feat meanwhile. Luo Yin was also engaged in the void, facing two emperors. Consuming all in flames, the fire in his hands danced incessantly, transforming the entire sky into a sea of fire. No, what kind of flame is this? Ah, how I resist. One of the heavenly demon emperors was caught off guard, a single spark igniting him, and in an instant, he was consumed by the imperial fire. Luo Yin swiftly turned his attention to the remaining emperor, who could barely withstand a moment before meeting his demise at Luo Yan's hands. Lu Shuer descended like an ice goddess, each wave of her hand encasing numerous demon emperors in ice, shattering them in the blink of an eye. She had long lost count of how many formidable demon emperors she had slain. With the power of divine frost enveloping her, she transformed her surroundings into a frigid domain, instantly freezing countless heavenly demons. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, they were obliterated, leading to the fall of innumerable foes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This frost goddess is truly formidable. Her beauty is chilling. Observing from below, countless individuals felt their bodies stiffen, gasping in awe. Aside from the tranquility of the eastern domain, the other three regions of the continent erupted into chaos. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The continent reverberated with ominous sounds, each echo symbolizing the fall of a powerful being. As countless strong warriors met their demise, even the emperors were not spared. The war in the Tianwu continent persisted, with the Xiaoyao sect leading the charge, rallying myriad races to rise in rebellion, slaying countless of the heavenly demon clan. Many formidable warriors from various races also fell in battle, resulting in blood-soaked earth and an expanse of crimson in the void. Heavenly demons fled in every direction, pursued relentlessly by the myriad races and disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. The strongholds of the heavenly demon clan crumbled, their altars shattered beyond recognition. Witnessing this scene, countless powerful beings were filled with rage, intensifying their pursuit of the heavenly demons. In the divine realm, within the Lin family's elegant courtyard, the situation of the continent had been determined. The Xiaoyao sect's dominance was now a foregone conclusion. What are your thoughts, Emperor Lin? Perhaps you should join us on the path of no return. Hee, I shall refrain. You two may proceed. 3 ethereal figures sat together, their expressions solemn, as if deliberating significant matters. These 3 were no ordinary beings. Anyone who beheld them would surely be astonished. The convergence of 3 emperors was undoubtedly a discussion of momentous importance. The 3 individuals before us are indeed the renowned 3 emperors of the celestial martial continent: Emperor Lin, Emperor Yi, and Emperor Chu. Each of these sovereigns is a paragon of an entire epoch, their titles of emperor forged through unparalleled strength. Emperor Lin, have you truly made up your mind? Are you certain you wish to remain on this continent? With your proud spirit, how could you ever acquiesce to another? One figure spoke, incredulity lacing their tone. Humph, there is no need for further discourse. Those who walk divergent paths shall not conspire together. If you all intend to venture to the land of no return, I, Lin, shall not accompany you, the ethereal figure clad in white replied, his tone devoid of sorrow or joy. Then I, along with Emperor Chu, shall not impose upon you any longer, the figure reiterated, nodding towards another silhouette. Both exchanged farewells. Farewell, Emperor Yi departed first. The figure identified as Emperor Chu paused for a moment. Emperor Lin, may we meet again by fate's design. Farewell. A glimmer of profound meaning flickered in his gaze as he regarded Emperor Lin. The two ethereal forms dissipated, leaving Emperor Lin alone, lost in contemplation. In the land of no return, the domain of the demon clan, a thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens. Who dares to disrupt my grand designs? The furious bellow, imbued with formidable pressure, enveloped the entire territory. Countless members of the demon clan were forced to the ground, paralyzed by fear, suffering from involuntary bodily functions, blood gushing forth. Even the 5 divine kings were not spared, similarly immobilized under the oppressive force. Suddenly, the 2 figures of Yi Mei and Kuei Mo, who had been engrossed in secluded cultivation, were abruptly interrupted by this overwhelming pressure. Both spat blood, collapsing to the ground. Damn it! Who could provoke our lord to such wrath? Yi Mei exclaimed incredulously, a flush of red gracing her enchanting visage, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. As for the other 2 divine kings in seclusion, they too were forcibly interrupted, spewing blood, their breaths ragged, nearly experiencing a fall in their realms. The members of the demon clan were engulfed in terror, bewildered by the cause of their lord's immense fury. Within the demon hall, the demon lord pondered. Could it be the leisure sect spoken of by Wu Shang? After a moment of venting, the demon lord regained his composure, reflecting deeply. The destruction of the 5 altars indicated that a significant event had transpired in the celestial martial continent, one that even Wu Shang might not be able to prevent. This is of grave importance. It concerns my very lifeblood. The demon lord stood in the hall, his expression fluctuating between shadows of doubt and determination. This matter relates to the primordial power of the celestial martial continent, and as he now cultivates through this essence, it is intrinsically linked to his survival. If he does not personally investigate, his heart shall remain restless. It seems I must employ that trump card and, in the process, ascertain whether I can absorb the primordial essence for cultivation within the celestial martial realm. The demon lord contemplated for a moment, solidifying his thoughts. This was a contingency he had laid out 1,000,000 years prior, having refined a clone, a vessel of the celestial martial human race. He harnessed the essence and bloodline of the Tianwu continent for cultivation. Over the course of millions of years, that avatar had ascended to the pinnacle of the ancient god realm. His intention was to cultivate both bodies simultaneously, merging them upon his breakthrough to the divine emperor level. Now, it was time to test the strength of that avatar, while also sending it to Tianwu for further cultivation. How dare you disrupt my affairs? Once I descend upon Tianwu, I shall annihilate you all. A crimson light flickered in the demon lord's eyes, with the prowess of his ancient god realm avatar. Success in that diminutive Tianwu continent was all but assured. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Freedom Sect, Chapter 64, Elevating Subordinates Cultivation, the birth of 2 divine emperors. Inside the sect's grand hall, Lin Dong sat upon the principal seat, while several figures stood below. These individuals were the elders and guardians Lin Dong had summoned earlier, who had been out in search of talent for the sect. At the time of the Celestial Freedom Sect's emergence, Lin Dong had issued a directive to all elders and guardians, both within and beyond the Tianwu continent, summoning them to return immediately. Now that you have all returned, I appreciate your hard work during this period, Lin Dong said, his demeanor commanding and austere. The back courtyard served as his sanctuary, where he could be at ease. But here, he must embody the authority of a sect leader. After a brief pause, he continued, the purpose of gathering you all is to present an opportunity. At these words, the expressions of those present transformed into delight, and they promptly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, sect leader. They did not inquire about the nature of this opportunity, yet they understood that it would undoubtedly be significant. Behold, this is the eternal trial space. For several guardians and intersect elders, this is your opportunity. Step inside, Lin Dong declared, nodding as a black portal materialized in the air, beckoning 6 guardians and 6 intersect elders to enter the eternal space. Lin Dong refrained from further elaboration, as these elders were summoned to obey his commands unconditionally. His principle was to reward merit. The 12 individuals did not hesitate, obeying Lin Dong's instructions, and swiftly entered the black portal. As for the 6 of you, I shall elevate your cultivation, Lin Dong said, his deep gaze shifting toward the 6 individuals in the hall. Momentarily taken aback, the 6 soon wore expressions of ecstatic joy. The sect leader intended to enhance their cultivation? They stood in stunned silence, awaiting Lin Dong's next directive. Without a word, Lin Dong waved his hand, simultaneously activating the system to utilize cultivation enhancement cards. System, elevate the cultivation of these 6 individuals, using 2 realm enhancement cards per person. Ding! The host successfully used realm enhancement cards on others. In an instant, the aura of the 6 surged dramatically, prompting them to sit cross-legged. The 4 elders at the pinnacle of the Divine Lord realm were overwhelmed with joy as they felt their cultivation break through to the Divine Emperor realm, their levels ascending steadily until they reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Simultaneously, the esteemed elder Yi Tian and Su Li were also experiencing a surge in their cultivation, both stepping into the realm of divine sovereigns, striving towards the pinnacle of their power. You too should venture beyond the starry expanse to undergo your tribulations. Do not bring ruin to this Tianwu continent. Lin Dong's voice resonated calmly. Boom, boom, boom. Before his words could fully dissipate, several thunderous sounds erupted, reverberating across the heavens. As the sky erupted in a cacophony, both individuals simultaneously ascended to the status of divine emperors. Yes, sect master, they exchanged glances and together ventured into the starry void to face their tribulations. They arrived at a desolate region of the cosmos, each claiming a portion of the star domain. A fearsome tribulation formed ominously above them, brewing a cataclysmic tempest of thunder. This was the tribulation befitting those who had comprehended the profound laws of the cosmos and attained the status of divine emperor. A tremendous roar emanated from the ominous storm clouds as a colossal bolt of lightning descended. Yi Tian charged forth to meet the tempest, wielding the principles of the great Tao, relentlessly striking at the annihilating thunderbolts. He shattered one, only to be met with another. On the opposite side, Su Loi, undeterred by her femininity, exhibited extraordinary prowess as she faced the tribulation with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, in the starry expanse, countless ancient beings awakened, their eyes filled with a deep and terrifying intensity, witnessing the rebirth and destruction of myriad stars, all directed towards the same point. That location was the site of the tribulation faced by the 2 from the Xiaoyao sect, situated within the realm of Divine Wasteland. How could such formidable beings arise in the Divine Wasteland? One might ponder. Indeed, in such a seemingly feeble star domain, where perhaps only a few divine emperors existed, how could 2 divine emperors emerge? Was it not the awakening of ancient beings, breaking through their confines? Alas, the emergence of 2 divine emperors was likely still insufficient. May they awaken swiftly, for our time is fleeting. From the depths of various star domains, murmurs echoed, conversing across the boundless cosmos. At the grand hall of the Xiaoyao sect, Lin Dong sat in the esteemed position, feeling a tinge of ennui as he reflected. It seemed this was his second occasion convening in this grand chamber. Following this, the elders had all elevated their cultivation, enabling them to lead their disciples into the vastness of the cosmos for training. In a fleeting moment, the 4 elders utilizing the experience cards had completed their breakthroughs, standing respectfully within the hall. A reminder, perhaps these summoned individuals had not appeared in ages, causing them to be forgotten. The 4 peaked divine sovereign elders, Xiao Se, He Chao, Yu Jun, and Wei Tianqing, along with the 12 who had entered the eternal space, had all emerged. Among them, 6 were sect guardians, Duan Yuanji, He Ming, Tang Yun, Luo Tianwei, Mo Yin, and Han Changyu. Their realms had advanced from peak emperor to the 2nd tier of divine king. The remaining 6 consisted of 2 inner sect elders, Ji Wuhui and Bai Zhan, and 4 outer sect elders, Chu Fengsheng, Zhou Yuan, Hui Dao, and Mu Yunkai. The outer sect elders had ascended from peak true god to the 2nd tier of divine lord. The elder of the inner gate ascended from the pinnacle of the ancient god realm to the 2nd level of the divine emperor realm. A mere ant from the ancient god realm? Lin Dong's profound gaze fixed upon the horizon, as if nothing within the continent could elude his scrutiny. Master, shall I and a few others proceed to eliminate that avatar of the heavenly demon? Bai Zhan suggested as he stepped forward with a respectful gesture. Indeed. Let 4 of our guardians dispatch to slay this avatar, while the 4 esteemed elders shall confront and eradicate its true form. Lin Dong nodded in agreement, not declining the proposal. As for the heavenly demon clan in this forsaken land, let them remain for the disciples of the unfettered sect to deal with in the future. 8 figures departed, leaving only a few in the great hall. Very well, you may all withdraw. Lin Dong gestured for them to leave, indicating they should rest for a while before he assigns them further tasks. Yes, master, we take our leave. The few bowed hurriedly and exited. Left alone in the hall, Lin Dong gazed at the starry sky, seemingly envisioning two tribulation scenes. When he transcended to the Divine Emperor, he faced no tribulation, likely due to the system shielding him from it. Perhaps it's time for me to level up as well, he mused, initially intending to explore the cosmos before advancing. With his subordinates now at comparable levels, it was indeed time for him to elevate his own cultivation. He harbored no fear of revealing his cultivation, for he possessed the system, which rendered him impervious to scrutiny. Others could perceive nothing but a void. System, does ascending to the Ancestor God realm require a tribulation? Lin Dong inquired, intrigued. The Divine Emperor required a tribulation, but he was uncertain about the Ancestor God. Beep. To the host, ascending to the Ancestor God realm does not necessitate a tribulation. The Divine Emperor's previous tribulation has already secured the universe's acknowledgement. The Ancestor God begins to transcend the universe, comprehending its primal essence. Upon successful enlightenment, one becomes akin to a universe, beyond the reach of others. Chapter 65. Ascension to Ancestor God. The Demon Lord descends upon Tianwu. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Lin Dong realized that the typical route involved understanding to perfection before undergoing tribulation, and his cultivation had already reached its zenith in this realm. It was time to step into another domain. System, employ a realm enhancement card for me, and simultaneously impart all the secrets of the Ancestor God, he promptly requested. Eager for the system to utilize one of his remaining cards, the challenge of acquiring system rewards had gradually intensified. First, let me break through to Ancestor God. This level would suffice, as it represented the pinnacle within this universe. Beep. The host has successfully utilized a realm enhancement card. Lin Dong felt a surge of immense information flooding into his mind, and in an instant, he comprehended it all. The next moment, his cultivation soared dramatically, transitioning from the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm to the Ancestor God realm, ultimately halting at its peak. Oh, I did not anticipate that this starry expanse harbors such hidden talents, including several ancient relics. Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured to himself. In that fleeting moment, he had cast his spiritual awareness across the vast expanse of the universe, discerning several presences that matched his own realm. However, some of these energies were somewhat lacking, indicative of lower-tier ancestral deities. He patted his rear, speaking softly to himself. This chair is far too rigid. The Grandmaster's chair is much more comfortable. In an instant, he vanished from his original position. Meanwhile, in another part of the universe, an ancient and weary being opened its eyes, a look of suspicion crossing its features. A wave of trepidation washed over him, as if he were being scrutinized by some unseen entity. This sensation was unfamiliar, having not arisen for countless epochs, likely since the moment he ascended to the status of an ancestral deity. Thus, he found himself perplexed, questioning whether he had become overly sensitive of late. I hope this is merely an illusion of mine, he pondered gravely. After all, at their level of cultivation, such feelings could not arise without reason. They signified the foreboding of significant events. Alongside him, several other ancient beings also opened their eyes, experiencing the same sensation, only to close them once more in an instant. Concurrently, in the southern region, the Demon Lord's avatar descended. Hiss, how terrifying. The Demon Lord halted, gazing toward the horizon, his voice tinged with lingering dread. What realm does that presence belong to? Just moments ago, he had arrived from the never-returning land. A terrifying roar echoed from beyond the endless starfields. An invisible pressure enveloping the entire star domain, rendering him immobile, as though time and space had come to a standstill. Fortunately, it was but for a fleeting moment, as an unparalleled powerhouse intervened, dissipating the pressure that weighed heavily upon them, the weaker beings. Thankfully, this oppression was not directed at us. Ah, has it arrived? He chuckled sinisterly. It has been millions of years, Tianwu. I have returned. The Demon Lord stepped onto the Tianwu continent without encountering any attacks from its consciousness, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Ah, this delectable source of power. He stood still, savoring the sensation. How unexpected. Tianwu has transformed in such a manner. A fleeting glimmer of inscrutability passed through his eyes, his tone laced with arrogance. The decline of Tianwu is indeed attributable to my influence. It may yet become a shattered land in the future. I shall see who dares to disrupt my endeavors. With a cold snort, the Demon Lord expanded his spiritual awareness, swiftly bringing to mind the occurrences transpiring across the continent. Indeed, it is this carefree sect. Let's see what I shall do. His expression turned fierce, icy words forming on his lips, but they faltered in his throat. He found himself simultaneously locked onto by several energies, his body rigid and immobile. This is the aura of a divine king. How could this be? Wait, that presence belongs to a divine sovereign. An overwhelming terror surged within him. Disbelief etched upon his features. It is inconceivable. He is utterly incredulous. How could the Tianwu continent possibly harbor beings of the divine sovereign realm, let alone 4 divine kings? The audacity to possess even a divine sovereign raises the terrifying prospect of other formidable entities lurking within. This dreadful thought sends tremors through his entire being. No, he must urgently alert his true self to flee. With this realization, he silently resolves within. He is merely a fragment of himself. At worst, he would perish. But the death of his true self would be irrevocable. In that instant, his consciousness stirred, and a terrifying demonic light flashed, severing the bindings of several individuals instantaneously. This was a means bestowed upon him by his true self, which he had not anticipated would come into play. I still possess some means. Si Tu Feng murmured in astonishment, countering the attack and preventing any harm to the continent. Just as Si Tu Feng and the 4th young master of the Tang clan intended to detain the demon lord, they received a telepathic message from several individuals. Since it was an arrangement from the sect leader, they refrained from further inquiries and resumed their vigilance over the 5 domains of Tianwu continent. Fortunately, they had not been pursued. The demon lord stepped beyond the Tianwu continent into the land of no return, casting a wary glance over his shoulder. He had not anticipated the Tianwu continent to be so formidable, akin to a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. He must hasten to inform his true self to prepare for the impending confrontation. The demon lord swiftly soared toward the territory of the demon clan, simultaneously attuning his mind to relay the urgent message. Upon receiving the news, his true self responded, merely a divine sovereign and a few divine kings. I have my own plans. There is no need for excessive alarm. Boom. At that moment, several terrifying auras erupted before him, emanating from the location of the demon palace. My friend, let us discuss this matter. It is all a misunderstanding. I believe there has been some sort of miscommunication between us. A voice imbued with panic echoed. 5 figures soared into the sky, their overwhelming mastery of the laws surging forth as 4 of them relentlessly assailed the demon lord. However, they paid no heed to his attempts at explanation, their onslaught continuing unabated. The demon lord's expression darkened, struggling to fend off their aggressive attacks. Damn it! Aren't these 4 divine sovereigns? Why did my fragment refer to them as divine kings? Could it be that my fragment has been compromised? His mind was reeling with shock. Why did such powerful beings exist within the Tianwu continent, and why had they not acted sooner? A sharp pain surged through his lower body. You have gone too far. Do you truly believe I am so easily subdued? He roared in fury, feeling an immense sense of humiliation. He sensed an emptiness within him, as though something had vanished without a trace. Though he could reconstruct it at his level, the loss of face was irretrievable. With the flick of his wrist, the ghostly blade was unleashed, heralding the fall of the divine. Zhou Yidao drew forth a long blade from his waist, unleashing a terrifying blade light that cleaved toward the demon lord with profound mastery of the blade's essence. This is bad. I cannot evade it. The demon lord sensed the velocity of the blade's aura, flustered and overwhelmed, realizing he could not withstand this onslaught. The blade's radiance flashed, and as expected, he was sent hurtling through the void, propelled into the depths of the boundless cosmos, shattering countless lifeless stars. A few figures plunged into the celestial expanse, leaving no one to discern what had transpired. Meanwhile, in the land of no return. Chapter 66. The vulnerable demon lord. The situation in the land of no return. The demon lord, with countless avatars beyond the void, stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Before he could react, 4 formidable auras locked onto him. This is bad. The 4 divine kings have caught up. He fled in another direction, only to be besieged by a terrifying force, instantly obliterating his path of enlightenment. A breath later, Old Duan, you truly lack restraint, obliterating him to mere dust, while we Haven T even had a chance to intervene. Han Changyu flew in, gazing at the empty void, his hands itching with frustration. There's nothing I can do. I simply cannot control myself, Duan Yuanji replied, helplessly waving his hand, feigning innocence. Besides, I only exerted a mere 1,000th of my strength. It's his incompetence, not my fault. Never mind, let us hasten back. I wonder if the sect leader has further instructions for us. Mo Yen approached, acting as a mediator. Indeed, Brother Mo understands. They all nodded in agreement. The 4 figures simultaneously vanished from sight, leaving the void in serene silence. In the land of no return, the realm of the celestial demons. 5 celestial demon kings stood atop a mountain peak. They remained motionless, their expressions gravely serious, their eyes collectively fixed on the depths of the cosmos, each harboring their own trepidation. This time, our master is likely in grave danger. It is unclear why he has attracted such formidable enemies. After a long silence, a voice imbued with infinite allure shattered the stillness. Night Charm leaped into the embrace of the demon king, her enchanting visage tinged with a hint of sorrow. adding an exquisite charm to her presence. The demon lord had been in seclusion for millions of years, only recently emerging. It is unlikely he has ventured beyond his territory. How could he have provoked these powerful beings? The demon king stiffened, wrapping an arm around Night Charm's waist, attempting to soothe her distressed spirit. Do not be too sorrowful. My dear, trust in the demon lord's prowess. He shall surely evade this calamity. Allow me to escort you below to rest. With that, he lifted Night Charm and swiftly departed. Hunter of demons, what are your thoughts on this matter? Inquired one of the celestial demon kings, his gaze profound, lost in contemplation. After a moment of silence, the hunter of demons first offered a respectful bow to the demon king, then spoke thoughtfully. The appearance of these powerful beings is most irregular. We reside in the deepest recesses of the divine wasteland, and it is inconceivable for such strength to emerge here without reason. The demon lord's battle with such formidable adversaries may delay his return to the clan. Our tribe cannot remain leaderless for even a day. We may need you to oversee the situation. As for the rest, I dare not presume. Having said this, he respectfully regarded the Grand Elder. This individual is the most senior member of the Celestial Demon Clan, second only to the Demon Lord in strength. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Divine King realm. Eons ago, he was the one most likely to ascend to the position of Demon Lord. But with the emergence of the current Demon Lord, he missed his opportunity and could only settle for the title of Grand Elder. He is one man beneath the Demon Lord, yet above countless others. What do you think, Chiao? Asked Chogue, nodding in satisfaction as he turned his attention to the remaining Divine King. I share the same sentiment as the Demon Hunter. I implore the Grand Elder to take charge, replied Chiao, bowing respectfully. Hee, I too hope the Demon Lord resolves matters swiftly and returns to preside over the situation. I still need to enter seclusion for cultivation, said the Grand Elder. Chogue, hearing this, smiled with a hint of irony, his eyes flickering with an indescribable glimmer. It's better for him to perish outside. It saves me from taking action. This demon lord has held the position for countless eons. It is time for him to step aside. In the unreturning land, 5 figures, 4 men and 1 woman, stood as the leaders of the myriad races. They appeared throughout the unreturning land, their gazes directed towards the depths of the starry sky. The aura of the demon lord, after millions of years, has resurfaced. Perhaps a great battle is imminent. The other 4 auras were equally formidable, as if they were striking at the demon lord. Regardless of their actions, they seem to be buying time for our myriad races. The 5 whispered softly, communicating across the vast expanse. On the Tianwu continent, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The battles across the continent were nearing their conclusion, as the Xiaoyao sect and the myriad races joined forces to besiege the celestial demon clan, crushing countless of their kind, leaving only a few fleeing remnants. Although countless young prodigies from the Xiaoyao sect had emerged, many heroes from the myriad races had reached their end. They had survived through countless ages, their lifespans nearing completion, all to contribute to the continent, thus achieving a sense of fulfillment. As for the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, they traversed the continent, persistently eradicating the remnants of the celestial demon clan. Senior brother Luo, have you discovered more remnants of the celestial demon clan? Asked Lu Shuer, her beautiful eyes turning towards Luo Yan, who was hovering in the void nearby. Hearing her, Yi Changsheng replied, judging by junior brother's expression, it seems likely. Luo Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as he stated, indeed, there are numerous remnants of the celestial demon clan ahead in a mountain range, with the strongest being 2 emperors and several great demon monarchs. Follow me. The situation within the mountain range is dire. With that, Luo Yan stepped into the void first. Lu Shuer and Yi Changsheng exchanged a glance, both smiling faintly, and followed Luo Yan's lead into the void. In the divine domain, within the Phoenix Fall Valley, the clash against the celestial demon clan raged on, the sounds of battle deafening. Every moment saw countless individuals and celestial demons fall simultaneously. A shadow flitted by, and a sinister claw emerged from the man's chest, extracting his heart, which was seized by the celestial demon clan. Ah, exquisite, the taste of fresh blood. With that, the heart was devoured in one gulp, a look of ecstasy gracing the demon's face. Damn the celestial demons. The man stared blankly at this scene, his body succumbing to weakness as he fell from the void. I'll kill you, damn celestial demon. A rugged voice echoed. A middle-aged man, wielding a cleaver, struck down fiercely, instantly severing the head of the celestial demon, which fell with a lingering expression of delight. Ha, little demon brat, come down with your grandpa. Someone save us. I, the overlord of the continent, a disciple of the carefree sect, call for aid. Everyone hold on. Trust that someone will come to our rescue. Countless voices resounded through the mountains, various emotions swirling in the minds of the crowd. Disciples of the carefree sect, Luo Yan, here to eradicate the remnants of the celestial demons. Disciples of the carefree sect, Yi Changsheng, disciples of the carefree sect, Lu Shuer. Three voices rang out in the mountains, causing the crowd to pause momentarily before erupting with joy. Chapter 67. The Might of the Flame Emperor. The shock of Long Yanran, the disciples of the carefree sect, have arrived. Wonderful, there is hope. Luo Yan and his companions appeared simultaneously, standing at three different positions. A terrifying pressure enveloping the area. The Flame Emperor is here. Remnants of the celestial demons. Dare not cause mischief. Luo Yan's domineering voice reverberated through the air as he charged towards the celestial demon stronghold. Yi Changsheng and his companions did not lag behind, advancing towards their respective foes. Marvelous, it's the Sword God, the Flame Emperor, and the Ice Goddess. Brothers, hold on, we are saved. In their hearts, an infinite strength ignited, a primal desire for survival. As long as they could endure, salvation awaited them. Charge, brothers. United in purpose, they pressed the celestial demons back relentlessly. Sensing the tide turning, the celestial demons began to waver in their resolve. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the mountains, Junior sister, great news, we are saved. A handsome man cleaved through a celestial demon, then turned to a nearby woman. The woman stood transfixed in the void, her beautiful eyes gazing vacantly at the sky. She possessed enchanting features, donned in a fitted light blue dress, with long hair cascading down to her waist, a delicate waist, and long, fair legs. Lung Yanran, what are you doing? The man questioned, puzzled by his junior sister's demeanor. This individual was the outer sect's senior brother of the Lanyan sect, named Xia Sil. Having lost his father at a young age, he lived with his mother and uncle. His mother, deeply yearning for his father, named him Xia Sil in his memory. He had suffered from a heart condition since childhood, hindering his ability to cultivate properly. As for the woman, she was his junior sister, named Lung Yanran. No, I must have been mistaken. Lung Yanran gazed blankly at the figure above. At this moment, her heart trembled. How could this be? The silhouette before her overlapped with a figure from her memories. She could hardly believe it. The renowned Emperor Yan, who shook the continent with his might, was none other than Luo Yan. The man who once held a betrothal to her was indeed an emperor? She had been brought to Lanyun's sect by her master and had only left the eastern region for less than 3 months. How could he have ascended to such heights so swiftly? Suddenly, an urgent realization struck her. Junior sister is in danger, exclaimed Xia Sili, his pupils narrowing in alarm. He saw a celestial demon approaching not far from Lung Yanran. Be careful, he warned. Anxious, he swiftly repelled the celestial demon he was battling and rushed forward. The demon lunged toward Lung Yanran, extending a claw towards her left chest. Should that claw land, it would likely pierce her heart unless her defenses were formidable enough. Clang. The sound of steel scraping against steel echoed as the claw was halted just inches from Lung Yanran by a sword. In a critical moment, Xia Sili arrived just in time, raising his sword to defend her and subsequently slaying the demon. Junior sister, what are you doing standing there in a daze? Xia Sili shouted, standing before Lung Yanran. Amidst the fierce battle, he could not comprehend why she remained in a stupor at such a perilous juncture. Had he not intervened, she might have perished. In this act of gallant rescue, he hoped she would no longer reject him. Senior brother, it is him, Lung Yanran murmured, her lips trembling as her emotions struggled to settle. Who? Xia Sili queried, confused and anxious. Luo, is Luo Yan. What Luo Yan? Is he that waste? Xia Sili replied hastily, bewildered. He had heard Lung Yanran mention Luo Yan before, merely a good-for-nothing. He was puzzled as to why she would bring him up now. Xiaoyao sect, Luo Lung Yanran uttered again. Wait, she means, no, the disciple from the Xiaoyao sect was also named Luo Yan. Upon hearing this, Xia Sili's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be? Realization dawned on him, and fear crept into his gaze as he looked at Lung Yanran. There stood Luo Yan, displaying unmatched valor as he battled against 2 emperors high in the skies. How could this be? The cries of the crowd echoed around them. Emperor Yan, Emperor Yan. Xia Sili felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, left stunned and motionless. Luo Yan, Emperor Yan. How could I have dared to covet the emperor's woman? Suddenly, a sharp pain seized his heart. He coughed up blood, his body plummeting from the void. Senior brother, what is wrong? Lung Yanran cried out in alarm, rushing to embrace Xia Sili. However, upon discovering that his senior brother exuded not a trace of vitality, he was thoroughly terrified. Indeed, such causality was beyond what he, a being of the king's realm, could endure. Farewell, my senior, cold Yanran wept sorrowfully, gently closing Xia Sili's eyes. Once the war concludes, I shall see to your burial. Having completed her solemn task, she allowed Xia Sili to rest among the fallen and turned away. Had Xia Sili still drawn breath, he would surely have proclaimed, the jester is none other than myself. As for our Luo Yan, he remained blissfully unaware of the dread his name inspired, capable of striking fear into a life. He battled against the demon emperor amidst the celestial expanse. Flames cascaded from the heavens. Luo Yin unleashed an array of elemental forces. As numerous crimson orbs bombarded the two demon emperors, the ensuing explosions forcing them into a defensive stance. At this moment, he recalled Xiao Xianfeng. Recently, when Xiao Xianfeng had come to offer assistance, he bore no grievance towards Luo Yan. Rather, he invited him to visit. Xiao Xianfeng expressed that both he and his daughter held great admiration for Luo Yan. How could he possibly refuse such kindness? It was evident to Luo Yan that perhaps the man had intentions of making him a son-in-law. What could he do? Having seen everything, he was bound by responsibility. Simultaneously, a familiar figure surfaced in his mind, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. It was none other than Xiao Ling. She was the first woman to stir such excitement within Luo Yan. Their first encounter nearly led to an open confession. How could he not be moved? Throughout the battle, his thoughts lingered on another woman, while his body engaged in earnest combat with two emperors. Everything below faded from his perception. Even knowing Cold Yanran was present, he remained emotionally undisturbed. Since emerging from the eternal trial space, he had undergone a profound transformation, no longer needing to prove anything to others. As for the past, let it be carried away by the winds. Once the battle concluded, the three shattered the void and departed. Throughout it all, Luo Yin remained oblivious to the familiar figure gazing up at him from below. Cold Yanran watched Luo Yan's departing silhouette, her heart yearning to speak, yet uncertain of her standing. Indeed, he had ascended to become a revered disciple of the free and unfettered sect, the Flame Emperor. A bittersweet smile graced her lips, a sense of resignation washing over her. In matters of the mundane, he had likely forgotten her long ago. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, at the Chun family estate, under the cover of a dark, stormy night, Duan Liuda and his canine companion, Er Ha, stealthily traversed the void. Chapter 68. The duo of Old Six and Er Ha. The deadly sound of the Swana. Er Ha, come, apprehend him, Duan Liuda urged, his small eyes darting with mischief. Old Six, why have you brought me here? Er Ha inquired, shaking his head in confusion. Duanda's steps came to an abrupt halt as he turned to the husky, speaking earnestly. Just yesterday, I overheard the audacious words of this family's ancestors and descendants, who shamelessly slandered my Xiaoyao sect. Not only did they malign our reputation, but they also cower within their ancestral grounds. Who can tolerate such insolence? I, old Duan, shall take the lead. Let us eradicate them. Upon hearing this, the husky's clear eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if deep in contemplation. Husky, do not forget our mission, Duanda reminded once more, noticing the husky's demeanor. Who dares to speak ill of my master and our sect? I vehemently oppose it. The husky's eyes brightened at these words, nodding as if awakening from a slumber, albeit with a slight delay. Old Lu, let us go. Watch me obliterate them. It displayed a fierce expression, taking a decisive step forward. Their mission was to eliminate the pests plaguing the continent, uprooting them entirely. But no, it was Duanda's mission. The husky had been persuaded to join him, facilitating their endeavors. This was a matter of employing both grace and might. Without a touch of violence, it would be challenging to command respect. Our Xiaoyao sect can save the continent, but only for those who believe in us. As for those who slander and insult our sect from the shadows, let them fade into the annals of time. This refers to certain self-righteous forces sitting high and mighty, their arrogance soaring. As the husky stepped into the void, its countenance transformed into one of ferocity, baring its teeth incessantly. It had overheard the entire clan disparaging the Xiaoyao sect. The signs of those families were discussing how the Xiaoyao sect served as their enforcers, merely waiting for us to annihilate the heavenly demon clan before they would emerge, continuing to mock the Xiaoyao sect. If such is the case, then do not blame your second grandfather for taking action. Did I deceive you, old Duan? Witnessing this scene, Duanda understood something profound. He produced a swana and blew into it, the sound resonating through the air. Close the doors, unleash the husky. With a grand gesture, Duanda ensnared the entire Qin family within a formidable array. Oh whoa! The husky howled, extending a paw that transformed into a colossal claw, striking down upon the multitude of Scions gathered in a pavilion. Who goes there? Oh no, we are under attack. Flee! The Scions of the families scattered in a panic, their faces etched with terror as they cried out for help. They hastily employed their trump cards, treasures bestowed by their elders, but to no avail. The giant claw loomed over them, crashing down with a thunderous roar, leaving behind a massive paw print in the earth, suffused with imperial might. As for those Scions, their souls fled in terror, returning to the dust from whence they came. Who are you, esteemed one? A commanding and authoritative voice resonated through the air as a middle-aged man soared from the distance, accompanied by a multitude of shadows. The formidable beast, known as Era, remained silent, its expression fierce as it expanded in size, towering like a small mountain, reaching hundreds of feet in height. With a thunderous howl, Era unleashed a sonic wave imbued with terrifying power, echoing across the entire region. "Quick, brace yourselves," came the urgent cries, but it was too late. The shadows could not withstand the force, disintegrating into mere fragments. In that moment, not a single figure remained standing. The once mighty Qin family estate lay in ruins, reduced to rubble, all obliterated beneath the weight of that wolfish wail. "Who do you think you are looking down upon? I'm not even human," Era proclaimed, puffing up its chest with arrogance. "Where has Lao Lu gone again?" Era pondered, scanning the surroundings and realizing that Duan Leota had vanished once more. What is that fellow up to now? Suddenly, Era's gaze shifted towards the distance, a glimmer of intelligence sparking in its eyes as it sensed Lao Lu's presence nearby. Every time this happened, Lao Lu would disappear, claiming to seek some treasure, yet never revealing anything. "Who dares approach the ancestral grounds of the Qin family?" A furious voice boomed from afar, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that enveloped the estate in an instant. "I am your grandfather, Duan," Era retorted defiantly. "How dare you act so dishonorably?" The anguished cries of Duan Leota pierced the air, soon followed by a chilling silence as that formidable presence gradually faded away. "That was ruthless, Lao Lu. I must see what lies over there as well," Era remarked, feeling a shiver run through its body at the sound of the screams. Thus, the ancient lineage that had thrived for millennia met its demise at the hands of a single man and his dog. The next day, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who could have done such a thing? It's terrifying that a family of such stature, protected by a quasi-emperor, could be extinguished so quietly. What kind of formidable being has struck? These claw marks resemble those of a dog. Could it be some ferocious beast? Even the ancestral graves have not been spared. This method seems all too familiar. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each offering different theories. Among them stood a man in a green robe, trembling uncontrollably. "Mu, what troubles you? Were you perhaps overworked yesterday?" A man in a blue robe approached, patting the green-robed man's shoulder earnestly. There's no rush in reviewing the records. I can discuss this with your sister-in-law another day to ease your burden." "That's not it." The green-robed man shook his head, his voice quivering as he continued. "Yesterday, the Qin family sent word to me, speaking ill of the Xianyao sect." A profound silence enveloped the assembly, all eyes turning towards the green-robed man. The crowd, composed of powerful cultivators, overheard their conversation without pretense. "I see. I heard that the Li family faced a similar fate last time. Their ancestral graves were likewise swept bare, leaving not a blade of grass behind. During this period, numerous forces in the divine realm have mysteriously vanished, encountering the same fate. The people have discerned a commonality, instilling a profound sense of dread within their hearts. There is an overwhelming reverence for the celestial leisure sect. Indeed, I heard the sound of a Suona from the Qin family last night, and by the following day, their sect was annihilated. Could the Suona be a signal? Ah, yes. I recall hearing it the day before the Tianyin sect was destroyed as well. Similarly, the neighboring Qingyun sect faced the same fate. As the crowd engaged in fervent analysis and spirited discussion, they finally identified the shared trait. "Wait, everyone, cease your chatter and listen closely. That sound seems familiar." A man shouted, signaling for silence. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness. The crowd closed their eyes, attentively listening. From the distant east, the haunting notes of a Suona echoed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was indeed the sound of the Suona. A chill ran down the spines of the onlookers, who exchanged terrified glances and fled in panic. Chapter 69, Platinum Level Summoning Card, Tower of the Great Path. In the distance, a child stood atop a hill, playing the Suona. "Mother, how was my performance?" After a moment, the little boy ceased playing and turned to a beautiful woman beside him, his bright eyes blinking as if awaiting her praise. "You played splendidly, my dear. I hope that one day you shall be renowned across the continent," the woman said with a gentle smile, stroking the boy's head. "Thank you, mother," the boy exclaimed with a grin, waving his Suona with unwavering determination. "I will certainly strive to do my best." Unbeknownst to him, the melody he had just played had frightened away countless powerful beings from the divine realm. "Mother, what is that?" he inquired. "Duaner, do not point. That is a deity." At that moment, a formidable ethereal figure appeared above the continent, exuding an overwhelming aura. "I am Situ Feng, an elder of the inner sect of the Celestial Leisure sect. Today, I am here to convey the decree of our sect leader." The apparition spoke with a commanding authority, its resonant voice rapidly spreading across the continent. "By the decree of our leader, our disciples, in conjunction with the myriad races, have largely obliterated the celestial demon clan. We hope that, under our guidance, the continent will flourish in peace and prosperity. However, should any sect dare to provoke our authority, their fate will be akin to that of the celestial demon clan, vanishing from the Tianwu continent." Upon the conclusion of these words, no one dared to oppose. Concurrently, The celestial demon pillars in the 5 domains shattered, turning to ash. From this moment forth, the celestial demon clan would become a mere chapter in history. The era of the celestial leisure sect's dominance had arrived. In the courtyard of the celestial leisure sect, Lin Dong reclined on a grand chair, basking in the sun. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the main quest, dominate the Tianwu continent and become the foremost power. Rewards have been issued. Please check your status. That was quite swift. The task is already complete? Lin Dong stretched lazily, initially believing he had risen too abruptly, contemplating returning to bed for another slumber. Let me see what rewards await me. He hastily checked his accolades. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Qualification for 10 entries into the eternal purgatory space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 5 realm advancement cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 1 upgrade card for the 5 domains teleportation array. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 5 platinum level summoning cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Upgrade for the sect loyalty and identity token. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a reincarnation secret realm. The eternal trial space now opens, allowing a single entry per individual. With a potential elevation of up to 5 major realms. The temporal tower operates at a 10,000-fold flow rate. 1 year outside equals 10,000 years within. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 Grand Dao Divine Tower. 5 Domains Teleportation Array Upgrade Card. Enhances the 5 Domains Teleportation Array to a Cosmic Teleportation Array, enabling instantaneous transport to any location on the continent or in the cosmos. Platinum Level Summoning Card. Capable of randomly summoning a formidable being from the Divine Sovereign to the Ancestral God Realm. Sect Loyalty. The sect token can detect a disciple's loyalty. Should it fall below 70, the identity token will automatically detach, indicating expulsion from the sect. Identity Token Upgrade. Grants the ability to activate a protective shield 5 times a month, capable of withstanding attacks from individuals up to 5 major realms below the user's cultivation. Reincarnation Secret Realm. A trial space for disciples to refine their hearts amidst the mundane. Within, they assume various roles, experiencing diverse lives to enhance their life experiences, ultimately strengthening their soul power, temperament, and perseverance upon successful trials. Grand Dao Divine Tower. Contains the complete essence of 3,000 Dao laws. Those who have yet to comprehend the laws will instantly grasp one upon entry, while those already attuned to certain laws can achieve perfection in mere moments. Encompassing all aspects of multiple laws, one will instinctively grasp the most suitable Dao without any adverse effects. The term 3,000 Dao is a collective reference, encompassing all paths within the vast universe. This overwhelming array of rewards left Lin Dong momentarily dazed. The qualifications for 10 entries and the realm advancement cards were familiar to him. The 5 Domains Upgrade card proved to be quite useful, expanding the teleportation range to the cosmos, allowing sect disciples to venture into various regions for training. The elevation of the summoning card's rank was also significant. Its capabilities in the cosmos would serve the sect well. The sect loyalty feature is indeed a valuable asset. As the sect attracts more followers, loyalty may wane. Lin Dong felt it prudent to part ways with those lacking fidelity. The identity token upgrade seemed beneficial, ensuring the disciples' safety during their ventures. The reincarnation secret realm also appeared promising. The disciples of the celestial leisure sect primarily engage in diligent cultivation within the confines of the sect, lacking exposure to the complexities of worldly experiences. Thus, the recent rewards have arrived at an opportune moment. As for the opening of the eternal trial space, the system had previously mentioned it, and Lin Dong had been well prepared. The prospect of a 10,000-fold flow rate is indeed remarkable. When the eternal realm opens for some disciples to cultivate, it would be akin to a millennium of training while only a year passes in the outside world. The arrival of the Grand Divine Tower is truly exceptional. This magnificent artifact serves as a tool for the mass production of emperors. The prospect of achieving an emperor status for each individual is within reach, although it is regrettable that such rewards were not granted prior to their emergence. Lin Dong shook his head slightly, feeling a sense of loss. He believed that the previous opportunities for emergence fell somewhat short, lacking the grandeur it could have possessed. However, attaining the title of emperor is no simple feat. It necessitates not only the perfection of the great Tao's principles, but also the recognition of this world's heavenly Tao, culminating in the tribulation of thunder as proof of one's path to emperorhood. While instantaneously achieving the status of emperor is not feasible, attaining a complete understanding of the great Tao's principles in an instant effectively positions one as a quasi-emperor. In this light, there is no need to worry about the disciples who start from a lower point. the acceleration of time, and the availability of summoning cards, along with the formidable Grand Divine Tower, are quite promising. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that these rewards are indeed commendable, befitting a main storyline task that yields such bountiful benefits. Previously, Lin Dong harbored doubts about whether the system had been entirely depleted, fearing it would be unable to present any substantial rewards. However, it now appears that the system still possesses a plethora of treasures, which he can gradually extract. The system has proven to be quite considerate. Nevertheless, Lin Dong must concede that the system excels in its service, providing rewards that are particularly suited for the swift advancement of the Celestial Leisure sect. Ding. The host is overly complimentary. Ah, by the way, can the system summon specific individuals? Suddenly, Lin Dong's eyes brightened as he inquired, wishing to summon a deputy sect leader. This would allow him to take a more hands-off approach. Otherwise, when he ventures into the cosmos, there would be no one to manage the sect in his absence. The sect currently requires someone capable of leading. Summoning someone would be ideal, and Lin Dong would feel reassured by entrusting the future management to a system-summoned individual. Ding. In response to the host, you may specify the type of individual to summon. System, please utilize all 5 platinum-level summoning cards to summon them to the Eternal Realm, specifying a candidate for the deputy sect leader. Furthermore, use all rewards aside from the qualifications for the Eternal Space and the Realm Enhancement cards. Chapter 70. The 4 Divine Emperors and the Ancestral Deity. Mass production of emperors with a flash. Lin Dong reappeared in the rear courtyard of the Eternal Realm. The arrival of such powerful beings as divine emperors and ancestral deities could potentially overwhelm the Tianwu continent. Thus, Lin Dong decided it would be best to summon them to the Eternal Realm. Ding. The host has successfully used 5 platinum-level summoning cards. The summoning is in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a peak ancestor god, the vice sect master Gu Tianxing, and 4 peak divine emperors, core elders, Zhao Wujia, Jin Deshuai, Jian Wuhan, and Quang Tian. Ding. The host has successfully upgraded the 5 domains teleportation array card, allowing instant transportation to any location within the continent and the starry skies. The sect's loyalty and identity token upgrade has been successfully executed. The reincarnation secret realm has manifested, operating at 10,000 times the flow rate. The Tower of Great Tao has manifested in both the Tianwu and Eternal Realms. Well, fortune smiles upon me. 1 ancestor and 4 divine emperors. Lin Dong felt a sense of satisfaction, having struck gold this time. The cultivation levels of the other 4 elders are also adequate. 5 figures emerged from the horizon, standing in the void, their unseen pressure sweeping across the Eternal Realm. Simultaneously, dozens of elders cultivating within the Eternal Realm opened their eyes, startled by the presence. For peak divine emperors, how formidable! I must strive to cultivate diligently, lest I fall behind. With a slight sigh, the elders nodded in agreement and closed their eyes to focus on their cultivation. Hiss! Yet another group of powerful predecessors has returned. Their aura is terrifying. It resembles that of the 2 predecessors from a few days ago, truly fearsome. I must enter seclusion to cultivate and endeavor to catch up to the cultivation of my seniors. Countless disciples below were stirred, gazing up at the 5 figures in the sky with admiration, setting a personal ambition in their hearts. These disciples also possessed extraordinary cultivation, all above the rank of Saint King, nurtured in secrecy by Lin Dong within the Eternal Realm. The 5 figures appeared once more, standing before Lin Dong. Gu Tianxing, Zhao Wujia, Jin Deshuai, Jian Wuhan, and Quang Tian, we pay our respects to the sect master. They spoke in unison, bowing respectfully to Lin Dong. The dignified and composed Gu Tianxing, the majestic Zhao Wujia, the exceptionally handsome Jin Deshuai, the stern-faced Jian Wuhan, and the fiercely imposing Quang Tian all presented their reverence. Oh, there is no need for such formalities, Lin Dong responded with a nod, speaking with a calm demeanor. By the way, what about the whereabouts of these elders? Lin Dong contemplated, intending for them to oversee Tianwu while observing the starry skies. However, the Tianwu continent is not particularly suitable for their cultivation, and only the Eternal Realm truly provides the ideal environment for their advancement. Yet, the Eternal Realm exists independently from the cosmos, preventing them from perceiving the outer world. Aside from him, the master who can directly bypass the barriers of the realms, others within would be isolated. System. Is there a suitable location in the Eternal Realm for these elders to cultivate, where they can simultaneously observe the conditions of the starry skies and Tianwu? Lin Dong had no choice but to consult the system. Ding. In response to the host, the 4 sacred halls in the Eternal Realm meet the host's requirements. They are located beneath the main hall of the sect. Upon hearing the news, Lin Dong felt a surge of joy. He had always known of the existence of this place within the Eternal Realm, though he had not discovered it himself. He simply needed to inquire with the system. The 4 elders, you shall henceforth preside over the 4 divine temples of the eternal realm, safeguarding the Tianwu continent and the starry skies. Now, you may take your leave. I have matters to discuss with Tianqing. Lin Dong assigned tasks to the others and gestured for them to depart. Yes, sect master, we take our leave. Meanwhile, at the Xiaoyao sect, the sky resonated with a hum as an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A radiant tower descended from the heavens, gracefully landing atop one of the peaks of the Xiaoyao sect. The tower was colossal, soaring into the clouds, exuding an ancient and weighty aura. Its surface adorned with mysterious patterns that emanated the essence of profound laws, instilling awe in all who beheld it. What is that? Countless disciples rushed to the scene, their curiosity piqued by the imposing structure. At that moment, the air before the tower shimmered, and the figures of Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer materialized at the forefront. It is the senior brother and senior sister. They must know the purpose of this tower. Dear junior brothers and sisters, this tower is known as the Tower of Supreme Laws, a treasure of our Xiaoyao sect for enhancing our cultivation. Yi Changsheng declared with clarity. Within the tower resides the complete essence of 3,000 supreme laws. Those who have yet to comprehend any laws may enter and instantly grasp one complete law, becoming a sage in the blink of an eye. Those who have not yet achieved the quasi-emperor realm may step inside and attain the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation in mere moments. For those who have grasped multiple laws, they will achieve the fullness of all their comprehensions. What a miraculous undertaking! The ability to instantly comprehend supreme laws and attain quasi-emperor status. Guqin stood nearby, equally astounded. The prospect of an instantaneous elevation to quasi-emperor perfection seemed a feat only the sect master could accomplish. Could it be that the means by which the sect master elevates him is this? No. The sect master directly elevating him to the emperor realm must be an even more formidable method. The sect master's prowess is nothing short of miraculous, indeed. A wonder that even the divine cannot conjure. It is simply omnipotent. Having visited Yaowang Valley a few days prior, he is determined to recruit several outstanding disciples. Vowing not to disappoint the sect master's expectations. In an instant, one can achieve quasi-emperor status. This tower of supreme laws is truly terrifying, a treasure beyond compare. As the crowd absorbed this revelation, silence enveloped the scene, each individual left in a state of shock. This is magnificent. Does that mean we need not cultivate anymore? We can simply enter and attain quasi-emperor perfection, exclaimed one disciple. By my mother's grace, she need no longer worry about my cultivation. Kuan quickly returned to the sect. We have discovered something extraordinary. Moments later, excitement erupted throughout the gathering, with disciples eagerly notifying their close companions to return to the sect. This sacred ground is accessible to disciples of the outer sect and above, and entry is granted with a token, allowing junior brothers and sisters the opportunity to try their luck. Finally, Yi Changsheng smiled gently, encouraging everyone to venture forth and explore the possibilities within. As for the disciples of lesser status, they should not feel disheartened. With diligent cultivation and contributions to the sect, they may ascend to the rank of outer disciples, thereby gaining access to greater resources for their training. In the future, the sect will issue tasks. The more contributions one makes, the greater the opportunity for elevation and status. Yi Changsheng was equally astonished, for it was his master who summoned him, conveying the directives set forth by Lin Dong, who also guided the disciples into the realm of cultivation. Once the token bore the information of this tower, no further introduction would be necessary. The system for distributing cultivation resources was also conceived by Lin Dong. Disciples would enjoy certain privileges, albeit in moderation, thus fostering their enthusiasm for cultivation. In essence, it was a means to encourage them to strive harder. Moreover, many of the sect's facilities and mechanisms would be allocated according to the disciples' ranks. Each disciple's allotted time within the spatial tower for cultivation would be determined by their status, granting them specific days each month. The Eternal Realm was accessible only to those who had attained levels above the God King. Upon reaching such heights, the cultivation process necessitated the passage of time. A single retreat for cultivation could span millennia, and the accelerated flow of time was ideally suited for their needs. Within these facilities, they would cultivate at a 10,000-fold speed. Yet their bone age would not increase 1,000-fold, nor would their lifespan diminish at the same rate. The flow of bone age and lifespan would remain consistent with the external world. Simultaneously, the recruitment of lesser disciples would no longer prioritize innate talent, but rather focus on character, perseverance, and various other attributes. All disciples would be required to undergo rigorous evaluations, distinguishing themselves from the multitude, progressing from outer to inner disciples step by step. Chapter 71. The tide of ascendancy shakes the continent, senior brothers and sisters. We shall enter first. Apologies, junior brother Cohen, for your trip here was in vain. I shall proceed ahead. I hope you enter the outer sect soon. I understand. You have my best interest at heart, sharing good fortune with me at the earliest opportunity. I shall cultivate diligently to become an outer disciple as soon as possible. The surrounding disciples, upon hearing these words, felt an indescribable excitement and swiftly entered the tower. Meanwhile, those lesser disciples unable to enter vowed silently to exert themselves in their training. Most of them had not yet reached the threshold of becoming quasi-emperors, striving to close the gap upon returning to the sect. Wonderful. This way, I, Wang Tong, shall have the opportunity to attain emperor status. Among the crowd, a familiar figure clad in blue trembled slightly, equally filled with exhilaration at the prospect of becoming the first emperor in the history of the Wang family. Senior brother. Senior sister, I shall also enter ahead. He greeted Yi Changsheng with a nod before vanishing into the tower. Everyone extended their greetings to Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer. Very well, go ahead. The two smiled and nodded in response. Changsheng, let us also enter. Lu Shuer suggested, noticing that many had already gone in. It was their turn now. All right, Shuer, we shall proceed. Yi Changsheng nodded and entered the tower alongside Lu Shuer. Upon entering, Yi Changsheng realized that Lu Shuer had vanished from his side. Ah, the profound essence of the Tao. As Yi Changsheng stepped forward into the tower, he was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of Tao. Before his eyes unfolded an endless expanse of magnificent starry rivers and boundless powers of the Tao, wrapping him entirely in their embrace. He felt his own aura surging uncontrollably, and his comprehension of the Tao's principles was ascending at an astonishing pace. It was terrifying. The speed was exhilarating, pushing him to the brink as his realm rapidly advanced. In an instant, he realized that he had perfected 3 principles of the Tao, simultaneously reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Could it be that he had achieved the consummation of the quasi-emperor realm so swiftly? Yi Changsheng was utterly astounded. He had merely taken 2 breaths, and it was done. Barely 3 seconds had passed. Suddenly, an overwhelming force gripped him, pulling him away. In a whirlwind of cosmic transformation, he found himself outside the tower once more. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was about to speak, a series of thunderous roars erupted above him. Yi Changsheng looked up to behold several clusters of tribulation clouds in the sky, with some individuals undergoing their tribulations. This group of junior brothers and sisters was astonishingly talented, achieving their proof of the Tao at such an incredible pace. Yi Changsheng couldn't help but marvel at their prowess. Alas, his own tribulation was upon him. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable aura locking onto him, a pervasive atmosphere of destruction descending. Boom, boom, boom. A mass of thunderclouds appeared above him, rapidly coalescing and forming, their size multiple times greater than those of his fellow disciples. Thunder dragons writhed within the storm, and a terrifying bolt of tribulation thunder rained down upon Yi Changsheng. A mere thunderous trial dares to obstruct my ascendance to emperor? Yi Changsheng charged towards the tempest, wielding his sword across the 9 heavens, unleashing an immeasurable sword radiance that instantly shattered the colossal tribulation. Simultaneously, waves of formidable thunderbolts surged forth, akin to gigantic thunder dragons rushing towards him, their terrifying force threatening to engulf him. Myriad swords converging towards the ultimate truth. Yi Changsheng manifested countless swords of Tao principles, surging upwards against the tribulation. This tribulation is truly formidable. No wonder he is the senior brother. His innate talent is extraordinary, and his tribulation exceeds that of his peers by several fold. Kuan, I must take my leave. I am heading to the time-space tower for cultivation. Zong, wait for me. Let us go together. Below, countless disciples gazed in awe at this spectacle, their hearts shaken. The consummation of the quasi-emperor realm, a height unattainable for many. After proving the Tao, one stands at the pinnacle of combat power on the continent. They silently marveled at the might of their sect leader, who possessed such extraordinary means of creation. On the other side, in the Tianwu continent, the sword god is incredible, such a formidable thunder tribulation, and he has actually overcome it. Indeed, those who practice the sword are fierce individuals, charging into the storm to disperse the tribulation with sheer force. How many has he surpassed? 18, perhaps more? The people of the continent gazed blankly at the heavens, witnessing the tumultuous thunder tribulations as dozens achieved their proof of the Tao, becoming emperors. From the initial shock that engulfed their hearts to the present numbness, the scene before them was utterly terrifying. Who among them had ever witnessed such a grand spectacle? 18 great emperors simultaneously undergoing tribulation was an event unparalleled throughout the ages. Never before had such a magnificent and glorious sight been seen. Not even during the illustrious golden age preceding the primordial era. It was nothing short of a celestial act defying the heavens. Only a revered ancient sect like the Celestial Wanderers could orchestrate such a monumental event. The fortunate witnesses felt as though they had been blessed in this lifetime, perhaps indicating that under the guidance of the divine sect, the continent might truly surpass the brilliance of the ancient past. Indeed, as all things awaken and spiritual energy thickens, the laws of the Great Path no longer suppress, and even the powers of the divine begin to manifest more abundantly. All of this is attributable to the divine sect. Even the emperors of the continent, previously filled with pride, found their arrogance dissipated. Each emperor, acknowledged by the heavenly way, sensed the unprecedented anomalies of the continent. Being the closest to the Great Path, it is likely that, in the near future, an unmatched golden era will dawn upon them. At this moment, in the backyard of the Eternal Realm, only Lin Dong and Gu Tianxing remained. Tianxing, you must understand the reason I have retained you, Lin Dong said, gazing at Gu Tianxing with a gentle smile. Gu Tianxing understood and responded, please instruct me, sect master. Very well, Lin Dong replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. I shall lay out several tasks for you, as I have just thought of them. Gu Tianxing listened intently. The first task is to establish the sect's regulations, such as the task hall, the punishment hall, and the allocation of cultivation resources for the disciples. The second task is to construct a city of leisure at the foot of the mountain in the future. The third task is to recruit a new batch of disciples. The vastness of the starry sky cannot be conquered with our current numbers alone. The most crucial matter is our campaign in the cosmos. The goal of the celestial wanderers is to become the foremost power across all realms. For the celestial campaign, you may first gather the disciples for a period of secluded cultivation, then venture into the uncharted territories of the heavens to dominate a star domain. You can manage those details as you see fit. Lin Dong reclined in his armchair, stroking his chin, and continued his discourse. Gu Tianxing stood still, awaiting his turn to speak. Lin Dong rose again, continuing, Tianxing, during this time, the management of the sect will fall to you. Although the task is formidable, I have high hopes for you and believe you can accomplish it splendidly. He then patted Gu Tianxing's shoulder, embodying the confidence of a leader in his subordinate. Rest assured, sect master, I promise to fulfill the tasks assigned to me, Gu Tianxing replied, a mix of surprise and determination evident on his face. He had not anticipated the profound kindness and regard the sect leader held for him, immediately assigning him such significant responsibilities. In his heart, he silently vowed to fulfill the tasks entrusted to him by the leader, striving not to betray the trust placed in him. Suddenly, Lin Dong's eyes sparkled, and a faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 72. Summoning the 5 Divine Emperors, the carefree Taoist remarkable indeed, 66 Emperors. The newly emerged Divine Tower, alongside the Tianwu continent and the Eternal Realm, had given rise to such a multitude of emperors. Witnessing this scene, Lin Dong felt an immense satisfaction. The Eternal Realm lies beyond the universe. Those who ascend will not face heavenly tribulations. In the future, having disciples with an average of emperor status will be merely standard practice. Regarding the disciples participating in the continental battles, let them be rewarded. The auxiliary disciples could be granted an opportunity to enter the Divine Tower, while the rest shall be at your discretion. Speaking of disciples, there is a slight deficiency among the elders of the sect. System, utilize 10 golden summoning cards. Lin Dong almost forgot about this matter and promptly summoned a few individuals to assist Gu Tianxing. After all, as the vice sect leader, it would be unreasonable not to have a few subordinates, which would also alleviate some of his burdens. Beep. The host has successfully used 10 golden summoning cards. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired 5 inner elders at the peak of the Divine Lord Realm. Yining, Fang Yingjia, Tian Xiao, Qin Feng, and Luo Qi, and 5 core elders at the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor Realm. Yu Wentu, Xiao Ma Xuan, Ouyang Xiu, Shimen Luoxue, and Bai Fian. 10 figures materialized in the sky, 8 men and 2 women. The men exuded maturity and composure, while the women possessed striking beauty. Each bore the token of the carefree sect, their formidable auras sweeping through the air. The disciples below looked up, their expressions filled with excitement and curiosity. The return of 10 elders hinted at significant developments within the sect. Could it be that they were about to break through the Tianwu continent and conquer the cosmos? In the blink of an eye, the 10 figures vanished, only to reappear before the courtyard. We pay our respects to the sect leader, the 10 elders bowed in unison. Respectfully greeting Lin Dong. There is no need for such formalities, he replied. Tianxing, these 10 elders will henceforth follow your directives. Lin Dong's gaze swept over the group, a gentle smile playing on his lips, ultimately resting on Gu Tianxing. This gentleman is my vice sect leader. We pay our respects to the vice sect leader. The elders exclaimed in astonishment, hastily bowing to Gu Tianxing. Please forgive us, vice sect leader. We did not recognize your esteemed presence. They all sensed the terrifying depth of his cultivation, not realizing he was the vice sect leader. Fear not, ignorance is no crime. There is no need for such formalities. Esteemed elders, Gu Tianxing replied with a mild smile, unfazed by the situation. The sect leader has only just appointed me to this position. I will require your cooperation in the future. He understood that these individuals would be his future subordinates and deemed it unwise to offend them all at once, opting instead to let the matter pass. All right, esteemed elders, you may take your leave. I have some important matters to discuss with Tianxing. Yes, sect master. We take our leave. Afterward, Lin Dong shared some secrets with Gu Tianxing before instructing Sidu Feng to guide him in familiarizing himself with the sect. Lin Dong then sent a message to the fourth young master of the Tang family, summoning them back to guard the 4 heavenly gates. In a flash, Lin Dong reappeared in the rear courtyard of the Tianwu Xianyao sect. With a wave of his hand, a figure materialized. It was none other than his master, the free and unfettered Taoist. The venerable ancestor of the sect, the free and unfettered Taoist, stood there with the demeanor of a storyteller. He paused, realizing something was amiss. "Ah, my dear disciple, what brings you to seek me?" he inquired, noticing Lin Dong beside him. It dawned on him that Lin Dong had summoned him for a reason. "Master, please take a seat. Why such excitement? Why don't I see my master mistress?" Lin Dong replied with a faint smile, summoning a grand armchair and a cup of tea. "Ah, my disciple, you have struck a nerve. I was in the midst of recounting the glorious tales of our sect to those outside, and here you are, interrupting my flow. You have no idea how the young ladies below gaze at me with such affection and admiration while I narrate. To suddenly whisk me away without a word. What a scoundrel you are." He berated Lin Dong, his words laced with playful reproach for disrupting his good fortune. In this realm, only he dared to speak thus to Lin Dong. Others would scarcely be worthy of even the grass upon their graves. "Haha, master. I intend to venture beyond Tianwu and explore the stars. I thought to inquire if you might wish to accompany me," Lin Dong said, laughing heartily to change the subject. His gaze fixed on the free and unfettered Taoist to gauge his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the free and unfettered Taoist paused, contemplating for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. "The starry skies? I haven't even fully explored Tianwu yet, and there are many who still look to me here on the continent. You may go on your own. I shall not accompany you." "Very well then. I shall go alone," Lin Dong replied, not particularly surprised. It seemed likely that his master would only venture beyond the stars once he grew weary of the continent. "By the way, my disciple, you are not fulfilling your duties as sect master adequately." Suddenly, the free and unfettered Taoist's expression turned serious as he glared at Lin Dong. Lin Dong was taken aback, and before he could respond, the Taoist continued. "When my disciples are out and about, even I, their ancestor, am not recognized. When will you erect a few statues in my honor?" Initially, Lin Dong thought he had something substantial to say, only to realize it was merely about this matter. "It's not a big deal. Perhaps we should forego the statues. However, I assure you, in the future, all disciples of the free and unfettered sect shall recognize you." Lin Dong chuckled softly, gesturing grandly as a series of commands emanated from him. He transmitted the information about the celestial wanderer, along with details concerning Elder Gu Tianxing and others, into the tokens, ensuring that every disciple would recognize them. "Rest assured, upon entering the sect, the first piece of information they receive from the tokens will be to know you," he assured. This was indeed necessary to prevent these younger generations from being oblivious to greatness. "Oh, I almost forgot the main matter," Lin Dong continued with a smile. "Master, is your cultivation sufficient?" He promptly added, "Allow me to enhance your cultivation once more." Communicating with the system in his mind, he requested, "Provide my master with 5 realm enhancement cards." Lin Dong had no intention of sending his master to the eternal space. After all, he was an old soul and did not wish to subject him to hardship. A mere handful of enhancement cards would suffice, granting him the strength of the divine realm to revel in for a time. Before the celestial wanderer could speak, his aura began to surge dramatically. That familiar sensation returned. "This devoted disciple truly understands," the celestial wanderer mused inwardly. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he closed his eyes. Instantly, the divine aura surged around him, thrumming with intensity, as countless streams of divine energy were drawn into his consciousness, slowly coalescing into a divine core. Simultaneously, he radiated an aura of the true God realm, permeating the entire Tianwu continent, yet his power continued to escalate. Up we go. It felt akin to soaring through the skies. The celestial wanderer's aura shot upward, reaching for the heavens, nearly breaching the cosmos. Cultivation is an unattainable dream in this lifetime. How wonderful it is to have a prodigious disciple. Advancement is as effortless as breathing. Observing this, Lin Dong waved his hand, isolating the celestial wanderer in a separate space. He was not yet prepared to reveal the Tianwu continent so soon. The disciples were still inexperienced and needed time. The future would see them conquer the stars. Meanwhile, on the Tianwu continent, Countless individuals gazed toward the direction of the Celestial Wanderers sect, their faces etched with astonishment. They were engulfed by an overwhelming pressure, rendered immobile or compelled to prostrate themselves. Moments later, as the pressure dissipated, everyone was drenched in sweat, some even trembling in fear. Goodness, I could barely breathe. That direction belongs to the Celestial Wanderers sect. It's a true God realm powerhouse. How terrifying. The Emperor's frenzy has not yet subsided. Could it be that it is time for the disciples of the divine sect to ascend? Who among our brothers has achieved a breakthrough? Get up, you coward. You're an emperor. Can't you be a bit more dignified? All were left shaken, speaking in hushed tones, having survived yet another harrowing experience. They had endured the tumult of heavenly tribulations, which had yet to cease, and now faced the might of ascension. After these events, the Celestial Wanderers sect had become a sanctified entity in the hearts of the people of the Tianwu continent. If my son could enter the divine sect, even as a humble servant disciple, it would be a commendable achievement. You are thinking too highly of yourself, with your family's ancestral grave continuously emitting green smoke. It seems unlikely. With the extraordinary talent of this sovereign, even serving as a guard would be beneath him. Haha, my son Wang Tung has indeed flourished, managing to join the divine sect as an outer disciple. I am astonished by Wang Tung's remarkable success. I wonder if young Master Wang is already married. My daughter, at the tender age of 18, is divorced and has 2 children. Quickly, bring forth substantial gifts. Our family intends to propose to the Wang family. Upon hearing this, a clan leader felt an overwhelming excitement and hastily summoned the steward to prepare gifts for the visit. My lord, are you mistaken? Hasn't the young lady been married to the son of the Zhao family for several years? You know nothing. A divorce is still a divorce. I command you to go. So go. Yes, my lord, I shall go at once. The steward promptly agreed and hurried away, muttering to himself about the young lady's 2 children. However, the clan leader was confident, believing that with his daughter's captivating beauty, young Master Wang would find it irresistible. He felt assured of success and began contemplating the wedding arrangements. Today's youth are drawn to such prospects. With his daughter's attributes, the allure is undeniable. Young Master Wang would likely be unable to resist. It is a matter of certainty. I have heard that the guards of the divine sect are of emperor-level cultivation. I have resolved to seek a position there, as it would be far more beneficial than remaining with this outdated ancestor. Haha. I know a disciple of the carefree sect who said that even emperors might struggle to gain entry into the divine sect. I believe you might find yourself relegated to a menial task there. Humph, if I could join the carefree sect, what would it matter even if I had to perform menial labor? Do not forget the previous tribulations of the lightning trials. It is likely that even that opportunity is beyond your reach now. You dream of becoming a dung-scooping emperor, huh? You dare to mock me? Countless individuals engaged in conversations from afar. During this period, the people of the continent witnessed the emergence of numerous prodigies from the divine sect. A fervor swept across the continent as multitudes aspired to join the carefree sect. Their hearts brimmed with longing. Even if it meant stooping to menial tasks within the divine sect, they would seize the chance. Even emperors yearned for such opportunities, for it was a pathway to divinity. Many sought to visit the carefree sect but were halted at the celestial steps, eagerly anticipating when the sect would open its doors to disciples. Meanwhile, in the divine star domain, countless star realms exist, each vast beyond measure, containing millions of planets and continents. The divine star domain is separated from the divine wasteland star domain by several star realms and is the strongest among 10 surrounding star realms, rumored to be under the protection of a divine emperor. The Taitsong divine sect has existed for countless ages, reigning as the sole dominant force among these 10 star realms. The surrounding realms are all under their control, with countless powerful beings gathered here. Numerous divine emperors and divine sovereigns maintain their presence, and it is said that even divine emperors remain hidden within. Within a magnificent and grand temple, 6 divine thrones are arranged, from top to bottom. They represent 3 tiers, a single throne at the highest position, followed by 2, and finally 3 at the lowest. Upon these 6 thrones sit ethereal figures engaged in discourse, their genders indiscernible and their dignities shrouded in ambiguity. Recently, 2 newly ascended divine emperors have emerged in the divine wasteland star domain. What are your thoughts on this matter? A voice, imposing and authoritative, resounded, emanating from the figure seated upon the highest throne. This individual is none other than the Taitsong Divine Emperor, the founder of the Taitsong Divine Sect, and the most formidable among the 10 star domains, having attained the 4th level of Divine Emperor cultivation. The remaining 5 individuals are also divine emperors of the Taitsong Divine Sect, awakened by the recent thunder tribulation to deliberate on plans. Divine Lord, I believe that their prolonged absence from our sect indicates they are unaware of our existence. It would be prudent to send someone to negotiate an alliance. An ethereal figure spoke after a moment of silence, exuding an overwhelming authority. This individual is known as the Blazing Flame Divine Emperor, one of the elders of the Taitsong Divine Sect, possessing the third level of Divine Emperor cultivation. These strong beings must be utilized by our sect. Should they refuse, we shall resort to our traditional methods. Moyu Divine Emperor, what is your perspective on this? The Blazing Flame Divine Emperor concluded with a cold snort, directing his gaze towards another Divine Emperor below. I have no objections. You may proceed as you see fit, replied the Divine Emperor in question with a similar disdainful grunt. Refraining from further discourse, this Divine Emperor is named Moyu Divine Emperor. Originally not a member of the Taitsong Divine Sect, he was ensnared by their underhanded tactics and bound by an oath to serve them for 1 billion years. He was once the foremost powerhouse of the Divine Guardian Star Domain, one of the 10 surrounding star domains, having achieved his Divine Emperor breakthrough millions of years ago. However, when several Divine Lords came to compel him to submit to the Taitsong Divine Sect, he, as the strongest of the Divine Guardian Star Domain, could not tolerate such indignity and annihilated them with a mere gesture. Months later, the Tianyu Divine Emperor and the Blazing Flame Divine Emperor approached him with the same demand for allegiance. Both were his superiors in strength. He intended to flee, yet they had long been in ambush, capturing his friends and family to coerce him into submission. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to their demands and swore an oath. Their traditional methods referred to this very coercion. He silently scorned their approach, aware that over time, it could provoke a catastrophic backlash. Each star domain had its own guardians. Any emissaries sent would collaborate with the locals, leaving one to relay messages back to headquarters. Their powerful individuals and prodigies had similarly risen to prominence through sheer strength, absorbing all around them. Non-compliance meant obliteration. He wished not to be tainted by their actions. His sole desire was to lead a tranquil existence for 1 billion years and to seek life in other star domains. A voice resonated once more within the hall. Divine Lord, I believe we ought to deliberate this matter with caution. It was another deity from the second tier who spoke, revealing himself to be a person of caution. This individual was named Heavenly Universe Deity, also one of the esteemed elders of the Taitsong Divine Sect, possessing a cultivation level at the 3rd stage of the deity realm. Whether those two deities hailed from the Divine Wasteland remained uncertain. It was unlikely that such formidable beings existed there. Nevertheless, the Divine Sovereign decided to align with the words of the Blazing Flame, and thus, it would be done. The Taitsong deity raised his hand, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. Indeed, we shall adhere to the sovereign's decree. After a brief moment of silence, the others quickly responded in unison. Let us dispatch several divine lords to investigate whether those two deities are present within the Divine Wasteland star domain, and ascertain if they are inclined to collaborate with us. He commanded, send forth 4 divine lords to the Divine Wasteland star domain to uncover the whereabouts of those two deities. The domineering and solemn voice of the Taitsong deity echoed once more as he waved his hand, issuing a flurry of orders. In truth, he had already formulated his plans. Consulting with them was merely a formality, as he required their assistance. He paid no heed to whether those two deities were willing to comply. In this vast expanse of 10 star domains, everyone was obligated to serve his purpose. Very well. You may take your leave. The Taitsong deity spoke again, his ethereal form vanishing first. The remaining figures departed simultaneously, leaving the hall empty and desolate. In the rear courtyard, Lin Dong found himself alone once more. Chapter 74. Enhancing the Cultivation of Disciples. Chaotic Green Lotus System. Do I still possess several realm enhancement cards? Ding. The host currently has 7 realm enhancement cards remaining. Then I shall reserve them for future use. Lin Dong reclined on the grand chair, contemplating his next course of action. As for the unfettered Taoist, after breaking through to the Divine Lord realm, he had gone off to indulge in leisure. Let us bestow upon them an opportunity as a form of reward. With a grand gesture, Lin Dong summoned several individuals before him. Yi Changsheng, Lu Shui'er, Luo Yan, Qin Tian, Shi Hao, and Shi. The group was taken aback and quickly bowed upon seeing Lin Dong. Disciple pays respect to the master. Disciple pays respect to the sovereign. They then quietly stood to the side, awaiting Lin Dong's instructions, well aware that his summons bore significance. After a brief pause, the lively duo of Ha and Duan Liuda made their entrance. Ha, dig quickly, there are treasures. Duan Liuda exclaimed excitedly, wielding an iron shovel in his hand. Woof. Ha responded with equal enthusiasm, vigorously waving his paws. Wait, where did my precious item go? Suddenly, both man and dog froze, sensing something amiss. They looked around in confusion, their actions suspended mid-air. Ha maintained a digging posture, as if unearthing something. Old Lu, with his imperial-grade iron shovel, flung a clump of dirt towards Shi Hao. By the heavens, an ambush! Shi Hao shouted, swiftly dodging just in time, grateful for his agility. Both he and the spirited dog were now covered in dirt. Seeing this, Lin Dong helplessly rubbed his forehead. How did the husky end up associating with that rascal? Lao Lu? Given their demeanor, they must have just been engaged in some archaeological endeavor. Ah, this is the backyard, the essence of the master. Suddenly, its eyes sparkled as it caught a whiff of a familiar scent, turning to see Lin Dong and hurriedly rushing over, eager to leap onto his lap. Wait a moment. Husky, you reek too much to be this close. Lin Dong expressed his disdain, waving his hand. Instantly, the mud covering the husky vanished, its fur gleaming like polished jade, before it plopped down at Lin Dong's feet. Well, that's much better, Lin Dong remarked with satisfaction as he affectionately patted the dog's head. The others stood respectfully to the side, beaming with anticipation, awaiting Lin Dong's instructions. Indeed, your performance in this continental battle was commendable, Lin Dong said, his gaze sweeping over the gathered individuals. The purpose of convening you today is to bestow upon you a reward, an opportunity to enhance your cultivation. Lin Dong had observed their efforts closely. While it was framed as a reward, it was essentially a means to provide them with a little extra support in their cultivation journey. These individuals were among those Lin Dong had grown closer to or recognized as having potential since arriving in this world. The reward granted them access to 10 instances of the eternal space, perfectly suited for their advancement. As for the other disciples' rewards, achieving the status of quasi-emperor would suffice. The arrangements for the remaining disciples would be handled by Gu Tianqing. The disciples expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master, for your generous bestowal. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up with joy, and they bowed respectfully to Lin Dong. Fantastic, another chance to enhance our training. Lin Dong continued, his voice calm yet firm. Furthermore, I hope that in the future, you will be the mainstay in our battles among the stars, serving as exemplary role models for our junior disciples. Yes, we will diligently heed your teachings, Sect Master, and strive to lead by example for the sect, they responded earnestly. Very well, off you go. With a grand gesture, Lin Dong conjured a spatial black hole before them. Yes, Sect Master, they exclaimed in unison, fully aware of what awaited them. In a flash, they dashed into the black hole. Charge, charge, charge. Whatever treasures await, I'm coming for them. Duan Leota and the husky, one man and one dog, excitedly followed suit. They had no understanding of the black hole's nature, but simply followed the crowd. Lin Dong chuckled to himself, hoping they wouldn't be too frightened once they entered. Moments later, the group emerged. Yi Changxing and Lu Shui had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Monarch realm. Duan Leota and the husky attained the 1st level of the Divine King realm. Luo Yin reached the 5th level of the Divine Monarch realm, while Qin Tian also achieved the 5th level of the Divine Monarch realm. Shihao has reached the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm. Ji has also attained the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm. Very well, now that you have emerged, you may take your leave. Yes, Sect Master. The group bowed respectfully and hastily withdrew, leaving only Yi Changxing in the arena. Changxing, is there something you wish to discuss with your master? Lin Dong inquired upon noticing Yi Changxing's lingering presence. Indeed, Master, Yi Changxing replied, bowing with reverence. Lin Dong nodded. Speak, what troubles you? My disciple has searched far and wide across the continent, yet I have found no trace of my parents. I beseech you, Master, to lend your assistance. Yi Changxing earnestly articulated, his tone tinged with urgency. In recent days, he and Lu Shui had scoured various locales in search of his parents, but to no avail. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow and asked Yi Changxing, Oh, do you possess any token from your parents? Present it to me, and I shall see if we can uncover their whereabouts. Suddenly, his interest was piqued. He had almost forgotten this matter. The reason he had refrained from intervening previously was that he believed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yi Changxing's parents should be within the Tianwu continent. He thought it would suffice for Yi Changxing to find them himself in due time. However, seeing the current situation, it seemed that something unexpected had transpired, for it was unlikely that, with Yi Changxing's cultivation, he would be unable to locate them. This is a jade hairpin my mother left for me, Master. Would you be able to use it? Yi Changxing presented a jade hairpin with both hands, offering it to Lin Dong. This item was frequently worn by his mother, who had later entrusted it to Yi Changxing, saying it was a gift for his future daughter-in-law. Although he already had someone in mind, the timing was not right to present it yet. Let us give it a try, Lin Dong said, waving his hand to take the hairpin. It would not hurt to attempt. If it proved ineffective, he could always trace it through bloodlines. Closing his eyes, he soon found a vivid scene unfolding in his mind. Interesting, a chaotic blue lotus? After a considerable time, Lin Dong opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he slowly uttered a few words. Master, have you found them? Yi Changxing asked eagerly, though he also sensed a hint of foreboding in his master's demeanor. Rest assured, your parents are well and have no cause for concern, Lin Dong replied with a smile. his gaze holding a profound significance as he looked at Yi Changsheng. They are not ordinary individuals. They have ventured into the starry skies. What? They have gone to the starry skies? How is that possible? Yi Changsheng exclaimed in disbelief, his heart racing. In his memories, his parents were the most ordinary of individuals within the Tianwu continent. For over a decade, he had been oblivious to any anomalies. Could it be that they had concealed everything, and he, Yi Changsheng, was the son of a hidden power? It must be noted that to leave the Tianwu continent, one must possess at least the cultivation of an emperor. Hence, Yi Changsheng's astonishment was entirely warranted. In his recollection, his parents were merely formidable within their realm, lacking the extraordinary abilities to traverse the continent and venture into the cosmos. Lin Dong shook his head and replied, as for all these inquiries, it is best for you to hold on to them for now. The specifics of the situation cannot be disclosed by me. In due time, when you have grown stronger, the moment will naturally arrive for you to inquire about your parents. With a final wave of his hand, he gestured for Changsheng to descend. As he too was not entirely clear about these matters, it was best left for Yi Changsheng to seek answers himself. Yes, master, I take my leave. Yi Changsheng nodded respectfully without further questioning, bowing before gradually retreating. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, Chapter 75, Darkness Approaches. Gathering at the Valley of the Medicine King, depicted two figures traversing the boundless cosmos, each step spanning countless celestial bodies. One figure, slender and graceful, was a woman, while the other, possessing an ethereal demeanor, was a middle-aged man. Who goes there? Suddenly, the woman turned sharply, letting out a cold huff, her delicate brows furrowing as her beautiful eyes scrutinized the surroundings. What is it, Chino? The man's expression grew serious, equally on guard. After a prolonged silence, the surrounding starry expanse remained eerily still, devoid of any disturbances. It's nothing. I just sensed someone observing us, but it may have been a mere illusion. The woman shook her head, retracting her gaze and continuing her aimless journey. Qing'er, is it truly safe to leave Changsheng alone on the continent? The man's voice echoed behind her, tinged with concern. Do not worry, Tianxiao. The Tianwu continent holds opportunities for Changsheng. I have foreseen that during this journey, he will face a calamity, yet after the tribulation, great fortunes will surely follow. As she mentioned Yi Changsheng, the woman's enchanting visage softened into a tender smile, though a flicker of worry danced in her beautiful eyes. These two were none other than Yi Changsheng's parents, Yi Tianxiong and Lu Qing'er. Changsheng was a person of immense destiny, his future boundless. However, darkness was poised to return, leaving him little time for cultivation. She hoped he would grow swiftly. Lu Qing'er paused for a moment, her charming face taking on an expression of grave concern. The darkness was a source of dread, instilling fear within her heart. In her previous life, she had endured a great calamity where countless mighty beings had intervened to seal the darkness. She too had perished in that battle, reincarnating multiple times amidst chaos. Now, with the darkness stirring once more, she needed to hasten her cultivation to ensure her own safety. Lu Qing'er offered a gentle smile to Yi Tianxiong and softly said, "Let us proceed, Tianxiong. I know of a sacred place well suited for your swordsmanship training." Indeed. The man nodded gravely and followed in Lu Qing'er's footsteps. At the Valley of the Medicine King, within a magnificent hall, two seats occupied the highest positions. One was vacant while the other was filled by a middle-aged man clad in blue robes. The individual in question is Lin Feng, the current master of the Medicine King Valley. Today marks the dawn of a new era for our esteemed valley, a day that none can impede. At this moment, Lin Feng is beaming with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Could it be that today is destined to be fortuitous for him? His exuberance is palpable. Ha ha, Master Lin, congratulations. A hearty laugh resonates from outside the hall, pulling him back from his reverie. Remember us, your friends, when the time comes to reap the rewards. A middle-aged man enters the grand hall, clasping his fists in salute to the gentleman seated above. Before the man in the blue robe could respond, boisterous laughter filled the air. Ha ha ha, we are truly fortunate to have the honor of meeting a great figure from the celestial sect, thanks to Master Lin's reputation. An elderly gentleman strides in, stroking his beard with a smile. Giggle, congratulations to Master Lin for such remarkable prowess in inviting a revered figure from the celestial sect. A graceful lady saunters in, her voluptuous form swaying as she chuckles lightly. Several figures enter the hall simultaneously, offering their congratulations to the gentleman in blue robes. The atmosphere becomes vibrantly animated. Ah, Master Mo, you are too kind. Please, take a seat. Lin Feng responds with a chuckle. Mr. Qi, you jest? He adds with a warm smile. Madam Bai, it has been quite a while. Your charm remains undiminished. As everyone settles in, the hall is filled with a continuous stream of visitors, all extending their congratulations to Lin Feng. He remains seated, hardly shifting in his position, responding to each well-wisher with a clasped fist. The guests, all astute individuals, do not mind. After all, today, Master Lin is the paramount figure. Word has spread that a powerful being from the blissful sect is visiting the Medicine King Valley, inviting their allies to meet, likely drawn by the valley's alchemists. It seems that the Medicine King Valley is poised for a meteoric rise, clinging to the leg of the celestial sect, destined to soar to unprecedented heights. Indeed, Master Lin, I did not realize you harbored such connections, knowing a powerful figure from the celestial sect. Today, you must introduce us. A portly middle-aged man approaches, his jowls quivering with each step as he cheerfully remarks, Master Qian, your words are too flattering. Please, have a seat first. I shall step out to await the arrival of that esteemed individual. Pray forgive me for my lack of hospitality, Lin Feng replies, descending from his seat to step outside, eager to greet the distinguished guest. At this moment, his palms are clammy with sweat, and his heart races with excitement. Just a few days prior, one night, a divine thought enveloped him, the overwhelming imperial might nearly shattering him. The message conveyed was, this individual is an elder of the blissful sect's alchemy hall, and the leader of the celestial sect seeks to recruit disciples from the alchemy hall. He is tasked with gathering all disciples of the valley to hold a grand alchemy competition. Allies from the Medicine Valley are to be notified to assemble in 7 days. He shall arrive to make selections. His heart swells with unparalleled joy. He understands the recruitment of disciples, yet he fails to comprehend the need to notify allies. Regardless of what the others may say, he simply follows the directives of the esteemed elder from the divine sect. This is solely due to the overwhelming might of the individual in question. The aura of imperial power is so terrifying that he harbors not even a fleeting thought of resistance. For him, securing the support of the celestial sect is sufficient. Today marks the 7th day, and it is likely that the formidable elder from the divine sect is nearing arrival. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils constricted, and an expression of utmost respect washed over him. He has arrived. He gazed towards the horizon, sensing the familiar aura drawing near. Before him, the void above shattered, and a figure cloaked in black emerged. In an instant, this shadowy figure appeared at the entrance of the grand hall. Esteemed elder of the divine sect, please enter. May I inquire how to address you? Lin Feng said, bowing and smiling courteously. I am surnamed Gu, the black-cloaked figure replied indifferently, his tone laced with an air of profound weariness. Very well, Elder Gu, please follow me, Lin Feng responded, momentarily taken aback by the familiarity of the voice. He dismissed the thought and led the cloaked man into the hall. Ah, esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. This is Elder Gu from the divine sect, Lin Feng announced with a hearty laugh, trailing half a step behind the black-cloaked figure. We have the honor of meeting Elder Gu from the divine sect. The attendees promptly rose, bowing respectfully, their gazes filled with curiosity directed at the mysterious figure. Lin Feng guided Elder Gu to a prominent seat, stating reverently, this position is reserved for you. It appears that many familiar faces are present, Elder Gu acknowledged, his weary eyes sweeping across the assembly, slowly uttering, everyone is here. Splendid. It saves me the trouble of searching for each one. His voice, tinged with endless weariness, caused a moment of bewilderment among those present. This is impossible. How can you still be alive? Suddenly, Lin Feng gasped in astonishment from the side. This cannot be real. His expression was one of sheer terror as he staggered backward, collapsing to the ground while murmuring incoherently. Chapter 76. The Mighty Pleads for Mercy. The Celestial King's Pill. It has truly been a long time since we last met. The black-cloaked man slowly removed his hood, revealing a chiseled visage akin to a knife's edge. With cascading white hair, the hall fell into a profound silence, only to erupt moments later. Lord Gu, how can you still be alive? It is the ancient Pill King. Brother Gu, I thought you had perished. Several figures in the crowd sprang to their feet, their eyes wide with excitement as they gazed upon the black-cloaked man. Meanwhile, others trembled in fear, unable to suppress their quaking forms. How is this possible? They had witnessed the obliteration of Gu Qin's sacred soul with their own hands. How could he still be alive, now elevated to the status of a venerable elder of the divine sect? Oh, this is a question meant for my dear senior brother and his few companions. Elder Gu chuckled softly. Gu Qin suppressed his fury and let out a cold laugh. Indeed, this man was Gu Qin, who had been enduring his murderous intent, waiting until now. He had come to resolve grievances and also to recruit disciples for the Dan Hall, where disciples were exceedingly rare. As the production hub of the sect, it was essential to have capable individuals. The ability of the disciples to freely obtain elixirs depended on their diligence and effort. Meanwhile, Lin Dong believed that Gu Qin, as an elder of the Dan Hall, should not be overlooked due to his insufficient cultivation level. Thus, he provided him with a realm enhancement card. Guchen's tireless dedication to alchemy for the sect had not gone unnoticed by Lin Dong, serving as a consolation for his efforts during this time. You claimed that the sect leader was driven to madness, and you intervened to free him from his torment? Yet, who would have thought that you, Lin Feng, would possess such a ruthless heart, conspiring to slay your own senior brother? An elder clad in crimson robes gazed at Lin Feng, his heart heavy with sorrow. The crowd's attention turned to Lin Feng, who sat on the ground, alternating between laughter and tears, appearing utterly deranged. Others also glanced at a few trembling individuals. No wonder the Mo family had produced so many geniuses in recent years. It all made sense now. Indeed, it was shocking to learn that these 4 individuals were so despicably shameless as to ambush Elder Gu. It was truly shameful for the elder to have associated with such people for so long. The gathered crowd, astute and perceptive, quickly grasped the situation through mere exchanges of words, their expressions filled with disdain and anger as they hastily distanced themselves from the culprits. The rapid growth of their factions in recent years had concealed this undercurrent. As the circumstances unfolded, Lin Feng seized the opportunity while Guchen was engrossed in alchemy, joining forces with several others to inflict grave injuries upon him. After Guchen's spirit fled, he was relentlessly pursued by the Blood Fiend Pavilion. He narrowly escaped by hiding within a bracelet, drifting for years until he ended up in the Eastern Domain. The bracelet, having changed hands multiple times, was nurtured by the sacred soul for decades before encountering Luo Yan. Throughout this ordeal, he faced continual peril, surviving countless brushes with death, forgetting how many times he had danced with mortality. And what of you? Do you still require an invitation to step forward? Guchen's gaze fell upon a few individuals in the crowd, his icy stare sending shivers down their spines. He commanded Lin Feng to summon their allies, as it was not only Lin Feng who had struck at that time, but also several friends visiting him who had joined in. Rather than seeking them out one by one, it was more efficient to catch them all in one fell swoop. For figures moved simultaneously, one of whom was the head of the Mo family. They trembled as they emerged from the hall, their legs quaking uncontrollably. Ancient elder, I have erred. We were misled by Lin Feng's slander, momentarily bewitched, and we beseech your magnanimity to spare our lives. Indeed, we implore you to consider our past ties and grant us a reprieve. A few individuals approached Guchen, their legs trembling, and they fell to their knees, prostrating themselves on the ground in a plea for mercy. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. It was hard to believe that several esteemed ancestors of the divine realm would so disregard their dignity and status, lying like defeated dogs in the dust, begging for clemency. Should this matter become known, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the entire divine realm. However, if the crowd were to learn that these individuals had offended an elder of the carefree sect, they would likely think that annihilating their sect would be a mild consequence. Mere dog lives, after all, would suffice to quell the fury. Ha ha ha, my dear junior brother. At that moment, Lin Feng erupted into laughter, capturing the attention of the crowd. You have not only taken Yunxi from me, but also usurped the legacy left to me by our master. I do not regret striking you down. I only lament that I did not eradicate you completely. With that, he struck his own crown with great force, opting for self-destruction. A gasp escaped his lips as he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Unable to inflict a fatal blow upon himself, he was awakened by the pain. Ultimately, he chose to self-explode, seeking to end it all. Guchen waved his hand, and the terrifying self-detonation at the Saint King level stirred no disturbance before him. Brother, why must it come to this? Witnessing this scene, Guchen's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. He found himself reluctant to take action. For this was indeed his elder brother, yet he could not shake off the identity of an adversary. Now, with his brother's suicide, it spared him the need to act himself. Yet he had not anticipated that his brother's motive for attacking him was rooted in these trivial matters. Brother, you still do not understand why our master acted as he did. Enough, enough, it is all in the past now. Let everything dissipate like smoke in the wind. In the blink of an eye, Guchen shook his head and turned his gaze towards the remaining individuals, snorting coldly. Humph, spare you? You ought to have realized that one must bear the consequences of their actions. The individuals, upon witnessing this, were filled with terror as they knelt upon the ground, continuing to plead for mercy. They had no desire to meet their demise. For those who have attained such cultivation, who would willingly choose to perish in this manner? You acted alongside my brother. Thus, you shall accompany him in death, for there is companionship on the road to the underworld. Guchen's expression grew frosty. The 4 were unlike the others. Having struck him down for their own gain, they were now doomed. A terrifying imperial might descended upon them, and they burst apart like fragile melons. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the scent of blood throughout the grand hall. With a flick of his sleeve, Guchen restored the hall to its previous state, as if nothing had ever transpired. For the sake of my personal grievances, I cannot allow you to have come all this way in vain. Gu Chen's gaze swept across the assembly, and he spoke slowly. This is a token of my appreciation. A modest reward for your presence here today. With a wave of his hand, dozens of elixirs materialized in an instant, filling the grand hall with a rich and intoxicating aroma. Each of the attendees received a sacred king pill, a byproduct of Gu Chen's alchemical endeavors, effortlessly crafted by him at the emperor level. These pills, meant for enhancing cultivation, were of little use to the disciples of the sect and were essentially discarded in their storage rings. Rather than let them languish like refuse, Gu Chen chose to bestow them upon these venerable elders as a means to extend their lifespans. Is this truly the celestial sacred king pill? Good heavens! Am I not mistaken? So many of them. One elder exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The celestial sacred king pill. Could it be the one that elevates a sacred king's realm by a small tear in an instant? Indeed, it was that very elixir. As the attendees beheld the pills, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they rose in unison, gasping in disbelief. Chapter 77. The Alchemy Competition. The Phoenix Goddess, the celestial sacred king pill, is notoriously difficult to concoct. Even a powerhouse of sacred king status requires a month to refine just one, as it demands immense spiritual and elemental energy. It has the capacity to instantaneously elevate practitioners below the sacred king realm by a tier. Do not hesitate, take them freely. Gu Chen encouraged, hoping for a long-lasting alliance with the Medicine King Valley. With another flourish of his hand, the sacred king pills floated before each individual. Most present were familiar faces, former allies, their lifespans nearing an end. Gu Chen felt a pang of compassion for their impending departure and saw this as a means to cultivate goodwill with the Medicine King Valley. How could we possibly accept such generosity? I must extend my gratitude to Elder Gu. Should such an opportunity arise again, do not forget us, one elder remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. Since Elder Gu has spoken, I shall comply with honor, another added. I shall not be remiss. In the future, if the Medicine King Valley requires assistance, my family will be the first to respond. The assembly buzzed with excitement as they rubbed their hands together, hesitant to let go of the pills before them, fearing they might vanish in an instant. Initially, they had contemplated declining the gift, for as powerful beings, they had encountered many offerings before. However, the value of the celestial sacred king pill was undeniable, an elusive treasure that beckoned them with the promise of an extended life. In their hands, it represented the chance for another existence. Most attendees were elderly or middle-aged, struggling to break through to the next realm. With this pill, their chances of success increased significantly. Should they succeed, their lifespans could extend by hundreds, even thousands of years. Elder Hua, the future of the Medicine King Valley shall be entrusted to you, Gu Chen declared, turning his gaze to the venerable elder seated nearby. This esteemed figure, a sacred king and a master alchemist, had recently spoken out against Lin Dong. Gu Chen felt reassured knowing the valley would be in his capable hands. Old Valley Master. You. Never mind, Elder Hua replied, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Chen, his words hanging in the air, unspoken. He initially intended to persuade Gu Chen to stay, but upon recalling Gu Chen's current status, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. Heh, Elder Hua, there's no need for further words, Gu Chen remarked with a faint smile, elegantly waving his sleeve. By the way, I shall allocate these resources to you as a token of my goodwill. A storage ring materialized before Elder Hua. With a sharp intake of breath, Elder Hua's consciousness delved within, revealing a mountain of resources and medicinal pills. Cultivate more outstanding disciples, and in the future, I shall come to recruit some. In the next moment, before Elder Hua could decline, Gu Chen vanished in an instant. He was headed to the square to recruit disciples, mindful of the arrangements entrusted to him by the sect leader. As for those resources and pills, they were his private possessions. Elder Hua shook his head, casting his gaze upon the sacred king pill, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. Gu Chen truly is a benevolent soul, so generously gifting such a precious pill. Oldly, am I dreaming? Slap me to confirm whether this is real. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered such an unreasonable request. Ouch, that stings. This is indeed real. With this pill, he felt revitalized. He would not perish yet, and could endure for several more centuries. Laughter erupted from the gathered elders, each radiating joy akin to that of children. The atmosphere felt surreal, as everyone was ecstatic. As expected of the divine sect, they lavishly present the sacred king pill. Wait, this pill is likely not so simple. It possesses a trace of Tao power. If refined by a peak sacred king, it could potentially elevate one to the status of a quasi-emperor. The words resonated from Elder Hua, and none dared to question his assertion. A moment of silence was followed by a chorus of gasps echoing throughout the hall. A quasi-emperor. What an extraordinary opportunity. At the Apothecary Valley Square, a grand alchemy competition was underway. Go, Senior Sister Mei. Senior Brother Yi. You look so handsome while refining. I adore you. I believe the readers are the most impressive. Countless disciples had gathered, comprising those who had been eliminated or lacked qualifications to participate. They scrutinized one another, wary of potential spies among them. The alchemy competition was in full swing, marking the 7th and final day of the event. Throughout this time, disciples showcased their talents, with extraordinary phenomena arising during their pill-making efforts, while some faced explosive failures. Now, only around 100 remained, each focused intently on their respective alchemy furnaces. At this moment, the true finals had only just begun. Who do you think can concoct the highest grade pill? I wager it will be Dan Mayer, judging by her prowess. She is likely to forge a half-saint pill, perhaps even invoking a hint of the laws of heaven and earth. The old man speculated that it was Yi Yuan. After all, he was the foremost genius of the Medicine Valley. Given his demeanor, it seemed he was about to refine a sacred pill. However, the old man also thought highly of Ling Han. Several elders on the judging platform were puffing their beards and glaring, each favoring a different prodigy. Among them, several figures stood out, a strikingly beautiful woman and 3 handsome young men. As expected, the beautiful woman successfully refined a superior half-holy pill, while the other 2 disciples each produced an exquisite half-holy pill. Yet, everyone's attention was fixated on another figure, Yi Yuan. At that moment, he was refining a sacred pill. Despite possessing only the cultivation of a revered master, he was in the process of creating a sacred pill. Yi Yuan shouted, "Pill, emerge. Calamity, come forth." A stream of light shot into the sky, accompanied by a resounding thunder. It was a single layer of heavenly tribulation. The crowd was left dumbfounded, utterly astonished. Young Master Yi was indeed handsome, and there was no doubt that he was refining a sacred pill. He would undoubtedly claim first place in this grand competition. How remarkable it was for someone of revered master cultivation to refine a sacred pill. Sacred pills possess spirit, and when they are born, a heavenly tribulation manifests. Sacred pills are categorized into 4 levels: low, middle, high, and top, as well as into 4 grades: inferior, average, superior, and exquisite. A single layer of heavenly tribulation signifies that the pill is of low-grade sacred tier. 2 layers of a single heavenly tribulation denote a middle-grade sacred tier, and so on. Exquisite pills are different, as they require multiple layers of tribulation. 3 layers of triple heavenly tribulation correspond to a low-grade exquisite sacred tier, while 9 layers of 9-fold heavenly tribulation indicate a top-grade exquisite sacred tier. Quite a promising talent. Let me see if there are any other geniuses. Gu Chun also arrived at the square, his gaze lingering on the heavenly tribulation for a moment before shifting to a corner. Oh, the pill refined by that woman is likely extraordinary. Her technique is remarkably proficient. His eyes sharpened as he looked toward a figure clad in red. He was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly, saying, a fire phoenix and a phoenix bloodline? He had discerned that the young woman possessed a phoenix bloodline. She wielded true phoenix fire, which contained traces of law. Simultaneously, she bore a remnant soul, reminding him of the time when he and his disciple had been similarly entwined. In a corner, a woman dressed in red caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he saw her bright eyes and pearly teeth, with her long skirt dancing in the wind, her snow-white arms skillfully manipulating the flames. Her exquisite profile attracted the gaze of many young men, who cheered for her incessantly. It was evident that she was quite popular within the valley. The red-clad woman was wholly absorbed, single-mindedly refining the pill before her. Her name was Jiang Kellen. As promised, the Phoenix Goddess has arrived. Kellen, you are insane. Are you refining a sacred pill of an extraordinary grade? If you continue like this, you might lose control and render all your efforts in vain. A woman's voice echoed in Jiang Kellen's mind, imbued with a hint of incredulity. After a prolonged silence from Jiang Kellen, who remained engrossed in alchemy, the woman's voice resonated once more, tinged with resignation. Very well. This shall be the last time I intervene on your behalf. Chapter 78. The Bet Between Two. A new holy pill emerges on the judging platform. The old man in the purple robe beamed with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the performance of Yi Yuan, who had not disappointed the expectations of his elder. It seems that concluding this grand competition early would not be amiss. Yi Yuan is undoubtedly the victor. Seeing the crowd silence, the purple-robed elder proposed again, his beard nearly soaring with delight. However, I believe it would be prudent to wait a little longer. To prematurely end the competition may not be wise. The outcome remains uncertain, lest a dark horse emerges. An elder in a black robe stroked his beard thoughtfully and spoke in a measured tone. Being the one who had previously supported Ling Han, let us delay a while longer. The rankings within the top 100 are still undecided. An aged voice interjected, belonging to the eldest among them, Tian Wei. The others fell silent for a moment, nodding in agreement with his words. Setting aside the matter of conclusion, Who among the disciples of our Medicine King Valley, apart from Yi Yuan, is capable of refining a holy pill? The purple-robed elder reiterated, puffing his cheeks in disdain, directing a challenging gaze at the black-robed elder. I refuse to believe that old Mo would shy away from a wager. What shall we wager? The black-robed elder replied, intrigued. If another disciple can refine a holy pill before the conclusion of the grand competition, I shall bow 10 times, proclaiming myself your grandson with each bow. The purple-robed elder appeared confident of victory, noticing the darkened expression of the black-robed elder, who evidently had no intention of accepting the bet. He continued, should you lose, there is no need for such theatrics. Simply allowing me to peruse the great holy pharmacopoeia for a few months will suffice. His beard bristled with excitement as he provocatively regarded the black-robed elder, having long desired to glimpse that revered text. Seizing this rare opportunity, he was determined to claim it. Very well, I accept the wager, but I have a grandson already and do not require another. Let us modify the terms. The black-robed elder retorted, unwilling to yield. The purple-robed elder, pleased by the response, declared confidently, let us maintain Elder Mo's terms. As for my own, I leave it to Elder Mo to devise. Victory is assured for me, regardless of your tactics. Then let it be something daring. Should Elder Son lose, he must run 10 laps around the arena, bare-chested and adorned in a woman's skirt, while shouting, I am the great Sandby. Very well, let Elder Mo arrange matters as he sees fit. It shall be said thus, with all the elders as witnesses. The elder in the ink robe readily acquiesced, fearful of any change of heart. He mused inwardly. Acquiring his compendium of herbs is no simple task. Moreover, comprehension of the compendium requires insight. What if he were to study it for a decade? If a disciple were indeed capable of concocting the sacred pill, then a splendid spectacle would ensue. Let us wait and see. You may profit, but I shall never incur a loss. Several hours passed, and twilight began to descend, leaving but a few disciples in the square. The time is nearly upon us. Elder Son, please make the announcement. The elder presiding spoke, his gaze directed toward the elder in the purple robe. The rankings have been determined. There is no need to linger any longer. He chuckled, the fates are sealed. Elder Mo, prepare the compendium. Elder Son spoke with a nonchalant tone, his heart brimming with joy. Humph. Elder Mo snorted coldly, his expression unwavering. Elder Son slowly approached the center of the stage, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, I hereby announce the conclusion of this grand competition. Before his words could fully resonate, the sky erupted in thunderous roars. Boom, boom. A series of thunderclaps drew the attention of the gathered crowd, their eyes turning skyward. What is happening? The sacred pill is manifesting. Hiss. There's even a dark horse, its sister Jiang. In the arena stood a woman clad in red, engaged in the process of forming her core. A tempest of tribulation clouds gathering above her head. All present recognized Jiang Colin. She was not only beautiful, but possessed extraordinary talent. Given her usual performance, one would assume she could only forge pills of the esteemed grade. Yet, she had concealed her prowess so deeply, eluding the scrutiny of all present. In the next moment, Jiang Colin stepped forth, ascending defiantly as if dancing through the void, resembling a celestial being from a painting. This is the second thunder tribulation. How can a disciple still concoct the sacred pill? The elder in the ink robe gasped, casting a look of schadenfreude toward Elder Sunday. A grand performance is unfolding. Haha, I shall see how you respond to this. The resounding thunder echoed in the ears of the elder in the purple robe, akin to slaps delivered harshly against his face, leaving him with a stinging sensation. This cannot be. He could hardly believe it. How could there still be a disciple capable of refining the sacred pill? Must he truly don a woman's gown and run about proclaiming himself a fool? No. She has not yet formed her core. She must still endure the tribulation. As long as the conclusion is announced, it will be as if she has not succeeded, and thus, he would not be defeated. With this thought in mind, he was about to continue his announcement. The time has not yet elapsed. The competition endures. A commanding voice resonated throughout the gathering, interrupting his incantation. Could it be the old Valley Master? Surely, I am not mistaken. The elders at the judging panel turned their gazes in unison, exclaiming in astonishment, We, the elders, pay our respects to the old Valley Master. The crowd promptly bowed to Gu Chun, unwilling to defy his command. Meanwhile, the individuals upon the stage felt a myriad of emotions, some filled with skepticism. Wasn't the old Valley Master long since fallen? Why does he appear here today? Well, you may proceed. I shall meander about. Indeed, old Valley Master. As for our elder son, his face fluctuated between shades of blue and white, and he swallowed hard. What an unfortunate predicament. If I were to fulfill the wager, how could I preserve my dignity? How could I establish authority before the disciples in the valley? Elder son, so many elders are observing. Do not forget the wager. Noticing the situation, Elder Mo could not help but smirk and stepped forward to offer a reminder. I do not require your reminders. Elder Sun retorted stubbornly. The other elders, upon hearing this, could not help but shake their heads and chuckle. Gu Chun wandered nearby, assessing the alchemical progress of each disciple. Before long, the thunderous tribulation subsided. Jiang Kellen descended gracefully from the sky, her beautiful eyes fixated on the sacred pill in her hands. I did it. I successfully crafted the sacred pill, she whispered. Indeed, Kellen, you have succeeded. That voice resonated once more in Jiang Kellen's mind. All of this is thanks to Senior Ji. Otherwise, with Kellen's strength, she would likely have been unable to produce a pill. It won't be long before I can concoct the Nirvana pill for my esteemed predecessor. Jiang Kellen smiled brightly in her heart, responding, at least you have a bit of conscience and remember this matter. She has always kept her predecessor's South affairs close to her heart. How perplexing it is. This humble medicinal valley, what could it possibly offer that could change your fate? Prompting such fervent effort? Perhaps it truly does hold something of great significance? Suddenly, Jiang Kellen sensed something amiss in her surroundings. Why are so many elders gathering? Could it be that this disciple has cheated? She observed the disciples engaging in hushed discussions. At the same time, she glanced up and noticed that many elders were missing from the judging platform, with only a sparse few remaining. The elders were hastily approaching from the distance. Typically, only one elder would be dispatched to assess the quality of the pills, so why are so many elders present today? Could it be that Senior Ji has been discovered? A shock coursed through her, yet she maintained her composure. With this group of old men, none even approaching the level of a quasi-emperor, how could they possibly uncover my true identity? Indeed, Senior Ji possesses remarkable abilities. One wonders what provoked such an uproar. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, several elders strode purposefully towards Jiang Kellen. Chapter 79. The scene becomes too intense, recruiting disciples for the pill hall. Elder Sun, why do you tremble so violently? Hurry up. Elder Mo chuckled, stroking his beard. Elder Mo, do not rejoice too soon. The pills have yet to be examined. This disciple may have cheated. A few figures approached. Led by Elder Mo and Elder Sunday, disciple Jiang Kellen pays respects to the esteemed elders. Jiang Kellen, unperturbed by the unfolding events, gracefully bowed to the elders. The disciple, may I have a glimpse of the elixir you possess? I wish to ascertain its quality. Elder Sun hastily advanced, eager to seize the pill from Jiang Kellen's grasp. Do not be hasty, Elder Sun. I believe it would be prudent for this elixir to be examined by the other elders. Mo Elder interjected, grasping Sun Elder's hand, fearful that he might inadvertently destroy the evidence. Allow me, offered a white-robed elder who stepped forward, prompting nods of agreement from the others. This elder belonged to the discipline hall, known for his integrity, making him the most suitable choice for the inspection. The white-robed elder picked up the elixir, scrutinizing every detail. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. This indeed is a sacred pill, specifically a low-grade variant of the sacred level. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kellen felt a weight lift from her chest, silently relieved that her secret remained hidden. However, she was perplexed as to why the elders had not yet departed. Then, the gaze of the assembled elders converged upon one individual. Jiang Kellen lifted her eyes to see that one elder was fixated on her with an unsettling intensity. His eyes sharp as daggers, as if he wished to pierce her very soul. Why was this elder looking at her in such a manner? She had merely been engaging in her usual alchemical practices. That elder was none other than Sun Elder. Curse girl, and that old fool Mo. You shall both await your reckoning. Sun Elder's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white, his heart brimming with resentment. What is it, Elder Sun? Are you perhaps considering breaking our agreement? Came Mo Elder's voice from the side. I shall fulfill my end of the wager without your prompting. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, Sun Elder slowly made his way toward the exit, each step laden with gravity. Upon reaching the edge of the arena, he came to a halt, motionless, as if grappling with an inner turmoil. Who would have thought that you two would find yourself in such a predicament, Elder Sun? Mo Elder observed with satisfaction, relishing this rare opportunity to revel in his rival's misfortune. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. He craved more. I am Shun. Declare that today, Elder Sun shall fulfill our wager right here in the square. He amplified his voice with his cultivation, ensuring it resonated throughout the entire medicinal valley. It was well known that these two elders were fierce adversaries, often embroiled in such contests. Curiosity piqued among the disciples regarding the nature of this wager. What? Is Elder Sun about to showcase his talents? I must see this. What on earth is Elder Sun doing? Countless inquisitive gazes were drawn to the scene. And at that moment, Elder Sun made his move. With a grand gesture, he cast off his outer robe, revealing a pink skirt beneath. He twirled like a bashful maiden, beginning to run, his ample form jiggling with each step. Simultaneously, he shouted, I am the great Shabi, and fell into a profound silence. The countless disciples present were left utterly bewildered, rooted to the spot in disbelief. The scene was undeniably explosive. Soon after, a wave of fervor erupted. Ugh, this is intolerable. My eyes have been sullied. I cannot bear it any longer. I have gained new insights. I never anticipated the two elders to be so imaginative. Ha ha ha. You're done for. I just saw you laugh. Are you not afraid of offending elder son? Do not wrongfully accuse me. I was merely elated to have found a soulmate a few days ago. They say a kiss leads to pregnancy, and I kissed her, only for her to give birth to a healthy boy the very next day. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive. Ah, brother, words are insufficient. I wish you double happiness. Of course, this was merely a minor episode of the grand competition. The crowd returned to the judging platform. The time had come. The competition concluded. An elder son was to make an announcement. The elder at the head spoke nonchalantly. Yes, Elder Tian. Upon hearing this, elder son's countenance darkened dramatically. Yet he begrudgingly ascended the platform. Had it ended sooner, I would not have suffered such humiliation. I hereby announce the conclusion of this grand competition. The top 100 contestants, please gather. He felt an intense burning sensation across his skin, surrounded by countless peculiar gazes fixated upon him. In response, he waved his sleeve and vanished from the scene. How mortifying. I can no longer remain here. Nevertheless, it was tolerable, even in my absence. The valley would still be blessed with prodigies. Hearing this, Guchen strolled into the arena from a distance. He had been observing the disciples one by one and had indeed discovered several talents. As for the earlier spectacle, he witnessed it but chose not to comment, inwardly sighing. Youth is truly a blessing. I am Guchen, an elder of the Dan Hall from the Xianyao sect, here to recruit disciples for the Dan Hall. Once the disciples had assembled, Guchen's calm voice resonated throughout the arena. Those chosen by the light. You are fortunate to have the prospect of becoming disciples of our sect. With a grand gesture, he unleashed over 100 beams of light, enveloping more than 100 individuals. What? We have the chance to become disciples of the divine sect? Is this for real? Surely I did not miss it.